In the West Room, Aunt Sue and others had gone out to send the doctor for medicine. Su Minghui had his wounds bandaged and could faintly hear the sounds of argument coming from the main room, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Su Mingyang was still very scared. He curled up next to Su Minghui, trembling, and said, "Brother, Dad won't cause trouble again, will he?" A cold smile appeared on Su Minghui's pale face as he replied calmly, "Probably not." He had already anticipated that today would come. The son knows his father's temperament well, so he expected a big scene once they got home, and he was no longer in control. However, he didn't anticipate that his mother, who usually wouldn't dare to speak loudly to his father, would be so furious today. But this might be a good thing. It seems his mother has been influenced by her time at home and is becoming stronger, which is a positive change. Now, with the painful strategy in play and insults following, no one in the living room would believe anything anyone said. He closed his eyes to hide his complicated feelings and looked at the frightened Su Mingyang, whose face was pale, and asked, "Did you say that sister-in-law argued with grandmother just now?"
Su Mingyang not that never seen.
He hugged his arms and whispered, "Grandmother is unhappy, and sister-in-law is also unhappy. But sister-in-law is tougher than grandmother." When talking about Sang Jixia, Su Mingyang's eyes filled with a pride he couldn't quite describe. He sniffed and said in a low voice, "Grandmother was so upset that she couldn't say anything. Sister-in-law was like that last time too. That time you weren't home, Mingxiu and Jinxia were bullied. Yanran and I went to fight with the family's boy. When we came back, grandmother scolded us, but sister-in-law defended us. She even went to the family and slapped someone to get back at them for us. Sister-in-law is really amazing, especially amazing." After hearing this, Su Minghui smiled faintly and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law treats you all well?" Su Mingyang nodded without hesitation. "Very well. Sister-in-law said that no one should bully us. If anyone dares to, she will fight back. If she can't handle it, she will let Big Brother do it. Big Brother is tough too. Last time, he went too." The family didn't dare to say anything after they were beaten. Before the family was exiled to the northwest, the relationships among the Su family's third branch were very different from today. Everyone had their own thoughts, kept their distance, and harbored secret intentions. Now things are different. In times of crisis, they have come together and support each other more closely. Su Minghui, being outside, couldn't attend to the household matters, and it was impossible not to worry. If only Su Yao were at home, he would never leave his mother and younger brother alone there. Because Su Yao would only care about the main family's people, and he couldn't care less about the others. That person was inherently cold-hearted, and he knew it better than anyone. Fortunately, there are people who can speak firmly, not just Su Yao. Su Minghui paused for a moment, his voice hoarse as he said, "You should remember that your sister-in-law treats you well. In the village, take care of Mingxiu and Jinxia. You are their older brother, so don't let anyone bully them." Su Mingyang nodded vigorously with red eyes and, seeing that Su Minghui looked unwell, worriedly asked, "Brother, are you in pain? Is it very painful?" Su Minghui shook his head with a smile. "It's not painful. You shouldn't cry." "Why are you crying at your age?" "I'll rest for a bit. You go check on mother, and don't let her be too sad." Su Mingyang wiped his tears and left. Su Minghui leaned back against the headboard, tired, and closed his eyes. With this plan, it should be well thought out, right? Half an hour later, Uncle Su endured his humiliation and spoke about the grievances he suffered at the hands of Su Minghui, even revealing how Su Minghui had previously forced him into submission. However, no one believed him. Uncle Su San, who could not stand his ineffective second brother, angrily said, "This is ridiculous. You're his father. How could he treat you like this? Minghui has always been self-disciplined and proper. He wouldn't do something so foolish." Uncle Su Air retorted angrily, "Why can't he? He did all this himself. I'm clearly saying, enough of that." Uncle Su San waved his hand in frustration. "I think you've lost your mind. Your brain is completely useless. If he really made you suffer so much, why didn't you say something earlier? How did you end up like this while working as a bookkeeper? I only listened to your nonsense because I believed you. Can you even say one true word? Uncle Sue wanted to argue further, but then the elderly lady's furious shout interrupted. That's enough. Actions and words must be backed by evidence. You need to look beyond appearances, but Uncle Sue had nothing to show for it. Not only did others not believe him, but even the usually biased elderly lady could not convince herself. The more he spoke, the more ridiculous it became. If this continued, it would ruin their father-son relationship, and the second branch would truly have no hope left. After calming down, the elderly lady realized that her son was completely useless. The only hope for the second branch now rested on Su Minghui, and she absolutely could not let him feel disheartened. She didn't dare to look at the old man's expression. Standing up anxiously, she said, I know you don't want to be the accountant, and I understand you don't want to be controlled by Minghui, but have you thought about why he limits your outings? Is he trying to harm you? He is clearly trying to help you. The old lady was well aware of her son's behavior. If he entered a place like a gambling den without any restrictions, he would likely end up drinking and gambling every day, which could lead to trouble. She didn't think Minghui's restrictions were wrong. The old lady couldn't stand Su Ursha's nonsense any longer. With a stern face, she said through gritted teeth, You're a father. You finally have a son who can achieve something. Why can't you support him instead of always causing trouble for him? Minghui is much better than you. You still don't see it. Look at yourself now. Is it time for family rules to be enforced? Although the Su family had fallen on hard times, their family rules still existed. If Su Urshu faced punishment today and pushed the old man to enforce family rules, he might lose half his life. The old lady was anxious, fearing he wouldn't understand her meaning. She glared at him and said, Foolish child. Hurry up and kneel to your father and apologize. Su Urshu still refused to back down, looking defiant. The old man watched for a long time, then smiled bitterly, but there was no warmth in his smile, only coldness. I know you have grievances, but you can't stay in this house. No matter how much truth there was to his complaints, his current explosive behavior made it impossible for the old man to keep him around. Su Ursha stumbled and fell to the ground, looking pale. Old man, that troublemaker is my son. Are you really going to let him walk all over me? If this were 10 years ago, I would have dealt with you right now. How dare you make such a fuss here? The old man suddenly shouted, startling the old lady, who felt a jolt from her heels to the back of her head. Su Urshu, filled with resentment, also trembled from the shock. The old man looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, Either I break your legs today and feed you a potion to keep you silent at home, or you calm down and return to your accounting job in 2 days. Choose for yourself. It's almost the end of the year, and you're still causing such a scene. Don't you think it's bad luck? Uncle Su muttered in dissatisfaction, but before he could say more, Aunt Su pulled him out of the main room, with Su Wenxiu following closely behind. The old man seemed unable to bear the old lady's complaints and came out with a stern face. By the stove, Zhang Jixia and Su Yao were still busy with their previous tasks. The old man was angrily scolding his son, and as younger family members, it was inappropriate for them to stay inside. Listening too much could embarrass the elders. Although Uncle Su had lost all his dignity in the family, it was still best to avoid certain situations. Zhang Jixia pretended not to know anything and quietly said, Grandfather. The old man closed his eyes and murmured in response, Yao, come with me. Su Yao paused her work for a moment, washed her hands, and followed him outside. Outside the Su family home, the snow had piled up everywhere, and after days of cloudy weather, today showed a hint of sunshine, accompanied by a gentle breeze bringing in light snowflakes. It was starting to snow again. The old man looked at the swirling snowflakes with an unreadable expression and said, Do you think what your second uncle said has any truth to it? If he could, the old man actually didn't want to discuss such matters with Su Yao. But looking at the Su family, It was clear that the old lady's influence was strong, and Uncle Su was simple-minded, unable to think deeply. The daughters-in-law were either victims or too soft to come up with anything substantial. The only one left who could listen to the old man was Su Yao. Perhaps there was also Su Minghui. The old man thought about Uncle Su's accusations with mixed feelings, unable to show his emotions clearly, and said, "Your second uncle and Minghui's current situation is something you helped arrange. Why did you choose the gambling house? What do you think?" The question was straightforward, and Su Yao felt that saying more would seem like pretending to be ignorant. Knowing he couldn't hide the truth, he vaguely replied, "Grandfather, do you think there's anything wrong with the current situation? Who knows when your second uncle might harm your second aunt? The household is rarely peaceful. He and Su Minghui are out there living well, without any hardships, but at least they have their lives and some stability. What's wrong with that?" The old man looked at him expressionlessly, while Su Yao smiled calmly. "Grandfather, if my second uncle were not in his right mind, or if he were too young or old, I wouldn't say anything. I would willingly take care of him. But would your second uncle be content with that?" Everything in the household seemed fine, but maintaining stability required everyone who could contribute to put in their effort. Is Uncle Su really that kind of person? He is not. It's one thing to be lazy, and it's another to be sneaky, but having a wicked heart only directed inward is unacceptable. Su Zhao does not want to be that villain. Su Minghui can take all the blame on himself, and he feels good about it. Though he didn't say it outright, the meaning was very clear. A hint of sadness quickly flashed in the old man's eyes. After a long silence, he self-deprecatingly said, "Am I getting too old to be as ruthless as you young people?" Su Zhao smiled bitterly. "Grandfather, if there were other options, I believe no one would want to be cruel at heart. This situation is fine as it is, don't you think? When Uncle Su acts up, he cannot be hit or scolded. He's like a hot potato that could go crazy at any moment." Su Minghui took the risk away himself, which is a win-win situation. The old man had long sensed something was wrong, but he pretended not to know, even stepping into Su Minghui's trap today without revealing any flaws. Wasn't that the point? Su Zhao usually takes a roundabout way to achieve his goals, often hiding his true intentions behind laughter, and rarely speaks so openly. After hearing this, the old man wanted to scold him about filial piety, but all that came out was silence. Su Zhao quietly stood without saying more, and just when he thought the old man would not speak again, he heard him hoarsely say, "Forget it, I can't worry about that anymore." The decisive person from back then has grown old, and he cannot rely on his son. All his hopes rest on his grandson. The Su family cannot withstand any more turmoil. Pretending to be deaf and mute is one of the few things he can still do. Su Zhao smiled and did not respond. The old man turned and said heavily, "Your second aunt was quite shaken today, and Ming Yang was scared too. Tell Xia to encourage her more. I'm going out for a bit and will be back later." Su Zhao nodded in agreement. "Okay." As soon as he sent the old man off, he turned around and met Sang Zhixia's thoughtful gaze. Sang Zhixia looked suspiciously at the west room and then at the faint sound of sorrowful crying coming from the main room, her expression subtle. Why does she feel like something is off? Has she unintentionally become a part of someone else's trap? Seeing her expression, Su Zhao calmly said, "Gigi, that's someone else's business. Why let it bother you?" A glimmer of understanding crossed Sang Zhixia's eyes. "Are you saying?" Su Yao raised her index finger to her lips, looking down with a smile at the slightly narrowed pupils of the other person, and said softly, "Grandfather has already made his judgment. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Other people's affairs have nothing to do with us." After experiencing a life-and-death situation, Aunt Su treated the eldest branch of the family well and felt a silent gratitude towards Sang Zhixia, cooperating in every way. They only needed to speak up when they could, and everything else was unimportant. The fog in Sang Zhixia's mind was cleared by an invisible hand, and after taking a deep breath, she looked puzzled. "You know, I really underestimated that Su Minghui's ruthlessness. He's a real go-getter." Su Yao made a vague comment and stopped talking, enjoying the amused expression on Sang Jixia's face. Some things are better left unsaid. There's no need to be too explicit. After all the commotion, the family lost their festive spirit, quickly tidying up and having a simple dinner to get through the day. As the rooster crowed at dawn, New Year's Eve arrived. As day turned to night, the village erupted with firecrackers to celebrate the auspicious time, the loud noises disturbing Sang Jixia's sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, her words still sticky from sleep. "I'll go check the warm shed first, and then I'll come back to prepare the meal." It was the new year, so the dishes on the table couldn't be the same as usual. Su Yao had already filled the water tank early in the morning and, seeing her droopy eyes, couldn't help but laugh. "I can check over there. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Sang Jixia shook her head tiredly. "What's the use of you going? You wouldn't understand." Su Yao opened her mouth to argue but realized she really didn't understand, so she wisely stepped aside. After washing her face and feeling a bit more awake, Sang Jixia looked up at the large icicle hanging from the eaves, gasping in surprise. "Why is it getting colder every day?" Su Yao wiped her face with a handkerchief. "If you know it's cold, hurry up and dry your wet hair. I'll go with you once I'm ready." Sang Jixia muffled a response while covering her face with a handkerchief. Aunt Su came out and asked Xia, "Are you going to the fields today?" After a peaceful night, Aunt Su's eyes were still red, filled with tiny blood vessels, looking particularly haggard. But she seemed much better than yesterday. Sang Jixia put down the handkerchief and nodded. "It's getting colder every day. I won't feel at ease if I don't go take a look. Aunt Su, you all get ready first. I'll come back to cook once I'm done." "Why should we wait for you?" Aunt Su forced herself to stay calm, lifted the pot lid, and said amidst the fragrant rice porridge, "It's still early. Let's have breakfast first. I'll keep an eye on the rest while you wait." After feeling very angry and sad, her mind was a bit hazy. Su Wenxiao and Aunt Su San both thought Aunt Su should take a good rest, but she insisted on getting up before dawn to make breakfast, or perhaps she hadn't slept at all. Sang Jixia paused for a moment and smiled. "All right, I'll go call Jinxi and the others to come eat." There was rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and boiled eggs, 2 for each person, a special treat for the festival. Sang Jixia always thought the egg whites had a bit of a fishy taste and didn't want to eat them, so she gave them all to Su Yao and slowly sipped her porridge. Su Yao quietly peeled the yolks and discreetly placed them in her bowl. "Don't eat the egg whites, eat this instead. Don't choke." Sang Jixia smiled slightly, but said nothing. She turned to see Su Mingyang waving at her. "What is it?" Su Mingyang said mysteriously, "Sister-in-law, come here." Sang Jixia walked over, and as she bent down, another yolk plopped into her bowl. Su Mingyang, with bits of egg white still on his mouth, grinned widely, showing his gap-toothed smile. "Sister-in-law, eat this. I'll peel it for you." Sang Jixia was momentarily speechless, feeling warm and amused at Su Mingyang. "You can eat it yourself. Will you be full if I give it to you?" Su Mingyang patted his belly and said confidently, "I can eat 2 more bowls of porridge. Good food is for sister-in-law. I'll eat anything." This little kid hadn't learned to be considerate yet, but somehow he instinctively knew how to be caring. Sang Jixia opened her mouth but didn't say anything, just reached out to ruffle his little head.
Good boy.
"I'll bring you candy when I come back." After breakfast, Sang Jixia and Su Yao went to inspect the fields, while the others at home prepared for ancestor worship and the New Year's Eve dinner. Su Wenxiao got up early to dress the younger ones in the new clothes that had been pressed for a long time. Seeing Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxi looking just right, her eyes were filled with smiles. Mother-in-law put in a lot of effort. These fit perfectly. These were sent by Sang Jixia's mother through someone, and while they were once ordinary items in the Su family, now they felt like a timely gift. When Aunt Su San heard her casually call her mother-in-law, she was surprised and found it a bit funny. "Has your sister-in-law accepted this marriage proposal?" Su Wenxiao smiled and replied, "Why wouldn't she? Although Xia was raised by her aunt, she is no less than any noble daughter. Her mother has had a hard life, but still remembers us fondly. Accepting this marriage proposal might mean we are reaching too high. According to tradition, the main family of the Su clan is connected to the legitimate branch of the Sang family. Sang Jixia's mother doesn't even have the right to go out, and she must kneel to greet the Su family's wives. How could she have the status to connect with Su Wenxiu? But thinking about it now, no one is better than Aunt Xia. Su Yanran, who hadn't received new clothes for a long time, was delighted and blushed as she tugged at her pink jacket and skirt, repeatedly telling Su San Aunt how beautiful it was. Su San Aunt's eyes turned red. It was sent from so far away. How could it not be beautiful? Later, let's show it to your sister-in-law. Remember to thank her. Su Yanran happily agreed, and the little ones, excited about their new clothes, couldn't stay indoors and wanted to go out to show off. Su Mingyang felt torn about going. He looked at his pale brother Su Minghui and asked, "Brother, do you really not need me to stay and take care of you?" Su Minghui looked at the new clothes on his bedside, amused and helpless, and said, "What can you take care of? I can bring you water, but I don't want to drink water." Su Minghui ruffled his hair, finding his brother's eager yet conflicted expression quite funny. "It's still early. Go play with Yanran and the others, just don't get into fights and come back early." Su Mingyang turned back several times as he left, bursting out with joyful cheers. Jinxing looks so cute today. Although Su Jinxing was small, she loved the compliments and understood the importance of giving them back. She confidently replied, "Third brother looks good too." Su Mingyang chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and said, "Jinxing, hop on. I'll carry you to play." Su Jinxing skillfully climbed onto Su Mingyang's not-so-broad back, while Su Yanran held onto Su Mingxiu tightly. "Let's go, let's go." The little ones joyfully stepped outside, their laughter reaching Su Minghui, who couldn't help but smile. Su Air Aunt entered the room with hot water. "This was sent by your sister-in-law's mother. There are clothes for everyone in the family. Initially, we planned to give them to you to wear, but you said it wasn't necessary, so we kept them. Every year brings new styles. Remember to change into them later. Your sister-in-law will probably be happy to see them." Su Minghui had no strong feelings about new or old clothes. He just smiled at Su Air Aunt's words. "Sister-in-law's mother? Lady Sang?" "She is not just Lady Sang." Aunt Su chuckled. "It's Aunt Xia. But you can't mention this outside, or your sister-in-law might get upset." At first, the Su family looked down on this illegitimate child, but now it seems that beyond status, what matters more is people's hearts. Su Minghui replied vaguely, "I vaguely remember that my sister-in-law has a younger brother from the same mother. I think he is a few years younger than Mingyang." Aunt Su was momentarily confused about why he asked that and replied, "Yes, there is such a brother. He is just 5 years old. Why do you ask?" Su Minghui smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, just asking. Mom, you go to your own thing. I'll rest for a bit." Aunt Su, feeling uneasy, reminded him a few times before leaving. Su Minghui quietly looked at the neatly stacked clothes, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the warm greenhouse, Sang Zixia stood up, satisfied, resting her hands on her knees and smiled at the green seedlings that were saved in time. Last time, about 30% was damaged, but the rest is doing well. At this rate, before the villagers start plowing, our seedlings will be ready to bear fruit. Once the seedlings in the greenhouse grow well and the ice and snow outside begin to melt, it will be time to plant again. By then, if everything goes smoothly, we could see a harvest by mid-year, and the first generation of crops could be planted before the Mid-Autumn Festival, making full use of the year seasons. Suji listened quietly without interrupting. When she seemed ready to leave, he quickly pulled up her cloak's hood before she lifted the wind curtain. "The wind and snow are stronger than before. We must be careful. Is there anything you want for the new year? If so, I can get it for you." Sang Jixia, lost in thought about the seedlings, absent-mindedly shook her head. "I have enough to eat and drink. What else could I want? By the way, did you organize the seeds that grandfather sent before? Can you find them for me? There's no rush to see them today." Suji naturally moved to shield Sang Jixia from the cold wind and said softly, "Take a good rest these days. After the new year, we can look slowly." Sang Jixia disagreed. "People can wait, but the seasons cannot."
F.
That doesn't mean it has to be in these few days, right? Suji looked at her helplessly. You've been busy for almost a year. Have you had a proper day off? Gigi, you can take a couple of days off. I can handle the rest. Seeing that Sang Zixia still seemed unconcerned, Suji lowered his voice slightly and asked, Is there really nothing special you want for the new year? Sang Zixia shook her head in confusion. Su Zhao smiled. Since you are not picky, I guess you will like whatever I prepared? Let's go home and see if you like it? Su Zhao acted mysteriously, which piqued Sang Zixia's curiosity. She tucked her hands into the wide, thick sleeves and inhaled, guessing, What is it? A letter sent by my mother? Is that all? Don't you want anything else? Sang Zixia blinked in confusion. What else could there be? In the past, when the young master was precious and adored, if he wanted to please someone, he could easily provide all kinds of fine and expensive gifts. Not to mention the intention behind it, gold and silver could certainly do the trick. But now, Su Zhao was as clean as a whistle and couldn't afford such extravagant spending. What surprise could he possibly be hiding from her besides the letter from the capital? Facing Sang Zixia's puzzled gaze, Su Zhao smiled without responding. Sang Zixia exhaled a puff of white breath and said, If that's the case, I feel a bit embarrassed. Just so you know, I haven't been to the city for almost 2 months and didn't plan to prepare any surprise for you. How about I give you a red envelope as New Year's money? She thought her idea was quite clever, and Su Zhao smiled subtly. New Year's money? Sang Zixia nodded. Yes, New Year's money. She didn't have much else, but she had saved a little money, enough to secretly put some in a red envelope. As she pondered how much silver to wrap in red paper, Su Zhao gently tapped the back of her head and teased, Forget it, I don't care about that little bit of money. It's getting windy. Let's hurry home. Sang Zixia felt a thrill from Su Zhao's words and rushed inside without even taking off her cloak to find the surprise he mentioned. It truly was a surprise. On her pillow lay a small box the size of her palm. When she opened it, the first thing she saw was a jade hairpin shaped like a begonia flower. Under the hairpin was a letter with handwriting she recognized very well. Holding the hairpin in one hand and the letter in the other, she heard Su Zhao enter and said without turning around, This hairpin must be quite expensive. How did you?
What?
Only you can have a little treasure chest and I can't hide my own savings? Su Zhao raised an eyebrow and walked over, removing the peachwood hairpin from her hair and gently inserting the jade hairpin, adjusting the angle of the begonia flower. The jade was clear, and the carving was delicate and smooth, with the begonia flower blooming vividly at the front, looking very lively. Su Yao smiled with satisfaction and said, It's beautiful. Sang Zixia instinctively reached out to touch it, her serious expression hiding a smile. Did you use your secret savings to buy this? Do you still have any left? Su Yao replied, It's a secret. You said it's secret money, so can I spill the beans? If you know everything, how will I hide it in the future? He playfully pinched Sang Zixia's cool earlobe, feeling a mix of guilt as he softly said, Let's make do this year. I'll slowly get you something better later. I'll remember, and I'll make sure to replace it piece by piece. Sang Zixia never had many nice accessories when she was single, and it got even worse after marriage. She had hidden some valuable items, but unfortunately, she never had the chance to show them off. Every day, for convenience, she usually just tied her hair up with a cloth, and on fancier days, she would use a smooth peachwood hairpin, looking neat and spirited. She didn't care much for flashy things, but every time Su Yao saw her, his heart ached a little. A jade hairpin weighing less than 5 taels had become a rare treasure. It shouldn't be like this. Sang Zixia, unaware of his complicated feelings, paused and then laughed. There's no need to replace it. I think today's is just fine. By the way, do you really not want me to give you a New Year's gift?
I can make it up to you.
Then I would just be reselling hairpins. Su Yao playfully tugged at her ear and turned to say, According to the travel time, the things you sent home should be reaching your mother soon. Take your time. I'll go help out. Su Yao was worried that she might cry after reading the family letter, so he intentionally left her alone in the room. Sang Zixia held the thin envelope in her hand, watching the closed door with a slight smile. The snow in the yard had been cleared, but now a fresh layer of snowflakes had fallen. Su Wenxiao and others were busy preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner, with steam rising from the stove, creating a thin white mist in the air. Aunt Su-san saw Su Yao and said, "Su Yao, come over and carry this steamer into the main room. We'll set the food up in there. Also, did we buy firecrackers?"
Yes.
Su Wenxiao replied while busy. "A few days ago, your second aunt remembered to buy some when she went to the embroidery shop. Once we serve the meal, let Yao go outside and set them off." "Where are those kids? Why haven't they come back yet?" Su Wenxiao peered outside with concern. "The snow is getting heavier. What if they're out there and get cold?" "Xiao Er, go outside for a bit and call Ming Yang and the others back." Su Xiao Er quietly agreed while carrying a steaming bamboo steamer. Just as she placed it down inside, the little ones who had gone out to play returned, cheering through the snow. Su Mingyang even held a small snowman in his hands. As soon as they entered, he turned to look for Sang Jixia. "Where's my sister-in-law?" "Big brother, where is my sister-in-law?" Su Xiao Er was about to tell him to be quiet when Sang Jixia's cheerful voice came from the west side. "What do you need me for?" "We brought a gift for you." Su Mingyang rushed ahead, and Su Yanran ran over to hug her arm. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxin, with their short legs, hurried over and stood in front of her, panting as they cheerfully shouted, "Happy New Year, sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, look. We made you a snowman. Do you like it?" The snowman Su Mingyang held was small, but its head and body were clearly shaped. They even used small stones and mud for the eyes, nose, and mouth, and the chubby little arms had twig fingers. Sang Jixia looked at their bright eyes and laughed. "Did you make this for me?" Su Yanran nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. Do you like it, sister-in-law?" Seeing Sang Jixia smile, Su Mingyang excitedly added a few lines he had learned. Sister Yanran said, "Snow for skin and ice for bones. It looks just like you. Doesn't it look like me?" To be honest, Sang Jixia couldn't see how this little thing resembled her. However, their enthusiasm for giving gifts was commendable. She gently patted each of their heads and carefully took the snowman into her hands, saying seriously, "If I take it inside, it will melt, and I wouldn't want that. Let's find a place by the window to display it. I want to see it every day until spring." She was very supportive, and the little ones were overjoyed, eagerly following her to find a good spot. In front of the west room, Su Minghui leaned against the doorframe, squinting as he listened to Su Mingyang's repeated words. Snow for skin, ice for bones, the fiery red plum blossoms bravely bloom in the cold. It really did resemble her. Su Minghui suppressed his complex feelings, slowly exhaled, and smiled as he walked over. "Aunt, please give me the bowls and chopsticks. I'll take them inside." While the others could handle basic preparations, when it came to making the main dishes, it was up to Sang Jixia herself. To prepare for tonight's special feast, all the ingredients were gathered a few days in advance. The pork knuckle was grilled over charcoal until the skin bubbled up, then cleaned and deep-fried until the skin turned golden and puffed up. After frying, it was soaked in cold water to set. While the pork knuckle was cooling, Xiang Jixia had already prepared the seasonings. "Su Zhao, help me drain the pork knuckle. I'll add the caramelized sugar to the pot." Su Zhao quickly covered the pot to shield against the hot oil splatters as he rolled the pork knuckle into the pot, stirred it, and immediately added water and seasonings. As the pot simmered with the pork knuckle, Su Wenxiao had also cleaned the chicken she was going to cook. She asked, Xia, should I chop the chicken into pieces or cook it whole?" "Don't chop it," Xiang Jixia replied, looking at the cleaned and marinated pig stomach. "We're cooking it whole to make pig stomach chicken."
Su Zhao.
"Yes." Xiang Jixia gestured with the knife towards the whole chicken and asked, "Can you take the bones out of this chicken?" Su Zhao understood immediately as he took the knife. "You don't want the meat to break? Just remove the bones? Preferably without breaking it." Xiang Jixia moved the pig stomach and said, "I want to stuff the chicken inside the pig stomach. If the bones aren't removed, it probably won't fit."
"Can you do it?"
"I can." Su Zhao squatted down and carefully started to remove the bones. Su Minghui came over with a bundle of firewood and asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?" Xiang Jixia replied without looking up, "Please handle the fish that's thawing in the bucket." After a moment of uncertainty, she asked, "Do you know how to scale a fish?" Su Minghui chuckled. "I think I can manage. I'll give it a try." Xiang Jixia didn't respond further, mentioning that there was hot water nearby. The sound of a knife chopping on the cutting board filled the air, and the delicious aroma of food created a lively atmosphere. The old man, who had gone out for a walk, returned home. Smelling the delicious food and seeing everyone busy yet organized, the frown on his face slowly faded. Noticing that Grandma and Uncle Su hadn't appeared, he simply remarked, "What's wrong? Is your uncle unable to get up?" Su Zhao replied, "Uncle is probably feeling unwell. Grandma is taking care of him. We can call him when it's time to eat." The old man chuckled softly, but didn't say more. If he didn't want to come out, it was better for him to stay hidden, avoiding any trouble for everyone. Under the old man's silent approval, the old lady and Uncle Su avoided all the chores, and when it was time to eat, their faces showed clear displeasure. Su Zhao ran outside to set off firecrackers. Amid the loud bangs, he strode into the main room just as Uncle Su was bowing to the temporary ancestor tablet of the Su family. Su Wenxiu nudged Su Zhao, saying, "Hurry and bow to ask for the ancestors' protection, so you can have a smooth year and good health." Su Zhao quickly went to bow, followed by Su Minghui and Su Mingyang. Little Su Mingxiu knelt down with a serious and sincere expression. If you listen closely, you could hear him mumbling Su Wenxiu's words again, and when he stood up, he emphasized two words: "Get rich." Sang Jixia found the little money enthusiast amusing and was about to get a stool for dinner when the old man suddenly said, "Jixia, you should bow too." Su Wenxiu was taken aback. She looked at the old lady's suddenly darkened face and nervously said, "Isn't this against the rules?" The Su family had been exiled for their crimes, and they couldn't even ensure their own lives, so the ancestor tablets in the ancestral hall were not a priority. Today's ancestor worship was led by the old man, who personally wrote a simple offering. Although it was a bit basic, it was still the Su family's annual ancestor worship. Worshipping ancestors was always a big deal. According to the Su family's past rules, women were not allowed in the ancestral hall, and it was not appropriate for them to participate in the worship. Not only had Su Wenxiu and her sisters-in-law never received such an honor, but even the old lady had never had the chance during ancestor worship, so it was naturally inappropriate for Sang Jixia to go. Sang Jixia hesitated. "Grandfather, this."
Just do as I say.
"You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family. What's wrong with letting the ancestors see you?" The old man handed her 3 incense sticks and said solemnly, "Kneel." Sang Jixia felt she had no choice but to kneel down. After 3 bows, the old man looked deeply at the almost laughable ancestor offering and closed his eyes, saying, "Yanran, you come too." Su Yanran was pushed forward by Aunt Su to kneel. After she stood up, the old man said heavily, "The descendants are weak, and the Su family's 100-year foundation has been destroyed in an instant. The future is uncertain, and hardships cannot be spoken of. You are all descendants of the Su family. No matter the difficulties ahead, remember to work together, united as one. Even if you cannot restore the ancestors' glory, do not wallow in self-pity and become lowly. Instead, move forward hand in hand to protect the Su family, striving to be true to yourselves and not owe anything to heaven and earth. Do you all remember?" The group led by Su Yao lowered their heads and said, "Thank you for your teachings, grandfather." The old man slowly exhaled. "All right, let's sit down and eat." Usually, they used a square table for meals, but when there were too many people, the elders would sit while the younger ones would find small stools to fit in. Today, there were too many dishes to fit on one table, so Su Yao decided to combine 2 square tables, which worked perfectly. After yesterday's conflict and today's special permission for Sang Jixia to participate in the ancestor worship, the pleasant aroma of food filled the air, but the old lady looked unusually upset. Su Sanshu's family, on the other hand, was quite happy. It was clear to everyone that the old man allowed Su Yanran to bow during the ancestor worship to make Sang Jixia seem less prominent, but what did it matter? The couple likely wouldn't have more children, and with only one Su Yanran, it was a good thing for her to gain more attention from the old man under Sang Jixia's influence. As long as Su Yao and Sang Jixia were around, their Yanran would be protected, which was better than anything else. Su Shu was also in a good mood. Su Minghui's injury wasn't serious, and he felt much better today. Su Mingyang was considerate, and with two dependable sons, who needed an unreliable husband. Before the fight, she had worried about respecting her husband, but now that they had already had a confrontation, what was there to fear? If she was unhappy, she could just hit him again. Su Wenxia was also pleased to see the green jade hairpin in Sang Jixia's hair. The bond between her son and daughter-in-law was strong, and the family troubles hadn't affected their relationship. A harmonious marriage was sweeter than any food, and it made her happy to see. The little ones happily held their bowls, but the only unhappy ones were the old lady and the frowning Su Shu. Su Shu had received a harsh beating yesterday, and today every part of his body ached painfully. He wanted to throw down his chopsticks but was wary of the old lady's warning, so he simply ate in silence, his face dark as a pot bottom. Before the old man could put down his chopsticks, he stiffly said, "I'm not feeling well. I'm going to rest." The old lady reached out to stop him but missed, her eyes briefly showing panic as she quickly explained with a forced smile, "He has bruises all over and several cuts. If it weren't for everyone being here tonight, he would be resting in his room." When it comes to hurting her, Su Aunt looked at Su with a stern gaze and scolded, "Since you entered the village, you've become more unruly. You show no respect to your husband and act more and more rudely. Stop associating with those uncouth village women, or you'll pick up their rough manners." Su Aunt, unfazed by the scolding, naturally handed Su Minghui a bowl of chicken soup. "This soup was simmered for a whole hour by your sister-in-law. Drink more to nourish your body." Su Minghui smiled and accepted it with both hands. Just as the old lady wanted to say more, Su Aunt suddenly interrupted. "Minghui, you should eat more. Look at your father. He works in the same place and looks healthy and plump. Why are you so thin? You're still young and growing. You should learn from your father's way of taking care of himself to avoid hurting your body over the years." Su Minghui smiled and nodded. The old lady thought of Su uncle, who had become quite round, and forced herself to swallow the reprimand that was on the tip of her tongue. Su uncle was now like a rat everyone wanted to chase away. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. No matter how much resentment she felt, she had to swallow it down. However, the old lady cast a cold glance at Su Yao and Sang Jixia, who were whispering together, her eyes briefly flashing with displeasure. The old man had always shown favoritism, but never to the extent of focusing all his attention on the eldest branch. The eldest branch had Su Yao, but Su Wenxia and others did not have the old man's heart. She realized that the first troublemaker was Sang Jixia. The people of the eldest branch couldn't be allowed to feel too proud. Otherwise, over time, where would she have a place in this family? At the end of the year, Su Aunt originally wanted Su Minghui to stay home for a few more days. First, it was rare to see her son, and second, Su uncle had shown no restraint when he smashed the stool, which was truly harsh. Su Minghui appeared fine on the surface, but his back was covered in alarming bruises, and the cut on his forehead was still oozing blood. However, Su Minghui disagreed. He chuckled and said, "The owner was generous and gave me a few extra days. How can I just stay home? Besides, it's not a big deal. A day or two doesn't matter. I can take my time to recover once I get there." Su Aunt was still worried. "At home, I can keep an eye on you. If your father acts up again, at least your third uncle and older brother can stop him. What will you do once you leave? What if that person makes a move again, and assuming we can't fight back? Wouldn't that mean he has to endure the beating?" Aunt Su thought this and almost wanted to grab a stick to hit her husband so he couldn't get out of bed. But Su Minghui just smiled after hearing her. "Mother, you're overthinking it. Why would father go against me for no reason? We're going to work, and there are rules from the employer that we must follow. Nothing will go wrong. Aunt Sue wanted to say more, but when she saw Uncle Sue being helped out by the old lady with a dark face, she gritted her teeth and said, "You're young, so don't swallow all the hardships. If anyone tries to cause trouble, just send a message home, and I'll take care of it." Su Minghui smiled slightly, but didn't respond. The old lady glared angrily. "What are you saying to the child? Is this how you teach children? Instead of hoping for peace between father and son, you're here stirring up trouble." "Am I stirring up trouble?" Aunt Sue looked defiantly at Uncle Sue's gloomy face and coldly said, "Old lady, if you want to protect your son, I can't just stand by and watch my son suffer. I'm making it clear today. If anyone dares to touch a hair on my son, I will fight them with all my might. If I end up killing someone, I will go to the authorities myself, but as long as I'm alive, no one will lay a finger on my son. Women are generally weak, but a mother is strong." Aunt Sue, who usually didn't dare to speak loudly in front of the old lady, suddenly erupted, leaving the old lady stunned and speechless. Aunt Sue held back her anger and pulled Su Minghui aside, giving him careful instructions. Su Minghui patiently agreed to everything. Hearing the sound of wheels rolling outside, he lowered his eyes and said, "Father, let's go." Uncle Su didn't want to leave, struggling with a face full of conflict, which earned him a warning glare from the old lady. She lowered her voice and said, "The old man has already said those words. You definitely can't stay here. Do you really want to be crippled and depend on others for the rest of your life? When has the old man ever spoken empty words?" Such a threat might not mean much to others, but coming from the old man, even if the old lady had her own grievances, she wouldn't dare say more. She secretly squeezed Uncle Sue's cold hand and whispered, "You just focus on going. I will find a way to bring you back soon. By then, who could possibly trouble you?" Over the past 2 days, the elderly lady has been advising Uncle Sue with great care. It's unclear how much he truly absorbed, but he didn't dare to openly resist her, even though it was obvious to everyone that each step he took was filled with reluctance. The elderly lady held him back and looked at Su Minghui with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Dear Minghui, your father may be a bit reckless and impulsive, but no matter what, you are still blood relatives. A son should not speak ill of his father. Can you really take the previous misunderstandings to heart?" Su Minghui smiled but did not respond. The elderly lady continued earnestly, "You know your father's nature. He has always cared for you deeply. He would never truly want to hurt you. Besides, what misunderstandings can't be resolved between a father and son? You must remember to take good care of your father and not let any misguided words ruin your relationship. Understood?" The elderly lady felt she had spoken from the heart, and after hearing her, Su Minghui took a small step back and smiled subtly, saying, "Grandmother, your advice is noted." The elderly lady hesitated, then turned to the frowning Uncle Sue and said, "Make sure you remember what I told you. If you cause any more trouble, no one will be able to help you." Uncle Sue's face twisted in anger, but he struggled to find any harsh words to say. What could he say? He had already shared his grievances, and every word was the truth, yet no one believed him. No one trusted him, and with the threat from the elder looming over him, he chose to leave rather than stay and face the consequences at home. Seeing Uncle Sue silently storm out, Su Minghui couldn't help but smirk slightly, then turned to follow him. The carriage he had arranged earlier soon disappeared down the snow-covered road. The elderly lady, frustrated with Aunt Sue, turned back into the house without a second thought. Aunt Sue noticed and subtly rolled her eyes before returning to her embroidery. Meanwhile, in the West Wing, Sang Zhixia looked at Su Yao in surprise and said, "Are you saying you want to go far away?" With nothing much to do today, sitting idle was just too cold. Su Yao decided to bring the charcoal stove closer to the bed, pulling Sang Zhixia to sit on the bed wrapped in blankets to talk. He sat across from Sang Zhixia and carefully considered how to express the thoughts he had been mulling over for days. "I do have this idea. A friend of mine from my younger days is a traveling merchant. We lost touch over the years, but I recently got in contact with him. I want to join him and find a way forward." Sang Zhixia raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Since you haven't been in touch for so long, how did you suddenly reconnect?" Does he know about the Su family situation? Anyone who knew about the Su family's troubles would want to keep their distance, fearing they might get involved. Doesn't he want to avoid that? Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle. He knows. That's not important. What matters is whether you agree to let me go. Sang Zhixiao was taken aback by the question, wrapping herself tighter in the warm blanket, blinking in confusion. Are you asking me if I agree? Yes, since I want to go out, I naturally need to ask for your opinion. Su Yao smiled and said, My mother can't make decisions for me, and my grandfather probably understands my nature. The person I need to ask is you. As he spoke, he took her hand that was outside the blanket and gently said, If all goes well, I should be back in 3 months. My grandfather is in charge at home, and your relationship with my 2 aunts is good, so there shouldn't be any problems. But when I leave, you'll be home alone. Will you be scared? Sang Zhixia caught on to something and frowned, asking, When did you start thinking about leaving? Su Yao laughed. Why do you ask that? Just curious. Sang Zhixia absent-mindedly tugged at the corner of the blanket and lazily said, You didn't just come up with this idea recently, did you? If it were a sudden thought, there wouldn't be so many conditions leading up to it. Before she got along well with the Su family, Su Yao hadn't shown any signs. Is he worried about her being bullied at home? Su Yao was once again amused by her sharpness. He casually played with her fingers and said lightly, So why do you think I waited until now to tell you?
Yishi?
Sang Zhixia regretted speaking too quickly and pulled her hand back as if shocked, avoiding his gaze and mumbling, Since you've thought it through, why would I stop you? But are you sure it's safe? Sang Zhixia pointed to the ceiling with a troubled expression and said, Don't forget the rules. This is a risky matter. The exiled sinner cannot leave the place of exile without permission. Otherwise, if the guards turn their backs, what is the point of the exile? They were able to settle in Luobei village thanks to the distant emperor who doesn't oversee them, but that doesn't mean Su Zhao can freely explore the land beneath his feet. If word gets out, the consequences would be severe. Su Zhao had already thought of this and pulled his hand back, holding it tightly in his palm. So, I'm only telling you about this. When I mention it to my mother, I'll say I went to the county to find work and won't be home for a while. If she grows suspicious, I'll need your help to cover for me. At first, he didn't want to tell Sang Zhixia the truth. But she was different from Su Wenxiu. She was too clever, and even the smallest hint could raise her suspicions. It was better to be honest now than to let her worry unnecessarily. Sang Zhixia didn't expect to have an extra task. She paused, sighing with concern. Are you sure you can keep this a secret? Absolutely. Are you sure it's completely safe? Of course.
You.
Sang Zhixia looked at Su Zhao with a complex expression, her tone subtle. Do you really have to take this risk? Is it necessary for you to go? Aren't you afraid something might happen? What exactly are you planning to do? Saying he was going to trade for profit sounded nice, but Sang Zhixia didn't believe that excuse at all. Su Zhao shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, What could possibly happen? He opened her palm and wrote a few words in her hand. In her shocked gaze, he whispered, I always felt there was something suspicious about what happened back then, but I never had the chance to investigate. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, I have to go. Gigi, my father is not a traitor, nor will he betray the country. Everyone says his father is a traitor who seeks personal gain. He doesn't believe it. Su Zhao looked up and saw the tremor in Sang Zhixia's eyes, her gaze deepening. Gigi, the Su family has been exiled here, and our descendants will never have a chance to rise again. We will bear the shame of treason for generations, never able to redeem ourselves. I won't accept that. He can survive here for a lifetime, but what about the children he and Gigi will have? Even if he bears the false accusation, will his descendants be doomed forever, unable to clear their names? Sang Zhixia's heart nearly jumped into her throat, and she couldn't speak. Su Zhao, not receiving a response, lowered his eyes and said, Gigi, I need to find out the truth. Not just to clear his father's name and the Su family's reputation. Sang Zhixia was truly stunned. Su Zhao's words carried so much weight that they echoed in her mind, leaving her feeling dazed. She had never met her father-in-law and had no way of knowing what the once great Duke of Jiaxing was like. But she knew how serious the accusations against him were. The loud commotion on the day of the raid and the rotten vegetables thrown at him as he was escorted out of the city were vivid in her memory. It was hard for her to stay calm. Zhang Zixia pushed Su Zhao's hand away, bit down on the blanket, and after a long struggle, she said, "Are you sure you can find out?" "Of course." Su Zhao shifted his position, leaning back as if exhausted, resting his head on Zhang Zixia's lap. With his eyes closed, he said, "Gigi, if my father really betrayed the country, the Su family would face severe punishment. But only my father has died. Do you really think the emperor showed mercy because he remembers the Su family's past loyalty?" Zhang Zixiao opened her mouth but didn't respond, thinking to herself, of course not. If the crime of treason could be firmly established, the emperor's blade would not spare anyone with the surname Su, nor even the fish in the pond. If there was any leniency, it must be due to some hidden truth.
But
Zhang Zixiao lowered her head, looking at Su Zhao's face, gritting her teeth. When the Su family was powerful, they still fell into such a predicament. "Isn't it reckless for you to take this risk now?" Her mind raced, and she spoke quickly without hesitation. "Why not wait a bit? We can earn more money first. You might say money is useless, but to investigate such secrets, it will definitely cost money. Without money, how can you open doors to slowly find out the truth? The Su family has barely avoided disaster and managed to stabilize. If you recklessly stir things up now, how is that any different from seeking death? If there were hidden truths behind the treason, it would surely lead to human disaster. Once others noticed Su Zhao investigating this matter, would it be easy to resolve?"
no.
In a daze, Zhang Zixia seemed to see Su Zhao's head being kicked on the ground, and her tone grew more urgent. "After waiting so long, why do you have to rush now? The crops in the warm shed will be ready this year. If the breeding goes well, we can buy more land and hire more workers next year. In less than 3 years, I guarantee the Su family will earn a lot from the double harvest. By then you can. You know my situation, but I can't wait that long." Su Yao opened his eyes and looked up at her, a hint of helplessness in his smile. Bai Ziyu sent word that the emperor fell ill last year, and his energy is declining. He could wait, but the one who could turn the Su family's fortune around could not. If the emperor were to pass away suddenly, the new emperor would not revisit the sealed documents of the late emperor, nor could he go against any of the late emperor's wishes. The Su family would have no hope left. Zhang Zixia felt a lump in her throat, as if she had swallowed a wet cotton ball, making her feel pain all over. She took deep breaths and rubbed her face, and after a while, she gritted her teeth. "So, I really have to go? Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" Su Yao stared at Zhang Zixia for a long time. Just as she was about to cover her eyes in frustration, he took her hand. "Gigi, don't say that to me." A cool, gentle kiss landed on her wrist, and Zhang Zixia suddenly forgot what she was going to say. Su Yao kissed her trembling wrist again and whispered, "I know my limits. I'm just sorry to make you worry. I'll be back in 3 months, okay? I will come back alive." Zhang Zixia had clearly been feeling off these past few days. Her face looked much the same as usual, and she didn't delay any of her tasks, but she spent more time sitting in silence and didn't initiate any conversations. It seemed she didn't want to talk to Su Yao either. This subtle atmosphere was noticed not only by Su Wenxiu and others, but even by the usually oblivious Su Mingyang. One day, when Zhang Zixia went out, Su Mingyang scrunched up his face and leaned closer to Su Yao, whispering in dissatisfaction, "Big brother, did you upset sister-in-law?" Before Su Yao could respond, he continued angrily, "Big brother is a man. How can you bully sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is already having a hard time. You can't make her unhappy again." Su Yanran, who was dragged along by Su Mingyang for support, didn't dare to voice her thoughts directly, but her disapproving expression clearly conveyed the same message. Sister-in-law is gentle and beautiful, and she can cook so many delicious dishes. She is capable and fierce, and she protects her loved ones. How can you be so clueless? Why did you provoke her? Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia held hands and looked up at him, their eyes filled with silent disapproval. Su Jinxia bluntly said, "Big brother is bad." Su Yao, who suddenly seemed bad, replied. He pressed his lips together, feeling complicated. "I didn't bully her." Su Mingyang was frustrated and stomped his foot. "If it's not you, then who else could it be? We've all reflected on our actions, and it must be you who caused this." Big brother, if you did something wrong, don't avoid it." Su Yanran frowned, speaking seriously. "Isn't this what you taught us? Be brave. Gather your courage to apologize to sister-in-law and seek her forgiveness. Otherwise, as a man, what responsibility do you have?" Su Mingxiu looked serious. "No responsibility." Su Jinxia chimed in, "Not brave." Su Yao's already confused thoughts were further tangled by their words. Facing the united disapproval of the four little ones, he felt a lump in his throat. What could he say? Confessing to Sang Zhixia was his decision, and he had spoken openly. She hadn't directly opposed it at the time, but her recent silence clearly indicated she was weighing her thoughts. If he approached her now, it would only add to her internal struggle. He wanted to live a good life with Sang Zhixia and knew that he couldn't hide his future actions from her. Rather than let her remain in the dark, he preferred for her to know everything and then make her choice. Su Yao truly didn't know how to explain himself to the angry little ones. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, the tightly closed door of the west room opened. Sang Zhixia stepped out, looking at Su Yao with a blank expression. "Come in. I need to talk to you." Su Mingyang quickly pushed Su Yao. "Hurry, sister-in-law is giving you a chance. Go apologize." Su Yao rubbed his face in disbelief and entered the room. Just as he closed the door, Sang Zhixia threw a small, heavy bag at him.
"Take this."
Su Yao raised an eyebrow in confusion, quickly opened it, and his expression changed when he looked up. Sang Zhixia, looking troubled, said, "I managed to hide some things before, but it's not much. I'm giving you half. When are you planning to leave? Are you sure you'll be back in 3 months?" Su Yao quietly clenched the item in her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Gigi, I don't need these. You can keep them for yourself." With no money in your pocket and no silver in your hand, do you plan to go around confronting people and breaking down doors to uncover the truth? Sang Zhixia rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, "I know you have your own plans, and I understand you're only sharing part of it, but it's true that you don't have any money, right? Are you really going to ask your old friends for money? Can you even say that?" Su Yao lowered her gaze and didn't respond, making Sang Zhixia even more frustrated. "Just take it." Anyway, these things were taken from the Ho residence and originally belonged to the Su family. There was no stopping it. Sang Zhixia didn't intend to stop her. Honestly, if she were in Su Yao's position, she would make the same choice without hesitation. It was about Su Yao's father, who was as heavy as a mountain in her heart, and the reputation of the Su family that had lasted for generations. She didn't feel she had the right to stop her. However, Sang Zhixia, feeling exhausted after days of consideration, sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at Su Yao, saying, "But listen to my advice. Everything can wait for another day. If you don't succeed this time, you can try again next time. Things are different now. You should be more cautious when acting alone outside. Don't let anyone catch you off guard. If any trouble arose, it would spell disaster for the Su family, and she truly wasn't ready to face that." Seeing Su Yao silent, she tilted her head and asked, "Su Yao, did you hear what I said? Don't force yourself, okay? Just try it out. If it doesn't work, you can investigate slowly next time. Please don't act impulsively and stir up trouble again or else." "I know." Su Yao's long fingers lightly brushed over the jade pendant and gold hairpin in the small cloth bag, then she took out a round, smooth pearl the size of a thumb. She stepped forward, crouched down, and placed the rest into Sang Zhixia's hands. Sang Zhixia was a bit annoyed. "Why are you?" "Gigi, this is enough." Su Yao raised an eyebrow and smiled, her eyes filled with an indescribable warmth as she held Sang Zhixia's stiff fingers and said, "I know you're worried about me, so I will definitely come back alive. You're waiting for me at home. How could I bear to put myself in danger?" Sang Jixia glared at him, irritated. Don't flatter yourself. I don't have the time to wait for you. Then I don't want to die either. Su Yao gently kissed her fingertip and noticed her trembling slightly as she softly said, Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Sang Jixia couldn't tell if she was scared or just nervous, but at this point, it seemed unnecessary to say much. She took out the 3 remaining East pearls from her small cloth bag and stuffed them into Su Yao's hand. Without waiting for him to say anything, she put on a serious face and pushed the door open. In the yard, a few small ones looked at her serious expression, feeling anxious. When they saw Su Yao following her out, their faces showed disappointment. What is going on with Big Brother? Can he even comfort someone? The small ones anxiously followed Sang Jixia outside, while Su Yao slowly exhaled and turned back into the main room. Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you. That evening, at the dinner table, Su Wenxiu looked at Su Yao in surprise and said, Why did you suddenly decide to go work in the city? Uncle Su San also put down his bowl, puzzled. Isn't there enough work at home for you? Why do you need to go out? Su Minghui and Uncle Su Er had no choice, but for Su Yao, it seemed unnecessary. Besides, working for someone else in the city is not as comfortable as farming at home. Su Wenxiu instinctively looked at Sang Jixia, hoping she would say something to persuade him, but the old man said, I know where he is going, and everything is in order. If he wants to go, let him. It won't be a problem.
But
if Yaoer goes out, all the heavy work at home will fall on his uncle and Xia. Su Wenxiu hesitated with a wry smile. We have bought a lot of farmland, and as spring approaches, work will become busy. If he leaves now, it will be to his uncle and Xia. The women in the family could help in the fields, but most of the time, they needed to do embroidery at home. If they didn't deliver the promised goods to the embroidery shop, they would lose their source of income. From any angle, Su Yao leaving now didn't seem like a good idea. Su Wenxiu wanted to persuade him further, but Sang Jixia swallowed her food and said, Mother-in-law, it's fine. Why keep him at home?
But
There is a lot of work in the fields, but can't we hire help? I asked a few days ago, and outside of the busy farming season, hiring someone for a day only costs 5 won. We can afford that. Su Wenxiu hesitated for a moment before speaking, and the elder firmly decided, what Xia said is right. We can handle our family matters ourselves. Why keep him at home for no reason? This is settled. No need for more discussion. With the elder's decision made, Su Zhao's departure was set for the next day. The silent grandmother cast an unclear look at Su Zhao, her expression briefly shadowed. Su Wenxiu was truly worried and pulled Su Zhao aside, giving him numerous reminders, saying until her throat was dry, You're going out without anyone to watch over you this time. You must not act recklessly like you did in the past, understand? You are now a married man, and your wife is at home supporting you. You must not go out and get involved with people who are not good influences, nor should you cause trouble for Xia. Do you remember that? It was understandable that she didn't fully trust her son. After all, she had been in the household for many years and had limited ways to gather information. Su Zhao had become more responsible after marrying, but what if he got distracted by temptations and fell back into old habits? Thinking of his past reputation, Su Wenxiu felt distressed and couldn't help but complain, Honestly, you really are something. Your father is very disciplined and never does anything to upset others. But you, at such a young age, have brought so much trouble upon yourself. Flowers and distractions seem to be everywhere, and you're getting into all sorts of messes. Xia is a good girl and hasn't done anything wrong to you. Don't forget the rules of the Su family. If you break them, don't blame your mother for being strict. According to Su family rules, a man must not take a concubine if he has not had children by the age of 40. Thus, even Su Zhao's flirtatious uncle only had one wife and wouldn't dare to mention divorce. If this rule were broken by Su Zhao, Su Wenxiu would be too ashamed to face her husband. Su Zhao was surprised by her thoughts and, stunned, said with a mix of laughter and tears, Mother, what do you think of me? Su Wenxiu glared. Before you got married, weren't you just that kind of person? Fortunately, he married a good woman, which helped him behave better. The more Su Wenxiu thought about it, The more she felt sorry for Sang Jixia, and unable to hold back, she pinched Su Zhao's arm. "All right, go talk to Xia nicely. Remember what I said, don't make her angry, or I'll be very upset with you." Su Yao repeatedly begged for mercy, assuring Su Wenxiu that he would behave. After reluctantly gaining her trust, he prepared to leave but suddenly turned back at the door. "Mother, while I'm away, please take care of Gigi." "Of course. She's my daughter-in-law. I won't let her suffer," Su Wenxiu replied. Su Yao smiled softly and stepped outside. In the west room, Sang Jixia had waited too long and had fallen asleep. Next to her lay the bundle she had prepared for Su Yao. He quietly approached and opened it, discovering several banknotes worth 100 taels each among the neatly folded clothes. 500 taels. For someone like the young master who used to spend money freely, this wasn't much, but for Sang Jixia, who had a small savings, it was significant. Su Yao smiled silently, taking out the banknotes and the Eastern pearl Sang Jixia had given him earlier, along with his cherished jade pendant. He placed them in a small box with an envelope. He hid the box under a cabinet that Sang Jixia rarely touched, not keeping anything for himself. Sang Jixia stirred at the sound and rubbed her eyes, mumbling, "Is that you back?" Su Yao quickly put everything away, walked over, and gently pushed Sang Jixia back under the covers as she tried to sit up. He wrapped his arms around her securely through the blanket. Leaning down, he softly kissed her earlobe and whispered, "Be good, sleep now." Sang Jixia vaguely remembered there was something she hadn't said, but before she could think clearly, sleepiness washed over her, and her eyelids grew heavy. Su Yao gently patted her back through the blanket, soothing her like a child. Once she fell back asleep, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead.
Gigi.
"My Gigi." Sang Jixia had tossed and turned for days, but last night she slept more soundly than ever. When she finally woke up, the bundle she had prepared for Su Yao was gone. She looked around the room, which seemed normal but felt strangely empty. It took her a moment to realize Su Yao had already left. When he was home, she didn't notice much, and his restless habits at night could be quite annoying. He talked a lot and was clingy, wrapping around her like an octopus. But suddenly, with him gone, the emptiness was overwhelming. Sang Jixia couldn't quite understand this feeling of emptiness. She hurriedly got dressed, only to remember that today no one was there to bring her hot water for washing. Su Yao was not at home, so no one would take care of her daily tasks. Before Su Yao returned, she had to manage everything herself. Sang Jixia stood in silence for a moment, rubbed her face hard, and opened the door to a cold breeze, which helped her wake up. To avoid affecting her mood, no one at home mentioned Su Yao, and even the little ones were careful not to bring her up, fearing they might say something to upset her. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary. Sang Jixia felt dazed for the first 2 days, but then a flurry of work came her way, leaving her little time to think about anything else. Uncle Su wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stood on the ridge and saw Sang Jixia finishing up with someone. He sighed and said, "Niece-in-law, we've really made a big scene this time. Just look around. In this 100 or so miles of village, is there any other household like ours that has hired dozens of people just to farm and even rented 3 oxen?" Sang Jixia smiled but didn't reply. Uncle Su clicked his tongue in disbelief. Is it really worth it to hire so many people for land clearing? To the west of Luobei village, there were large stretches of unclaimed land, left empty and turned into wilderness, with tangled trees and wild grass growing everywhere. The village chief might have noticed Su's enthusiasm for farming and casually suggested, "If you're so eager, why not clear some land?" There was plenty of wasteland available, and once cleared, it only required a contract with the government, paying 1 tael of silver in taxes per acre. After that, the land would belong to the Su family. Clearing land was a hassle, requiring time and money, and not many were willing to put in that effort. But Sang Jixia was willing. So, what if the location was remote? What if it was troublesome? Once the large area of wasteland was organized, it would cover no less than 100 acres. She wanted to prepare all of it to lay the foundation for next year's grain storage. who said you can't find silver in the soil. As long as you dig well, anything is possible. Sang Jixia's ambitions were unprecedented, and it didn't seem like she would stop anytime soon. After a busy day, Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su each held a densely written ledger, calculating the numbers. After some time with the abacus, they exchanged glances, and Aunt Su's face showed signs of concern. According to Xia, the land we need to clear is about 120 acres. The taxes we have to pay to the government for clearing the land, along with the wages for hiring workers and renting oxen, add up to more than 160 taels. This does not include the cost of hiring people for farming later. Su Wenxiu looked at the remaining balance in the account and smiled bitterly, saying, "We only have 140 taels in total, and it seems we won't be able to cover the gap anytime soon." Aunt Su, sewing quickly, cut the silk thread without looking up and said, "I have a double-sided embroidered screen that will be ready in 2 days, which will earn us 10 taels." She was working on a double-sided embroidered screen, which was not overly large but required very skilled techniques that no one else could manage. It took a month to complete, and the pay was a bit higher than usual. Su Wenxiu added another note in the account, still smiling sadly. But that's still not enough. Even if we include the payment for the work to be settled in a few days, and the money Su Minghui sends home at the end of the month, it still won't cover such a big gap. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Once the land is cleared, we need to fertilize it, and in spring, we have to plant seeds. There are too many tasks to do, and with insufficient manpower, we will have to spend money to hire help. Continuing to spend more than we earn is not sustainable. The elderly lady, who had lost her authority, looked displeased and scrutinized Sang Jixia with a sneer, saying, "I told you her wild ideas are not to be trusted. Letting her do as she pleases, what good will it do even if we spend all our savings? Spending everything on hiring people to clear the land, will this family go hungry? Are we supposed to wait with empty stomachs for the land to produce food?" Once the elderly lady started her sarcastic remarks, she couldn't stop. Su Mingyang leaned in and whispered, "Grandmother, don't worry about going hungry. I'll eat less and let you have the rest." Su Mingxiu, who had just finished half a bowl of sweet rice wine, chimed in, "I won't eat either. It's all for grandmother." The elderly lady's expression darkened, and before she could respond, the old man's voice came from behind, "There's no need to worry about money." He took out 3 light silver notes and handed them to Su Wenxiu, saying calmly, "I have some here. Take it and settle the accounts." Su Wenxiu was surprised and took the notes with both hands, unsure of what to say. The elderly lady raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "So much money. Where did it come from? Why ask so many questions?" The old man looked at her with a vague expression and said lightly, "In any case, take what you have. It's not something obtained through improper means, so you won't feel guilty spending it at home." The old lady appeared conflicted, wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Wenxiu, having quickly calculated the accounts, showed a relieved smile. With this support, the issues Xia mentioned won't be a big problem. Whether it's labor or seeds, we will definitely manage by then. The old man nodded slightly and turned to the quiet Sang Jixia, saying, "Xia girl, come with me to the village chief's house to discuss the land contract." Sang Jixia readily stood up. "Sure." Watching the old man take Sang Jixia out, the old lady clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction. Su Yao had been gone for over a month, and there had been no news at all. In just over a month, without Su Yao's subtle support, Sang Jixia had gained more favor from the old man. Sang Jixia was unaware of the old lady's complicated feelings and felt a bit uneasy as she followed the old man for quite a distance. Seeing her hesitating and somewhat guilty, the old man chuckled. "What's wrong?" Sang Jixia looked a bit embarrassed and touched her nose, saying, "Grandfather, about the money. This matter must not be discussed in front of others." The old man smiled knowingly and said, "I heard from your third uncle that you were the last to leave the house on the day of the search. Yao protected you a bit, and the searchers didn't have time to check thoroughly, so you hid it that day, right?" Since she had decided to take significant action, she had also considered the family's limited finances. She still had some money, and taking it out wouldn't be a big issue, but finding a way to use it openly was quite a challenge. The only suitable channel was through the old man. The money he provided would not be questioned by anyone. When she secretly handed the banknotes to the old man, she worried he would ask questions, but to her surprise, he said nothing and smoothly handled the situation without drawing attention to her. Sang Zixia smiled awkwardly and complimented him. "Grandfather, you truly have a keen eye. It was indeed hidden that day." She thought the old man would ask how much she had left, but instead, he said, "It's wise to be cautious and clever. Don't worry about having little, but rather about fairness. Stay low-key and understand that hiding your strengths is a long-term strategy." He turned his head to look at Sang Zixia with a gentle smile typical of an elder. "What you have brought out this time is enough. Don't mention it again. This matter cannot be spoken of by anyone except for you and me. Understood?" The old man was the head of the Su family and cared deeply for it. Being a wise elder, he knew that his time was limited and the future was in the hands of the younger generation. Therefore, he did not restrict their growth and even supported and guided them in secret, hoping for their success. However, not everyone thinks the same way. Sometimes, elders have their own concerns. If the others in the family found out that Sang Zixia still had hidden money, it could lead to problems. Sang Zixia paused and quickly nodded. "Grandfather, don't worry, I understand." "That's good. Your grandmother and 2 aunts are used to being stable and have no ambition or courage to take risks. In the future, while you manage the household, the internal affairs of this family will fall into your hands. Learn from them, but don't limit your vision to just the household accounts." The old man recalled the plan Sang Zixia had presented to him not long ago, noting its clear logic and organization, which brought him a subtle sense of satisfaction. "As you said, today clearing 120 acres is just the beginning. Gradually it will multiply tenfold, or even 100-fold. The visible crops will amount to thousands of pounds, or even more unimaginable quantities. These will be your strength." Sang Zixia's sudden decision to clear land and expand without concern for costs seemed abrupt to others. The old man thought of Su Zhao, who was somewhere unknown, and a sigh briefly crossed his mind, gradually understanding the unspoken truths. If it weren't for Su Zhao's actions making Sang Zixia feel urgency, she might not have made such a decision at this critical moment. The old man slowly exhaled and said, "By the way, you don't seem to be an ambitious person." Sang Zixia did not expect to hide anything from the old fox. With a sigh, she honestly replied, "To be honest, all I can think about is 3 meals a day. As long as I'm fed, I don't bother with much else. Isn't it just that circumstances force us to act?" Regardless of the outcome of Su Zhao's journey, the path ahead was essentially the same. Either take root quickly in the northwest and find ways to earn more money for a future of fairness and truth, or remain silent forever. Su Yao was unwilling to fade away like dust, so she had to take action. Thinking of Su Yao, Sang Zixia's smile faded a bit, and she said with a forced smile, "We have many places to spend money in the future. Earning just a little bit at a time might mean that one day I won't get to eat the food I long for. I can't stay calm about it." The old man chuckled. "You're quite honest. That's good." At this point, there was no need to say more. The old man closed his eyes and said, "You and Yaoer are of one mind. That's better than anything else." What impressed him even more was that the seemingly delicate girl, well protected by Su Yao, could stand on her own after losing her husband, showing determination that rivaled his proud grandson. That was very good. Better than he expected. The old man smiled and recalled a story, saying slowly, "Have you heard of the Iron Lady?" Sang Zixia blinked in confusion. "Iron Lady?"
Yes.
The old man squinted at the barren land taking shape in the distance and said slowly, "She was originally the wife of a minor official in a border town. When enemies attacked and the country was unstable, she lost her husband and son and took up arms. With her strength, she defended against the invaders during a time of political turmoil, gathering refugees to form an army, vowing to protect the border between the 2 nations. She encouraged farming and trade, restoring stability to a broken land. Later generations called her the Iron Lady in recognition of her achievements, and a stone was erected at the border to honor her life. When our dynasty was established, there were plans to reward her, but fate was unkind, and she passed away young. After finishing, the old man looked at the puzzled Sang Zixia and gently said, "People often see women as weak, comparing them to reeds. Yet, while they may seem fragile, they possess a strong resilience that can surpass even the hardest materials." Before being forced to take up arms, the Iron Lady likely had no ambitions. But when chaos struck, women can reveal their true strength. In other words, you may not have had ambitions before. You may not have dreamed of anything else. But when you have the desire to survive, you can certainly achieve it. The old man gently patted her on the head and said softly, "It's normal to feel anxious when you suddenly take on such a big task without consulting anyone, especially with Qiao not at home. It's okay to feel nervous and scared, but don't be afraid. Now that you've started, just go ahead and do it. If others can do it, so can you. And even if things go wrong, I'm still here. The sky won't fall." His seemingly casual words carried a hidden strength, quietly easing the worries in Sang Zixia's heart. At first, she felt uncertain about this decision. She had read a lot in her past life and learned many skills, but due to her upbringing and limited experiences, she naturally preferred a stable life and avoided risks. The thought of becoming a big landowner came to her suddenly, all because of Su Qiao. She hid her feelings well and never showed her anxiety, but the old man noticed her unease. Sang Zixia smiled after a moment of silence. "Thank you, grandfather. This is all your ability. Why thank me?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There's still much to do." Sang Zixia sniffed and quickly caught up, soon adjusting her mood to talk about other things with him. The old man listened more than he spoke, occasionally asking questions and guiding Sang Zixia to continue. If Su Qiao were there, he would notice that the old man guiding Sang Zixia now was just like how he taught him years ago, just like when he was 10 years old. Meanwhile, at the ferry 800 miles away, Su Qiao, dressed in black and looking thinner, stared blankly at the boxes filled with gold and silver treasures. A man in red, squatting on the ground and rummaging through the boxes, raised an eyebrow and said, "With so much here, did you rob someone?" Su Qiao replied flatly, "Am I a bandit? What's the difference between you and a bandit?" The man in red, unbothered by the dirt, sat in a patch of reeds and said with a smirk, "A broken arrowhead made that Wu Gai give you so many valuables to silence you, so there must be quite a bit of dirt hidden here." He picked up a shiny gold ingot and held it up before letting it fall back into the box. Seeing the shattered jade bottle, he remarked, "Looks like we're in the right place." There were issues with the arrows and weapons used by my adoptive father during the expedition, and they were significant. He mentioned that the person with the surname Wu was the leader of the weapons depot in Kyoto, responsible for the movement and preparation of weapons, and had been friends with the Marquis of Jiaxing for many years. Logically, the weapons he personally prepared should not have any issues, but the problem arose right here. Su Zhao quickly closed his eyes and said seriously, "We need to continue investigating from here. The weapons depot has many people, and my father couldn't possibly be completely unprepared. There must be things we don't know." Of course. However, this time, the person with the surname Wu will definitely be on guard. It won't be easy to wait for him to act. Should we just capture him and interrogate him? What's the use of capturing him? Su Zhao looked at him with frustration and said coldly, "Chen Jing'an, do you really think you're a bandit?" Chen Jing'an grinned mischievously. Su Zhao felt a bit annoyed. This is our only lead right now. We can't let anything happen to the person with the surname Wu. We need to keep watching him. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. If he gets scared, he will definitely make a move. We need to secretly find out who he has been in contact with and follow the clues. We cannot be hasty. The clues from the weapons depot were a hard one. If we startle the snake, everything will be lost. Chen Jing'an, knowing everything, deliberately narrowed his eyes. The grandson with the surname Wu is timid. What if we scare him into confessing? Without solid evidence, can his word alone be trusted? If he dies, what he said won't count. It wouldn't be hard to take his life. Su Zhao looked at him as if he were foolish and said coldly, "Don't create trouble. Few people know about your relationship with my father. Otherwise, your name would surely come up in any investigation. I can't move around freely. Don't do anything reckless that could cost you your life." Hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Qin Jingen's eyes as he stared at the broken jade bottle and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't forget my adoptive father's revenge. By the way, I heard you have a good relationship with your sister-in-law. Now that you're here, why don't you tell me more about it?" Qin Jingen was genuinely curious. He grew up with Su Zhao, and outsiders only saw him as Su Zhao's sidekick, getting into trouble together. In reality, they both called the same person father in private. Even Su Wenxiu didn't know about this. Before the Su family fell, they were very prominent, and Qin Jingen felt he had blended into the shadows where others couldn't easily notice him, secretly helping Su Zhao with matters that couldn't be seen in public. Because of this, when the Su family faced disaster and their property was seized, he was able to escape unnoticed and quietly gather some clues. After nearly a year without news, Qin Jingen thought about what he had heard, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He whispered, "Tell me more. How is your sister-in-law? Are you?" "She is doing well." Su Yao glanced at him coldly. "I don't need to tell you how good she is." Qin Jingen, not easily discouraged, pouted and said, "I'm just curious. You don't know how people in the capital talk. Everyone thinks you are deeply in love with the eldest daughter of the Sang family, but then the Prince of Rui took her away, and the Sang family forced a younger daughter on you. That must be frustrating. Many people are guessing how long that unknown younger daughter will last with you, saying it's a pity. I see you looking so pleased, which is the opposite of what people are saying. Is your relationship really that good? Why do you care?" Su Yao replied indifferently, casually rubbing his fingers, and said, "Did Sang Bingru become the Princess of Rui as she wished?" Qin Jingen rolled his eyes.
How could that be?
"When you left the city, didn't your sister-in-law shout at the city gate? The rumors about her and the Prince of Rui had just calmed down, and you stirred things up again. The prince has always been proud and wouldn't associate with anyone who could tarnish his reputation. How could he elevate someone like her to be his princess?" Thinking back on past events, Qin Jingen's expression grew more regretful. "You and Sang Bingru almost became a couple. Why be so harsh? First, she had a betrothal with you, which is a problem. Then there are rumors about her and the prince. All this has tarnished her reputation as the most beautiful lady. Now that she's still at home, it's probably hard for her to marry." Su Yao is not someone who would make things difficult for women, but for some reason, he showed no mercy towards Sang Bingru. He aimed for the most critical part of a young lady's reputation, and now she was left with nothing to gain. After listening, Su Yao gave him a puzzled glance. "What, are you feeling sorry for her?" Qin Jingen scoffed. "Does someone like her deserve sympathy? The Sang family isn't anything good. If he was on the right track, the betrayal of the Duke of Jiaxing was somewhat connected to General Sang. Sang Bingru, at such a young age, is entangled with men from two families while staying in her chamber. Even if she is beautiful, she is dangerous, so what use is she?" Qin Jingen thought about this and felt a bit gloomy. Sitting cross-legged and looking up at Su Zhao, he said, "You value your sister-in-law so much, but what if the Sang family and the Su family have a hidden feud? That could cause you trouble. Have you thought about how to explain things to your sister-in-law?" Su Zhao paused for a moment and replied calmly, "She doesn't need such an explanation. Sang Zixia has a strained relationship with the Sang family. The only thing she cares about is her mother and younger brother, who are suffering at home. When the truth finally comes out, as long as she can protect them, Sang Zixia probably won't care about anyone else's fate. She simply doesn't mind." Qin Jingen didn't quite understand Su Zhao's confidence and paused before saying, "I'll wrap things up here. I'll keep an eye on that grandson with the surname Wu. Are you planning to stay a bit longer or head back?" Before Su Zhao could respond, he continued, "It's not convenient for you to show yourself now. If someone notices you've left the Northwest, it could be a big problem. But if you want to stay, that's fine. I can find a way." "Why would I stay after the work is done?" Su Zhao looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "To keep you company?" Chun Jing'an smiled agreeably. "If you want to keep me company, that's fine, although you're thinking too much." Su Zhao glanced at the contents of the box, sighed, and said, "I'll leave for home tomorrow. Don't forget what I told you earlier. Make sure to handle it quickly." Chun Jing'an replied, confused, "You asked me to quickly figure out the channels and connections of the major grain merchants. Why is that? Is your family out of rice? Are you in a hurry to buy some? Besides, what's the use of figuring this out? Their current leads are in the armory, and after the Su family incident, people were quickly moved away from the armory and scattered. What's the point of studying rice merchants?" Su Zhao was silent for a moment before saying, "What if I want to get involved in the grain trade?" Chun Jing'an looked at him with pity and said, "You know, if you daydream too much, you might end up foolish. Ancestor, you were exiled to the northwest, a vast and cold place with few people. Where would you get grain to trade? The northwest is barren and harsh. Each year, the harvest isn't enough for the locals to eat, let alone to sell or trade. The most abundant grain harvests are found in the fertile Jiangnan region, which has always been controlled by powerful families and merchants, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to gain a foothold. He can't do it." Su Zhao is also struggling. Having money is useless. The people there don't lack for it at all. Moreover, they hardly have any funds left to mobilize. Chun Jing'an wanted to encourage Su Zhao to be more realistic, but Su Zhao recalled what Sang Jixia had said to him, smiling faintly, "Who says that dreaming big is impossible? What if that barren land can truly produce a miracle?" Miracle? Chun Jing'an's expression was complicated. "The fact that you can come up with such an idea makes you the real miracle. All right, if you want to take action, I'll help you with it, but let me be clear. Grain is a matter of national importance, and there are too many people in Jiangnan watching closely. It will be hard to find an opportunity anytime soon, so don't get your hopes up. However, if you can create something in the northwest, then that changes everything. There are many people in the hot kitchen, but it's hard to break in. The northwest is a cold place, and besides Su Zhao, no one would think to go there. If Su Zhao could really establish himself in the northwest and become a major landowner and grain merchant." Chun Jing'an couldn't help but smile. "That would be wonderful. Food is essential for the people. If they can control this vital resource, not only could they solve their money problems, but their work would also go much smoother." Chun Jing'an stopped there and didn't say more, while Su Zhao, thinking of his family, lost patience to linger. "This is how it is. You handle it carefully and don't let me hear bad news about you." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Chun Jing'an, eager for more details, called out, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? You still haven't told me why you are so devoted to her. Who told you I'm devoted to her?" Su Zhao turned back with a blank expression, his tone mocking. Does Sang Bingru even deserve that? As for why he would take action against someone he barely knew, a cold glint appeared in Su Zhao's eyes. There's no need to elaborate on the grievances his Jiji faced at home. Just the fact that Sang Bingru came to mock Sang Jixia on the day of her exile was enough for him to lay countless sharp blades on her path home. His Jiji didn't care about the past. Unfortunately, he was born with a narrow and cold heart, and he would repay any slight with interest. He wouldn't hold back. Before spring, the northwest was covered in a thick blanket of snow. The snow was so deep it reached the calves, making it difficult to move. Fortunately, the land-clearing progress was quick, and it was almost finished before the heavy snow fell, so it didn't cause too many delays. Su Wenxiu was calculating the recent high expenses while fiddling with her needle and thread, murmuring, "Xia xia, why hasn't Tiao sent any news home? What did he say when you last saw him?" Su Tiao had been away for over 2 months, without any word or intention of returning. Su Wenxiu was worried but had no one to ask, so she turned to Sang Jixia and said, "Although he hasn't been gone long, Minghui still sent a letter home. Why is it that he has no news? When you visited him, did he mention when he would come back?" Sang Jixia stiffened slightly at the question, feeling a sense of helplessness that she couldn't express. What could she say? Her previous trip to the city to buy things was just a cover. She had no idea where Su Tiao really was. How could she know when he would return? Sang Ji Xiao lowered her head and reached toward the charcoal pot, mumbling. He said the boss is busy, so it's hard to say when he'll be back, but he looked well, so I guess everything is fine. Su Wenxiu opened her mouth to say something but hesitated, feeling a bit troubled. She wanted to go see him, but there were too many chores at home, and she couldn't go anywhere. Aunt Su Sen noticed and changed the subject. Speaking of Su Tiao, I just remembered the seedlings in our greenhouse. When he left, the seedlings had just been divided, and many people were waiting to see if we would end up with nothing. Now, after more than 2 months, those seedlings have grown ears, and no one dares to say anything anymore. Outside, the ground was still covered in ice and snow, and families in the village were anxiously waiting for spring to arrive so they could start planting. While others hadn't even sown their seeds, the rice at the Su family was already plumping up. Su Wenxiu couldn't help but smile at the thought. That's why Xia has good ideas. The greenhouse is really well built. A month ago, we spread some vegetable seeds on a small patch of dry land, and the Wu family's wife said they're growing better than those planted outside in spring. In a few days, we'll be able to enjoy the freshest vegetables. The greenhouse maintained a good temperature, and the rice was getting fuller. The vegetables planted in the dry land were thriving as well, growing back quickly after being harvested. They were picking so much that they couldn't eat it all fast enough, so they even gave some away. During this season, most families were eating root vegetables from their cellars, but the Su family had plenty of different dishes on their table. Aunt Su, focused on her sewing, suddenly paused and said regretfully, "It's such a hassle for us to go to the city. We don't have a convenient mule cart. If we could plant more vegetables this season and sell them in the city for some extra income, right? Vegetables are not expensive, but in winter, while others may not afford them, we have some at home. Taking these out would make them more valuable." Sang Jixia chuckled. Growing vegetables isn't hard, but selling them is quite a hassle. It's a lot of work, and you barely make any money. Aunt Su sighed, accepting this point. You're right. By the way, I heard from your uncle San that you set aside a spot in the greenhouse to grow vegetables too? Su Wenxiu immediately replied, "Is it okay if we don't plant any seeds? If we grow too much and can't eat it all, it would just go to waste." In the past, this amount of produce wouldn't have seemed significant, but now, thinking about it, those are vegetables nurtured by our own hard work. It would be such a shame if they went bad. Sang Zixia shook her head. That's not for growing vegetables. It's for breeding seeds. The first batch of rice seeds has already grown vigorously, and the green, plump rice ears look promising, but she's not satisfied. The limitations of the rice seeds mean low yields and poor resistance to pests and diseases. Such seeds will only produce worse results each year, and hard work won't change that. To cultivate better hybrid rice seeds, she needs to put effort into this. From the seedlings to the flowering rice, she has been preparing for the future. Sang Jixia knew explaining would be complicated, so she simply said, "I plan to keep seeds for next year. Our family should be able to manage 2 harvests this year, so instead of buying seeds later, it's better to save a good batch now." Su Wenxiu and the others nodded, though they only partially understood. Sang Zixia unconsciously touched the jade hairpin in her hair, her gaze drifting. The rice ears in the greenhouse have started to droop. Once they lower their heads, she will raise the temperature in the greenhouse, and in about half a month, they can be harvested. Will Su Yao be able to come home in time for the first harvest? The deadline in March is approaching. Does he still remember the way home? Sang Jixia felt a bit anxious thinking about it. Unable to sit still, she grabbed her cloak and headed to the fields. On the day Su Yao finally returned home, Sang Jixia went to the fields before dawn with the others. Su Yanran was holding a basket, calling her younger siblings to line up. "Everyone stand straight, hold on to your things, don't spill the water, and be careful not to drop the drinking bowls." She finished speaking with a serious expression and frowned as she swatted Su Mingyang's hand. "Don't poke the steamed bun with your dirty hands. If you make it dirty, how will the adults eat it?" Su Mingyang felt a bit guilty looking at the dent he made in the white bun. He was about to explain when he looked up and saw Su Yao standing by the door, excitedly calling out, "Big brother." Big brother is back. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia, who were listening carefully to Su Yanran's lecture, turned at the sound and rushed over when they saw Su Yao. Before Su Yao could say anything, she was suddenly surrounded by them. He helplessly rubbed each of their heads and frowned at the unusually quiet house, surprised. Where is everyone? Is it just you at home? Su Jinxia skillfully climbed up his clothes, puffing as she said, "They went to the fields." Su Yao lifted his little sister, who was like a monkey, onto his arm and turned his gaze to Su Yanran, who was also excited but trying to remain composed. They all went to the fields? Su Yanran nodded vigorously, her eyes shining as she said, "Sister-in-law said the rice in the shed can be harvested today." Grandfather took everyone to the fields. Su Yao didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He glanced at what Su Yanran was holding and said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll change my clothes and go with you." The little ones jumped up and cheered, while only Su Yanran was a bit more considerate. She hurried over and said, "Big brother, why don't you rest at home for a bit since you just got back?" Su Yao casually handed Su Jinxia to her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had promised to return within 3 months, and today was the last day of the month. If he hadn't shown up, someone would surely be upset. Meanwhile, in the warm shed filled with golden rice, Sang Zixia raised her sickle and sneezed loudly. She suspiciously sniffed her nose and mumbled, "Who is cursing me?"
Sanxia.
On the other side of the field, Uncle Su was holding a sickle and asked, "Where did you mark the boundaries? Can we harvest these all in one place?" Sang Zixia rubbed her nose and quickly walked over. "Don't harvest the left side. I'm saving that for breeding. Just follow this row and harvest along the edge, and the boundaries will be clear." Uncle Su nodded, somewhat understanding, rolled up his sleeves, and bent down to grab the yellowed rice stalks. Just as Sang Zixia was looking for something to separate the two sides, a familiar voice called out from behind her, "Want some water?"
"I'm not thirsty, just."
Sang Zixia's mind went blank as she suddenly stopped her movement of sorting the rice stalks. She turned around in surprise and met Su Yao's smiling gaze. After 3 months apart, it seemed like this person hadn't focused much on eating and had lost quite a bit of weight. The contours of her cheeks were sharper, and her figure looked more robust, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. But the curve of her brows and eyes remained the same, and the smile at the corner of her lips still held a hint of teasing, as if nothing had changed. Su Yao held out a bowl of water towards Sang Zixia and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Give me the sickle, and you can take a break." Sang Zixia's lips moved, but no words came out. After having the sickle taken from her and receiving the bowl, she looked down at the rippling water and seemed to just realize something, saying somewhat dazedly, "You're back?" She really did come back as promised? Su Yao rolled up her sleeves with a hint of amusement. "What else would I do? You've been waiting at home, so how could I not come back on time?" Sang Zixia instinctively frowned, wanting to say something but stopping herself as she glanced towards Su Winxiu and the others. With so many people around, it wasn't convenient to talk here. She took a deep breath and shot Su Yao a warning glance. "I'll discuss it with you when we're back and alone." She took a sip of warm water, then climbed up onto the ridge and pointed out the direction to Su Yao, who had just returned to help. "Just this area. When you're done, call me." Su Yao readily nodded in agreement, and Sang Zixia hurried off to the other side. The temperature in the greenhouse was well maintained, and this batch of early rice seemed to have a good harvest. The villagers who came to see the commotion were constantly expressing their admiration. On this long-neglected, harsh land, seeing rice harvested in early April was truly a first for them. However, in Sang Zixia's eyes, it was still not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. The neatly cut rice stalks were bundled and stood upright in the field. Sang Zixia didn't follow the villagers' suggestion to bring the threshing barrel for on-site processing. Instead, she dove into the harvested rice bundles, picking out heavy ears of rice one by one that met her standards and setting them aside. The old man followed her into the field and wiped the sweat from his brow with the sickle. "Xia girl, do you really need to select each one?" With 2 greenhouses covering 4 acres, the total harvest of rice ears and stalks was nearly 700 to 800 pounds. If she had to select each one, how long would that take? Sang Zixia knew the workload was heavy, but thinking of the terrifyingly poor breeding conditions, she could only smile wryly and nod. There's no other way to choose. The current conditions are already quite poor. If we slack off in this manual selection process, who knows how long it will take to see results. She doesn't want to wait that long. The old man doesn't fully understand the deeper meaning, but he has one good quality. He never interrupts or gets in the way when he doesn't understand, and he's always willing to help. His old back couldn't handle bending down to harvest for too long, so he walked over, stepping on the rice stalks scattered on the ground. "Tell me how to choose," he said. Sang Zixia made space for the old man to sit on the ground and held up a selected rice ear, saying softly, "Grandfather, look at this. The grains are plump and the shape is uniform, with no black spots or gray marks on the husk. The distance between the grains is similar, and the size and shape of the grains are consistent. This is good." Xian Yanran, who was also squatting nearby, stood up and turned around, carefully selecting 2 rice ears to hand over. "Sister-in-law, is this right?" Sang Zixia gave her a thumbs up. "Smart." Xian Yanran blushed a little and giggled, then turned around and playfully slapped Su Mingyang on the back of the head, who was playing in the mud. "Stop playing and come here. I'll teach you how to select rice ears. Come help." With Xian Yanran leading the way, the little ones dove into the bundled rice stalks, playing and selecting, and they actually found quite a few suitable ones. Sang Zixia filtered their initial selections again, her movements becoming quicker, and the rice stalks falling under the sickle increased. Su Liao arrived late, but worked quickly. Su Senshu, who had been laboring hard for half a day, was easily caught up by him and laughed, holding his sore back. "Isn't it better to be young? Look at this energy." Su Liao went from being inexperienced to skilled, efficiently bundling the cut rice ears. Once he was done, he said, "Uncle, are you feeling old?" Su Senshu glared in dissatisfaction. "You little brat, who are you calling old?" Su Liao smiled and said nothing. Su Senshu wiped his sweaty palms on his clothes and grumbled, "Nonsense. I'm still in my prime. You're not even in my league. I'm just letting you have this, you know?" Su Liao made a subtle sound of disbelief, which sparked Su Senshu's long-lost competitive spirit. By the time dusk fell, he was supporting his back and coming out of the field, feeling exhausted. Fortunately, the sweat was not in vain. With one more day, they would be able to harvest all the rice in this warm shed. Uncle Su sat on the ridge, grinning and taking a breath. Aunt Su, who had also worked hard all day and couldn't straighten her back, brought him a bowl of water. "In 3 to 5 days, we should finish gathering from both sheds. But I heard that threshing is even harder work. I don't know if that's true." Sang Zixia rubbed her sore neck and sighed. It is true. In an era of low agricultural labor, every grain of rice was earned with sweat. She had seen the most commonly used threshing barrel in the village. It was just a basic human-powered threshing drum, and it didn't work well without enough force. Gathering from the 2 greenhouses wasn't too difficult, but what about later? After clearing over 100 acres of wasteland, would they still be doing this in the golden autumn of October? Sang Zixia thought for a moment, and her head felt heavy. She tried to recall the various threshing tools she had seen before and rubbed her chin, saying, "Let's not rush into threshing. I'll go back and do some research, then find a carpenter to try it out." "A carpenter?" Aunt Su wiped her sweat and laughed. "Su Qiao is back. Why do you still need a carpenter?" She nodded towards Su Qiao. "Su Qiao is quite good at woodworking, and if that doesn't work, your uncle Su can help too." The couple, Wu Chonggui and his wife, who had come to help, hadn't left yet, so it wasn't convenient to discuss too much. Su Qiao stepped forward and spoke in a voice only Sang Zixia could hear. "Uncle Su worked in the Ministry of Works for 10 years and is skilled in various techniques. If you're thinking of any farming tools or woodworking tricks, he knows much more than an ordinary carpenter." The skills he had were learned while playing with Uncle Su. Sang Zixia thought that one shouldn't judge by appearances. She turned in surprised to see Uncle Su, covered in mud and sweat, looking quite pleased with himself. "Dear niece-in-law, are you underestimating your uncle? As long as it's related to objects, whatever you mention, I can roll up my sleeves and make it for you. Just let me know. With Uncle Su's words, Sang Zixia felt oddly reassured. On the way home, she chatted with him a bit. After hearing her ideas, Uncle Su instinctively clicked his tongue. You mean you want to modify the threshing barrel to be powered by flowing water? I've never seen anything like that. Sang Zixia had a rough idea of a water wheel model in her mind that could use water power for threshing and also irrigate at the same time. She thought for a moment and said, if we can make it, wouldn't that mean we've all seen it? Uncle Su, think about it. One of our fields is right next to the river upstream, where the water flows quickly. If we could use that rushing water to help with the threshing, wouldn't that save us a lot of effort? We could turn that piece of land into a threshing area, bring all the rice harvested from elsewhere over, and do it all at once before sending the rice back. Wouldn't that be great? Uncle Su hesitated. Use the water flow? Is that possible? Why wouldn't it be possible? Sang Zixia smiled. Water and wind are natural forces. If we can use them, we should. If we do it right, we save our own energy. Uncle Su, holding his sore back, felt tempted. He didn't want to admit he was getting old, but working hard was really tiring. Sang Zixia thought for a moment and asked, Uncle, have you ever made a water wheel? Uncle Su blinked in confusion. A water wheel? Yes, a water wheel. At that time, farmers relied on two main irrigation methods. One was to dig a channel close to the water source, and the other was manual irrigation. The first method depended too much on geography and needed perfect conditions, which were hard to achieve. The second method was less picky about location but still required a lot of effort. In simple terms, it wasted time, consumed energy, and was hard to scale. Sang Zixia had wanted to talk about irrigation with the water wheel for a while. Seeing that Uncle Su seemed to understand, she eagerly shared her ideas with him. As Uncle Su listened, he became excited, breathing a bit faster. If what you're saying can be done, then irrigating the rice won't be hard at all. Sang Zixia clapped her hands. That's exactly what I mean. We can dig channels in the open land and use a water wheel set up upstream to direct water into the channels. With that in place, even during dry spells, as long as the water source isn't dry, we won't have to worry about irrigation. We can ensure the fields will always have water, and crops won't die from lack of timely watering. Most importantly, with the water wheel drawing from the source, water will flow continuously into the channels without anyone needing to work hard to bring it in. Uncle Su imagined it and slapped his thigh, saying, I think it's feasible. Let's go home and give it a try. Su Liao reached out, but his hand fell empty. He watched as Uncle Su excitedly brought Sang Zixia home, carrying a basket filled with several sickles, and couldn't help but chuckle. After a busy day, he still hadn't found a chance to say a few words. Su Wenxiu, unaware of his feelings, looked at his slightly darkened face with both concern and relief. Shower, how long can you stay at home this time? Do you have to go out again? Before Su Xiao could answer, she sighed. Why don't you just help out at home? Sang Xia has hired quite a few people to clear the land recently. We have over 100 acres waiting to be planted. With so much work at home, how can you run around outside? Even if you can pay someone to do it, you still need to keep an eye on everything, right? Thinking of how busy Sang Xia had been lately, Su Wenxiu couldn't help but frown. If you're not at home, Sang Xia will be too busy to manage everything. Over time, how will she handle it? She's already so thin, and with all this work, she's lost even more weight. When Su Xiao heard about the 100 acres, a shadow crossed his eyes. After a long pause, he nodded, I understand. Su Wenxiu replied, just understanding isn't enough. You need to take this seriously. Su Xiao sighed and agreed.
Don't worry, Mom.
I know what I need to do. Su Wenxiu continued to murmur softly, but Su Xiao let her words go in one ear and out the other, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Gigi wasn't an ambitious person. Suddenly, she was so boldly clearing land and cultivating. Su Xiao kept his thoughts to himself and, upon entering the house, saw Uncle Su and Sang Zixia setting up an oil lamp on the table, preparing to sketch. Sang Zixia picked up a brush and drew a rough shape, explaining, the water wheel is roughly this shape. It's best to set it up on by the riverbank. This way, the natural flow of water will help move the water wheel. She extended a circle beside it, pointing to it. When the water wheel turns in the river, it can not only bring water out but also transfer the force to this improved threshing barrel. As long as the river keeps flowing, the barrel can turn by itself. We just need to put the harvested rice in, and when it's ready, we can take out the threshed grain from below. If it's not in use, we can remove the threshing barrel, and the water wheel can just be used for irrigation, 2 benefits in one. Her drawing skills were not great, and the sketches on the paper only vaguely showed the shape. However, Sang Zixia explained very seriously, word by word, and even brought a few palm-sized wooden boards to show Uncle Su on the ground. Su Yao quietly listened behind her, saying nothing. The old man also quietly approached. As they gathered together, a moment of realization flashed in Uncle Su's eyes, and he suddenly jumped up excitedly. I understand. What you said makes sense. Sang Zixia looked up at him with bright eyes. Uncle, can we make it? Uncle Su replied without hesitation, of course. You've explained it so well, there's nothing we can't do. He was so excited that his voice trembled, rubbing his hands together, saying, Niece-in-law, if we can really make this water wheel and the threshing bucket, it won't just be a blessing for our family, it will be a great benefit to the country and the people. One change can affect many places. Although this device is only used for half the year in the cold northwest, what if it were placed in other areas? What if it were in the spring like Jiangnan? The money and labor saved would be countless, a blessing for farmers. Sang Zixia hadn't thought that far, and just smiled at the idea. I just suggested it. Whether it benefits everyone depends on your woodworking skills, Uncle.
What's so hard about that?
Uncle Su said excitedly, his face turning red. I've been working in the Ministry of Works for over 10 years, carving wood for just as long. I've been waiting for this day. Just wait, I will definitely make this thing. Sang Zixia let out a sigh of relief, just about to push herself up with her knees, when a large hand appeared in front of her. Su Yao offered his hand. Sang Zixia took his hand to stand up, intending to turn back and say a few more words to Uncle Su, but Su Yao pressed down on her shoulder. You can talk later. First, go change your clothes and get ready for dinner. Sang Zixia wanted to say it wasn't urgent, but she lost her balance. Su Yao, using his strength, directly pushed her into the west shed. Sang Zixia struggled to stand still, and before she could push him away, Su Yao's hand slid down to her waist, applying a little pressure to lift her up and set her on a waist-high cabinet. Su Yao's hand remained on her waist. The warmth of his palm felt like sparks, heating through her clothes. Sang Zixia couldn't help but blush, trying to act calm as she frowned. What are you doing?
Put me down.
Su Yao measured her waist with his hand, pressing against the sides of the cabinet and pulling her closer, trapping Sang Zixia in his embrace. He leaned down, their breaths mingling, and said, You've lost weight. I haven't been home for 3 months. How could I have lost so much weight? Sang Zixia hadn't realized how large Su Yao's hands were until now. They could easily wrap around her waist. It felt like everything was under his control. Her ears burned with embarrassment, and she stiffly moved back, trying to push Su Yao away, who was getting too close.
You.
Right now, I'm the one asking you. Noticing her discomfort, Su Yao gently touched her flushed earlobe and whispered softly in her ear. What's going on? What did I say before you left? You promised me, didn't you?
How could you lose this much weight?
At first, Su Yao just wanted to tease her, but as his fingers glided over her waist, an unexplainable feeling tugged at his heart. This time, he genuinely felt concerned. He sighed and pressed his forehead against her warm one, telling her not to move, while looking into her fluttering eyes. Didn't we agree that you would take care of yourself? Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu have both gained weight, and you've lost weight? Su Wenxiu said Sang Zixia had lost weight. Su Er and Su Sen also mentioned it. Even the usually quiet elder had brought it up recently, suggesting she eat more. Sang Zixia hadn't noticed any change herself. She held onto Su Yao's wrist, trying to pull his hand away, and pushed against his chest to create some space, finally feeling like she could breathe again. With a flushed face, Sang Jixia said, "You're talking nonsense. How could I be losing weight? I can't see it myself. You've been out for so long. How could you possibly?" "I can definitely see it." Su Yao, wanting to tease her further, grinned and said, "I have a good memory. Once I touch something, I won't forget it. Even if I were mistaken, touching it would never be wrong." Sang Jixia couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up." Su Yao cleared his throat, trying to be serious. "What I said is the truth. But if you don't believe me, you can come and hug me and see if it feels the same as before you left." He was quite generous, and after speaking, he opened his arms and leaned his slim waist towards Sang Jixia. The meaning was clear. "Come on, hug me." I definitely wouldn't resist." Sang Jixia felt a bit uneasy at first, but after seeing Su Zhao's shamelessness, she suddenly found it amusing. She couldn't help but smile, narrowing her eyes playfully, and teasingly pinched Su Zhao's waist.
Get lost.
"Who would want to hug you?" Su Zhao looked regretful and clicked his tongue. "Look, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You didn't even take the obvious opportunity. Why so stubborn?" He barged in and started to tease, making Sang Jixia feel both annoyed and amused. After finally suppressing her laughter, she almost forgot what she originally wanted to say. This person was doing it on purpose. Sang Jixia tried to keep a straight face, looking Su Zhao up and down, and raised an eyebrow to get back on track. "Did you take care of everything? Was it smooth?" She didn't specify what she meant, but her words were enough. Su Zhao smiled mysteriously and replied casually, "It went more smoothly than I expected, but it's a big deal, so it might take time to sort out."
No rush.
"By the way, I heard that while I was away, you were quite capable. What did you do? Tell me in detail." Sang Jixia didn't want to elaborate. She raised her hand and cruelly pushed Su Zhao away, and before he could make another joke, she felt a surge of suppressed anger. Looking at Su Zhao's surprised face, she spoke slowly, "Speaking of capabilities, I have something else to discuss with you." Su Zhao looked like he was ready to be at her mercy, nodding in agreement. "Go ahead. What's the deal with the box under the cabinet?" Mentioning the past made Sang Jixia angry, and she glared at Su Zhao, wishing she could bite him. "What's inside that box?" "Su Zhao, I'm giving you a chance to explain it to me now." Su Zhao's expression suddenly changed to one of surprise and amusement. "You found out so quickly? When did you discover it?" Sang Jixia kept a cold face and didn't respond. Su Zhao felt a bit awkward for once. He rubbed his nose, softened his tone, and unconsciously adopted a coaxing manner, saying gently, "You know why I went out. If everything went well, that's fine, but if something went wrong, then..." He didn't say it outright, but tried to use more polite words. "I already feel bad for leaving you alone at home for this, so how could I take your secret stash?" Even though Sang Jixia prepared a lot for him, he took nothing before leaving. Sang Jixia listened to his vague words and felt a cold laugh of anger. "Are you talking about my private savings?" Su Zhao smiled weakly. "Gigi, I'm just worried about what might happen. If something really went wrong, he wouldn't mind dying. But what about his Gigi?" Su Zhao took a deep breath, wanting to talk to Sang Jixia slowly, but as he reached out, she slapped his hand away. With a sharp sound, Su Zhao froze. Sang Jixia's face was colder than the ice that melted last month. "Do you think you might die out there? Are you worried I'd be left a widow and wouldn't be able to remarry? So you left a divorce letter in the box for me to find a good man and a good family, right?" Sang Jixia showed a mocking smile. "I didn't realize you were so thoughtful, young master. You don't plan to come back alive, yet you left me a way to remarry? Su Zhao, you're really considerate." Su Zhao felt a sharp pain in his heart and suddenly lost his words. Sang Jixia looked at him, her anger rising. The day Su Zhao left, she got up late and didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until the 10th day after he left that she accidentally rolled her keys under the cabinet. As she bent down to retrieve them, she pulled out the box containing the divorce letter. Inside, besides the heart-wrenching letter, were the banknotes and pearls she had given Su Zhao. The date Su Zhao wrote on the divorce letter was for the next day, with his signature on it. If she hadn't found this, and Su Zhao returned safely, he would have pretended nothing happened and quietly destroyed that unfortunate letter as if it never existed. But Zhang Zhixia discovered it. She read every word clearly. Su Zhao wrote that if he died, Zhang Zhixia would have no connection to the Su family. Although the Su family had fallen, their rules remained unchanged. If Su Zhao really died and she couldn't produce that divorce letter, she would be tied to the Su family for the rest of her life, with no chance of escape. The Su family wouldn't allow the eldest grandson's wife to remarry after being widowed. She would be forced to remain trapped in that place. Su Zhao prepared for the worst without her knowing and left her another option. He was willing to set her free after his death. This was what Zhang Zhixia wanted. She had always wanted freedom. Since discovering that thing, she has felt inexplicably angry at any hint of it. Zhang Zhixia tightly closed her eyes, but couldn't suppress her anger. She stared fiercely at Su Zhao and gritted her teeth, saying, "You've planned this for so long. Why wait for another day? We're just a couple in name. Since you've thought about this, why not just part ways now? You go your way and I'll go mine. Wouldn't it be better to have no ties from now on? I'm tired of your reckless behavior. It's better to separate now and be well on our own. That way, you won't have to worry about finding me a good man when you go off and do something foolish." Suddenly, a face loomed close, and this time it wasn't just their breaths that collided, but also their eyelashes. Feeling the softness and coolness of lips against hers, Zhang Zhixia was stunned for a moment before instinctively pushing Su Zhao away. She covered her trembling lips with her hand, glaring angrily. "Su Zhao, you." Su Zhao shushed her and leaned in again, his hand moving to the back of Zhang Zhixia's head, gently pushing her forward. Their lips met. It wasn't just their breaths that were in disarray. When Zhang Zhixia was released, her heart felt like it was about to burst from her chest. She stared blankly at Su Zhao, forgetting what she wanted to say. Su Zhao smiled gently, one hand on her trembling waist and the other at the back of her head, leaning down to softly kiss her starting from her forehead, moving downwards. He playfully bit her lip and hoarsely said, "I was wrong. Please don't be mad." Zhang Zhixia's mind was a jumbled mess and she snapped, "Don't try to fool me with that." Su Zhao, unfazed, leaned down and kissed her again. "I really was wrong. Please don't scold me."
Su Zhao you.
Gigi. Before she could finish, he kissed her again. Zhang Zhixia felt her face burning and her thoughts tangled. She couldn't push Su Zhao away, so she desperately covered her mouth. Her muffled voice came from behind her hand. "Don't go too far. If you keep talking, I might just bite." Su Zhao, sensing he had taken enough advantage, decided to stop while he was ahead. He leaned in and gently kissed her cheek, sounding surprisingly calm. "Okay, I'll do what you say. You said you wouldn't kiss, so no more kissing." Zhang Zhixia was completely out of patience now. The anger she had bottled up for nearly 3 months was still inside her, and her mouth was already red from Su Zhao's teasing. What is going on here? The more Zhang Zhixia thought about it, the angrier she became. She suddenly looked up to meet Su Zhao's smiling eyes, her face full of frustration. "Weren't you the one who planned everything for me?
How dare you?"
"I've wanted to do this for a long time, and today I finally dared to." Su Zhao ignored the little flames of anger in Zhang Zhixia's eyes and affectionately nudged her reddened lips with his nose, softly saying, "If I could, I would go back and stop the version of myself that wrote that divorce letter. I never wanted to cause you such distress when I wasn't around. I can't stand seeing you upset. But if I could go back, I would still do the same thing." He said this with a self-deprecating smile, burying his face in Zhang Zhixia's shoulder and softly adding, "Gigi, it's too dangerous. I can only do so much right now, and I can't protect you in many ways, but I always want to leave you another safe path." Saying more would just be overly sentimental, and Su Zhao didn't want to say too much. But if he truly risked his life and lost it, that would be the last thing he could do for Zhang Zhixia. Zhang Zhixia bit her lip in silence, and Su Zhao gently rubbed her stiff neck, holding her close and whispering, "I was wrong, okay? I never intended to seek death, and that's not what you think." I promise I won't bring this kind of bad luck again, okay? Having never experienced it, but having seen many reckless people become gentle, every word aimed straight at Sang Jishia's heart. Sang Jixia couldn't help but tear up, burying her face in Su Zhao's chest and muffling, "You're too much." No one knew how cold her heart felt when she saw that divorce letter. It wasn't the shock of being unilaterally divorced. It was the fear of Su Zhao's determination to go. What if he really went to his death? What if he truly died? He would be free, but what about all the memories they shared? Would everything just be forgotten? Sang Jixia, unable to hold back, bit him. Su Zhao, knowing he was in the wrong, accepted it calmly. When Sang Jixia finally released her grip, he looked down and teased her. "Should I take off my clothes for you to bite? Are you holding back?" "I didn't even feel any pain after biting for so long." Sang Jixia turned her head away from him, ignoring him. Su Yao leaned closer and said, "Open your mouth so I can see your little teeth. Let me see why it doesn't hurt when you bite."
Su Yao.
Su Yao laughed, shaking his shoulders. Sang Jixia wiped her face and kicked his leg. "Get lost. I'm annoyed just seeing you." Su Yao held back his laughter and quietly agreed, rolling away before Sang Jixia could chase him. Sang Jixia placed her hands on the cabinet and took deep breaths, her hand brushing her lips as her eyes trembled. Now, she really couldn't gather her thoughts. Sang Jixia composed herself and took some time to fix her clothes that Su Yao had messed up. When she felt ready and thought no one would notice anything unusual, she opened the door and saw Su Yao surrounded by a few small ones, being scolded in the corner. Even Su Minghui, who had just entered, couldn't help but glance at Sang Jixia. His face was red, clearly having been angry. Aunt Su looked worried and whispered, "Xia?"
Huh?
Sang Jixia blinked in confusion. "Aunt, what's wrong?" "Oh no." Her voice was hoarse. The others exchanged glances as they faintly heard arguing from the west shed. Looking at Su Yao, who still had a smile on his face, they felt even more frustrated. Just got home and already arguing with his wife, and he still has the nerve to smile. Aunt Su and Aunt San exchanged worried looks, not wanting Sang Jixia to see the troublemaker, and quickly pulled her aside, saying, "Xia, I think I made a mistake with the sewing yesterday. Can you help me figure it out?" Nervous Su Wenxiu quickly added, Yes, go help your aunt." Still confused, Sang Jixia said, "But I don't know how." "What does she know about sewing?" Aunt Su insisted. "Who says you don't? I think you have a good eye and skill. Right, Aunt San?" Aunt San nodded vigorously. Yes, that's true." Sang Jixia was pulled away without understanding anything, holding her breath as she watched the four little ones turn to glare at Su Yao, who was cornered. Su Mingyang spoke first. "Big brother, what did you do to upset your sister-in-law?" Su Yanren followed. "Big brother, do you know how hard your sister-in-law has been working lately? How can you come home and argue with her? How can you even show your face?" Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia nodded seriously, showing their agreement. Su Mingxiu asked, "How can you even say that?" Su Jinxia replied, "Exactly." Su Yao, who had no words to defend himself, looked at the four kids who seemed ready to confront him and said with a complicated tone, "Does anyone want to hear my explanation?" Finally, Su Minghui, who entered last, put down what he was holding, crossed his arms, leaned against a post, and coldly said, "Go ahead, speak." It turns out that some things are hard to explain, even if you have the words. For example, Su Yao returning home after several months. Everyone noticed the hard work that Sang Jixia had put in during this time. Although they didn't talk much about it, they hadn't forgotten either. What Su Yao discussed with Sang Jixia on her first day back was unknown to others. However, the sounds of their argument were heard, and it was clear that Sang Jixia looked like she had been hurt and was in tears. Now, Su Yao found it impossible to explain. In the open field, Su Xinshu was fiddling with a wooden board and said without looking up, "Su Yao, I'm not trying to meddle, but you really need to get it together. Think about your father. Has he ever had a serious argument with your mother? What on earth happened?" Sang Jixia's idea of using a water wheel for irrigation was quite innovative, and after days of pondering, Su Sanshu was excited. He looked at Sang Jisha's creative ideas and began to dislike Su Yao even more, who seemed to be bullying her. Su Yao had been bombarded with questions for days and, unable to respond, tightly pressed his lips together. Su Sanshu continued, Sang Jisha is a good girl. How could you upset her as soon as you got home? Don't be like your second uncle, with his bad behavior. You'll just pick up all his bad habits. Su Yao felt exhausted but said nothing. Su Sanshu glared at him. Are you even listening? Your father is gone, and I'm your third uncle, so I can still guide you. If you don't shape up, not only will your grandfather be upset, but I won't let you off the hook either. Su Yao felt overwhelmed and helplessly lowered his head, accepting, I understand. Third uncle. Just understanding isn't enough. You need to put what you've learned into practice. Su Sanshu kept murmuring, and Su Yao sighed in resignation. Just when he was thinking about explaining himself one last time, Sang Jisha arrived. She wasn't alone. A group of 4, led by Su Mingyang, followed her closely like guards. Before she could reach him, Su Mingyang rushed over to shoo him away. Big brother, you should go back. Grandfather said, he needs to see you. Su Zhao watched as Sang Jisha, pulled by Su Yanran, stayed a few steps away from him, making him very frustrated. Su Yanran looked wary and said, Big brother. Grandfather said to hurry back. Su Mingshu hurried over, tugging at him. Let's go, let's go. Big brother, you need to leave quickly. It had been 5 days. 5 whole days. For 5 days, everyone treated him like a thief. He wasn't allowed to get close to where Sang Jisha was, not even to talk to her. Sang Jisha kindly tried to explain, but as soon as she said it wasn't like that, Su Zhao felt even more blame directed at him. Su Wenxiu even tearfully told Su Ershun, Look, Xia is so understanding. She doesn't complain even when wronged and tries to protect Su Zhao, afraid the family will misunderstand him. But clearly, it's Su Zhao being unreasonable and causing trouble. It's not a misunderstanding at all. Su Zhao could only stand there, feeling helpless. With Su Ersha's inappropriate actions in the past, now the whole family didn't trust him at all. If it weren't for the ridiculous situation of guarding the gate at midnight, Su Mingyang would have even thought about sleeping outside Su Zhao and Sang Jisha's door, worried that no one was watching and Sang Jisha might get hurt. Su Zhao's expression was numb, his eyes hollow and desperate. Sang Jisha found it hard to hold back her laughter. She said with difficulty, I tried to explain for you, but no one believed her. What could she do? Su Zhao took a deep breath, pushing down his anger, forcing a smile as he glanced at the watchful group, his voice tense. Very good. You all are doing great. Once he made his point clear, he would slowly settle scores with these little ones later. Su Zhao, filled with frustration, was reluctantly driven away. Su Mingyang, understanding the situation, followed him a bit to make sure he wouldn't turn back, then proudly ran over to Sang Jisha. He took her hand and earnestly promised, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will protect you. I'm not afraid of Big Brother. Sang Jisha struggled to suppress her laughter, her cheeks trembling. She affectionately patted Su Mingyang's head and said through gritted teeth, Well done. Uncle Su was worried that the younger ones might say something that would upset Sang Jisha, so he quickly waved to her, Xia, come and see if this is what you meant. We finally finished the rice in the shed, so we need to hurry up. Sang Jisha pushed aside her extra emotions and leaned in to look, taking out the framework analysis chart she had worked on late last night and spreading it in front of Uncle Su. The two began to quietly discuss the details of the water wheel. Meanwhile, the old man looked at Su Yao, whose face was clouded with worry, with a puzzled expression and furrowed brows.
Come here with me.
Hearing his tone, Su Yao felt a lump in his throat. Under Su Wenxiu's disapproving gaze, he trudged over. Su Yao and Sang Jisha seemed to have marital issues, and the only one who was pleased about it was the old lady. She was happy to see trouble in the family, and in the past few days, her appetite had improved. She could eat half a bowl more at each meal and smiled more often. Aunt Su watched coldly, feeling quite uncomfortable. Every family hopes for harmony, but our ancestor doesn't seem to think that way. Just when things were finally calm, this old lady, who had one leg buried in the ground, wanted to stir things up again. Su Minghui, who had come home to help, paused at the sound and quietly said, "Mother, you shouldn't say too much about that." Aunt Su opened her mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing more. Su Minghui carefully put away the sickles used yesterday and glanced meaningfully in the direction Su Yao had gone, suspicion growing in his eyes. The situation that day had been rushed, and he hadn't had time to think much about it. But later, he began to feel that something was off. Putting everything else aside, could Zhang Zhixiao really tolerate being wronged? She had a fiery temper and could easily retaliate. Could she really put up with Su Yao's nonsense? Su Minghui sensed the subtle tension but kept his thoughts to himself. He saw Su Yao come out with a blank expression, and out of habit, he was amused by Su Yao's predicament, pretending not to know and adding to his troubles. Big brother used to act inappropriately. You can't continue like that. Don't you see how chaotic things are at home? Su Yao had heard similar comments for days, and now he felt numb. Su Minghui glanced at him with a half-smile and said, "We're all adults now. We can't keep acting foolishly. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good if it got out. Don't you agree, big brother?" Su Yao stepped closer and gritted his teeth. "Yes, you're right, second brother. By the way, why haven't you left yet?" Su Yao tilted his head, looking at Su Minghui's profile with a playful expression. He spoke softly. "Aren't you worried that if you go out without anyone watching, something might go wrong over there? Instead of sitting here, thinking about my troubles, why not figure out how to avoid getting hurt next time? That way, Aunt Air won't have to worry and cry. What do you think? Both are clever foxes. Why pretend to be confused?" An unspoken tension passed between them. By the time Su Wenxiu came over to scold Su Yao, the two brothers were calm as usual. Aunt Air looked at Su Yao, who was being pulled away by Su Wenxiu, and curiously asked Su Minghui, "When did you and your brother become so close? Can they really whisper secrets together now?" Su Minghui smiled mysteriously and replied, "Isn't it a good thing to have a close relationship? My brother has many strengths, and I will learn from him gradually." Aunt Air nodded in agreement, but then couldn't help but warn, "You can't learn from a couple's relationship. You can try other things." Su Minghui nodded, looking like he was taking notes, and continued to watch Su Yao's situation. Zhang Zhixia and Su Senshu entered the house, still feeling excited. Su Yao, having been nagged all day, had lost the will to resist or explain. He looked at Zhang Zhixia with a lingering sense of resentment. Zhang Zhixia coughed to pretend she hadn't noticed and sat down with a tired but excited Su Senshu to share their progress with the eagerly waiting elder. "Today, my uncle and I tried to build a small model. The method we thought of actually works. Having a small model as a sample allows them to identify and correct potential errors before making a larger version, making the process much simpler." Su Senshu couldn't contain his excitement and nodded vigorously. "Thanks to Xiaxia's reminder, this really saves a lot of effort. It's much less troublesome than making a large one directly, and we can avoid mistakes by correcting them now." The elder was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were going and happily stroked his beard. "So, does this mean we can start working in a few days?" Su Senshu replied, "We should be able to start soon, but our family needs more help. Our family has plenty of land, and once the water wheel is built, we will have many places to use it. Since we're starting, we might as well make one that's the right size to avoid future troubles. There are too many things to do now, and it's hard for just one or two people to manage. We need to hire some skilled carpenters to help us." The old man had anticipated this and nodded, saying, "It's not a problem. I've asked around the village these past few days, and there are many good carpenters. Once you set a date to start, we can bring them in," said Uncle Su, feeling more excited. He pulled out the well-used blueprints without even washing his hands and began explaining the marked areas. The old man patiently listened, while Su Yao and Su Minghui stood behind, captivated. When Uncle Su finally stopped talking, his mouth dry, the old man chuckled as he touched the yellowed edge of the blueprints, saying, "The ideas are excellent, and the work is good, but the drawings are quite rough. Without someone explaining, no one would understand them if they just looked at the drawings. Sang Jixia awkwardly touched her nose and said, "Grandfather, you know I'm not very skilled with a brush. If Uncle hadn't helped me refine it, these drawings would be even harder to read." The old man dismissed it, saying, "What's so difficult about it?" "Yaoer," he called. Su Yao stepped forward. "Grandfather." The old man pointed to the thick stack of blueprints on the table, saying, "I remember your painting skills are good. When you have time, help redraw these plans. If you don't understand something, ask Xia Girl for details before you start. Every detail must be perfect. These drawings will be very useful in the future, understand?" Upon hearing this, a smile appeared in Su Yao's eyes. The old man still suspected there was some tension between him and Sang Jixia, thinking he was giving Su Yao a chance to step down. He smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, grandfather, I will do my best." The old man looked at Sang Jixia, not entirely reassured. "Xia Girl, make sure he understands everything and draws well. Can you do that?" Sang Jixia, who had tried to explain many times without success, sniffed and tried to suppress her smile, nodding. "I can." The old man finally felt relieved. The others also quietly sighed in relief. In any case, the Su family could not afford to have another reckless person like that. Su Yao especially could not. With the tension eased, everyone seemed to want to give Su Yao a chance, so that evening, dinner was very peaceful. After dinner, Sang Jixia and Su Yao were sent back to the west shed. Su Yanran, having received instructions from Aunt Su, specially brought an extra oil lamp to help illuminate the drawings. She carefully placed the oil lamp down and quietly said to Sang Jixia, "Sister-in-law, if something happens, just call us loudly, okay? You know we will definitely hear you." Sang Jixia tightly squeezed her palm, holding back a laugh under Su Yao's intense gaze, and seriously nodded while wrapping her arm around Su Yanran's shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't foolishly let myself get hurt." Su Yanran walked away, glancing back 3 times with worry. Su Yao closed the door behind her and looked at Sang Jixia, who was lying on the bed and giggling.
Gigi.
Sang Jixia laughed so hard she almost fell over, gasping for breath. Su Yao's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Is it really that funny?"
Ha ha ha.
Sang Jixia laughed so hard her hands shook, and after a while, her voice was still trembling. "Su Yao, you're having a tough time today, huh? Do you know what Su Mingyang told me today? He said he would find a suitable stick to hide under the bed, and if that didn't work, I should take the first move." "Oh, I can't take it anymore. Mingshu even gave me a bag of mud, saying I could throw it in your eyes." Sang Jixia thought about the surprisingly powerful gifts she received and couldn't stop laughing. Su Yao initially looked at her with a cold stare, but as he listened, he couldn't help but chuckle. They really put in some effort. Too bad he couldn't handle such things. Sang Jixia was still laughing into the blanket, and Su Yao, feeling frustrated, suddenly pounced on her.
Hey.
"What's going on? What do you think I'm doing?" Su Yao pinned Sang Jixia down, turning her to face him. He intended to pinch her a bit to relieve his frustration, but seeing her flushed face from laughing too hard, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sang Jixia was already young, and with her small face now blushing, she looked even younger. So delicate.
He couldn't bear to.
Su Yao gritted his teeth, looking left and right, feeling that her little face was precious to him. In the end, unable to find a way to vent his frustration, he poked her shallow dimple on the side of her face and grumbled, "Look at how they glare at me. They must be having a lot of fun, right? Is it funny? Is it really that amusing?" Sang Jixia laughed so hard she could barely breathe, pushed Su Yao lightly but couldn't move him, and finally gave up, covering her face with her hands while giggling. "I did help you explain." Su Yao's expression was fierce. "Yes, indeed. The more you explain, the worse I feel. It's better not to say anything at all." A kind explanation turned into enduring humiliation. The truly enduring Su Yao could only remain silent and bear the blame. Sang Jixia found it increasingly amusing, but before she could laugh, Su Yao shamelessly silenced her. Su Yao leaned in and playfully nibbled at her, his eyes sparkling, and said, "If you laugh, I'll give you a kiss." If you kiss me first, I might laugh twice. If we keep laughing, we won't have to do anything else. Just nibble on each other to pass the long night, which doesn't sound too bad. After saying this, he moved closer, and Sang Zixia felt an unexpected rush of panic. She wasn't ready to take things further, and didn't dare to tease Su Yao when it was so quiet at night. Sang Zixia forced a smile and said vaguely, "Thanks for the invitation, but I'll have to decline." Su Yao didn't get discouraged. Instead, he buried his head in her shoulder and took a slow breath, sensing her silent tension. He then gently pecked her ear. "You're still young. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to tease you." He playfully nibbled on her delicate ear and said in a teasing tone, "Wait until you're 2 years older. Then you'll see how I handle you." The old man didn't speak empty words. Su Yao's painting skills were indeed excellent. He spent several nights working hard, carefully redrawing the messy sketches of Su Senshu and Sang Zixia. Along the way, he asked Sang Zixia about various unclear details and took Su Senshu's suggestions, adding detailed notes around the drawings. His drawings were beautiful, with a graceful yet sharp style. The carefully organized blueprints were bound into a book by the old man, and even if one couldn't understand the specifics, just looking at them was pleasing. Since he had personally drawn them, he couldn't see more intricate details, but he had a great grasp of the specifics. Communicating with the carpenter was easy, and he could promptly remind Su Senshu of any careless mistakes. Seeing how quickly he adapted, Sang Zixia decided not to interfere and handed over the tasks of building the water wheel and connecting the threshing barrels to him, focusing instead on researching rice seed cultivation. There were no secrets in the village. Even the slightest unusual happenings would catch the villagers' attention. Recently, the villagers were busy marveling at how the Su family had indeed harvested more rice than others, filled with admiration. Once the excitement over this passed, they heard about the rare event of the Su family building a water wheel. The first to arrive was the village chief. He was the first to decide to follow the Su family's example and build a water cart. He was eager not to miss a step and kept up with their progress, moving almost as quickly as they were. In less than half a month, he would be able to harvest his early rice, which meant he would have a lot more food this year. He was so happy that he showed off his big smile to everyone he met. As he entered, he eagerly looked around and said, "I heard your family is building something for watering the fields. Is it true?" The old man was also pleased about this and, when he heard the question, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Yes, that's true, but I'm not sure if it will work." "Where did you hear this?" The village chief laughed and said, "Do I need to hear it from someone?" "Your third son," and Su Yao invited many carpenters to help. The sounds of saws and hammers have been nonstop over there. Just a quick look and a few questions, and you would know. The village chief was experienced in farming and could read the weather and seasons well. But this new thing was truly unheard of. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "I walked around the empty lot, but I didn't understand much. Your third son and Su Yao were busy, so I didn't want to interrupt. We have a good relationship, so tell me more about it. What exactly is this water cart, and what is it used for?" Since the Su family came to the village chief had helped them many times. Not to mention that Su Yao had gotten into trouble, which had caused some trouble for the village chief's family too.
He felt a bit guilty about that.
After hearing the village chief's words, he thought for a moment and took out the drawings Su Yao had made, patiently explaining the strange designs to the village chief. At first, the village chief was surprised, but soon the fog in his mind cleared, and he couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement.
Wow.
If this thing can really be built, it will be very useful. For those who farm, the worst fear is unpredictable weather. They worry about floods and droughts. Once the seeds are sown, they endure a lot of hardship, sweating and crying is common. Good years with favorable weather are fine, but if they face a bad year, no matter how hard they work, they may not get enough food, and the whole family will have to tighten their belts and suffer together. If the water cart can really be built and serve such a great purpose, it might not help in a flood, but in a drought, it could be a lifesaver. The old man thought of the few children who had worked this project, feeling a sense of pride in his heart, but he humbly said, It's not as important as you think. This is just an idea from a few kids. We don't know if it will work yet. Oh, isn't that good? Where else can we find something better? The village chief kept praising the idea and, thinking about the great benefits of the water wheel, eagerly tried to get closer to the old man. Can't we just try it and see? Since our families are so close, could we include my family in the water wheel project? My family has plenty of strength and is willing to contribute money. As long as we are included, I'm happy to help, no matter the outcome. Whatever you say, I'll do it. I promise not to hold you back or cause trouble. The village chief was worried about being left out and was very eager. The old man, hearing this, couldn't help but smile and said, if it's a good thing, then anyone can join as long as you're not worried about messing it up. What's the problem with that? The village chief was overjoyed and stood up, saying, then it's settled. I'll go home and tell my family to help. The village chief left happily, and within half a day, the Su family welcomed several guests. Everyone was asking about the water wheel. In the evening, after finishing their tasks, Sang Zixia and others returned home. After dinner, they listened to the old man talk about the project, and Sang Zixia couldn't help but laugh. What's so difficult about it? The water wheel can be built one after another. We've seen the river on the other side, and if it's done properly, it wouldn't be a problem to irrigate not just our 100 acres, but all the land in the village. Uncle Su took a sip of sorghum wine, satisfied, and nodded repeatedly. Xia is right. A large one is hard to place in the riverbed, but a similar-sized one can be made, without limit. It's not hard to want to join in. It's just that they need to provide the money and labor themselves. We can't take care of that. Money is hard to come by for everyone, and it's already generous of them to share something they've worked for so long. Asking for more is truly too much. The old man thought the same way, and after a moment of consideration, he said, then let's settle this for now. If anyone else asks, I'll give them the same answer. I think it will work. Uncle Su sighed, lost in thought, then looked down at the clear wine in his bowl and smiled, saying, I feel a bit ashamed. After many years of hard work, I wanted to create something useful for the people, but I never succeeded. Now, thanks to Xia, I've accidentally done something I've always wanted to do. I have no regrets. When he was in a high position, he felt constrained by many worries, and in the end, he had ambitions but little to show for his life. Now, without so many obstacles in his mind, he was finally able to do something he wanted. Sang Xia smiled slightly and asked, is Uncle satisfied now? With his ambitions fulfilled, Uncle Su looked mysterious and said, Xia, you're still young and don't understand my feelings about achieving great ambitions. Sang Xia chuckled quietly and didn't respond. Su Yao understood her meaning and naturally added, we don't really understand. Didn't Ji say she wanted to ask Uncle to help improve some farming tools? If those things are improved, they will be very useful, right? He was responsible for recording and sketching some of Sang Xia's creative ideas. Although he didn't fully understand them yet, he spoke about them with enthusiasm. And there are various tools for breeding and transplanting seedlings. There are so many things waiting for Uncle to try out. Isn't it a bit early to feel satisfied? Uncle Su pondered for a moment, his eyes shining, and he boldly downed the wine in his bowl, eager to get started. You make a good point. No, I'm going to take another look right now. Aunt Su reached out to stop him but missed, watching in astonishment as her husband, looking 10 years younger, rushed into the makeshift open space to start working, unable to stop smiling. Her complaints felt warm and comforting. Look, ever since he started working on that water wheel, he's been in this excited state. If he didn't know about hunger, he might forget to eat. Aunt Su chuckled. Isn't it good that he's ambitious? Uncle Su wasn't very ambitious when he was younger. He ignored power struggles and focused solely on creating these tools. Now, with Sang Xia taking the lead, he was finally getting what he wanted in his own way. Aunt Su felt grateful, but couldn't express it. She gently squeezed Sang Xia's hand, noticing the fatigue in her eyes, and her tone naturally carried a hint of concern. Xia, are you tired? Sang Xia rubbed her forehead and said, I'm fine. I
How can you be fine?
Su Wenxiu complained. You've been working in the fields all day, doing detailed tasks that we don't understand. You're the only one handling it all, and we can't help you. It's okay for a day or two, but how can your body handle it over time? She had already noticed and had offered to help. However, the recent tasks Sang Jixia was doing were indeed difficult for others to assist with, and she wasn't comfortable letting anyone else take over. When Su Wenxiu mentioned this, Su Yao's expression darkened, and the old man frowned silently. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. You need to take a break. Don't go to the fields tomorrow, just rest at home. Sang Jixia rubbed her face in frustration, her voice sounding tired. I can't take a break yet. I'm afraid something might go wrong. She had set aside a space in the greenhouse specifically for breeding, and this was the first generation of rice seed she was cultivating, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Worried that others would keep watching her, she let out a breath and said lightly, but it won't be long now. Once the water wheel is ready and we irrigate the newly cultivated land, we should be able to start sowing seeds here too. The spring breeze stirred the light clouds, and the farmland, which had rested under thick snow all winter, was gradually waking up. With the right timing for planting, it wouldn't take as much effort as before, and things would improve by then. It would be better by that time. After dinner, the family would sit and chat, which had become a daily routine for the Su family. During these moments, the resentful old lady never participated. After eating, she would stay in her room, silent and sulking like an angry gourd with its mouth sewn shut. While everyone was discussing these matters, Su Yao rarely spoke up, and when it came to Sang Jixia's hard work, he was even more silent. But this was only in front of others. Once they returned to their rooms, Su Yao brought in a basin of hot water. He rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Sang Jixia, who was still bent over the table writing and drawing, and said, Jiji, come sit down. Sang Jixia didn't turn around and didn't know what he had brought in. With her back to him, she replied dismissively, just say what you need to say. My hands are busy, but my ears are free. I can hear you. Su Yao rolled his sleeves up to his elbows and didn't say anything more. He walked over and wrapped one arm around Sang Jixia's waist, lifting her up and setting her down to sit by the bed. Sang Jixia still held a pen in her hand, blinking in confusion. Do you really need to be so formal when you speak? Can't you talk if I'm not looking into your eyes? Who said I wanted to chat with you? Su Yao pulled a small stool over with her foot, sat down, and reached for Sang Jixia's ankle. Only then did Sang Jixia notice the steaming hot water in the basin. She realized what Su Yao was about to do, her tongue getting tied as she quickly pulled her leg back and said with a mix of laughter and frustration, What are you doing? I'm already ready, you. Su Yao raised an eyebrow and looked at her. You've been standing all day. Don't your feet hurt? Just as Sang Jixia was about to argue, Su Yao lightly stirred the water and said, You haven't slept well since last night, and your legs are always curled up. Why didn't you say anything if it was so uncomfortable? Sang Jixia hadn't even noticed her own state after falling asleep, and she was taken aback, laughing silently. Who said I was uncomfortable? Just
what?
It doesn't stop you from soaking your feet. Su Yao, wanting her to rest and not wanting to waste time, firmly grabbed her escaping ankle and pushed it toward the hot water. Sang Jixia was suddenly startled by the hot water and instinctively took a breath. Su Yao patiently rolled up the fallen pant leg, gently pressing and needing to help her relax, noticing the tension in her legs with a mix of annoyance and amusement. What are you so nervous about? Am I going to bite you or something? Sang Jixia awkwardly curled her toes and covered her face, saying, I'd rather you just bite me instead.
I'm really fine.
If you're worried, I can soak my feet by myself. You don't have to do this. What good is just soaking in hot water? Su Yao became unusually serious, her technique a bit clumsy as she gently pressed. My father injured his leg years ago, and it would hurt terribly every winter. I've seen the doctor use this technique to help him relax. It's said to be very effective. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Sang Jixia's soft calf, her gaze warning, Don't move. As long as I'm home, I'll massage your legs every night before bed. In a couple of days, I'll go to the city and get some herbal packs to help with circulation and swelling. Sang Zixia found it hard to escape, so she just let Su Yao handle her ears turning red. I have to admit, Su Yao did have some skill. At first, Sang Zixia felt a bit uncomfortable, but slowly, the warm sensation spread from her feet, easing her mind, and her eyes began to grow vacant, yawning one after another. Su Yao estimated that it was about time, and seeing that she was extremely tired, he finally showed some mercy and let go of her hand. He dried his hands, laid the exhausted Sang Zixia down on the bed, and covered her tightly with the blanket. A wave of unspoken guilt surged within him. He held back the pain in his heart, bent down, and gently kissed the center of Sang Zixia's forehead. Sleep well. Su Yao kept his promise and, within a couple of days, managed to get a package of muscle-relaxing and blood-activating medicine from the clinic. Every night before bed, he supervised Sang Zixia to soak her feet on time. His massage techniques became more skilled, and although Sang Zixia felt uncomfortable each time, she ultimately benefited greatly. The discomfort in her legs eased, and she could fall asleep as if under a spell, rarely dreaming. With her legs no longer hurting and sleeping well, Sang Zixia energetically listed and completed her accumulated tasks. By the time she came to her senses, the rare water wheel, which few had seen, was well underway in its construction. However, the details differed slightly from the initial plan. There were a total of 123 households in the village. With the village chief's encouragement and the excitement of the villagers, it was finally decided that 63 families would participate in building the water wheel. Too many wanted to join in and share the benefits. The village chief pondered all night and personally visited the Su family to discuss with the elder. They ultimately decided that everyone would share the costs and efforts of building the water wheel together. The elder was pleased with this arrangement, and the village chief emphasized, "The idea came from your family, but the villagers are volunteering to help. Regardless of whether this thing works out as we hope, no one will dare complain." The village chief, knowing the villagers' thoughts well, not only made verbal promises, but also asked the elder to write a letter of commitment, allowing participating villagers to press their fingerprints on it, completely eliminating the possibility of future disputes over this matter. If it weren't for this commitment letter and the village chief personally collecting the funds from each household, there might have been even more people on the day of the official start. Even so, a large crowd gathered by the riverbank, with voices of anticipation and skepticism filling the air. When Sang Zixia arrived, Uncle Su was standing on the gravel by the riverbank, shouting passionately, "Is everything set up down there? Are you sure it won't be washed away by the water?" In the water, a person who was floating up and down raised his hand amidst the splashing sounds. "It's ready." The support pillar is driven deep and weighed down with several hundred pounds of stone. There's no way it will be moved now, not even during flood season. Uncle Su rubbed his hands together excitedly and shouted, "Great." He waded through the splashing water to the riverbed and called for the others to lift the water wheel that was turned upside down. The water wheel was laid flat on the surface, and when it reached the designated spot, Uncle Su personally took a hammer and worked with several skilled carpenters to secure it. After the last anti-decay wedge was set, a person tied with a pulling rope shouted, "Can we pull it now?" Uncle Su, with a serious expression, confirmed one last time and wiped his face. "Pull. 1, 2, 1, 2. Lift." The huge wooden water wheel, swaying in the river, was pulled up by the combined effort of everyone, revealing its full shape on the support frame. But that wasn't enough. Those who had already set up the high ladder jumped into the water and placed the ladder on the water wheel for support, while 7 or 8 people stood below to hold it steady, ensuring the ladder wouldn't be swept away. However, looking up, Wu Changgue couldn't help but mutter a curse. "Uncle Su, this ladder isn't high enough. We can't get up." To make the water wheel turn smoothly, some connection steps couldn't be done on flat ground. They had to be completed after it was pulled upright in the riverbed. But now the ladder was too short. Wu Changgue quickly thought of several ways to climb up and couldn't help but complain. "If only we had tied a rope up there first, We could have climbed up using it. The ladder in the water was already unstable, swaying and making it hard to climb, and now there was a gap as high as a wall. How could they get up? The village chief, anxious, grabbed his hair. Tying a rope won't help. If there are too few people going up, it won't work. If there are too many, it might break. The materials for the water wheel were carefully selected by experienced craftsmen, and they wouldn't rot even after decades or centuries in the water. However, to ensure smooth operation, the thickness of the wood couldn't be too much, which would affect the weight it could bear. If the top, which was as tall as 3 stories, wasn't secured properly, the water wheel wouldn't turn. Seeing they were stuck on the last step, some were already pulling their hair and stamping their feet in frustration. Uncle Su hurriedly swallowed the water in his mouth and joked, "Don't worry, we can do it."
Su Yao.
From the very beginning, Su Yao had been in the water and hardly came up for air. As he surfaced, bubbles rose to the surface before he could even speak. He was worried about the setup and kept checking underwater to make sure everything was right. Su Shu had been shouting all morning and was out of breath. He pointed to the high spot and said, "You go. The spots for the wedges are marked. You go up, secure the wedges, and then close the valve in the middle." Su Shu had agreed on this plan with Su Yao earlier, and Su Yao just nodded in response. Wu Changui became anxious and said, "How can he go up alone?" "I'll go with him." 2 other young men chimed in, "I want to go too. I'm a good swimmer, so I won't be afraid if I fall." "Oh, you won't fall." Su Shu couldn't help but smile, proudly pointing at Su Yao. "My nephew is capable. He won't fall from this. I'll go get what you need. Su Yao, you come out and warm up your hands and feet." Before Su Shu could climb up the riverbank, Sang Jixia waved to Su Yao in the water. Su Yao lazily glided through the shallow water, blowing bubbles. Sang Jixia helped him stand up and tied a bag he had checked several times around Su Yao's waist. "Uncle has made big promises, so you can't fall and embarrass him now." After tying the final knot securely, Sang Jixia gave a light pat on Su Yao's wet side and said, "Go ahead, be careful." Su Yao looked down, raised an eyebrow with a smile, and turned to wade back into the water. The person holding onto the ladder was still worried. Wu Changui frowned and said, "Su Yao, climb up along the water wheel's frame. Be careful not to grab the thin rods. It might be slippery up there, so watch your safety." As he spoke, he wanted to follow, but Su Yao smiled and said, "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." With that, he stepped onto the ladder and smoothly climbed up. When he reached the top, everyone held their breath. Su Yao moved like a swift swallow skimming the water's surface, lightly pushing off the corner of the ladder, grabbing the edge of the water wheel with one hand, twisting slightly to shake off some water, and then gracefully landed right in the center of the highest point of the water wheel. The village chief almost spoke but held back, his tongue tied. Wu Changui gasped, his face flushed with excitement. He remembered Su Yao's agile skills while hunting in the forest and suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement, saying, "I almost forgot about this. What's there to be afraid of with your skills?" Got it. This is definitely going to work." He shouted loudly, his indescribable excitement spreading in the wind, and all Sang Jixia could hear were the cheerful cheers filled with enthusiasm. She squinted at the light figure on the slippery water wheel, moving gracefully as if walking on flat ground, and her lips began to curl up uncontrollably. It was indeed going to work. With Su Yao involved, how could anything go wrong? He promised to help set up the water wheel, and he would definitely keep his word. Su Yao was fully involved in the design, drawing, and construction of the water wheel. His familiarity with the process even surpassed that of Sang Jixia, who only needed to think. His movements were quick and smooth. Once the last wedge was secured, Su Yao jumped down amidst continuous cheers, lightly hanging at the water wheel's valve, looking down and asking, "Uncle San, can we start now?" Uncle San nodded and quickly shouted, "Hurry, everyone grab your tools, and get to the riverbank." Once the water wheel started rolling, the flow of water in their current spot would increase significantly, and if someone lost their balance, it could be troublesome. After soaking in the water for most of the day, the villagers struggled to climb ashore. Once Uncle San confirmed there was no one left behind, he turned to Su Yao and pressed his pale palm down firmly. Start. The sudden loud sound of firecrackers startled Sang Jixia, and she quickly grabbed her ears as the delighted village chief lit the firecrackers, grinning widely. The auspicious time has come, turning water into wealth.
Splash.
As the water wheel began to turn slowly with the current, the previously calm water surface erupted with splashes, and the sound of water grew louder. Those who had gone downstream rushed back, shouting, "It worked! It worked! The water is really flowing into the fields through the channel we dug. Is that for real? Does this thing really work?" Uncontrollable joy, disbelief, and the relief of the old farmers who had suffered from drought erupted in the crowd. Amid the loud laughter and cheers, Su Yao, still on the water wheel, suddenly sensed something and turned to see Sang Jixia watching him. Their eyes met, and a silent smile rippled through the air. Su Yao looked at the corners of Sang Jixia's lips, and his mouth moved silently, as if saying something. Sang Jixia's ears suddenly felt hot. She shot Su Zhao an annoyed glance and pretended to turn away. Su Zhao quickly splashed a few drops of water and hurried towards Sang Jixia.
Gigi.
Even though he could easily stand up and get out of the water, Su Zhao acted as if he had no strength, lying back in the water and looking up at her with a somewhat pitiful expression. "Aren't you going to praise me?" Sang Jixia paused, crouched down, and smiled at Su Zhao, who was bubbling in the water. "So many people are praising you. Didn't you hear? But none of them are you. TSK. Does having too much river water in your mouth make it taste sweet?" Sang Jixia wanted to roll her eyes at him, but she couldn't help but smile. Even though everyone was busy looking at something interesting and might not notice them, Sang Jixia still felt inexplicably shy. In public, it didn't seem right. She took the dry cloth she had brought and rubbed it on Su Zhao's head, laughing softly. "Stop being silly and get up. Let's go home, change out of these wet clothes, and see how well the water wheel works." Su Zhao quickly got out of the water, and when they returned home, laughter filled the village. Although Luobai village was near the water didn't reach the fields. The ditches dug along the riverbed were useless. The water flowing from them dried up before reaching the fields, lacking enough force to get through. For years, villagers relied on their callous shoulders to carry water to save their dry fields, hoping for good weather and conditions to have a bountiful harvest. With the water wheel, things would be different. The water wheel provided strong momentum, allowing water to flow smoothly into the fields, even during non-flood seasons, and the water level was deeper and the flow greater than expected. The energy saved in planting would be more than just a little. This was a great benefit for the whole village and future generations. The village chief was so happy he didn't even eat, setting up a table outside his door to share snacks and drinks, starting with the ones Su Zhao had brought. He grabbed Su Zhao and wouldn't let go. "Come on, sit down and have a drink." Wu Chonggui, with a flushed face from drinking, clumsily pushed Su Zhao. "Today, you did the most, so you must drink well." "No, not until I'm drunk." Su Zhao never drank. He got drunk easily. Uncle Susan also had a red face from drinking, and even though he knew everything, he joined in the fun. "Exactly, a little won't hurt." "Su Zhao, sit down quickly." Su Yao didn't have time to react before she was excitedly pushed down to sit by the crowd. Uncle Su didn't forget to call out to Sang Jixia, "Xia girl, come over and have a drink with your uncle." It seemed Uncle Su had truly had quite a bit to drink, as he grabbed a bowl and handed it to Sang Jixia, saying, "Su Yao has done a lot. Your skills are the greatest. My niece-in-law deserves the most credit. Let's see who dares to disrespect her." Sang Jixia didn't expect the attention to turn to her. Just as she was about to refuse, Aunt Wu, who was in high spirits, held her shoulder. Xia, your uncle is right. Come on, sit down and enjoy some food and drink." Aunt Wu cheerfully watched Sang Jixia, who was holding the bowl of alcohol and looking unsure. She clapped her hands and said, "Everyone sit down. I'll go get some fried beans for you to enjoy with your drinks." In the village, there weren't many complicated rules. It was common for people of all ages to sit together, brag, joke, and drink heavily. Sang Jixia didn't even have a chance to escape. As more and more cheerful people arrived, the encouragement to drink increased. Even Su Wenxiu, who came to help, was pressed to drink a cup as a gesture of goodwill, leaving no one brave enough to intervene. Su Wenxiu even pulled back the confused Aunt Su-san. Things are getting wild over there. Whoever goes gets forced to drink. Seeing her flushed face, Aunt Su-san turned and left without hesitation. Let's skip it. We can't have too many people drunk at once. They needed to stay sober so they could help carry the drunks home later. What would they do if everyone got drunk? With no one to intervene, facing a group of overly cheerful people, there was really no sense in arguing. Su Yao's past of quickly turning into a chatterbox after a drink came to mind, and Sang Zixia lost all desire to see it again. She boldly snatched the bowl of alcohol from his hands. Facing the surprised looks of everyone at the table and Su Yao's amused smile, Sang Zixia tried to stay calm and confidently said, "He's big and heavy. If he drinks too much, I really can't take care of him. It's better if I drink a lot and let him take care of me. Dear uncles, aunts, and everyone, if you don't mind, I'll drink with you." The village girls were lively and bright, regardless of their age after marriage. They were all good at speaking and loved Sang Zixia's carefree attitude. Aunt Wu brought over the drinks, and Sang Zixia smiled broadly and drank it down. The others followed suit, laughing and gathering around Sang Zixia. Su Yao didn't say much as he took the sunflower seeds from Aunt Wu, who had already had a bit too much to drink. He grabbed a small tea bowl and sat down, slowly enjoying the seeds. He was the only one at the table not drinking, but he kept busy, so it didn't feel awkward. He placed a small bowl of sunflower seeds next to Sang Zixia, making Lin's sister-in-law laugh out loud. Look at Su Yao being so considerate. His wife is drinking for him, and he's still keeping busy. Laughter erupted around the table. Su Yao watched Sang Zixia's ears and face turn red, and he casually added a few more seeds to his bowl, smiling comfortably. My wife is so capable. I have to be a little more considerate, right? After saying this, he opened Sang Zixia's hand, discreetly hooked his finger in her palm, and smiled as he saw her sparkling eyes. I enjoy sharing sunflower seeds with her. I'm happy to do anything for her. As he spoke, Sang Zixia found a small handful of sunflower seeds in her palm. She blinked and couldn't help but smile. After a few rounds of drinks, the people who were initially unfamiliar with Sang Zixia and Su Yao started to warm up. They gathered around and asked many questions they had been curious about but hadn't had the chance to ask. Sang Zixia answered as thoroughly as she could. Regarding the warm greenhouse early rice, these were tangible things in front of everyone, so there was no need to hide anything. When someone asked her about it, she spoke openly and honestly, gaining even more goodwill, and more people moved closer to her. Wu Chonggui, feeling happy and having had a bit too much to drink, was red-faced and tongue-tied. He couldn't help but give Su Yao a thumbs up whenever he heard Sang Zixia speak. Impressive. Brother, you really are lucky. Your sister-in-law is amazing. They had thought these rare ideas were from the Su family men, and Sang Zixia was just following along. But after chatting for a while, they realized these were all her ideas. Su Yao looked proud and honored, glancing at the crowd surrounding Sang Zixia, and said, "Yes, I am lucky." It was a kind of luck he had never dared to dream of before. The cheerful atmosphere of the drinks spread through the air, and soon everyone was feeling quite tipsy. People came to the house looking for someone and saw many drunk people complaining. Thinking about the big event of the day, they couldn't help but smile as they each went off to find their family members to take home. Uncle Su was also taken away by Aunt Su and their daughter. Su Liao reached out to help the old man, who had also enjoyed the night. "Grandfather, let me help you." "No need," replied the old man. Although he had drunk a lot, he had a good tolerance and managed to keep the village chief and a few other older men down. He walked steadily. In a good mood, he noticed Sang Zixia sitting still and teased her. "Xia girl, do you still remember who I am?" There were many young women celebrating and drinking tonight, but none had drunk as much as Sang Zixia. No one at home knew her drinking capacity, so now that the mood was high, the older folks wanted to tease her since she was younger. The old man was a bit late in his teasing. Sang Zixia's face was red, and her head felt a bit fuzzy. However, her eyes were still clear, just a little slow to react. She blinked at the old man and smiled. "Grandfather, I remember you." The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. "You still remember, very good. With your capacity, not even 10 of Liao can compare to you." Sang Zixia, feeling a bit dizzy, understood she was being praised and laughed shyly with her flushed face. Su Liao noticed her and smiled, but before he could speak, he heard Su Wenxiu's voice. "Where's Xia Xia? Where's my daughter-in-law?" Sang Zixia was still sitting, looking surprisingly obedient. She shook her head, realizing someone was calling her, and raised her hand eagerly. "I'm here. Right here." Su Wenxiu quickly walked over and laughed. "Oh my, how much have you drunk?" Maybe it was the effect of the alcohol, but Sang Zixia's usual composed expression had a rare childlike quality. Her little face scrunched up as she sighed dramatically. A lot. After saying that, she glanced at Su Liao with a hint of complaint and whispered, "Su Liao can't drink, so I drank it all." At first, she just wanted to join in, but it turned into drinking a lot. The enthusiasm was so strong that even pretending to be drunk couldn't hide it. She had a good drinking capacity and had never experienced such reckless drinking before. This time, she truly couldn't handle it. She could still walk and speak clearly, but she just felt lazy and didn't want to move. Aunt Sue saw her and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This silly look is rare. It's clear you've had quite a bit to drink. Big sister-in-law, let's take care of the old man first. Xia Xia will be fine with Su Yao watching over her." After the sisters-in-law finished speaking, they helped the old man walk back. Su Yao deliberately slowed down a bit, and when they were far away, he crouched down and took Sang Zixia's much warmer hand and pressed it against his cheek, holding back a laugh and asking, "Gigi, are you drunk?" Sang Zixia, feeling a bit defiant, mumbled, "Who says I'm drunk? I'm not drunk." Su Yao's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he cleared his throat, concluding, "Then you really are drunk." A little drunk person would never admit to being drunk. At this moment, Sang Zixia was truly a bit confused by the effects of the alcohol, and her reactions were slowing down. Su Yao gently rubbed her red earlobe and said with a smile, "Let's go home, okay?" Sang Zixia tightened her lips, feeling a bit frustrated. She looked around and saw no one else, and couldn't help but want to be lazy. "I'm not going, I want to rest a bit." Su Yao smiled with his eyes. "We can't stay here." The village chief's family, except for the children who couldn't drink, had all gotten tipsy. It was getting late, and staying here wasn't a good idea. Sang Zixia seemed unhappy about being refused, pouted, and steadied herself by holding onto the edge of the table as she stood up. Su Yao watched her with amusement as she bravely took steps forward. He couldn't help but smile as he saw her walking steadily, though her steps were a bit unsteady. Her unusually determined eyes shone with a hint of drunkenness, giving her a silly look, like a little cat that had fallen into a wine barrel. Su Yao covered his mouth to hold back his laughter, stepped forward, and took Sang Zixia's hand. "Gigi." Sang Zixia turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with a layer of moisture. "What? Aren't we going home? Not leaving?" Su Yao rubbed her face, placed her hand on his shoulder, and with a little effort, lifted her onto his back. Sang Zixia leaned against his broad back, still a bit dazed, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice muffled, "Su Yao." Su Yao replied, "What?" The voice from his shoulder was even more muffled, sounding a bit disconnected. "Don't be in a hurry, okay?" Su Yao was taken aback and chuckled. "What am I in a hurry about? Don't rush out to cause trouble." Sang Zixia thought for a moment and became a bit anxious, pulling on Su Yao's ear and leaning in closer to say, "We don't have money at home right now. What if you go out and get hungry? Don't worry, once we earn more money, we can eat well when we go out." She got too close, and her warm breath hit Su Yao's ear. That seemingly insignificant warmth felt like tiny needles, poking at the softest part of Su Yao's heart, sending sharp pains through his chest and into his limbs. He was honest with Sang Zixia because he didn't want her to worry unnecessarily if she sensed something. But he still made her worry. Su Yao took a deep breath, feeling choked and unable to speak. Sang Zixia, not getting a response, became anxious and clung tightly to Su Yao's neck, getting even closer, her voice soft and laced with the scent of alcohol. "Will you listen to me? Don't worry, we'll have money soon. I'm working fast now. By the autumn harvest, we'll have a lot of money." Su Yao swallowed hard, his throat dry. Sang Zhixia gazed at him lovingly, nuzzling his tense cheek. "Be good, okay?" Su Yao tightly closed his eyes, lowering his head to hide his reddened eyes, and said in a hushed voice, "Okay, I'll be good. I'll be good no matter what you say." Late at night at the Su family home, Su Sanshu, who got home earlier, was already asleep, and the old man had gone to rest after drinking some hangover soup. The old lady, not interested in the village's excitement, stayed home to enjoy some peace, but when the old man returned drunk, she had to attend to him. Having rarely played the role of a caretaker, she was now frowning with resentment. Seeing Su Yao come in carrying the already asleep Sang Zhixia made her even angrier, and she slammed the cloth she was holding onto the table. "Is this appropriate? With so many men from the village drinking, what business does a young woman have joining in the chaos? It's understandable for the men to get drunk, but she's in such a sorry state too. Does she have any sense of propriety left?" The old lady's sharp voice made Sang Zhixia let out a small whimper, tilting her head on Su Yao's back as if trying to hide. This only made the old lady more furious. Before she could scold again, Su Wenxiu rushed out from the room and said, "You're back just in time. The hangover soup is ready and cooling. Su Yao, quickly take her back to the room and have her drink it, or she might have a headache in the morning." Su Wenxiu also poured hot water into a basin and said, "It's late. Yao, you take Shasha back to the room first, and I'll bring you the hot water right away." "Leave it, dear." Su Zhao gently turned her head to comfort the restless Sang Zhixia, smiling as she said, "Aunt San, you should go rest now. I'll come back for the things shortly." She turned to see Su Mingyang, tired and forcing himself to stay awake, peeking from behind the doorframe. He casually added, "Su Mingyang, you too, hurry inside and get some sleep." Everyone was called, except for the old lady who had made a sharp remark. Su Zhao, carrying Sang Zhixia, turned to leave. The old lady's face turned purple with anger. "Su Zhao.
You.
Grandma." Aunt Air, leaning against the door, lazily said, "The old man has already gone to rest. It's late. Waking anyone up wouldn't be appropriate. What's wrong with drinking? It's a refined pleasure recorded in poetry. Sang Zhixia, so young, can handle a few drinks." Aunt Air, now completely unashamed, glanced at the trembling old lady and said sarcastically, "If I had the ability to make so many people willingly toast to me, I would want to drink more too. Mingyang, didn't you hear your brother? Hurry inside and sleep." Su Mingyang rubbed his eyes and pulled his head back inside. Su Wenxiu and Aunt San sensed the tension and quickly put down their things, returning to their rooms. The situation in the Su family was clear. Even though the old lady was angry, she was like a rooster with its tail feathers pulled out, unable to assert any real authority. Why should they care? Ignored completely, the old lady's face turned a deep shade of anger, her reprimand stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She knew the old man's harshness, and with Uncle Air not home, she felt powerless. Her rising anger turned into a deep-seated hatred as she glared at the inner room, gritting her teeth. If only the old man were gone. The night was quiet as the rooster crowed. The morning sun began to rise. By mid-morning, Sang Zhixia, having slept in, finally rubbed her eyes and turned over, blinking to find Su Zhao's smiling face, not knowing how long he had been there. Su Zhao smiled at her. "Are you awake now?" Sang Zhixia buried her face in the soft blanket, still sleepy, and mumbled in response. Su Zhao playfully lifted her chin, his voice softening. "Does your head hurt?" Sang Zhixia felt a bit more awake and shook her head, saying, "I'm okay. It doesn't hurt." The sorghum liquor she drank yesterday was delivered to the village chief's family by Su Zhao, who even went back home to bring 2 jars. Good liquor made from grains is nice. If you drink too much, you just feel a bit fuzzy but not too bad. Seeing her rosy cheeks, Su Zhao felt a bit relieved. He stepped outside for a moment and then came back in with a bowl. He reached out and pulled Sang Zhixiao up, who was still trying to stay in bed. He held the bowl close to her mouth, and Sang Zhixiao sniffed and wrinkled her nose, asking, "What is this?" Su Zhao wrapped his arm around her waist as he sat down, unconsciously trying to comfort her. "It's a hangover soup. My mother made it early this morning. Drink some, so you don't have a headache." Sang Zhixia, feeling low on energy, searched for the bowl with her mouth. She reluctantly drank more than half of it with Su Zhao's coaxing, and her eyes gradually became clearer. She rubbed her face with her hands and sighed. "What time is it? How did I sleep until now? Why didn't you wake me?" Su Zhao set the bowl down and picked up a damp cloth to wipe her face. He took her hand and sat at the edge of the bed, saying, "Who said I didn't call you?" Sang Zixia squinted suspiciously. "Did you call me?" "I did." Without thinking, Sang Zixia replied, "That's impossible. If you called me, how could I not get up?" She was quite aware of her drinking habits. When she got tipsy, she just wanted to sleep, but she wouldn't be completely out of it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to help Su Zhao fend off drinks yesterday. Hearing her insistence, Su Zhao paused before saying, "You really don't remember me calling you? I called you many times as soon as it got light." Sang Zixia instinctively wanted to argue, but Su Zhao's tone became calmer. "Do you know how you reacted when I called you to get up?" Instinct told Sang Zixia that this topic should end quickly, but sometimes her mouth was quicker than her brain. What reaction? After saying that, she felt a bit regretful and wanted to change the subject. Su Zhao, however, looked thoughtful, with a serious yet oddly heavy expression. He said, "You told me not to make noise, and if I did, you'd throw me into the river to become a fish blowing bubbles." Sang Zixia suddenly paused her face-rubbing motion. Su Zhao continued, lost in his thoughts. "You also said I was too noisy and planned to hang me from the tallest tree in the village. Maybe I should dig a hole and hide under the bed, or throw me in the cellar to keep me quiet. You even said you wanted to pull my tongue out and shut me up." He sighed deeply after recalling, leaning closer to look into Sang Zhixia's strangely flickering eyes, forcing a smile. "Do you know how you want to shut me up?" Sang Zixia swallowed hard, her expression blank. "Sorry, I really don't want to know." Su Yao lowered his head, trying to hold back laughter, pretending not to see Sang Zhixia's flushed ears, and suddenly pecked her lips. "This is how to shut you up. Gigi, do you still want me to be quiet? If you think I'm too noisy, I can cooperate with this way of shutting me up for as long as you want." Sang Zhixia's lips trembled slightly after being pecked, and she felt deep down that something was off. But Su Yao's sincere expression made her heart race. Was her tolerance for alcohol not as good as she thought? Did she really get this bold when she drank too much? At such a young age, was she really this forward? Sang Zhixia felt dazed, and before she knew it, Su Yao took the chance to peck her lips again. She shivered and pushed his face away, trying to regain her composure when Su Yao, having taken advantage, couldn't help but lean his forehead on her shoulder and laugh. He looked quite pleased. A flash of realization hit Sang Zhixia, and she suddenly grabbed Su Yao's ear, gritting her teeth. "Are you playing with me for fun? Honestly, did I really say those silly things you just made up?"
Ha ha.
Su Yao laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight, so he just hung on Sang Zhixia, leaning over to kiss her ear. "Of course, I was just teasing you. You were sleeping so soundly. How could I bear to wake you?" Sang Zixia inhaled sharply and glared at him. Just then, they heard Su Wenxiu's voice outside. "Yaoer, is Xia awake?" Before anyone could answer, Su Wenxiu warned, "If she isn't awake, you mustn't disturb her. It's rare for Xia to rest. Don't interrupt her." Su Yao chuckled silently, and Sang Zixia shot him an annoyed glance. "What kind of person are you?" After mumbling, she called out, "Grandma, I'm up. I'll be out soon." Hearing her voice, Su Wenxiu felt relieved and muttered a few more words before leaving. Sang Zixia pushed Su Yao away and got out of bed, gathering her scattered hair. She grabbed a cloth soaked in hot water and pressed it to her face, her voice muffled. "The water wheel is ready, but we still haven't dug the ditches in our fields. We can't delay this." The land we cleared before has already been turned over. This time, it won't take as much effort. Today, we can start nurturing the selected seeds, and in about 10 days, we can sow them in the fields." As Sang Jixia spoke, she imagined the scene of having to sow seeds alone with just a basket and couldn't help but frown. Sowing seeds by hand is too slow. A few days of delay might not seem like much, but we have a lot of land. If we take too long, the seeds will spoil. We need to come up with a solution. With a lack of tools and skills for refining and forging, they had to rely on manpower to fill these large gaps. But they didn't always have to be so straightforward. Sang Zixia absent-mindedly splashed water over her hand and suddenly turned to Su Yao, asking, "Do you have some time? Can you help me draw a few diagrams?" Sang Zixia wasn't very good at drawing, but Su Yao was. He was clever and could understand what she wanted to express, with just a point. No matter how abstract her first sketch was, once it was in his hands, he could turn it into something impressive. After discussing the diagrams for half a day, they handed them to Uncle Su-san, who was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and rolled up his sleeves to head to the backyard. What they were making this time was relatively simple. It was a tool for automatic sewing. Uncle Su-san, excited, carried it to the field and called out to Su Yao, who was plowing, "Hurry, hurry. Come try it out." The seed sower had some clever designs. At the top was a box for the seeds, with small vertical holes in the bottom that allowed the rice seeds to fall through. It was connected to the plow with a lever. As the plow moved forward, the person guiding it could push the lever, allowing the seeds to drop evenly into the soft soil. Su Yao guided the plow along the field, with Uncle Su-san closely following behind. After walking through half an acre, he joyfully sat down on the ground, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "It worked. It really worked." Su Yao looked up at the sky and smiled, saying it was easy to use while plowing, saving effort and time. "This is great." Uncle Su-san felt very proud and replied, "Of course. This is a clever invention from Xia Girl. How could it not be good?" After speaking, he stood up with a handful of mud, unable to hide his excitement, and said, "With this, planting will be much easier. I'll go back and make a few more so I can keep up with you all." Uncle Su, lost in his thoughts, quickly ran off. Su Zhao shook his head and smiled, not saying more. As the spring breeze grew stronger, the villagers began to work hard in the fields. The Su family was no exception. Spring is precious, and missing it cannot be undone. The Su family had nearly 200 acres of land, both newly cleared and purchased. Managing so much farmland was not easy, so they spent money to hire skilled workers to help, and they had been busy for half a month without a break. Sang Jixia was also busy. Her tasks were ones that others couldn't assist with. She spent days searching for wild rice in the area where it had grown last year, and finally found what she wanted in the dry grass and leaves by the riverbank. Not wanting to rely on others, she carefully dug in the mud to find the seeds left behind by the wild rice, collecting the shriveled, dark seeds that had sprouted white shoots. She carefully brought them back to her experimental plot, treating them with great care. The plot she had set aside for her experiments was precious. Only Su Zhao was occasionally allowed to help. No one else could enter. If anyone accidentally touched it, Sang Jixia would be very upset. With limited resources, her progress was slow. No one was rushing her, but she felt anxious. Everyone worked tirelessly, and after a long time, they finally got through the spring planting. They could finally take a breath. Sang Jixia sat at the table, staring at the paper in her hands, writing and sketching. After mumbling to herself for a while, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Is there still money in our account?" After all this work over the past few months, could they still afford to eat? Su Wenxiu, fiddling with her needle and thread without looking up, replied, "It's enough. The screen we made got us 10 taels, your second aunt earned 20 taels on her own, and Ming Hui and your second uncle sent back 30 taels. We have enough money for these days." Moreover, the money spent recently didn't come from their account. It was all from the old man himself. Su Wenxiu remembered the old man's previous advice and didn't elaborate, simply adding, "In short, the expenses for the fields are sufficient. Just do what you want." Hearing this, Sang Jixia felt much more at ease and continued to ponder over her work. The old man took a glance and noticed that her writing had improved a lot compared to before. He nodded in satisfaction. There were many small chores at home, keeping him busy. However, the tasks he assigned to Sang Jixia were not delayed at all. She made time every day to complete them without being careless or making excuses. The messy handwriting that he once found unappealing now showed some character and had improved significantly. The old man favored Sang Jixia's diligence and was about to praise her and suggest she take a break when he suddenly coughed a few times. Hearing this, Sang Jixia quickly put down what she was doing and ran to get a glass of water. She handed the cup to the old man and noticed his slightly pale face, unable to help but frown. "Grandfather, should we call a doctor to take a look?" The old man had started coughing 2 weeks ago, but there were no other symptoms, just a persistent dry cough. Sang Jixia felt uneasy, but the old man waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a minor issue, probably due to the change of seasons. There's no need to make a big fuss over it." Sang Jixia wanted to say more, but the old man took a sip of water and said lightly, "A doctor would say the same thing, and in the end, they would just give me some bitter medicine to take 3 times a day, which could cause more problems than it solves." Sang Jixia opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Many had advised him, but the old man was quite stubborn. He insisted there would be no fuss. After dragging on for so long, with no improvement in his cough, anyone who pressed him further would get a glare in return. She remained silent as she saw the old man finish his water and went to refill his glass, this time adding a bit of honey. This honey was brought by Sister Wu a few days ago. It's good for soothing the throat and stopping coughs. "Grandfather, you should drink this from now on, and we'll get more when it's finished." The old man couldn't help but smile at the sweet aroma coming from the cup. "Are we going to collect honey again? Is Mingyang's swelling gone down? We're looking forward to collecting it again, aren't we?" The Su family had quite a few funny stories about collecting honey. As June approached, the once barren land of the Northwest came back to life after a long winter. Not only did the grass grow and the birds return, but everywhere you looked, there was fresh green. During this season, honey could be found in the mountains. This year, by chance, there was a large beehive hanging from a tree at the village entrance, weighing an estimated 10 pounds. There was still plenty of syrup left from last year's harvest, and even with winter approaching, they could continue collecting. The Su family truly didn't lack for sweetness and had little interest in it. But other families were different. Wu Chonggui had been watching that big beehive since last year, just waiting for the weather to warm up so he could collect some honey to bring home for his wife and kids. This year, seeing that the time was right, he got ready and called some people to go with him. This should not have involved the Su family. However, a few curious little ones couldn't resist joining in. After the honey was collected, Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, who had come to watch, got stung. Although they didn't help, Sister Wu felt sorry for the 2 little ones who got into trouble just by watching, so she sent over a small jar of honey to cheer them up. Thinking about the 2 little troublemakers who had been unable to open their eyes a few days ago, Sang Jixia felt both sorry and amused. "Grandfather, please don't mention it. Haven't you seen that those 2 have been hiding in the house these past few days, not even stepping outside? Even kids care about their pride. After being laughed at, they probably wanted to hide for a while longer." The old man found it quite funny too, but after a few chuckles, he started coughing again. Just then, Su Zhao returned to the city with some wine, and he was accompanied by an old man with a white beard carrying a small medicine box. Sang Jixia's eyes lit up, and Su Zhao gave her a knowing look. "Jiji, can you help me find the things I needed yesterday?" Sang Jixia knew he would be interrupted, so without thinking, she quickly slipped away. In the next moment, the old man looked at Su Zhao disapprovingly and said, "I told you not to bother. Why are you?" "Grandfather, just consider it my decision. But anyway, I have invited the doctor into our home, so you should sit down calmly and let the doctor take a look." Su Zhao gestured for the doctor to come in, ignoring his grandfather's complaints, and only sat down again when the doctor asked about the old man's symptoms. The old man was not very cooperative, but that was okay. Su Zhao remembered clearly. He said, "He has been coughing for half a month. At first it was not frequent, only at night. But these past few days, it seems to have worsened, and he often coughs during the day, breathing heavily. Su Zhao tightened his lips and glanced at the old man with a serious face, saying softly, especially in the morning, the coughing is the worst and doesn't stop for even a moment. Recently, his complexion has been getting worse day by day. Please examine him carefully. The doctor switched hands to check the pulse and frowned, asking, has your grandfather been seriously ill before? Su Zhao recalled the chaos from last year and explained he had a serious illness due to stress and took almost half a year to recover. That explains it. The doctor withdrew his hand and calmly said, your father is getting old. After such a serious illness, he is weakened. If he encounters any stress or excitement, he may feel unwell. It's not a serious problem. Just take some medicine and rest calmly. Don't overwork or worry. Su Zhao was still not entirely reassured and asked, is there anything else we should pay special attention to? The doctor smiled and replied, if you're worried, you can eat more nourishing foods that help with lung health. Foods that nourish the body are good for soothing dryness and coughs. The doctor left the prescription, and Zhang Zixia hurried out to pay the consultation fee. She personally saw the doctor out before returning. Her grandfather was glaring at Su Zhao, saying, what I said doesn't seem to matter anymore. Look at what you've caused. Su Zhao remained calm and replied, what you say always matters, but I just don't want to hear this. Her grandfather was about to get angry, but Su Zhao subtly redirected, since it's still early, I'll go to town to get some medicine. Gigi, why don't you stay and play a game of chess with your grandfather? Playing chess is a refined activity, which is rare in farming families. But her grandfather enjoyed it. 2 months ago, he celebrated the most uneventful birthday of his life. Su Zhao put in a lot of effort, finding sourwood to personally craft 2 sets of smooth and lovely chess pieces. Su Sanshu made a wooden chessboard as a gift for her grandfather. He cherished it and was in high spirits, often looking for someone to play with. But Zhang Zixia did not like it. She simply couldn't play Go. Even after being taught by her grandfather for 2 months, she remained the same. At her core, she was still the same person, a complete novice at chess. Zhang Zixia looked at Su Zhao in disbelief, taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with shock and unmasked pain, as if she couldn't believe he had just sold her out. Su Zhao stifled a laugh and slightly turned his head, covering his mouth to cough, and said, Grandfather, didn't you say Gigi has talent? She rarely has a free day at home. Why waste time on those accounts? Learning from you in chess could be a way to cultivate her character. Her grandfather, perhaps feeling unwell for too long, found Su Zhao's reasoning somewhat convincing. He turned to Zhang Zixia, whose expression was blank, and said seriously, come here, Xia girl. I will teach you. Zhang Zixia trembled, looking stunned. A delighted Aunt Su quickly turned and shouted, Yan Yan, hurry, and bring out your grandfather's chessboard. Set it up in the yard for your grandfather and your sister-in-law to play chess. As soon as they heard that Zhang Zixia was going to play, Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, who had been busy, quickly brought out small stools to watch with excitement. By the chess table, Zhang Zixia held a box of round wooden chess pieces, smiling with a hint of bitterness. Grandfather, please. Show some mercy. The old master of the Su family had 2 great passions in life, military strategy and chess. He had devoted half his life to mastering chess, and his skills were unmatched. Zhang Zixia, trembling with her box of chess pieces, was far from his level. To be fair, the old master favored his granddaughter-in-law Zhang Zixia even more than Su Yao, and the other younger ones couldn't compare. But at the chessboard, he no longer showed her the usual kindness. He played with ruthless precision, as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. After a few days of being defeated, Zhang Zixia felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, her forehead furrowed with worry, clearly showing her fear of losing. She had become the subject of many jokes at home and was desperately trying to find ways to avoid her grandfather's sharp skills. However, she couldn't hide for long. The old master's health worsened. Inside, his deep cough echoed, while Su Yao and Su Mingyang waited anxiously. Zhang Zixia personally saw the doctor out, listening to the same old advice, her forehead tightening with concern. Doctor, my grandfather was in great health before. How could he be bedridden just from a little cold? The doctor, used to hearing such concerns, waved his hand dismissively. Illness strikes like a mountain. Recovery is slow. The elderly grow weaker day by day. They can't compare to their younger selves. It's nothing serious. Just let him rest, he added. Sang Jixia forced a smile and nodded, but when she turned and saw the small stove with smoke rising from the medicine pot, her heart felt heavy. The old master had been bedridden for over 10 days. Unlike his previous minor coughs, he seemed to be getting weaker each day. Just yesterday, he had coughed up a large amount of blood and fainted. As his condition worsened, Su Yao and Uncle Su had called in over 10 doctors for treatment, and even Su Minghui, who lived in the county, made a special trip to bring in a well-known doctor. The doctor who entered the house couldn't say much. He only suggested it was a cold and advised rest. Could a cold be this serious? After taking so many medicines, why is the illness getting worse? Sang Zixia felt a bit anxious and nervously rubbed her clothes, trying to appear cheerful as she entered the main room. The old man's condition looked really bad. With the outside work finished for the past few days, the younger family members had been keeping a constant watch by his bedside. The little ones had red eyes from lack of sleep. Sang Jixia pretended not to see and quietly squeezed Su Yao's hand, pulling a chair to sit by the bed. She smiled at the old man and said, "Grandfather, didn't you say that the stewed pear with Sichuan fritillary felt good? Shall I make you another one today?" The old man had been ill for a long time, and his face showed signs of distress. Hearing Sang Jixia, he forced a smile. "You are a skilled child. Whatever you make is good." Sang Jixia quickly blinked away her tears and playfully teased the old man to lift his spirits. "Grandfather, you always know how to make me laugh. You say everything I make is good now, but why didn't you eat the stewed bitter melon I made for you a few days ago?" Su Mingxiu, not understanding the adult's worries, leaned over the bed and held the old man's thin fingers, innocently saying, "Because bitter melon is bitter. Grandfather doesn't like bitter things." Su Jinxia, who had grown a bit taller since the new year, pouted too. "Bitter things don't taste good. If Jinxia won't eat it, then grandfather won't eat it either." Sang Jixia nudged Su Yao playfully and raised an eyebrow. "If no one eats it, then who will? If you don't eat it, then I made it for nothing." Su Yao also didn't like bitter melon, but he still smiled in response, his expression softening. "All right, I'll eat it." Seeing a hint of a smile on his usually serious face, Sang Jixia quietly sighed in relief. The old man was not only the backbone of the Su family, but also a respected elder for Su Yao. Su Yao had been raised by the old man since he was less than 2 years old, spending little time with his father. Among all the Su children, Su Yao had the deepest bond with the old man. If anything went wrong with the old man's health, Sang Jixia took a deep breath, not daring to think further, and after joking a bit more, rolled up her sleeves and went out. The steamer with the Sichuan fritillary pear had just started steaming when the slightly ajar door was pushed open. Su Minghui hurriedly walked in, followed by an unfamiliar doctor. As he entered, he smelled the strong scent of medicine in the courtyard and furrowed his brow. Without catching his breath, he asked, "Sister-in-law, has grandfather's condition improved?" Sang Zixia instinctively wanted to hide the truth, but remembering how urgently Su Minghui had been seeking doctors lately, she changed her words and quietly said, "In the past 2 days, several doctors have come, and he has taken the medicine, but it hasn't helped much. Your brother is inside with him." After she spoke, Su Minghui's eyes quickly dimmed. Sang Jixia instinctively glanced behind him and raised an eyebrow. "Is uncle very busy?" Since their grandfather fell seriously ill, Su Sengsu had sent several letters to the city. This was Su Minghui's 6th time returning home. Su Erxe hadn't come even once. Su Minghui lowered his gaze to hide the coldness in his eyes and took a breath before saying, "There are only 2 accountants at the shop. When I leave, the other one can't manage alone. Sister-in-law, you carry on. I'll bring the doctor in to see grandfather." Sang Jixia nodded. "Go ahead." Half an hour later, The doctor left with a similar prescription and exited the Su family's door. Their grandfather, exhausted, had already fallen asleep. Su Liao gently tucked the blanket around him and walked out of the main room alongside Su Minghui. Su Minghui tightly pressed his lips together and said, "This can't go on like this." The doctor had spoken reassuring words, but they could see for themselves how serious the illness was. Their grandfather's condition was not something to take lightly. Su Liao, having stayed up for many days, now had dark circles under his eyes. Leaning against a post, he closed his eyes and said, "It can't go on. I've found someone who might help. If things go quickly, he should arrive in less than 10 days. 10 days? Su Minghui's expression tightened as he glanced toward the main room. Lowering his voice, "Can grandfather wait 10 days like this? Otherwise, should I go out and bring back a doctor who can help right now?" The two brothers glared at each other, their similar faces showing the frustration they couldn't express to others. Their grandfather was ill, and they were more anxious than anyone. Su Minghui realized he was losing control, clenched his fists, took deep breaths, and paced like a trapped animal before gritting his teeth and saying, "I know someone who might be able to help. I'll go ask him." Su Liao narrowed his eyes. "Who?" "Chen Yanhe." Su Liao raised an eyebrow. Su Minghui took a deep breath. "I heard in the county that Chen Yanhe just arrived at the Northwest camp 3 days ago, and he brought a royal physician with him. In the county town, the local clinics and pharmacies, even the well-known village doctors nearby, have all been called upon in these days, but their efforts have not been effective." Unwilling to believe that the old man's illness is truly beyond help, the only explanation they can think of is that these doctors lack skill. The imperial physician is different. He is a master from the palace, and his medical skills are certainly superior to those of these rural doctors. If they could bring the imperial physician back, there might still be hope. However, Chen Yanhe, who is accompanied by the imperial physician, has a grudge against the Su family. This grudge is related to Su Yao. Su Minghui clearly knows about the past, but at this moment, he cannot afford to think about it. He speaks quickly, "You stay at home. I will ask Chen Yanhe if he can agree to let the imperial physician come back with me."
There's no use in asking.
Su Yao says irritably, "I broke his son's leg. If you go, you'll only be humiliated. You know this trouble was caused by you?" Su Minghui grinds his teeth in anger. "If you hadn't done those despicable things back then, would we be in such a desperate situation now?" Su Yao knows Su Minghui is right, but at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Whether for the Su family or out of selfish concern, neither of them wants anything to happen to the old man.
That's settled then.
"I will head to the Northwest camp now. Wait for my news at home." Su Minghui hurriedly tries to leave, but suddenly a large hand grabs his shoulder. Su Yao expressionlessly pushes him back and coldly says, "Stay at home. I will go." "You will go?" "Su Yao, are you crazy?" Su Minghui steps forward and grabs him, forcing out a broken voice. "You nearly killed Chen back then, and Chen Yanhe almost came to our home with a knife to take your life. Going now is like seeking death." Back then, the Su family was prosperous and had a good relationship with the Chen family. But in the end, it all fell apart because of Su Yao. He nearly killed Chen Yanhe's son. While creating enemies brought a lot of gossip, Su Yao was the precious heir of the Su family at that time, and Chen Yanhe had no way to retaliate. Now it's different. Su Yao is a disgraced exile, and Chen Yanhe is the newly appointed general. If Su Yao goes, it would mean death. Su Minghui dares not alert anyone else, and simply holds onto Su Yao tightly. Su Yao looked down at his deformed sleeve and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Haven't you always wanted me dead? After so many years of rivalry, why does he still hesitate to see him gone?" Su Minghui angrily wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I wish you a bad end, but not at this moment. Go back and stay put. I know what I'm doing." Tsk. Su Yao felt a bit annoyed and turned to grip Su Minghui's arm, twisting it slightly to push him forward, then raised his hand and gave him a loud flick on the forehead. It was just like how he usually dealt with Su Mingyang and the others, but this time he used a lot more force. Su Minghui almost thought he was trying to knock him out. "Who are you telling to go away?" Su Yao released Su Minghui, who was now holding his forehead, and said calmly, "You have no say in this. Just be quiet and wait for news. And this matter must not be mentioned to Gigi." Su Yao looked past Su Minghui's shoulder, surprised to see someone slowly standing up from behind a haystack, momentarily forgetting what he was going to say. Sang Zhixiao looked at them with a complicated expression, hesitating before looking at Su Yao. After a moment of silence, she said, "Minghui, there's food left on the stove for you. You should eat something. Su Yao, come with me." A rare appeared on Su Yao's usually calm face as he pointed at Su Minghui in warning and quickly followed Sang Zhixia. With a creak, Su Yao shut the door behind him. He looked at Sang Zhixia's calm face, searching for the right words, but before he could speak, she said, "If we invite the royal physician, there's a greater chance for grandfather's recovery, right?" Su Yao couldn't hide it from her, and after a brief pause, he replied softly, "Yes. The herbs here are not good, and the doctor's skills are lacking. Grandfather's illness cannot be delayed any longer. If I'll go with you." The words that Su Yao wanted to say got stuck in his throat, leaving him in shock. Sang Zhixia took out the private funds she had prepared for Su Yao but hadn't used, stuffing them into her clothes. She turned her back to him and said, "I don't know why you previously hurt someone's son, but now there's hope for treating grandfather. If you didn't know, that's one thing, but since you do, we must go." Su Yao had already been thinking about seeking the royal physician in the northwest camp for many days. A few months ago, the general who was stationed in the northwest returned to the capital, leaving only a few military doctors in the camp. Their skills were not better than the doctors we could find now, so they had given up hope. Now that we have royal doctors with us, it means... Su Zhao repeatedly opened his mouth, forcing himself to swallow a sob filled with frustration, and said hoarsely, "Gigi, you don't know the history between Qin Yanhe and me. I'm not going there to catch up with an old friend, but to take risks and face humiliation, right?" Sang Zhixia turned to look at him with a blank expression and said coldly, "That's why I can't let you go alone. What if you really get hurt?" "I won't, How do you know you won't?" Sang Zhixia sat on the edge of the bed with her prepared savings, looking at Su Zhao and said, "There's old enmity involved. I can't trust you to go alone. I may not be able to help much, but I've been practicing my skills lately. At least I can help you escape if you get hurt. Otherwise, are you really planning to go and get hurt? To trade your life for your grandfather's? Or do you plan to?" "I never planned for that." Su Zhao interrupted Sang Zhixia, quickly kneeling in front of her and holding her hand. He looked up at her pale and tense face and whispered, "The conflict between Qin Yanhe and me can't be resolved easily. Even if I kneel and beg him, it won't help. If you go with me, it will only add to the humiliation. I never intended to have a proper talk with Qin Yanhe, nor will I give him a chance to retaliate." Su Zhao tucked a loose strand of hair behind Sang Zhixia's ear and said softly, "Qin Yanhe's foundation isn't here. He has just arrived at the northwest camp and is busy trying to settle in. No one will pay attention to a royal doctor who is just tagging along. Stay at home and wait for me. I'll sneak the doctor out." Sang Zhixia had prepared countless arguments, but all of them fell silent in the face of that one clever word, sneak. She stared at Su Zhao in disbelief. "What did you just say? What are you planning to do?" "I said I'm going to sneak." How hard could it be to sneak a harmless royal doctor out of a northwest camp? Sang Zhixia was stunned into silence by his confidence, and for a moment, she even thought that the person in front of her might have been a bandit before. Su Zhao leaned down and kissed her chin gently. "Don't worry. I'll manage to sneak him out." Sang Zhixia was confused and didn't know what to say at first. After a moment of shock, she bit her lip and said, "Even if you really manage to sneak out the royal doctor, what if he gets returned? Qin Yanhe will find out, right? They couldn't wait for the royal doctor to cure the old man's illness and then silence him, could they?" "It's better if he knows," Su Zhao said, gently touching Sang Zhixia's earlobe and whispering, "I was worried about finding someone useful in the northwest camp, but since he came on his own, why not use him? Gigi, don't worry. I have something that can control him. It doesn't matter if Qin Yanhe wants to mend things with me. He will definitely be interested in what I have. He wouldn't dare to kill me." Once the old man's illness was cured, He would wait for Qin Nianhe to come to him. In the end, Su Minghui insisted on leaving with Su Zhao. He glared at Su Zhao, his face pale with anger. That's the Northwest camp. There are 200,000 soldiers stationed there. How can you say you can sneak someone out and return safely? What are you thinking? Facing his sudden anger, Su Zhao remained calm. What's wrong with the Northwest camp? He said lightly. The rules for patrol and changing guards were set by my father. Do you think I can't get in and out? No one knew the camp better than him. Even if he had never set foot in the Northwest camp, he could still manage to enter and exit. Su Minghui was momentarily speechless, his face turning red. Su Zhao continued in a calm tone, "Just do as I told you before. You don't need to worry about anything else. As for Qin Nianhe, I have my ways to handle him." Su Zhao was determined, and Su Minghui felt helpless. He instinctively looked at the silent Zhang Zhixia, surprised. Can't you talk him out of this? At a time like this, shouldn't someone be able to manage him a little? Zhang Zhixia lifted her eyelids and looked at him with a calm gaze. What should I say? He said he was confident, didn't he? Su Minghui was left speechless. Zhang Zhixia took Su Zhao's hand and placed the dagger he had given her in his palm, lowering her eyes. Your grandfather is still sick. Don't create unnecessary trouble. I'll wait for news from you at home. Su Zhao gently poked her nose with his finger, then took the reins and mounted his horse. The horse was borrowed from the gambling house by Su Minghui, and soon the two of them with their horses disappeared at the edge of the village. Just then, Sister Lin, who was returning from outside, hesitated and asked, Xia, has your grandfather's illness improved? The old man's sickness was not a secret in the village. After all, the Su family had been visiting doctors more often than they ate, and the villagers couldn't help but ask about it. Zhang Zhixia forced a smile and replied, It's still the same. The doctor said to take it slow, and it will be fine. Sister Lin patted her shoulder in comfort and said, Your grandfather is a rare good man, kind-hearted and fair. Everyone in the village appreciates him, so he will surely overcome this. Worried that Zhang Zhixia might feel sad, Sister Lin quickly added, By the way, were you looking for the Chuanbei to help your grandfather? My family knows a few people who often go into the mountains to gather herbs. I can ask if they have any good ones. Zhang Zhixia thanked her sincerely and, after entering the house, took a deep breath to calm herself. She just hoped everything would go smoothly. Before she could catch her breath, she heard Su Sanshu calling from a distance. Xia. Xia girl. Hey, I'm here, Sanshu. Su Sanshu ran up, out of breath, leaning against the door frame. He gestured wildly and managed to say, The seedlings in the field at Nanshan seem off. Come quickly and take a look. Zhang Zhixia's heart raced. What happened? What's wrong? Su Sanshu couldn't see the problem himself, but the old farmer they had hired was experienced. Remembering the old farmer's warning, he said, Uncle Gu said the seedlings are infested with pests, but I don't see any pests. Zhang Zhixia felt a sense of dread and hurriedly told Su Wenxiu, who had come out anxiously, Grandma, you and the two aunts take care of grandfather at home. I'm going to the field with Sanshu. Sanshu, let's talk while we walk. Su Wenxiu watched Zhang Zhixia hurry away and glanced at the unfinished meal on the stove, sighing, This child hasn't eaten a thing. At the field, the old farmer, known as Uncle Gu, was over 60, thin as a skeleton, and could easily fall over in the wind. But his hands were strong as he held a. Seeing Zhang Zhixia approach, Uncle Gu handed her a broken seedling and said, Take a look at this. Zhang Zhixia picked up a tender seedling and felt a small bump on the leaf surface, with some remnants of white, web-like traces. When she pulled it apart, she found a tiny green worm wriggling inside. Zhang Zhixia's expression changed immediately. Seeing that she understood the seriousness of the situation, Uncle Gu took his pipe from his waist, put it in his mouth, took a puff, and exhaled white smoke, saying, This little thing looks harmless, but it's a real disaster. In a regular family's 3 to 5 acres, this pest can cause tears for half a year, let alone your family's 200 acres. The more land there is, the more nutrients the pests can consume. In vast, fertile fields, pests spread and multiply at an alarming rate. When the Sioux family cleared the land, they intentionally grouped the 200 acres together for easier management. If one patch of land has these pests, it's easy to imagine the terrifying scene of swarms of them in just a few months. Uncle Gu ignored Sang Jixia's worried expression and Uncle Su's disbelief, turning to look at the endless fields with a look of regret. It's a shame to lose so many precious seedlings. In other words, the Su family had wasted half a year of hard work. Uncle Su was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and he stammered, "But didn't we just discover this? Can't we just pull out the affected seedlings? Why can't we do that? Pull them out." Uncle Gu chuckled. "If you can find and pull out this one, can you find and pull out all of them in the field? What if you miss one? One missed pest could ruin everything, and it would take time and effort, possibly resulting in a total loss." Having worked the land for a lifetime, Uncle Gu offered the most sensible advice based on his experience. The best thing to do now is to pull out the obviously affected seedlings and not waste energy looking for more. Let them grow a bit longer and see what happens. You've all done your best. It's nobody's fault. Just accept it. If a year of hard work is wasted, it can only be said that the timing was unfortunate. How can human effort compete with fate? Old farmers who have seen the rise and fall of fortunes often think this way, and Uncle Su turned pale upon hearing this. The words about bad luck may sound easy to say, but the seedlings in those fields represent half a year's hard work and much of the family's savings. Older people can handle such failures, but what about Sang Jixia? The little girl has invested a lot of effort in the fields. If something goes wrong, how will a teenager cope? Uncle Su choked up and couldn't bear to think further. Sang Jixia slowly tightened her grip on the seedlings, which still looked normal for now, and said firmly, "No, there's still time. There's another way." Accepting fate? What is that? Sang Jixia would accept anything, but she would never accept fate. Uncle Gu was surprised by her words and saw in Sang Jixia the boldness of a young one who fears nothing. But what good is boldness without the experience to back it up? He hesitated, then heard Sang Jixia's confident voice. "Where was the first bug found?" "In that area. All the seedlings must be pulled out, not leaving a single one. Don't worry about the areas where bugs haven't been found yet. I'll think of something." Uncle Su was stunned, his voice trembling. "Pull them all out?" "Xia girl, I just asked around, and everyone said that while pests can reduce the harvest as long as we keep some, we can still get something. If we pull them all out without distinguishing between good and bad, won't we end up with nothing? Even if we pull everything out and have no harvest in the fall, we cannot let more bug eggs fall onto our land." After a brief silence, Sang Jixia quickly made up her mind and decisively said, "Uncle, let's do it my way. Also, find me a few experienced hands to go into the mountains, preferably those who can find honey and locate beehives. The sooner the better." Uncle Su was confused by her plans, but since there were many people available to help, it wouldn't be hard to find a few. Sang Jixia decided on the people to go into the mountains for beehives the next day. Amidst many sympathetic gazes, she rolled up her sleeves and went to work in the fields herself. With determination, she ruthlessly pulled out the seedlings from the area where the bug eggs were found. Uncle Gu watched silently for a while, then suddenly smiled. Not very old, but quite bold. Although he didn't think Sang Jixia's method could surpass his years of experience, since she was the one paying, everyone would follow her instructions. Sang Jixia asked everyone to work as quickly as possible, refusing to rest even after a long day. At midnight, Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su, who had been anxiously waiting at home, came together and felt heartbroken seeing Sang Jixia covered in mud. "Didn't we hire so many people? Why did you roll down with yourself?" Sang Jixia, exhausted, sat on the ground, panting. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a bitter smile, "The people we invited are soft-hearted and soft-handed. If I don't take the lead, they won't be able to be tough enough." An acre of land produces about 200 pounds of grain. Today, they pulled seedlings from 8 acres, which amounts to 1,600 pounds of rice. This much food is enough for a family to eat and drink for a whole year. Seeing this, No one could bear to do it, so it had to be her who took the first step. Su Wenxiu felt a pang of sympathy and, seeing that Sang Zhixia couldn't stand up for a moment, squatted down to wipe her sweat with a handkerchief. We've heard about the situation in the fields at home, Xia. Do we really have to pull them up? I heard from Aunt Wu that it's okay not to pull them up. Leaving them might still yield something. We can't leave them. Sang Zhixia took the handkerchief from her and pressed it against her face, saying gloomily, "The eggs we found in our fields are called rice pests. When they are young, they eat the rice leaves, and when they grow up, they consume the rice flowers and grains. They can eat a plant down to just the stalk, and they reproduce at an alarming rate. We can take risks with 3 to 5 acres, but we have too much land to gamble with." The sooner they acted, the better they could eliminate potential threats before they escalated. They could handle the current losses. Uncle Su was also too tired to get up, lying in the mud and panting, but daughter-in-law, "We pulled up 8 acres today, and there are still over 200 acres left. If pests are found elsewhere, do we have to pull up all the seedlings?" At this, everyone's eyes filled with tension, and Sang Zhixia sighed and shook her head slowly. "That's not necessary. There are many natural enemies of rice pests. We can use these little creatures to help us. It's just..." Sang Zhixia squinted and looked around the endless rice fields, suddenly turning to Su Wenxiu and asking, "Mother, I heard from Su Yao that you like to grow flowers?" Su Wenxiu blinked in confusion, then laughed. "I used to enjoy tending to flowers and plants, but why do you ask about this all of a sudden? Do you still like flowers?" Su Wenxiu glanced at Aunt Su, who looked just as confused, and said helplessly, "I do like them, but don't we grow vegetables and rice? What do we need flowers for?" Sang Zhixia had a rough idea in her mind and smiled. "Flowers are wonderful. Without enough flowers and plants, we might not attract the natural enemies of rice pests to settle in our fields. Grandma, Aunt, I will go into the mountains tomorrow. Could you help me find out where I can get some fast-growing flower seeds? If you find any, please buy some for me. I think planting more flowers by the field edges would be nice too." This statement feels a bit disconnected from the previous conversation, but Su Wenxiu imagined a scene filled with small flowers by the field edges and found it quite pleasing. A vibrant mix of colors seemed lovely. These flowers can be planted. Exhausted, the person walked home under the sparse moonlight. Sang Zhixia and Uncle Su had finished washing up and went to the main room to check on the old man. The old man had slept a lot during the day and was still awake late at night. The old lady said she was tired and went to bed early in the adjoining room. Uncle Su, still worried, asked a few questions. The old man answered slowly and then looked at Sang Zhixia, whose face was pale from exhaustion, and gently said, "I heard you had a disagreement in the fields today and insisted on pulling up the seedlings?" Sang Zhixia didn't want him to worry, so she touched her nose and smiled, saying, "Did Su Mingyang tell you? How did those kids pass the message so quickly? Who knows who the messenger is?" The old man propped himself up a bit with Uncle Su's help, took a few deep breaths to suppress a cough, and a faint smile appeared on his cracked lips, making his gaze towards Sang Zhixia even gentler. "You did the right thing. When making decisions, one must have the courage to stand firm against differing opinions. If you let others sway you with a few words, you won't be able to lead or handle important matters well. As long as you believe it's necessary, go ahead and do it your way without being overly hindered." Sang Zhixia was not surprised that the old man supported her, but she couldn't help but feel emotional at his heartfelt words. She sniffled and quietly said, "Grandfather, your teachings are wise, but I still have much to learn. If I make mistakes, I rely on you to guide me every day. You need to take your medicine and get better, or I will be very worried and unable to make decisions." Perhaps because she had been taught by the old man for so long, the usually strong-willed Sang Zhixia showed a more vulnerable side, speaking with a hint of childish stubbornness. The old man found it amusing. "Your ideas are quite right. I'm not worried about your anxiety." Sang Zhixia huffed, "I'm just afraid of losing face and won't admit it. In reality, I am quite anxious and uncertain. Grandfather, please get better soon and help me out. Otherwise, I won't dare to speak loudly with those old men with white hair and beards." I'm afraid they'll say I'm not respecting my elders. The old man laughed in frustration. So if I go, I can help you argue loudly? With you watching over me, who would dare to argue with me?
You.
Cough, cough. Father. Uncle Su was both amused and helpless after hearing Sang Jixia's playful remarks. He helped the old man drink some water, patting his back to ease his breathing while saying, Xia girl has probably spent too much time with Ming Yang and his friends, and now she's starting to act like them. However, she speaks the truth. It's better for you to be healthy, father. Otherwise, we will always feel uneasy. The old man patted his hand and said nothing more, only giving a feigned annoyed glance at Sang Jixia, who was pouting, and waved his hand. Go on, go on. You've been busy all day. Why are you staying here with me? Hurry back and rest. Reluctantly, Sang Jixia left, and Uncle Su went to get things ready for the night watch in the main room. Once the people in the room left, the old man suddenly covered his mouth and let out a muffled cough. Moonlight seeped through the door, revealing a pool of ominous dark blood in his trembling palm. In the west wing, Sang Jixia was sleeping fitfully, her brow furrowed and a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. As the night deepened, she suddenly sat up, instinctively covering her racing heart. In her dream, it felt like she had stepped off a cliff. The lingering panic spread through her limbs to her fingertips, and an indescribable unease grew in her heart. Sang Jixia turned to glance out the small window, then decided to get out of bed. It was still dark outside, but she didn't want to sleep anymore. She grabbed her coat from the rack and was about to push the door open when she suddenly heard rustling sounds outside the courtyard wall. Who is it? Sang Jixia held her breath, considering various possibilities. To avoid drawing attention, she quietly opened the window and nimbly jumped out, silently approaching the source of the noise. Hidden by the night, Sang Jixia squinted and recognized the figure. An old lady? What is she doing out at this hour? Doubts began to rise in her mind as she carefully concealed her presence in the shadows, waiting for the old lady to leave before following her. Su Yao said she would teach Sang Jixia lightness skills, and she truly put a lot of thought into it. Sang Jixia was also willing to work hard. Although a year didn't bring rapid progress, hiding and following a slow-moving old lady was not a challenge. She followed the old lady to the big locust tree at the village entrance, nervously hiding herself. She saw someone emerge from behind a haystack and skillfully hand the old lady an unclear object. The two spoke in low voices under the locust tree. Sang Jixia vaguely heard phrases about something being difficult and needing more of something, and her heart raced as she sensed something significant. She suppressed her shock and waited until the old lady and the person with an unclear face left before she calmed her racing heart and wandered outside until dawn. As the sun rose, Sang Jixia entered her home with a handful of dandelions. Su Air Aunt, who was cooking, turned around in surprise and said, Xia, it's still early. Why are you up? Sang Jixia placed the trimmed dandelions in a large bowl and smiled. I heard someone say there's a good patch of dandelions in Heshi, just right for picking, so I thought I'd gather some for grandfather to make tea. The doctor said grandfather had a lot of internal heat and eating cooling foods would help. Su Air Aunt didn't suspect anything. Su Yanran, who also woke up early, rubbed her eyes and bumped into Sang Jixia, hugging her waist and saying, Sister-in-law, you should sleep a bit more. I already told Su Mingyang and the others that we would find herbs for grandfather's tea. You taught us before, so we won't get it wrong. Sang Jixia smiled and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, All right, I won't go next time. I'll leave it for you to show off, okay? Satisfied, Su Yanren went to wash her face. Sang Jixia picked up a basin of water to wash the dirt off her hands and casually asked, Aunt, isn't it time to start making grandfather's medicine? Do we still have enough of the medicine the doctor prescribed a few days ago? If not, I can go gather some more. We have enough. Su Air Aunt lifted the pot lid and stirred the thick millet porridge inside. She glanced at the main room and sighed. So many doctors have come, and their prescriptions are all similar. We have enough medicine, but after taking so much medicine, grandfather's condition still hadn't improved. No one in the family dared to speak about it, but everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Sang Jixia sighed lazily and asked, "Where's the medicine kept?" "Is it with Aunt Sue?" "It's with Grandma." Aunt Sue scooped out a bowl of millet porridge to cool and said without turning around, "Your grandmother says the medicine can't be placed anywhere carelessly. She worries it might get damp or infested. It has been kept with her since it was brought from the clinic. You can just go get it when you need it." "Why did you suddenly ask about this?" Sang Zixia smiled and shook her head, wiping the water from her hands. "It's nothing, just a random question." "Aunt, is this porridge for grandfather?" Aunt Sue swatted Sang Jixia's hand away from the bowl, frowning disapprovingly. "Aren't there enough chores for you in the fields? You can't even rest at home. If you really don't want to sleep, just eat your breakfast quickly. After that, you can rest a bit. I'll take it to grandfather." The old man had a poor appetite due to his illness and could only manage some light food. Yesterday, Su Winchio specially made ginseng chicken soup, but he barely had a few sips, and most of it ended up in Su Mingyang's stomach. Who knows how much of this bowl of millet porridge he will actually drink? Gradually, the family members got up. Uncle Su-san, who had stayed up all night, stumbled out like a zombie and splashed cold water on his face to wake up a bit. Uncle Su-san mumbled, "Xia girl, didn't you say you were going to the mountains today?" Sang Jixia replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, I have that plan. Just pulling out the rice seedlings to deal with the rice borer is only a temporary fix. To truly solve the problem, we need to go to the mountains and find some helpers." "What kind of helpers?" "Parasitoid wasps or predatory bugs would work. We'll take whatever we can find. If effective pesticides can't be found, the best prevention method is to attract the natural enemies of the pests to nest near the rice fields. By planting flowers and expanding the nectar sources, the natural enemies of the rice borer will be drawn in, preventing them from becoming a serious problem in the rice fields." She briefly explained, and Aunt Sue-san interrupted, "Since you're going to the mountains, which are slippery and steep, why do you want to go? Let your uncle go instead." Aunt Sue-san handed her husband a steamed bun and urged, Xia still needs to work in the fields. You take someone with you to the mountains." Sang Jixia wasn't very reassured. "Does uncle know about these things I mentioned?" "I don't know, but there will be someone with you who does." Uncle Su casually said, "The people you looked for yesterday are all experienced. If I go with them, I can just follow their arrangements. Helping out is not that hard." Sang Jixia hesitated for a moment and then said, "Then I appreciate your hard work, Uncle." Uncle Su waved his hand, not taking it seriously. He saw the elderly lady coming out with a gloomy face and respectfully called out, "Grandmother." The elderly lady usually ignored her and walked past to have breakfast. After just a couple of sips of porridge, she said sternly, "It's getting late. Why haven't you started making the medicine? Didn't you hear all the coughing in the hall yesterday?" Everyone was dead silent. Su Wenxiu, who had gotten up a little later to take care of Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia, quickly smiled and explained, "Please don't worry, grandmother. I'll go prepare the medicine right away." Sang Jixia said, "I'll help," and followed her inside. In the small cabinet in the hall, the medicine was neatly packed and left open for anyone to take. Su Wenxiu took out a package, and Sang Jixia frowned slightly, asking, "Is this medicine prepared by the doctor and left here?" "Yes," Su Wenxiu replied, glancing at the seemingly sleeping old man and lowering her voice. "This room is the driest, so it won't get damp and affect the medicine." Sang Jixia followed her lead and whispered, "Do you make it every day?" Su Wenxiu smiled wryly, "Not at all. Whoever has time among your two aunts and me will make it, but it's all the same." The medicine was the same no matter who prepared it, so there was no real difference. Sang Jixia sensed that the elderly lady didn't handle the medicine herself, and her curiosity grew stronger. Knowing she couldn't voice her suspicions, she took the medicine from Su Wenxiu and said, "Then I'll do it today. Uncle is in the woods for me, and I have some free time now," she added. Su Wenxiu didn't argue and reminded her a few times not to use too high heat before going out to check on the two children eating. Sang Jixia found a small pot and slowly cooked it on the small stove, watching the flames rise, deep in thought. She had seen the doctor's prescription, which mostly contained common herbs. When she first looked at it, she remembered most of the ingredients. Just now, when I opened the medicine package, I took a quick look and didn't find anything strange or extra inside. She also cleaned the medicine jar thoroughly several times and found nothing. It seems the problem is not with the herbs. Ever since the old man fell ill, the old lady's mood has worsened day by day, and she often speaks with anger. The family has agreed to avoid upsetting her during this time, so others handle the chores of serving the old man his medicine and meals, keeping the old lady out of it. What did she secretly bring back late at night? Could that hidden thing be related to the old man's medicine? The medicine in the jar was almost ready to be opened when Sister Lin, accompanied by someone, knocked on the Su family's door. Xia Xia? Xia Xia, are you home? Sang Ji Xia wiped her hands and stood up, saying, I'm here. What do you need, sister? Sister Lin smiled and entered with a person, explaining, yesterday, I mentioned asking someone to find good chuanbei for you. This is my brother from my family, he knows where to get it. Sang Ji Xia's eyes lit up at this and quickly grabbed a small stool for him to sit down. The person sat down, sniffed, and said curiously, Did you put aconite in this medicine? The special smell mixed with the herbs was faint, but very noticeable. Sang Ji Xia paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, it's in the prescription from the doctor.
Why?
You must be careful with aconite. When preparing the medicine, did you check if it was raw or processed? Before Sang Ji Xia could respond, the person said seriously, processed aconite is good, but raw aconite is highly toxic. You can't be careless. Taking the wrong one can cost a life. Sister Lin didn't understand this and, fearing her brother might upset Sang Ji Xia, quickly nudged his arm and said irritably, What are you talking about? This medicine was prescribed by the doctor and prepared at the clinic.
How could there be a mistake?
Can't the doctor tell the difference between raw and processed aconite? The person who was nudged was good-natured and chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I just wanted to remind you, that's all. Sang Ji Xia felt a strange flutter in her heart, but kept her expression calm and smiled. It's always good to be cautious with medicine. I'll pour you some water. Sit down and talk slowly. Sister Lin was warm-hearted, and her brother was quite reliable. Aunt Sue and the others heard the voices and came out to take a look. They confirmed that the Sichuan fritillary brought by him was excellent, and they bought a lot on the spot, making Sister Lin and her brother leave the Su family with smiles. Sister Lin comforted the Su family with a few words before taking her brother away. The medicine was ready and set aside to cool. The elderly woman, who had been silent in the main room, came out with a small piece of cloth and said coldly, Pour the leftover medicine here. Sang Ji Xia was a bit surprised and asked, Why do we need to pour out the leftover medicine? The elderly woman shot her an impatient glance, and Su Wenxiu quickly explained, Xia Xia, you're young and may not know. This is an old tradition. If there is someone sick in the house, the leftover medicine must be wrapped up and thrown far away. This is to cast away the bad energy and bring good health to the family. Worried that Sang Zixia might upset the elderly woman, Su Wenxiu took her hand and helped her carefully wrap the dark medicine leftovers in the cloth. The elderly woman snatched it away and muttered something about not understanding the rules as she left. Sang Zixia quietly frowned but said nothing. She squatted down to check the empty medicine pot, feeling an inexplicable unease rise within her. She knew that the plant aconite needed special preparation to be safe for use. Otherwise, it could be very toxic. She had paid attention while the medicine was being made and noticed that the aconite in the bag had a special smoky color, which seemed fine. But she only remembered the color and couldn't distinguish the differences between properly prepared aconite and raw aconite. Su Wenxiu, sensing her discomfort from the elderly woman's reprimand, whispered a few comforting words. Sang Zixia smiled and looked at the bowl of medicine in her hand, suddenly saying, Mother, I will go serve grandfather his medicine. Su Wenxiu handed her the bowl without suspicion. Sang Zixia entered with the bowl and casually tapped Su Mingyang on the head, saying, Mingyang, can you do me a favor? Su Mingyang, who was leaning against the bed talking to the old man, looked up in confusion and asked, Sister-in-law, what favor? Just keep watch outside. No one is allowed to come in unless I call for you, okay? Seeing the confusion in Su Mingyang's big eyes, Sang Jixia pretended to be mysterious and whispered, "I have something to discuss with grandfather, and I need you to help me." Children love to be part of secret activities, and without hesitation, he jumped up and agreed. When Su Mingyang went out, he closed the door tightly behind him. The old man was leaning against the head of the bed with a blanket, finding it somewhat amusing. He mistakenly thought that Sang Jixia was going to sneakily ask for money again. Just as he was about to tease her, he saw Sang Jixia quickly place the medicine bowl on the table and turn to rummage through the medicine bags in the cabinet. Sang Jixia squatted on the floor, opened a medicine bag, and took out a piece of crushed aconite root, examining it closely with a tight-lipped expression. The old man's previously unfocused gaze sharpened, and he squinted, asking, "Girl, what's wrong?" Sang Jixia didn't shy away from his probing look. Holding the crushed aconite piece, she leaned in and quietly asked, "Grandfather, can you tell the difference between raw and cooked aconite?" The old man, well-read, knew the difference and smiled, saying, "I can barely tell them apart." Sang Jixia asked again, "Then, what do you think this is, raw or cooked?" Unlike her limited ability to identify, the old man, even while ill, could still distinguish between them. He took a look, sniffed it, and said, "This is cooked aconite."
Why?
Cooked? Sang Jixia seemed a bit surprised, fiddling with the remaining fragments in her palm. After a moment of hesitation, she gently suggested to the old man, "Grandfather, you've been taking medicine for almost a month without improvement. It seems this prescription isn't effective. Should we try stopping the medicine for 2 days? What do you think?" The scene she had witnessed earlier felt like a thorny hook, occasionally pricking her heart with doubt. She was indeed suspicious, but it was not the right time to say so. Sang Jixia felt troubled, wondering how to come up with an excuse if the old man pressed her for answers. To her surprise, the old man just smiled, "Then remember to come back 3 times a day to bring me medicine. Your grandmother and aunts might not agree if they find out I secretly stopped taking it." Sang Jixia's eyes widened in delight. "Grandfather, you agree? What's there to disagree about?" The old man placed the small piece of crushed aconite back in her hand, reached out with some effort to ruffle her hair, his eyes filled with affection. "I treat you like my granddaughter, so of course, I listen to you. Just remember not to let anyone see when you pour the medicine. If you get caught, I won't help you out." Sang Jixia let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly agreed, mumbling about the leftover medicine that the old lady would throw away each day. She had no problem keeping the medicine, but she wanted to check if there was anything wrong with the aconite in the leftover residue. The old man's expression turned serious, and he softly asked, "Did Liaoer go to get the doctor for me?" Sang Jixia nodded, feeling a bit helpless. "Yes, Su Minghui said there's a doctor who seems very skilled. They went to invite him, and maybe he will arrive in a couple of days." "A couple of days," the old man said with a half-smile. "Did they go to the Northwest camp to invite him?" Sang Jixia nervously swallowed hard, trying to figure out where she had gone wrong. Seeing her anxiousness, the old man chuckled and said, "They've invited almost everyone they could. If those 2 brothers are going in person, where else could it be but the Northwest camp?" Su Yao was his grandson, and he wasn't surprised by any unconventional actions Su Yao might take. He believed his grandson could manage to enter the Northwest camp and come out safely. However, the old man took the damp aconite piece from Sang Jixia's hand and said lightly, "Just as a skilled doctor is arriving, I'm tired of this medicine. Before Yao returns, remember to quietly dispose of it for me. Spend these days working in the fields, and if it's too much, just rest at home. Your grandfather isn't really dead yet. If there's any dirt, you don't need to get your hands dirty. Remember, this conversation today must not be shared with anyone else, understood?" 2 days later, Sang Jixia looked at the person in front of her whose hands were swollen and shiny to the point that he couldn't make a fist, and her lips twitched in discomfort. Even though she had seen it many times, each time she looked again, she could still find something amusing about it. Su Senshu, who had been laughed at for 2 days, remained calm, his tone steady. "If you want to laugh, just go ahead. There's no need to hold it in." It's just my own fault for being careless that day. Indeed, it was a careless mistake. The people who went to collect the honeycomb were experienced hands who had spent years in the mountains and knew how to protect themselves. Before they acted, they applied a special-smelling herb that could repel stinging insects like parasitic bees. Su Sanshu applied it too, but he found the smell too pungent and left his hands uncovered. Everything went smoothly, and the group returned successfully. However, while setting up the hive for the attracted parasitic bees, Su Sanshu, thinking he had perfectly avoided the bees in the forest, mistakenly believed he was immune and reached out to touch the prepared beehive. And then, his hands ended up looking like they did now. Sang Zixia felt deep sympathy, but truly had no words to say. Uncle Su is suffering from swelling and pain, and he looked very hopeless. In his despair, Uncle Su's hands had swollen up and looked shiny, making it impossible for him to work. Still, he insisted on walking around the fields every day, earning a lot of teasing laughter. He was the third victim to get stung like this. The first two were Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, who were just as careless. Sang Zixia couldn't bear to watch and awkwardly looked away, clearing her throat and saying, "Didn't you ask the doctor for some ointment? Did you apply it, Uncle?" Uncle Su sighed deeply. "I did. If you didn't apply it, your hands wouldn't look so shiny." Sang Zixia's lips twitched again. Uncle Su sighed again and finally squatted down. He looked at the rice field swaying in the breeze and said, "Zixia, your uncle almost ruined his hands on those beehives. Do these things really help the seedlings in the fields?" In the past few days, Sang Zixia had helped remove seedlings from 3 acres of land, and so far, the Su family had thrown away over 100 pounds of seedlings. The losses were too great, and even though the Su family had plenty of land and seedlings, they couldn't afford such waste. If attracting parasitic wasps to nest didn't work, it would all be for nothing. Sang Zixia followed his gaze and said firmly, "Of course it can work. As long as these little creatures successfully nest nearby, their natural enemies will keep the pests in the fields under control." This was an essential part of the natural food chain and the least costly way to manage pests, with the only loss being Uncle Su's slightly careless hands. After hearing this, Uncle Su felt much better, but couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do with the rice fields after removing the seedlings? Are you going to plant rice again? Is it too late to sow seeds now?" "Of course we can't plant rice now. The timing was wrong, and planting now wouldn't yield a harvest. Instead of working hard in the same spot, it would be better to try something different." Sang Zixia thought for a moment and said, "How about soybeans or sorghum? Which do you think is better, Uncle?" "Sorghum, I think." Uncle Su smacked his lips, looking hopeful, and said, "Your brewing skills are great, and it brings in good income for the family. If we grow sorghum, it will save us some costs. Then, let's plant sorghum. I'll sort out the process, and tomorrow, Uncle will go to the city to buy some sorghum seeds. We'll try to get started in the next few days." It was a bit late, but sorghum is a late harvest crop that can withstand the cold, so there was still time. Uncle Su was familiar with the process in the field and nodded without any objections. When he saw Sang Zixia preparing to leave, he asked, "Are you in a hurry to go home?" Sang Zixia paused and replied slowly, "It's about time for my grandfather to take his medicine, so I'm going back to check on him." Uncle Su became even more worried. "They say old people can be like children. I think your grandfather is showing more of that tendency now. He wasn't afraid when he was young, fighting on the battlefield, but now that he's older, he's scared of taking medicine. You have to coax him every time before he'll drink it." Sang Zixia instinctively straightened her back after hearing this. Uncle Su continued to mumble, "Fortunately, you're brave enough to talk to him. Otherwise, with Su Yao not at home, who would dare approach the old man?" Yesterday, the medicine was ready a bit earlier than usual. The old lady tried to persuade him to drink it while it was warm, but he smashed the bowl. In the end, Sang Zixia had to rush back to prepare another batch. Thinking of the old man's increasingly strange behavior while sick, Uncle Su waved his hand in frustration. "Hurry up and go. Once Su Yao is back, you won't have to run around like this. That kid is bold. He can handle the old man's temper." Sang Zixia noticed the hint of resentment in his words and smiled wryly. Then I'll head back now. Once everything is ready, I'll come right back. Hey, I'll be fine here. Uncle Su struggled to tuck his swollen hand into his wide sleeve and said lazily, Go home and rest for a bit. There's no need to rush. Sang Zixia agreed and, upon returning home, she indeed heard her grandfather's angry voice. Take it away. I won't drink it. Aunt Sue, holding the bowl of medicine, looked helpless and softly advised, Grandfather, the doctor said you need to stay calm and not get angry. If you don't want to make me angry, then take this useless thing away and throw it out. The old man coughed violently, and the handkerchief he was covering his mouth with quickly showed ominous spots of red. Seeing this, Aunt Sue was alarmed, but the old man seemed not to notice. He threw the handkerchief to the ground and glared at the old lady who had just entered, angrily saying, Everyone get out. What's the point of drinking something useless? Why bother with this nonsense? Take it and get out. The old lady opened her mouth to speak but hesitated. Seeing the handkerchief on the ground soaked with blood, her eyes were filled with worry as she trembled, saying, Old man, what time is it? Why are you still being stubborn? You can't stop taking your medicine. At your age, after being sick several times, if you don't. Enough. The old man grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at the old lady's feet, and as soon as he shouted, he was hit by a severe coughing fit. Blood dripped from his trembling fingers, landing on the blanket, a sight too shocking to look at. Aunt Sue suddenly had tears in her eyes, and Su Wenxiu, watching from the doorway, also felt tears welling up. Both covered their mouths tightly, afraid to make a sound. Sang Zixia stepped forward under Aunt Sue's worried gaze. Facing the old man's reprimand, she took the cup and said, Aunt San, let me handle it. Shush you. It won't help. I said I won't drink it. Grandfather. Sang Zixia looked at the old man, who was so angry he could hardly breathe, and quickly walked over, whispering, Su Yao and Su Minghui haven't come back yet. If you don't take your medicine, what will they do when they find out? Fearing the old man would lose face, she signaled Aunt Sue to close the door. The old lady gave her a deep look and left without a word. Once the door was closed, Sang Zixia continued to persuade him while quickly pouring the medicine from the cup onto a large piece of cotton cloth hidden in her arms. She wrapped the soaked cotton carefully and hurried to support the old man, who was still coughing. Grandfather, are you okay?
Sure.
The old man's shaking hand rested on her hand as he spat out some foul-smelling blood and said quietly, Spitting out a little blood is nothing to worry about. Don't panic. If Sang Zixia's earlier thoughts were just guesses, after 2 days of stopping the medicine, the old man had come to a clear understanding. Stopping the medicine should have worsened his condition, but the reality was quite the opposite. In the past 2 days, he had been coughing more frequently, and the instances of spitting blood had increased. Yet with each time he coughed, the pressure that had been weighing on his chest seemed to ease a little, and even the long-standing heaviness in his head had lifted somewhat. Stopping the medicine was the right choice. Sang Zixia was not wrong. The problem lay with the medicine. The old man knew what was happening, but Sang Zixia did not. After the old man told her not to investigate further, Su Zhao couldn't guess his intentions. Without anyone to discuss it with, she could only pretend not to notice anything under the old man's repeated reminders. Every day, she quietly helped him take his medicine as if nothing was wrong. Seeing the old man cough up blood more frequently each day, Sang Zixia felt extremely anxious and restless. She was scared. She feared that if she guessed wrong, it might delay the old man's treatment, but she was also worried that if she guessed right, she might uncover something shameful. This was her first encounter with such confusion and danger, leaving her feeling numb. Noticing her hesitation, the old man forced a smile. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to die. When Su Zhao and the others return, I should be fine. Since it wasn't an incurable illness, there was no need to worry about what would come next. The old man looked at her with a reassuring gaze and gently patted her hand, whispering, You have your grandfather to support you. There's nothing to fear. Just follow my instructions, and you're doing great. Sang Zixia felt as if she were submerged in water. Everything around her felt hazy, and her mind was buzzing. She bit her lip and nodded helplessly, picking up a clean cloth to help the old man tidy his messy collar and face. She managed to feed him a cup of warm water, but was too scared to leave, anxiously watching over him as he closed his eyes to sleep. When the old lady returned after disposing of the medicine remnants, she found Sang Zixia squatting by the bed, trying to feel the old man's pulse like a doctor, afraid to move. The old man seemed to be asleep, his face pale and troubling, with barely audible breaths. The old lady, overwhelmed by the strong smell of medicine, frowned when she first saw the basin filled with blood-stained cloths. He coughed up blood again? Sang Zixia, with red eyes, nodded nervously, watching the old man's chest rise and fall with each breath. In a low voice, she said, "He took the medicine and vomited twice. I don't know how much he actually swallowed, and he spilled a lot while drinking. Will this affect the treatment?
Should we?"
At this point, no matter how much he drinks, he'll just throw it up, the old lady replied, her tone lacking emotion. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she asked, "By the way, where has Su Zhao been? We haven't seen her for several days." Sang Zixia blinked in confusion and stammered, "I don't know."
He
Might have gone somewhere else to find a doctor for grandfather, right?
Humph.
The old lady looked at her disapprovingly and said coldly, "At a time like this, instead of staying by the sickbed to show filial piety, he's out wandering under the pretense of looking for a doctor. This is the good grandson raised by the old man." Sang Zixia seemed unconvinced, but the old lady was too tired to argue with her. She refused to enter the room and walked over to the 3 daughters-in-law of the Su family, saying, "Come here, I have something to tell you." Since the old man's illness had worsened, the old lady's previously invisible status had gradually risen. If anything happened to the old man, the Su family would only have this one elder left who could speak. The elder took charge, and Su Wenxiu and the others dared not disobey. However, after hearing the old lady's instructions, Aunt Su couldn't help but say, "Is it really necessary?" The doctor said that the old man's illness is temporary and that he just needs to be well cared for to recover. Going to prepare for a celebration now is just adding fuel to the fire, isn't it? In families with elderly members, most would prepare for celebrations while the elder was still healthy, as it had become a customary practice. But the Su family situation was different. The old man's illness was already concerning, and preparing for a celebration now felt like waiting for him to pass away. Su Wenxiu also disagreed, but the old lady slammed the table and coldly scoffed, "I didn't know that the Su family had come to the point where you few could make decisions." "Grandma, that's not what we meant. What do you mean? Your opinions don't count." The old lady said angrily, "Preparing for a celebration now serves 2 purposes, to be ready for any situation and to uplift the old man's spirits." "What's wrong with that?" "I've said it, so just do as I say. If the old man is upset, I will explain it." Su Wenxiu hesitated for a moment, unable to say anything else. The old lady, with a stern face, said, "Also, bring me the family accounts and property deeds to look at. Recently, the old man has been too lenient with you all. I see you are becoming increasingly unable to distinguish right from wrong, and now you've developed a rebellious attitude. If this continues, this family will surely fall apart." If the old man were here, the accounts and deeds the old lady requested would naturally be kept safe. But the old man was ill. The old lady was their rightful mother-in-law, and now she had brought up the title of being ungrateful, which was a heavy burden for anyone to bear. Aunt Su, feeling bold, tried to intervene, but the old lady threw a teacup at her, shouting, "You foolish thing! Am I no longer able to command you all? Hurry and bring me these things. I need them to take care of the old man's affairs."
Go now.
After a year of being free from the old lady's control, the authority had returned to her hands. Looking at the remaining money in the accounts, the old lady felt a sense of satisfaction. To be precise, nothing the old man had done in the past year had pleased her. However, clenching a few land deeds in her hand, The old lady gritted her teeth, feeling a mix of emotions. No matter how displeased she was, that was all in the past. Once the family had sent the old man off, everything would surely be fine. Due to the old man's illness, he was more restless at night, and it had become increasingly difficult to care for him. The old lady lost her initial patience for checking on him and serving him tea, using her age as an excuse to move into Su Yenron's room for some peace. Uncle Su had stayed up several nights in a row, but now his hand was swollen, and he could hardly take care of himself. Sang Jixia boldly said, "Uncle, you should rest tonight. I'll keep watch." Uncle Su was not very reassured. "You're just a young girl. I'm afraid. If anything happens with grandfather that I can't handle, I'll call for you." "You can rest easy," she assured him. After hesitating for a while, Uncle Su, in pain from his hand, finally nodded with his bloodshot eyes. "All right, but remember to call me. You should also lie down nearby for a bit. Don't stay up all night." Sang Jixia promised seriously, then encouraged Su Wenxiu and the others to go rest. She took a small stool and sat by the old man's bed, holding his wrist tightly, not daring to let go. This wasn't for show. She was genuinely worried about him. At first, the old man might have been displeased with her, but over time, he had warmed up to her, treating her no differently than Su Yao. He had put in a lot of effort to teach her, guiding her step by step, and was careful to protect her, fearing she would face too many hardships at her young age. In her past life, Sang Zixia had been an orphan who was never cared for by an elder with such selfless compassion. Sang Zixia looked at the old man, whose breath was faint, and sniffled, wiping her eyes. Before she could gather her thoughts, a resigned sigh came from behind her.
Gigi.
Sang Zixia suddenly turned her head, and in the darkness, she could only vaguely see a dark figure. The person spoke softly and knelt down on one knee, gently wiping away her tears with a rough fingertip. "Why are you crying?" "I'm here. Grandfather will be fine." Su Zhao held the back of Sang Jixia's head and pressed his forehead against hers, saying hoarsely, "I won't let anything happen to any of you. Don't be afraid, I'm here." The night was deep and dark, and in the stillness, no one noticed what was happening in this small space. Sang Jixia felt a moment of confusion, and then her eyes began to redden uncontrollably.
"You."
Su Zhao gently covered her mouth and said softly, "I brought someone back, someone who used to visit the Su family often. It's not convenient for more people to know. Don't make a sound. Let's get grandfather out." The old man was already feeling unwell and couldn't sleep, but he was forcing himself to pretend to rest for Sang Jixia's sake. When he heard them stop talking, he could no longer hold back and coughed softly, saying in a hoarse voice, "Girl, you stay here. Zhao will take me out." Sang Zixia sniffed, feeling uneasy. "Grandfather, your health. I can manage." Su Zhao walked over, took off his cloak, wrapped it around the old man, and helped him stand up. "Gigi, listen to grandfather. We'll be back soon." He even reached out to ruffle Sang Jixia's hair, saying, "Good girl." Sang Jixia looked at him, wanting to say something but ultimately said nothing. Su Zhao was much more capable than she realized, and since he had made arrangements, it must be well thought out. At this point, insisting on following him would only cause trouble, so it was better to wait here calmly. As for the mystery that the old man interrupted, she would ask Su Zhao about it when he returned. To avoid being discovered, after Su Zhao took the old man away, Sang Jixia locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting. Su Zhao had indeed made proper arrangements. 3 miles away, there was an abandoned post station, which was rarely visited during the day and completely empty at night. Su Minghui was waiting there with the doctor, who had been secretly brought out. The old doctor, Mr. Hu, was over 70 years old. With his gray hair and beard, he never expected that after living a simple life, he would one day have the extraordinary experience of being carried away on someone's shoulders. Doctor Hu was first carried for a long time and then bounced around on horseback. By the time his feet hit the ground, he was struggling to breathe and mistakenly thought he had been kidnapped by bandits. He even considered how to end his life in a dignified way. But when the black cloth covering his head was removed, he found that it was actually two young men from the Su family who had taken him. Doctor Hu glared at Su Minghui, who offered him a water pouch, and felt a surge of anger. His beard trembled with frustration as he shouted, "Foolish. You are completely foolish. Do you know what kind of place the Northwest Army camp is? You can't just barge in there. If something goes wrong, or if you get caught, do you have any idea how much trouble you'll be in?" He pointed angrily at Su Minghui's nose and continued, "Now that we're in the Northwest Army camp, couldn't you have made a little effort to find out that I was with the group? Couldn't you have thought of a way to send me a message? If I knew you were here, would I hide from you or expose you? A few years ago, the young master was reckless, and I praised you for being mature and steady. But now, it seems you've learned bad habits from him. You're not using your brain at all, just acting foolishly." Doctor, who had been a military doctor in his youth, serving alongside the old master. Although he was not strong, he had spent many years on the frontier with the old master, who had even saved his life. He felt a deep connection to the Su family and did not view their decline with the disdain of a petty person. In fact, he had voluntarily left the palace to come here, hoping to learn about the Su family's current situation. Faced with an elder who was about the same age as his grandfather and who had watched him grow up, Su Minghui could only lower his head in defeat when Doctor Hu poked his nose. Su Minghui felt very frustrated. He wanted to think of a better plan, but Su Zhao said it wasn't necessary. He couldn't stop her or persuade her, so he could only watch helplessly as she acted recklessly. Su Zhao believed in quick and bold actions. She stealthily entered the Northwest Army camp, targeted the tent where the doctor was, and without even bothering to see his face clearly, struck him on the back of the neck. In less than half an hour, Su Zhao had carried him out. Throughout the journey, she hadn't even stopped to drink water. Once she removed the black cloth from his head and recognized who he was, she quickly turned and ran, leaving him behind to face the scolding. Doctor Hu scolded for a long time until his throat was dry. He opened his water pouch and took a big gulp, clearing his throat as he said, "What is going on? Is someone in your family in trouble? Who is sick? Is it serious? What exactly happened?" Su Minghui touched his nose, about to explain, when Su Yao returned, carrying the old man to the place. As Doctor Hu entered, he saw the frail figure under the cloak and dropped his water pouch in shock. "Old Marquis? What happened to you? Old Marquis?"
Please keep this quiet.
Su Yao quickly walked over and laid the coughing old man on a dusty wooden bed that had been unused for years. Su Minghui, being observant, didn't let the scolding stop him. He had already spread a layer of dry straw and placed his clean cloak and outer clothing on the thick layer of dust on the wooden bed. The old man leaned back on the bed, but before he could speak, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Doctor Hu looked at the dark blood in his palm, shocked and his brow twitching. "Old Marquis, quickly extend your hand. Let me check." Su Yao held the old man's trembling hand forward. Doctor Hu took his pulse, his expression growing serious. "Switch hands." After checking both wrists, Doctor Hu said without looking up, "Give me the medicine box." Su Yao had prepared well before bringing the old man. He not only found a doctor, but also brought Doctor Hu's medicine box, which he never left behind. Doctor Hu carefully took out a silver needle and cautiously inserted it into several key points on the old man's body, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He timed himself, pulling out the needle, and in the flickering candlelight, he saw the slightly darkened tip. He almost stumbled over his words but managed to say, "This is a sign of poisoning." "Poison?" Su Minghui said in disbelief. How could it be poison? The Su family was small, and all their food and supplies came from their own hands. No one knew they were in Luobei village, and the villagers were friendly. Who could have reached the old man? Who could have poisoned him without alerting the rest of the Su family? Su Minghui's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Ignoring the chaos, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Doctor Hu, please check me. Is the poison only in my grandfather, or do we all have it?" Doctor Hu intended to do just that. After carefully checking Su Minghui and Su Yao's pulses, he frowned and shook his head. "You are both fine. If others were unharmed, then the poison was aimed solely at the old man." Su Minghui quickly thought of everyone who might have come into contact with the old man's food, feeling a sudden chill in his heart.
Could this disaster
Have started from the Su family? Doctor, who listened carefully with his mouth tightly closed, pulling out more silver needles and gently inserting them into the old man's body, moving with great caution. Su Zhao silently watched as the old man's arms and head were covered with needle marks, a wave of worry rising in her eyes. After Doctor Hu finished speaking, both he and Su Minghui were shocked, but the old man showed no change in expression. Could it be that the old man had already sensed something? In the absolute silence, every moment felt like an eternity. After a flurry of activity, Doctor Hu finally paused, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said softly, "The poison in the old marquis is strange. The amount isn't large, but it seems he has been exposed to it daily, accumulating its effects over time. Old Marquis, have you eaten anything recently that others haven't? Or used anything that others haven't? If there is something unusual, the issue must lie here." The old man lowered his eyes, looking exhausted, and did not answer Doctor Hu. Instead, he asked, "Can this illness be cured?"
How confident are you?
Without hesitation, Doctor Hu replied, "I am completely confident. The person who poisoned you is very careful and used a small amount. Although the treatment is a bit complicated, if we are thorough in the care, we can surely eliminate the poison." However, he looked at the old man with concern and sighed, saying, "But the old Marquis is quite aged, and after this ordeal, his health will not be the same as before. He must avoid stress and heavy labor, otherwise it will affect his lifespan." Knowing there is a solution brought a bit of relief to the old man's weary eyes. He ignored Doctor Hu's worries and asked, "What time is it now?" Su Zhao replied, "It's 1/4 past the hour of the rat. The villagers sleep early, so even if they delay for another 2 hours, they can still make it back in time." The old man slowly closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Doctor Hu, you may go out now. I have something to discuss with them." Doctor Hu, looking dejected, nodded and quickly left with his small medicine box to prepare a prescription under the moonlight. Su Zhao turned and closed the door, and the old man waved to her and Su Minghui, saying, "Come here." Su Yao and Su Minghui walked over and squatted beside the low wooden bed. The old man squinted at the moonlight streaming in through the roof's leak and gently said, "Did you disturb anyone when you went to the northwest camp?" Su Minghui quickly shook his head, "No. Big brother is quick. They probably just noticed now. Even if they discovered it, there would be no evidence left behind when they took people. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would take time for them to figure out where to start."
They were confident about that.
After hearing this, the old man let out a barely audible laugh. "You are indeed quick." He looked at Su Minghui with a hint of regret and sighed. "I shouldn't have let your grandmother act recklessly back then. You should have trained with your uncle. Grandchildren are all good, and even if they make mistakes, they are usually minor." It's a pity he had not seen the true nature of the person beside him over the years, which nearly led to a big mistake. The old man slowly closed his eyes and said, "Since you know my illness must not be revealed, you probably also know how to keep it a secret. Remember everything I say next and do not make any mistakes or tell anyone, not even Xia Yatu, understood?" Su Yao suddenly paused when he heard the name Songji Xia. The old man lifted his eyelids and smiled at him. "In fact, she is sharper than you too. She is truly a clever child." Unbeknownst to Songji Xia, who was being praised, when the old man's words finished, Su Yao and Su Minghui's faces showed not just shock but also unspoken anger. It turned out that the girl noticed something was wrong first and then persuaded me to stop taking my medicine for a few days. She has been trying to cover for me these past few days. I could wait for your return thanks to her. Since she has already sensed something, I shouldn't keep too much from her. However, I don't want her to know about such dirty matters. I'm also worried that if she investigates further, it might put her in danger from those lurking in the shadows.
So, I won't mention this again.
Given Songji Xia's sharpness, it wouldn't be difficult for her to uncover something in the next few days. But the old man did not want her involved or to dig deeper. Songji Xia is strong-willed but has a pure heart, and her intentions are innocent. The old man couldn't bear to involve her in such dirty affairs. There are people in the Su family who will do these shameful things. There is no need to tarnish Song Jixia's hands or disturb her peace of mind. The old man ignored Su Yao and Su Minghui's unusual expressions and said calmly, "She is your grandmother, called by you both, and also Minghui's biological grandmother. I should have kept this a secret, but upon reflection, I don't need to hide too much from you." Su Yao was cold and ruthless, while Su Minghui appeared gentle, but was just as ruthless as Su Yao. The old man, feeling weak and unable to handle everything, thought it was suitable for them to take action. Perhaps now that the truth was out, there would be no more barriers. A faint cold smile appeared on the old man's lips. "I mentioned before that if she caused trouble again, I would personally send her on her way." Although he didn't expect to be the one affected first, he no longer felt any sense of debt. After half a lifetime of being together, reaching this point of life and death was almost an end. Su Minghui took a deep breath to calm the complex feelings inside him and said softly, "Does grandfather mean we should investigate what happened before making plans?" "Of course." The old man looked at him meaningfully and scoffed. "If I guess correctly, this matter might involve your father. Do you know why I want you to stay?" The grandmother had been shut in at home for a long time and had little contact with the villagers, so her ability to act was greatly limited. However, she had another son outside, a good son who shared her thoughts. Su Minghui's expression changed again. The old man said lightly, "I don't want to hold your father accountable to the point of death. After all, he is my son. It's not too difficult to leave him a way out, but we must investigate everything thoroughly. I need to know how that mother and son conspired against me. As for your grandmother, I cannot tolerate her." With a bit more mercy, he could have kept this unsaid. He could have let Su Yao handle everything alone without involving Su Minghui. However, the old man felt that was not appropriate. Su Minghui and Su Yao's thoughts were not aligned. They often competed with each other. The old man didn't mind the small conflicts between the younger generation. Under the Su family's banner, no matter how they fought, they would not stray from the family, which reassured the old man. But if it involved a vendetta against their father, even if that father was someone Su Minghui despised, it would complicate things. He needed to ensure Su Minghui knew everything to prevent future conflicts between brothers. Su Minghui understood the deeper meaning behind the old man's words and lowered his head deeply. "Grandfather, don't worry, I know I am a member of the Su family." "That's good to hear." The old man managed to sit up slightly, placing a hand on Su Yao and Su Minghui's shoulders. Although his touch was light, it felt heavy with unspoken weight. "I have lived a mediocre life, and I haven't taught my children well, but I am fortunate to have raised some good kids. Your third uncle is not reliable. If the Su family's burden falls, it will be on your shoulders. If I die one day, I won't be able to help you carry it. You must learn to bear it yourselves. After you return, Yaoer, find a way to smooth things over with Xia girl. Don't let her suspect anything. As for the others, keep everything under wraps. They don't need to know too much. As for other matters, I'm still unwell, so there's no need to rush." At this critical moment, if the old lady made a mistake, Sang Zixia would surely grow suspicious, and suspicion could lead to trouble. The old man didn't want her to suffer such unnecessary fear. For the innocent girl who held his hand by the bedside at midnight, the old man didn't mind letting the guilty live a little longer. The old man's plans aligned with Su Yao's thoughts. This situation was not something to be proud of. It would sound disgraceful anywhere. Su Yao didn't want Sang Zixia to know too much. Surprisingly, Su Minghui felt the same way. Su Minghui quickly closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, as if he had swallowed a lot of sand. "If my brother has a reason to explain to my sister-in-law, he might as well let me know first. Even in the darkest places, there should be a piece of land that is carefully protected." Behind the small wooden door of the Su family, there were people they needed to protect. When Su Yao entered the house again, the old man, trying to stay awake, had finally fallen asleep. Sang Zixia had been waiting in the room. Seeing Su Yao and Su Minghui carrying the old man inside, she sighed in relief and slumped onto a chair. "They are finally back." Sang Zixia tiredly rubbed her face and asked, "Where are the people you invited? Have they seen grandfather? What did they say?" Su Minghui tightened his lips, without showing any emotion. Su Yao settled the old man and gently pinched Sang Zixia's cold earlobe. "Leave this to Su Minghui. You should come with me to rest." They could talk more once they were back in the room. Sang Zixia glanced at Su Minghui, who had taken her place, and took Su Zhao's outstretched hand to stand up.
All right.
"Minghui, if you need anything, just call Uncle San from the back. If it doesn't work out, you can. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I know what to do." Sang Zixia was indeed feeling overwhelmed. She couldn't quite explain it herself. Before Su Zhao returned, she felt like a tightly strung bow, easily startled by the slightest sound, extremely tense. The moment she saw Su Zhao, that silent tension faded away, and even the unease she felt was soothed by an invisible hand. Sang Zixia felt strangely certain that with Su Zhao around, nothing would go wrong. She could relax. Finally feeling at ease, Sang Zixia felt her eyelids grow heavy. Like a child, she took Su Zhao's hand and was half-led, half-supported back to the west room. Once the door closed, Su Zhao gently laid her down on the soft bed, carefully helping her remove her outer clothes and shoes. Sang Zixia tried to open her eyes and mumbled, "I find grandfather's illness very strange." "What did the doctor you found say?" "And the medicine residue." "All the leftover medicine was thrown out, so I can't check it. I don't know if there's something unusual." Sang Zixia turned over, looking at Su Zhao with a strange expression. "If the doctor didn't find any issues, does that mean I'm just being overly suspicious?"
How could that be?
Su Zhao gently brushed his fingers over the dark circles under her eyes and looked at her bloodshot pupils. "It's right to be cautious if you saw the old lady meeting with a mysterious person late at night. It concerns grandfather's health, so it's better to be careful. Don't worry, I'll investigate thoroughly. Tomorrow, I'll get the medicine residue back to check. I'll also look into the person you mentioned, and everything will be fine." Sang Zixia felt reassured with Su Zhao handling things. She was extremely tired and mumbled a few more words before finding a comfortable position in Su Zhao's embrace, quickly falling asleep. Su Zhao leaned down and placed a barely noticeable gentle kiss in her hair. "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything." Perhaps it was the first time she expressed her deepest worries to someone she trusted. Sang Zixia managed to sleep soundly. Although she didn't see her when she got up in the morning, everyone at home knew she had been struggling lately. Even the noisy little ones kept their voices down, determined to let her sleep peacefully. By the time Sang Zixia woke up, it was already past lunchtime. In the yard, Uncle Su-san was showing Su Yao and Su Minghui his swollen hands, tears in his eyes. "You have no idea how painful it is to be stung by that thing. What's frustrating is that it's not just the initial pain. The aftermath is even worse." Uncle Su-san tried to move his hand but couldn't get it into his sleeve due to its size. He gasped, his face twisted in pain. "It's red, swollen, and itchy. If I scratch it, the skin breaks and it hurts like fire. It could really take me down. If it weren't for Xia Girl finding someone to buy me some ointment, you probably wouldn't see me again." Su Yao glanced around, her expression changing slightly. "Did Gigi have someone trap the parasitic wasps on the field edge?" Uncle Su-san sighed in frustration. "That's right. We only found 3 spots on the mountain that day. After a lot of effort, we managed to catch the queen bee, but only 1 nest was left in the hive. The other 2 had escaped. Xia Girl said that wasn't enough, so she had people searching the mountain these days. It seems they brought back a few more nests. As for how many exactly, Uncle Su-san really didn't have the energy to care. He didn't even want to hear about it." Su Minghui, who had been dazed all night, regained his composure. He coughed into his fist and said with a smile, "Uncle, be careful next time you go to the field. You don't want to get into trouble again. At the very least, he mustn't be careless." Uncle Su-san sighed repeatedly in regret, while Sang Zixia tried hard to suppress a smile. Aunt Su-er, who was sewing in the yard, saw her and quickly said, "Xia, the food I saved for you is warming in the pot. If you're going to the field, remember to eat first." Sang Zixia touched her nose and agreed. Before eating, she went inside to check on the old man. The old man had a rare good night's sleep last night. Although his complexion still looked poor, his spirit gave Sang Jixia a bit of reassurance. The doctor said there was nothing to worry about, so it should really be fine, right? The old man waved his hand to send her off to eat, while Su Yanran and Su Jinxin were already setting up a small dining table for her. The old man is sick, and the food at home is very simple. There are a few warm steamed buns, a bowl of rice porridge with chopped greens, and 2 small plates of pickles. Su Jinxia, now a year older, carefully aligned her chopsticks and cheerfully called out, "Sister-in-law, it's time to eat." Sang Jixia smiled and gently ruffled her hair, then sat down and raised her bowl to Su Senshu and the others, asking, "Uncle, would you like some more?" Su Senshu waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "We've all eaten. You're the only one still hungry." After that, he started telling Su Yao and Su Minghui about his unfortunate experiences, making everyone in the yard laugh quietly. Sang Jixia finished her meal and planned to take a walk in the fields, and Su Yao naturally followed her. Su Yanran and Su Jinxia grabbed a small basket and trailed behind, happily picking wildflowers they couldn't name. When they learned that Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu had gone early to gather herbs for the old man, Sang Jixia couldn't help but say, "These little ones are really capable, each one better than the last." Everyone knew that with the old man sick, they shouldn't cause any trouble. Whether it was Su Mingyang, who struggled with his studies, or Su Mingxiu, who didn't understand much, they were both doing their best to help the adults at home. Su Yanran had been watching by the stove for a long time, and now she could stand on a small stool to reach the counter and even stir the pot a bit. Su Jinxia, the youngest, was always busy with her short legs running around. Even if she didn't help much, just watching them made it feel lively. Su Yao glanced at her and smiled, saying, "You're the most impressive." He never hesitated to praise Sang Jixia, but she found it amusing and replied, "What does that have to do with me?"
You taught them well.
The little ones, though young, had once been the cherished treasures of the elders, showing all sorts of spoiled behaviors and little flaws. They weren't bad, but raising them definitely required effort. However, children are inherently good, and none of them were truly bad. After spending time following Sang Jixia, their small bodies hadn't grown much, but they had all learned new skills. The little ones, having faced challenges, burst forth with a lively spirit that brought joy to those around them. Sang Jixia didn't think the credit was hers and blinked in amusement. Su Yao reached out and gently pinched her pinky finger, saying affectionately, "You're wonderful. Better than anyone. The little ones are close to you, and they won't turn out bad." He spoke as if he had thought of something, a smile appearing in his eyes. "Do you like children? I'm still young myself, but I could manage raising a child. With these little ones to practice on, it should be easier to raise your own children in the future, right?" The conversation was drifting further away from the topic, heading in a direction that Sang Jixia couldn't control. Sang Jixia suddenly felt her ears heat up, hurriedly pulling her hand away and striding ahead of Su Zhao, though her voice sounded weak. "That's nonsense. Where would I get a child to raise?" Su Zhao quickly caught up, speaking lazily. "Aren't you going to give me a chance to be a dad?" Sang Jixia, blushing with anger, replied, "What does it matter to you if I become a dad or not? If not you, where else would I find a child to be a cheap dad to? Other families have kids who can call someone dad, but I can't just go and take one, can I?" Sang Jixia was completely speechless. Su Zhao smiled confidently and said, "But there's no rush. Wait until you grow up a bit more. There's plenty of time ahead. I will eventually hear a child calling me dad." Considering the current age for marriage, Sang Jixia was not really that young. She was already 17, and in families where people marry and have children early, at this age, one would already be holding one child and carrying another. But Su Zhao thought she was still young. The reason was that Sang Jixia had heard Su Wenxiu mention it during their chats. Su Zhao had a biological aunt who married at just 15, which was supposed to be the best age. Not long after marrying, she became pregnant, which was a joyful event. However, during childbirth, this aunt tragically passed away. Others might just feel regretful, thinking it was a pity for someone so young to lose their life, and after some sighs, they would move on. But Su Zhao remembered everything from that year when his young aunt died. He had been close to her, and every word the doctor said stuck with him. The doctor mentioned that the aunt died because she was too young and the baby's size was too large for her to deliver safely. Giving birth too early can harm a woman's health, leading to difficulties, and in severe cases, it can be fatal. While others treated it as a past conversation, Su Zhao took the lessons to heart. He wanted to wait until Sang Zhixia grew up a bit more. Su Wenxiu jokingly told Sang Zhixia, "Zhao has been dragging his feet about getting married. At first, I thought he just hadn't found someone he liked. Later, I made a mistake and confused the person. He was punished by being whipped and made to kneel at the ancestral hall. When I asked him, I learned that he thought you were too young and wanted to keep you at home for 2 more years. But you are in the best age. How can you waste time at home until you're 17 or 18? That's why I hurried to ask for your hand in marriage." The Su family apologized and explained everything clearly, specifying that the person they wanted to marry was Sang Zhixia. However, the Sang family was unhappy with Su Yao's change of plans and had other intentions. They deliberately hid the Su family's intentions, leaving Sang Zhixia, who was trapped in the inner courtyard and unaware of everything, to struggle until she was carried into the Su family. When she was placed in the bridal sedan, she mistakenly thought she was there to be a substitute bride. At that moment, everything was chaotic, and there was no time to worry about misunderstandings. Later, because of this, Sang Zhixia almost held a grudge in her heart. Fortunately, Su Yao was able to speak up and didn't mind losing face, so there were no further complications. Beneath his carefree demeanor was a sincere and gentle nature, unmatched in its warmth, directed solely at Sang Zhixia. She initially felt embarrassed, but, upon seeing the twinkling stars in Su Yao's eyes, couldn't help but smile softly. When she smiled, ripples of tenderness appeared in Su Yao's eyes. Finally, she had smiled. After Su Yao's playful teasing, Sang Zhixia saw the seedlings in the field and temporarily forgot what she had wanted to ask. Su Yao left for 2 hours and returned at dusk to pick her up. He took the basket from Sang Zhixia's hands and, in a voice only she could hear, said, "I took the medicine residue to someone for examination. It's fine. Doctor who said that despite taking so much medicine, my grandfather's illness hasn't improved because the doctor we initially found treated it incorrectly and the medicine wasn't effective, which delayed recovery." Sang Zhixia felt a heavy weight lift from her stomach, as if a large stone had dropped. She let out a big sigh and asked, "What about that person?" In the middle of the night, he came to speak to the elderly lady with a lot of vague words. Although she couldn't hear much at the time, she still felt it was strange. Su Yao replied calmly, "He was called by my second uncle." Before Sang Zhixia could let her doubts rise, he continued, "My second uncle has been having a hard time at the gambling house in the county, being watched by Su Minghui. He doesn't dare return home and disturb grandfather's mood, so he secretly sought out the elderly lady to complain and hoped she could think of a solution. This makes sense for Uncle Su's personality." Sang Zhixia paused for a moment and said, "If I overreact, wouldn't that make me look foolish in front of grandfather?" Su Wei chuckled softly, pinching her nose gently, and said, "How could that be? Grandfather praises your cleverness and is very pleased with his teachings. If you don't believe me, you can ask him when you go back." "Forget it." Sang Zhixia pushed his teasing hand away, wrinkling her nose and softly huffing. "You don't know how anxious I've been these past few days. How can I still go and ask for praise?" The old man's illness was not strange, nor was there any sign of foul play, which was a small blessing in this misfortune. It was hard to calm the restless hearts of the Su family, but now they were managing to move forward together. If any disaster were to strike again, she would truly feel exhausted. In her past life, Sang Zhixia grew up under the protection of righteousness, and she only saw poison and harm in dramas. The monsters and spirits were only active in films, and her fragile heart could not withstand the harsh realities of life. It wasn't fear, just a sense of helplessness and unfamiliarity. If her initial guess was correct, she would be very confused. Fortunately, it was not. Su Wei, seeing her reaction, was not surprised. He placed his hand on Sang Jixia's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "What are you worried about? I'm here for you." With his words, Sang Jixia took a few deep breaths and truly calmed down. As long as grandfather's illness could be treated, the family remained safe, the land could still be farmed, and life could continue. Everything was still quite good for now. Su Minghui was valued by his employer in the county, which is why he had time to return during grandfather's serious illness. However, since he worked for someone else, he had to leave once things were settled. Su Minghui left the village that evening, and Su Wei took over the task of preparing and administering medicine to the old man. The old lady continued to go out daily to dispose of the medicine dregs, and the family had grown accustomed to it without saying much. However, no one noticed that the medicine in the jar was being quietly switched by Su Wei, and the old man was no longer taking what the doctor had prescribed. As Su Sanshu's swollen hands gradually returned to normal, bowls of dark medicinal liquid were brought into the main room one after another, and the old man's health began to improve. Sang Jixia let out a huge sigh of relief, and the dark cloud hanging over the Su family silently dispersed. In the shadows, a person's heart raced with fear.
How could this be?
Sang Jixia, who was not sensitive to schemes, did not notice the hidden currents beneath the calm surface. Or perhaps she was kept in the dark by Su Yao and others, and despite the commotion, she still knew very little. However, for her, the most important thing was that the problems were resolved. Everything at home returned to normal. Uncle Su had not returned for months, and the old lady was unusually quiet and not causing any trouble, which was just fine. Sang Jixia focused her thoughts back on the fields and the upcoming harvest. One day, after finishing her work, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Yao, asking, "Didn't you say you found someone when you went to seek a doctor for grandfather? How did that turn out?" Su Yao replied casually, "That person was just mediocre. Not a good doctor at all. I sent him away once I found someone better." Sang Jixia asked out of curiosity, and Su Yao answered without much thought. Their conversation ended there. Su Yao noticed that Sang Jixia quickly shifted her attention elsewhere, and his lips tightened silently.
Return?
The matter was not resolved, and the person who came could not just leave like that. There was also Chen Yanhe, doctor who had sent him several messages, and Chen Yanhe must have known that the Su family was here, yet there had been no response. This was not like Chen Yanhe's usual behavior. Sang Jixia was unaware of his thoughts. She picked up a small basket and called a few little ones, decisively heading out to the fields. Today's task was the same as yesterday's, planting flowers. To tackle the problem of rice stem borers, Sang Jixia had put in a lot of effort. Besides manually attracting the natural enemies of the rice stem borer to nest, she also scattered various flower seeds she had collected in the empty spaces by the rice fields. It didn't matter how many survived. She just wanted to attract the little creatures to settle down. Knowing her plan, even though many onlookers doubted its effectiveness, several people still offered ideas and help. Gradually, they planted many long-blooming saplings in the available spaces, and most of them thrived. Among the lush green leaves, flowers flourished, and parasitic wasps flew in and out of the beehives, their small shadows disappearing into the gentle breeze. Meanwhile, the rice seedlings in the fields quietly grew strong ears of grain. The rice in the Su family's fields began to bear fruit, and the old gentleman's health improved. Although he has recovered from his illness, the old man is clearly not as strong as before. Teaching the children to read and play chess is fine, but he can no longer help with the farm work. A few days ago, Uncle Su caught a chill from the cool weather and, in a rather unrefined manner, squatted down and sniffled, saying, "It's better not to go to the fields. During busy farming times, we have plenty of hired help, and there's not enough work to go around. Why suffer in the fields? Father, I think it's best to stay home and teach the kids. Plus, you can take care of your health. Isn't that better than anything else?" A year and a half later, the situation for the Su family in Luobai village has changed significantly. Hundreds of acres of farmland have become the family's greatest asset, and the thriving rice seedlings promise a bright future. Although Uncle Sue and the others are used to being busy and still check the fields daily, much of the work is now done by hired hands, unlike before when they had to do everything themselves. There's no need for the old man to go along. Uncle Sue's point makes sense, but the old man feels frustrated. Am I really at an age where I can't move? Uncle Sue blurted out, "You're 65. Isn't it better to enjoy your old age at home? Are you saying I'm old?" Uncle Sue didn't notice the rising tension and stubbornly thought he was being reasonable. Aunt Sue, unable to bear it any longer, tugged at his sleeve and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Uncle Sue wanted to argue, but then the old man, sounding tense, called out, "Xia, come here." Sang Zixia, who had just entered with some branches, blinked in confusion and asked, "Grandfather?" The old man pointed at Uncle Sue's defiant face and sneered, "Your uncle says I'm too old to move and can only stay home and wait to die. Do you think that's true?" Sang Zixia was at a loss for words. How could she respond to that? She touched her nose and forced a smile, saying, "Grandfather, I don't think Uncle meant it that way." He absolutely meant it. The old man slammed the table and exclaimed, "So what if I'm 65? There are villagers over 80 still working the fields. Just because I'm 65, I have to stay home? Am I missing an arm or a hand?" The old man, feeling pent-up frustration from being idle, suddenly erupted with surprising intensity. Sang Zixia was unexpectedly drawn into the conflict. Looking around, she noticed that her 3 sisters-in-law, who were busy with their embroidery, quickly looked down, pretending not to hear. No one came to support her. She saw the old man getting so angry that his chest was heaving, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. "Uncle Sen definitely didn't mean it that way. He just thinks you should be using your talents in a bigger space instead of sweating in the fields. How could that match your vast knowledge? Right, Uncle Sam?" At this moment, Uncle Sue, feeling the pressure, squatted down, sniffling and looking disgruntled. Yes, Xia is right. That's what I meant." The old man shot him a sideways glance, and Uncle Sue quickly shrank back, silent. Sang Zixia held back a laugh, crouched down, and looked up at the old man's flushed face, saying seriously, "Grandfather, I actually have an idea about this." The old man, not as angry with her, paused and chuckled. "What scheme have you thought of now?" A few days ago, Su Mingyang had a disagreement with the village kids and was ambushed by several of them from her family, resulting in a rough fight. The Su family raised their children without fuss, strictly following the village's free-range rules. Kids fighting was common. They would get muddy and then be scolded at home. The next day, they would go out and fight again, and the adults from both families would just laugh it off. But Sang Zixia couldn't stand it. It was one thing to fight when outnumbered, but why did they have to come and beat him up every day? Was it really that ruthless? The boy was naturally strong, hitting like a sandbag, and what was worse, he didn't play fair. Although they agreed to one-on-one fights, he always ambushed with a group. Su Mingyang, at a young age, valued his pride and was stubborn. Even when the one-on-one turned into a group fight, he wouldn't run away. He would wait for the agreed dull time, eat well, and go out to get beaten up, coming home with bruises all over his little face, which made Sang Zixia feel heartbroken. She then asked about the kids' fighting methods and secretly started giving Su Mingyang advice on how to handle the situation. With her strategies, Su Mingyang managed to turn the tables and actually won. The old man found it hilarious to think about what happened before. That boy from the family is afraid of dogs. You had Su Mingyang take a bag of big bones outside, and half the village's dogs came running because of the smell. The boy was so scared he climbed a tree and stayed there for half a day, too afraid to come down. In the end, it was Wu Chongre who brought him down with a ladder. I heard you also had Su Mingyang feed the dogs with the bones at the bottom of the tree, while convincing the little kids hiding with the boy. The kids in the boy's group thought he was not impressive at all, and they just scattered that day. With the kids scattering, the boy couldn't find anyone to help him. The next day, he was pinned down in the mud and beaten by the triumphant Su Mingyang, returning home with tears and a runny nose. Before dinner that day, almost everyone in the village knew about this funny story. Hua's sister-in-law ran into Sang Zixia in the field and laughed heartily. Sang Zixia felt a bit embarrassed. This wasn't exactly something to be proud of, and saying it out loud felt shameful. She tried to sound confident, saying, I shouldn't have interfered, but that Huboy was being unreasonable just because he had more people on his side. Besides, I wasn't the only one with a mischievous idea. Su Qiao was also involved in this. Su Mingyang got beaten during the day, and at night, Su Qiao would teach him strategies to counterattack. The next morning, he would rush out to practice, then come back for more training at night. Not to mention her and Su Qiao, as far as she knew, the Hua family wasn't just sitting back either. Sang Zixia muttered, Hua's sister-in-law's brother is a bodyguard from a security agency, and I heard he's really skilled. One can take on 8. Hua's sister-in-law even told me that to help her son beat Su Mingyang and regain his pride, she specially invited her brother to stay for a few days to teach the Huboy how to win. She said this with a bit of pride, but we have our own experts to guide us too. Grandfather, look at Su Mingyang's progress with Su Qiao's extra training. Isn't it better than the Huboys? They fought again yesterday and Su Mingyang won. At least for now, Su Mingyang was the winner. Sang Zixia's pride was evident on her face, looking as if she wanted to wag her tail in joy. Aunt Su couldn't hold back any longer after listening for a while. She took a breath to suppress her laughter and said, You're still praising him. You have no idea how cocky Su Mingyang has been these days. If you keep praising him, it'll only get worse. Su Wenxiu also laughed. A few days ago, when I couldn't win, I felt like a wilted eggplant when I got home. Recently, though, I feel like the big rooster from the village chief's house, with my tail held high. The rivalries among children come and go quickly. The adults hold back their laughter, enjoying the show while secretly offering advice, as the little ones argue and fight every day. After a fight, they don't hold grudges and can even break a piece of cake to share, showing that they truly can't be hurt. Sang Zixia chuckled and stopped being proud. She cleared her throat and brought the topic back. Grandfather, what I'm suggesting this time is serious. The old man smiled at her. Go ahead, let me hear how serious it is. What if you become a teacher at the village school? Village school?
Yes.
Feeling tired from squatting, Sang Zixia pulled a small stool next to her grandfather and sat down, seriously analyzing, our village doesn't have a school, but the neighboring village does. Su Qiao even asked about it before. The village school is run by both villages. A few years ago, a failed scholar taught there, but 3 months ago, he left the village and now there's no teacher. The children who were studying there have all gone home to farm. The old man came from a military background, but was also a talented scholar from a prestigious family, excelling in both literature and martial arts. His skills were far beyond that of a failed scholar. He could teach the village children or even a prince without any problem. Seeing the old man's eyes light up, Sang Zixia pressed on. When the 2 villages started the school, they wanted to give the children who couldn't leave the village a chance to learn. But now that the scholar is gone, all hope is lost. If you don't mind the effort, why not think about this? The old man was silent for a while, and after a long pause, Su Qiao, who was chopping wood nearby, added, I asked the village chief, and they need a teacher, but can't pay much for a salary. If we wait any longer, those eager to learn will lose all hope. Sang Zixia clenched her left fist and hit her right palm, looking very distressed. Grandfather, this sounds too unfair. Please consider it. Su Qiao chimed in, if you're interested, I can go ask the village chief right now. The 2 of them worked together without trying to hide their intentions, and their acting was quite poor, but those listening could see the good in it. The old man is restless. He can't work in the fields or do any heavy lifting, so he probably spends his days at home scolding Uncle Su 3 times a day out of frustration. Teaching at the village school isn't too hard, and it's something the old man enjoys. If Uncle Su takes on this role, he won't have to face the old man's wrath anymore. Before the old man could speak, Uncle Su, who had been scolded for a long time, stood up first and said, I think that's a good idea. Father, teaching is a good thing. You can help solve the village school's urgent needs, and also solve your own urgent needs. The old man interrupted, saying lightly, "You can't wait for me to leave, can you? Am I bothering you at home?" Uncle Sue was left speechless, scratching his head and turning in circles before decisively picking up from the ground. "I'm going to dig." Uncle Sue hurriedly left, and Sang Zixia struggled to hold back her laughter. "Grandfather, the students at the village school give the teacher a stipend. I heard it's quite a bit each year. Don't you think about it more?" The old man laughed in frustration. He looked at Sang Zixia and then at Su Yao, knowing these two might have had this idea for a while. After a moment of silence, he chuckled, "Little girl, you're even thinking of me in this. Do you want the small stipend I brought back?" Sang Zixia replied seriously, "Grandfather, why would I want anything you give me? Then go write today's characters well." The old man stood up with a kind smile. "Since I have some free time today, add another piece. Yao, are you right too? I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." The old man left with a smile, heading towards what looked like the village chief's house. This plan was set. Sang Zixia was about to turn and high-five Su Yao, who was also being punished with writing, when she heard the sound of hooves outside. Su Minghui walked in, wiping his sweat. He greeted everyone one by one, subtly signaling Su Yao with his eyes. Su Yao leaned closer to Sang Zixia and whispered, "I brought back something from the mountain when I was chopping wood. It's on the cabinet in the room. You should check it out." Sang Zixia immediately sensed that they were trying to share a secret. But that was fine. She wasn't interested in secrets. She tilted her head and asked Su Yao, "What are you two talking about that's so secretive?" Su Yao chuckled softly. "A secret, something I don't want you to know yet." His honesty made Sang Zixia suddenly less curious. She decided to go inside and look for treasure instead. Su Minghui stepped out of the yard first, followed by Su Yao. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Su Minghui handed over something to Su Zhao, frowning as he said, "Chen Nianhe wants to see you." When Doctor Who left the Northwest camp, he had no choice, but on his way back, he walked slowly by himself. He also acted as a messenger for Su Zhao. Su Minghui didn't know what Su Zhao had asked Doctor Who to take back to Chen Nianhe. Surprisingly, after receiving the item, Chen Nianhe didn't pursue the matter of them sneaking into the Northwest camp. After returning, Doctor Who lived quite comfortably and faced no difficulties at all. This was not in line with Chen Nianhe's character of holding grudges. Su Minghui felt something was off. He looked at Su Zhao suspiciously and asked, "What did you have Doctor Who take back?" Su Zhao opened the envelope in her hand and replied calmly, "You don't need to know." Su Minghui smiled with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "So I'm just a runner for you? Here." Su Zhao took out a coin and placed it in Su Minghui's trembling hand, casually saying, "It's not for nothing. Go buy some candy." Su Minghui. He tossed it back with a flick of his hand. "You ungrateful person." Su Zhao ignored his complaints, put away her things, turned to enter the courtyard, and casually tossed the envelope into the stove. The flames leaped up and consumed it. Su Zhao heard footsteps approaching and said flatly, "I'll be going out the day after tomorrow. Wait for me in the city." Su Minghui, frustrated, sneered, "Why should I listen to you? You took my money and still won't listen? What are you thinking?" Su Minghui was so angry he wanted to throw the coin at Su Zhao's face, but the voice of Aunt Su saved Su Zhao from being hit. "Minghui, come try on these shoes. If they don't fit, I'll alter them overnight, so you can wear them tomorrow." Su Minghui glared at the shameless Su Zhao, his face dark with anger, but when he turned to Aunt Su, he smiled warmly and politely. "Mother, I told you there's no need to make these for me. I have enough clothes and shoes. We're all family. How can we let you go without something?" Su Wenxiu chuckled. "Come on, go try them on. When you're out, you should dress nicely. You can't let yourself be embarrassed here." After the old man recovered, before he could speak, the old lady took the ledgers and money that she had insisted on taking and handed them to the three sisters-in-law. There was extra money in the account, and with the changing season, they decided to make new outfits for everyone in the family, including the little kids. However, Su Minghui just returned today, otherwise, they would have already changed into them. Su Minghui smiled gently and followed along. Su Zhao stirred the firewood in the stove with a stick, ensuring the envelope was completely burned before slowly getting up to go inside. In the west shed, Sang Jixia was secretly smiling at a small handful of mountain berries wrapped in a cloth. Is this the treasure you mentioned? The mountain berries were tiny, each one a deep red purple, with delicate skins that would wrinkle and burst with a touch, making them difficult to handle. Yet, none of the berries in the cloth were damaged. They looked as fresh as if they were still on the branch. Su Zhao picked one up and gestured for her to open her mouth. Ah! Sang Jixia opened her mouth and bit down, releasing the sweet and sour juice, making her smile with delight. This is sweet. Of course, it's sweet. Su Zhao chuckled, amused. This is the best branch. It was left because the village kids couldn't reach it. You have no idea how many kids were drooling behind me when I carried it home. The drool was almost enough to flood the river. Sang Jixia bit another berry, laughing, and asked, "Did you share it with them?" Su Zhao raised an eyebrow. No. You haven't even had any at home, so why should they get to enjoy it? He leisurely fed a berry to Sang Jixia, noticing a rosy tint on her lips, and leaned down to take a bite himself. Are you a little kid? Eating fruit and getting your mouth stained? Sang Jixia covered her bitten lip and glared. Aren't you grown up? Why are you still biting people? I don't bite others. Su Zhao teased, sliding a finger down the tip of her nose. Others aren't as fresh as you, so I can't bring myself to bite them. You're the one who's fresh. It makes me want to bite. Sang Jixia replied. A small handful of carefully selected mountain berries wasn't much. Sang Jixia opened Su Zhao's mouth, and they quickly finished them off. With nothing much to do, Su Zhao lazily leaned back against Sang Jixia's legs, closed his eyes, and said, Jiji, I need to go out the day after tomorrow. I might be gone for 3 to 5 days. Sang Jixia paused but didn't say anything. Su Zhao continued. Do you remember the old river we talked about last time? I'm going to see him. Su Zhao's concealment in front of Sang Jixia was selective. Sang Jixia could guess that if there was nothing shameful, he wouldn't hide anything from her. Hiding too much is not good for a couple's relationship. When she thought of Qin Yanhe, she remembered Su Zhao's past misdeed of injuring his son. She looked at Su Zhao with a complicated expression and asked, Will I get hit if I go?
Su Zhao lâu ghét.
Every time Qin Yanhe sees his son's limp, he probably wants to take a shot at me, but this time he really wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Su Zhao took Sang Jixia's hand and squeezed it, noticing the calluses in her palm. His heart felt heavy. She had to do all the hard work in the fields, and her once delicate hands were now rough. To him, they felt like silent sharp knives, piercing his heart. Su Zhao gently rubbed the calluses and asked softly, Jiji, does it hurt? Sang Jixia looked confused. Why would it hurt? Having calluses is a good thing, you know. Without them, you'd easily get blisters, and that would hurt more. Su Zhao smiled silently and stopped talking. Sang Jixia thought for a moment and decided to trust him. He often joked, but his promises were always true. Sang Jixia pulled her hand back and playfully pinched Su Zhao's handsome face, saying, Then you be careful too. Don't come back with a bruised face like Mingyang. Speaking of the unfortunate Su Mingyang, Su Zhao looked frustrated. That foolish boy is hopeless. At his age, Su Zhao had already been unbeatable in the capital, while Su Mingyang only got beaten up. Sang Jixia clicked her tongue, just as Su Mingyang's cheerful voice rang out, Sister-in-law. I brought you some treats. Treats? Sang Jixia ignored the dissatisfied look on Su Zhao's face and opened the door, finding a muddy Su Mingyang who looked hilarious. Wow, look at you. Did you get into a fight again today? Su Mingyang rolled around in the mud, his eyes shining with excitement, like a proud little rooster, full of confidence. You won't believe it. I knocked Hua Jiandan down so hard, he couldn't get up. He's no match for me. Hua Jiandan? Sang Jixia asked, her expression strange and her feelings mixed. Isn't that kid from the Hua family called Huadan? Where did this nickname come from? Because his head is pointy. Su Mingyang said confidently. With such a pointed head, calling him egg is quite fitting. Sang Jixia didn't know how to respond. Su Mingyang excitedly reached out his small, dark hand to grab her. Sister-in-law, come quickly. I brought something special for you all. If we wait too long, Su Mingxiu and the others will eat it all. Hearing the commotion, Su Yao came out, curious about what Su Mingyang had brought back. When she saw the branches he had snatched, her expression was playful. Su Mingyang continued to boast, "These mountain berries are delicious. There are still many red ones left on the branches. I only picked green ones for others, but the red ones are all here. Sister-in-law, come eat." Su Mingyang pointed at his hard-earned treasure, calling for his family with great enthusiasm, but even Su Mingxiu looked at him like he was silly. Su Jinxia, too young to tease him, simply held out a small bowl and softly said, "Third brother, you can have this." The bowl contained clean mountain berries. Although they weren't as vibrant as the ones Zhang Jixia had just eaten, they were ripe and bright red. In contrast, the ones Su Mingyang had taken from Egg looked quite poor, with the ripest ones still having a bit of green on them. Su Mingyang, feeling carefree, happily tossed a few red ones into his mouth and asked, "Jinxia, where did you get these berries?" Su Mingxiu also brought his own small bowl and handed it to Su Mingyang, saying, "Third brother, don't ask, just eat." Su Yanren couldn't bear to watch his foolishness and said with pity, "You say these mountain berry branches are trophies from your duel with Egg, right?"
Su Minjiang not that seriously.
Su Yanran replied, "But why didn't you ask Big Brother where Egg got the mountain berry branches before you fought him?" Su Mingyang looked confused. "What would I ask Big Brother for? I fought Egg one-on-one. I couldn't let anyone interfere." Su Yanran covered her face in frustration, feeling exasperated. "I meant you should ask Big Brother where Egg got the mountain berry branches. If those branches were given to him by Big Brother, why would you go and fight to take them back?" Zhang Zixia couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She laughed so hard, she had to hold onto Su Yao's shoulder to stay upright. Su Yao, struggling to contain her laughter, patted Su Mingyang on the head and said, "It's okay. Getting them back is still good. Your share is in that small bowl over there. Go eat that." Su Yao picked a bunch of good raspberry branches today, carried them home, and selected the best fruits to take back. She gave the remaining bunch to the village children who were following her and wouldn't leave. When Su Yao handed them out, there were still many ripe ones on the branches. However, what Su Mingyang fought hard to bring home were mostly unripe, showing that they had already been picked over more than once before the duel. These little kids were quite ruthless, taking what they could get. Su Mingyang, instead of feeling angry about not being able to show off his treasure, touched his nose and smiled, revealing his teeth stained red from the raspberries, completely unaware of the approaching trouble. Aunt Su, looking very displeased, walked up behind Su Mingyang and coldly said, "Su Mingyang, what did I tell you before you went out? How many times have you gotten your clothes dirty rolling in the mud?" Aunt Su rolled up her sleeves in anger, and Su Mingyang panicked and ran toward his brother Su Minghui, who was wearing new clothes, shouting, "Brother, save me." Su Minghui showed clear disdain on his face, ignoring the brotherly bond, and sidestepped him, pushing Su Mingyang toward Aunt Su, putting him right in the path of trouble. "Don't come near me. You're too dirty. Go over there and take your punishment." Su Mingyang got the beating he expected. The whole family watched him with indifference as he faced the consequences for the green fruits he had fought for, with no one daring to plead with Aunt Su for mercy. Zhang Zixia had been enjoying the scene for a while, but then noticed the old lady in the living room, silent and only showing her profile, which puzzled her. "What's wrong with grandmother lately? She seems distracted." Su Yao glanced over and replied lightly, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zixia hesitated, unsure how to describe it, and quietly said, "Don't you think grandmother has been acting a bit strange lately? She had been unusually quiet, not involved in family matters, often lost in thought as if she had been startled, always on edge like a frightened bird." But what was the old lady afraid of? Su Yao didn't want to say too much and raise suspicion, so she playfully tugged at Zhang Jixia's earlobe and said lightly, "Maybe she's just worried about Uncle." Zhang Jixia was half convinced. Really? Didn't Su Minghui say Uncle is doing well and has gained some weight? What's there to worry about? Speaking of gaining weight, Su Yao's critical gaze swept over Sang Zixia and she frowned, saying, "You've lost weight again recently." Sang Zixia felt uneasy upon hearing this, and sure enough, the next moment she heard Su Wenxia say, "That's true. I told you she's been struggling lately and hasn't eaten well. She's lost a lot of weight." Yet, Xiaxia insists she's gained weight. How could she have gained weight? Aunt Su-san, who was watching, frowned and said, "It's been hot lately and Xiaxia has been working harder than the younger ones. She hardly eats anything and spends all day in the fields. How could she not lose weight? Others come home after working and can eat 3 big bowls, but when it comes to Sang Zixia, she does just as much work but can barely finish half a bowl at the table. At this rate, how will she manage in the autumn and winter?" Su Zhao's brows tightened even more. Su Minghui glanced over and suggested, "How about we get a doctor to prescribe something to help her?" Su Wenxiu nodded seriously. "I think that's a good idea." Sang Zixia protested, "No, I really don't need it. I'm going to the city the day after tomorrow, and I'll bring back a prescription for you." Su Zhao calmly ignored the shock in Sang Zixia's eyes and said, "You can't go to the fields when the sun is strong. Just say it, and I'll go."
That's settled then.
Sang Zixia had planned to take a stroll in the experimental field she had created, but after a few words, she was forced to give up her outing and had to wait until evening. She rubbed her face in amusement and said, "They say it's too hot to eat, so how about I make something appetizing today? How about cold noodles?" Su Zhao didn't want her to suffer in the heat by the stove, so he pursed his lips and said, "You teach me, and I'll make it." Cold noodles are not difficult to prepare. Su Zhao had strong hands and kneaded the dough until it was very elastic. With a simple pull, he could create perfectly even noodles, long and tempting on the cutting board. After boiling the noodles, he added cold water 3 times, and when the noodles were still slightly undercooked, he quickly took them out, mixed them with hot oil that had been heated and then cooled, and formed them into curled shapes before steaming them. Once the noodles were steamed through, Sang Zixia brought over a clean large sieve and said, "Hurry, pour them in." Using chopsticks, she separated the steamed noodles, ensuring none were sticking together, and placed the sieve in the coolest spot to let them cool naturally. Next came the most important part, preparing the toppings for the cold noodles. Fresh cucumbers picked from the field, rehydrated dried mushrooms, and the tofu skin that Sang Zixia had specially dried after making tofu several times were all prepared. Under Su Zhao's skilled knife work, everything was cut into neat, thin strips. Sang Zixia specially fried a plate of peanuts, which turned golden brown with a sprinkle of salt. After cooling, she crushed them in a small stone mortar. Hot oil was poured over bright red chili powder, releasing a unique spicy aroma into the air. As soon as the old man entered, he caught the scent, and the village head, who came with him, exclaimed, "What delicious food are you making? It smells wonderful." Uncle Su, who followed closely behind, sniffed the air and said, "It does smell good. It makes me hungry. I came back just in time. Isn't it just right?" Aunt Su smiled as she prepared water for Uncle Su to wash his hands and invited the village head to sit down. Sang Zixia said she's making cold noodles, perfect for this hot summer day. Since you're here, you should eat before heading back, and you can also taste the cooking of Su Yao and his wife. Yan Yan, quickly pour water for Grandpa and the village head. The village head couldn't refuse and decided to stay. Sang Zixia and Su Yao were busy preparing the noodles, while Su Minghui brought over 2 bowls and placed them in front of the old man and the village head. "Grandpa, village head, please enjoy." The noodles were chilled, topped with 3 kinds of colorful side dishes, and drizzled with a small spoonful of spicy oil and crushed peanuts. As the chopsticks mixed the noodles, the chewy and elastic strands were coated in red oil, crisp and cool, yet rich in flavor. The village head's eyes lit up after just 1 bite. "Very good. This is rare skill. Eating noodles like this is quite tasty." The old man was pleased to hear his child praised and asked Yan Yan to bring some fruit wine that Sang Zixia had just brewed a couple of days ago. Yan Yan remembered what the doctor had said and only poured some for the village head, seriously saying, "Grandpa, you can just drink water." The old man looked at the plain water in front of him, speechless, while the village head, with a mouth full of red oil, said seriously, "What this child says is true. You just recovered, so you shouldn't drink alcohol now." After saying this, the village head took a sip of the wine and smacked his lips in satisfaction. "Old man, you must be living a heavenly life at home. Such rare good things are all in your house. With such delicious wine, even if one spent money outside the Su family, they might not get to taste it. With Sangzixia, a skilled brewer, in the Su family, they could drink whenever they wanted without any delay." The old man chuckled, stroking his beard, and humbly made a few remarks. Then the village head changed the subject and talked about the village school's recommendations. The village chief had never been educated and didn't know how to judge a person's knowledge, but he had met many people and had his own standards for evaluation. The old man from the Su family was humble and low-key, but his demeanor and speech clearly set him apart from ordinary folks. When he expressed a desire to teach at the village school, there was nothing difficult about that. The village chief chatted with the old man about the time they would go to the neighboring village the next day, and he added 2 generous bowls of cold noodles. They left feeling quite full. The old man had eaten a lot too. When he casually turned to see Sang Zixia pouring the remaining noodles from her bowl into Su Yao's, he frowned silently. "At such a young age, you should be able to eat and sleep well. Your appetite is like a little sparrow, and eating so little is hardly enough." Sang Zixia felt embarrassed. Su Mingyang, who was already on his second bowl, mumbled through his noodles, "Sister-in-law eats little. She has wanted to leave the bowl for a while. I heard that. If it weren't for Big Brother coaxing her, there would be even more leftovers." Sister-in-law hasn't eaten as much as Mingxiu. Mingxiu was only 4 years old. Sang Zixia felt overwhelmed by Su Mingyang's bluntness. Su Minghui looked thin but actually had a good appetite. He picked up his third bowl and calmly mixed the cold noodles, saying, "It's not good for Ku Xia to not eat well for long. Big Brother should be concerned." Su Yao nodded solemnly, "I understand." Sang Zixia thought, "Is it my fault that it's too hot to eat?" It wasn't that she ate little. It was just that the Su family had a big appetite. Feeling frustrated, Sang Zixia gave her uneaten food to Su Yao. When she set down her bowl and saw the elderly lady also struggling with her food, she felt a strange discomfort. The elderly lady had been acting very oddly lately, but it seemed like no one else cared, so it didn't matter to her. Sang Zixia shrugged and found a cool spot to sit down. Using the fading daylight, she studied the various records piled up beside her. The experimental field was set up separately, and she had been the only one involved. The wild rice she transplanted and the rice seeds purchased from different places were categorized. The first step of hybridization was complete. If there were enough observable experimental tools, she could check the quality of the hybrid rice and the initial disease resistance of the plants. However, due to the limitations of the time, she had no helpful tools, and the only thing she had was her own eyes. To avoid mistakes in the experiment, Sang Zixia could only use the most basic method, carefully recording the tiny changes in the rice fields every day, organizing the notes to fill in any gaps and make up for any shortcomings. As she focused on her work, Sang Zixia gradually stopped hearing what others were saying, and the pen in her hand moved faster across the paper. The people chatting nearby noticed the quiet in this corner, and their voices grew softer. Since the Su family started farming, only Sang Zixia had not been able to take a break. With hundreds of acres to cultivate, the sight of green rice seedlings was endless, and Sang Zixia could be seen everywhere. Since entering the Su family, Sang Zixia had never been able to stop. Su Yao withdrew his troubled gaze, and Su Wenxiu sighed sadly. Su Wenxiu quietly said to Su Yao, "Minghui has a point, but we can't just rely on medicine." With the heat and exhaustion, Xia already eats little. If she has to take bitter medicine 3 times a day, she will hardly be able to eat anything else. Just taking medicine isn't enough. "Sister-in-law, I have an idea." Aunt Su lowered her voice and said, "I remember a recipe that helps with appetite and digestion. When Mingyang was younger, he often had digestive issues, and I had someone prepare it for him, and it worked well. If we make it into small, It will be easier to eat, and it won't cause any problems. As Aunt Sue spoke, she couldn't sit still and stood up, saying, I'll write it down right away. Su Yao, when you go to the city, take it to the clinic and ask if it's safe to eat. If it is, we can get some back. Su Yao nodded seriously in thanks, and his gaze unconsciously returned to Sang Zixia as he wiped his hands and walked over. Do you need to copy all of this? Sang Zixia replied without looking up, Yes. When I was in the fields, I didn't have the right tools, and my notes were messy. I'm afraid if I look back later, I'll get confused, so copying it is safer. If all goes well, the rice seeds in the experimental field would not be developed in just 1 or 2 attempts. The details recorded now would be useful for many years to come, so she couldn't be careless. Su Yao rolled up his sleeves, took the pen from her hand, and said with a smile, Just watch, I'll do it. The neatly copied experiment details were organized and stored, and before sunset, Su Yao accompanied Sang Zixia to take a special walk around the fields. Before leaving, Su Yao placed a sun hat on Sang Zixia's head. This is a special hat made by Uncle Su for her. It is lighter than the common straw hats found in the market, and the brim provides more shade from the sun. When she wears it, the large shadow makes Sang Zixia seem even smaller and younger. Sang Zixia adjusted the wide brim with her hand and complained, The sun is about to set. Who wears such a big hat at this time? She was naturally fairer than others, and fortunately, she didn't get tanned, while others, like Uncle Su, became dark and shiny from working in the sun for months. She remained pale. When there were many people in the field, it looked like a white lamb among a herd of black horses, standing out clearly. Ignoring her complaint, Su Zhao pressed his lips together and said softly, Do you remember the other day when you didn't listen and took off your hat? Your nose got sunburned and peeled. Who was the one complaining about their nose feeling hot and not being able to sleep well at night? Sang Zixia fell silent, realizing she was in the wrong. Su Zhao walked into the experimental field under her nervous gaze. He took the soft ruler she handed him and wrapped it around the green rice stalks, looking up to ask, Is this how I measure? Sang Zixia nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. We need to measure the length and width of the rice leaves, the thickness of the stalks, and how much the rice ears grow each day. All of this needs to be recorded. Su Zhao worked quickly and accurately, walking around each divided rice field. He selected 4 rice plants from different spots in one area, measuring a total of 20 plants for his samples. Sang Zixia squatted on the ridge, noting down the numbers he mentioned, and smiled brightly when she closed her notebook. The growth is better than I initially expected. Su Zhao, do you believe that during this autumn harvest, these 2 fields will bring some surprises? Even if they don't double the yield, a good increase is still possible. Once they harvest and store the grain as seeds, they can plant the next generation, and if all goes well, they could double the harvest again. Sang Zixia happily thought about increasing the yield from 200 pounds to 400 pounds, and then from 400 to 600 pounds. In just 3 years, the Su family's 200 acres of rice fields could match the yield of 700 or 800 acres from an ordinary family, and even more would be better. As her thoughts drifted, Sang Zixia even imagined finding another piece of land next year to continue expanding and increasing production. Imagine if everything could come true. In less than 5 years, the Su family could become the biggest granary in the northwest wasteland. Sang Zixia felt more and more pleased, and she didn't realize when she got some mud on her face, smiling like a cat that just caught a little fish, probably wagging its tail if it could see it. Very proud. Su Qiao put away the measuring tape, her eyes softening, and chuckled. I believe you. I believe everything you say. Sang Zixia grinned and laughed. Su Qiao walked over to wipe the mud off her face and gently asked, Do you like these things in the field? Don't you think farming is hard? Is there anything that isn't hard?
Didn't my grandfather say?
Life is full of suffering for everyone. Isn't it all the same? Sang Zixia stretched and stood up, placing the data recording booklet in Su Qiao's hands, saying slowly, Farming is straightforward. You get as much as you put in. I like this simple and easy way. And just think, in a few months, the fields will be filled with golden rice waves, and every grain harvested will turn into white rice, piled high into little mountains. Isn't that a beautiful picture? Before Su Qiao could respond, Sang Zhixia firmly said, "It's beautiful. It makes my heart bubble with joy." Su Qiao chuckled softly, adjusting her straw hat and taking her hand. "I also think it's incredibly beautiful." Sang Zhixia beamed. Right? Right? I said no one can resist such temptation. Su Qiao didn't clarify whether she found beauty in people or things, leading her slowly home. "Are you hungry after being out? Shall I make you some porridge when we get home?" Sang Zhixia replied, "No, I'm full. Then I'll go into town and bring you some sweet cheese and sesame pancakes. Didn't you say those were delicious last time? And how about the soft hawthorn cake we bought before? You had 2 pieces last time. Should I buy more this time?" Su Qiao became a menu master, chatting away as if she were a salesperson sent by a boss, worried that Sang Zhixia would take too long to agree and they would miss out. Sang Zhixia laughed and tugged at his hand. "How much money do you have saved to spend so freely?"
What are you talking about?
"A few days ago, I helped my grandmother with her accounts, and the money I secretly gave my grandfather isn't much left. There will be plenty of places to spend money in the future, and that doesn't mean you should skimp on your treats." Seeing no agreement, Su Qiao concluded, "No matter how much I have saved, it's enough for you to eat. Eating more is better than anything else. Gigi, if you lose any more weight, I will have to give you some medicine. It's no use complaining. I'll just hold your chin and open your mouth to give it to you, just like I did with Su Jinsi." Thinking of the terrible scene of Su Jinsi being forced to take medicine, Sang Zhixia felt uneasy and bit her lip, saying with little confidence, "The hawthorn soft cake is really good. I want to eat a few more pieces of that sour one."
Su Yao was satisfied. Okay.
A sudden pest was silently subdued by the natural enemy attracted by Sang Zhixia, and the affected rice field did not expand further. The sorghum and soybeans that needed to be planted were also steadily taken care of, and with the hard work put into the water wheel for irrigation, the hot weather did not affect the crop's growth. Now, they just needed to wait for the right weather for them to grow, and there wasn't much else to do for the time being. Additionally, since Su Yao had issued a ban after he left, Sang Zhixia was supervised by many people. During the hot days, she was not allowed to go to the fields. Besides completing the tasks assigned by the old man, such as writing and reading, she suddenly had a lot of free time. Someone used to being busy couldn't sit still. Su Wenxiu and her 2 aunts were as busy as ever. The orders from the embroidery shop kept increasing, and the 3 of them were reluctant to put down their needles. The pay was much better than at the beginning, and they were happily busy every day. Sang Zhixia couldn't really help with such detailed work, and since the expansion of the wine cellar was temporarily on hold because Su Yao was not home, she decided to work on the small vegetable garden in the backyard and wanted to build a grape trellis and hang a swing. This idea received enthusiastic support from the little ones, and they found some boards. With Su Sanshu's guidance, they started working with hammers and nails. Before Su Yao left, he said he would return in 3 to 5 days, but he ended up being gone for 10 days. The old man had already been humming a tune while teaching for several days and still had not shown any signs of returning. In a broken temple 200 miles outside the county, Su Minghui saw Su Yao arrive as promised, and the tension in his throat suddenly relaxed. Su Minghui sincerely said, "You're still alive and haven't been hurt. That's great." It was the first time he found Su Yao looking so pleasing to the eye. Very pleasing. Su Yao dismounted and subtly glanced at him. "What? Is that a tone of regret?" Su Minghui smiled without sincerity. "Who says it isn't? I'm very regretful." Su Yao, exhausted from days of travel, sat down on the ground covered in dry straw, and facing Su Minghui's frowning brow, he quietly said, "I guessed right." In the Northwest camp, a new batch of weapons was just issued before the new year. Chunyan had checked as I instructed, and found that half of them were the same type used in the Battle of Hongbei. Weapons are the lifeblood of the army. In battle, what matters is the sharpness of the blade, and whose sword can cut down the enemy the fastest. When the numbers are equal, the quality of the weapons can be a key factor in victory or defeat. The court has always placed great importance on this, spending a huge amount of silver on military weapons each year. However, there was a significant problem with the weapons that no one knew about. When the Su family fell from grace, one of the charges was embezzlement of military funds, where inferior weapons and armor were passed off as good. The soldiers on the battlefield found their weapons breaking easily, and the blades were less effective than the tools used by farmers. The Marquis of Jiaxing died in the Battle of Hongbei, and the army he led was completely wiped out. Everyone said the blame lay with the Marquis for colluding with the enemy and deliberately leading to a defeat that harmed the Central Plains and caused heavy losses at the borders. Those who repeated such clichés never considered the countless untold details behind the defeat that cost the lives of over 100,000 soldiers, nor did anyone care. Su Zhao swallowed the bitter taste of blood and lowered his eyes, saying, "If the Northwest camp is like this, the situation in other military camps is probably similar. This matter involves many people and cannot be the work of just a few small players." Several princes, officials, and military leaders in the capital, the weapon storages, and the garrisons everywhere are all shrouded in shadows. In a corner of the abyss, there are shocking truths hidden deep within that no one dares to speak of. Su Minghui reacted quickly, furrowing his brow and suddenly saying, "You used the excuse of running an errand for months to go to Hongbei?" Su Zhao casually replied with a sound of acknowledgement, which made Su Minghui grit his teeth in anger. "You have a lot of nerve. Hongbei is a dangerous place, with so many people watching you. How could you dare to?" "Oh, come on. Why are you so worked up, second young master?" Outside the dilapidated temple, Chen Jing'an, dressed in bright red, walked in with a smile, waving a fan. "It's just Hongbei. What's the big deal about going there? Besides, look at him. He's still alive and well. See, his head is still on his shoulders, nothing to worry about." Su Minghui wasn't familiar with Chen Jing'an, but he recognized her. He quickly pieced together many of the confusions he had before. "Did Su Zhao ask you to investigate?" Chen Jing'an sighed dramatically, saying, "What else could it be? The Su family always brings chaos when they appear. I'm the only innocent one left who can still be useful. If I don't help, will Su Yao lose his head? However, Su Yao is in charge of planning, while he just needs to move around. After all, no one has as many clever ideas as Su Yao, and only he can make certain decisions." Chen Jing'an sighed in self-pity and then turned his gaze to the pale-faced Su Minghui, smiling playfully. "By the way, I'm surprised to see you here, second young master Su. Aren't these two cousins wishing for each other's downfall? How did they end up bonding through hardship?" Chen Jing'an thought this to himself and said it out loud. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, both Su Yao and Su Minghui frowned and, with mutual disdain, said in unison, "Who said we are brothers? Does he even deserve that?" Chen Jing'an. After a moment of silence, Chen Jing'an clapped his hands in amazement. "Impressive, impressive." Su Yao shot him an annoyed glance. "Shut up. Chen Jing'an really has a big mouth and doesn't learn from his mistakes." After discussing serious matters, Su Minghui felt frustrated looking at his carefree smile and seriously warned him before leaving, "When you're out, talk less." Chen Jing'an blinked in confusion, and Su Yao added dryly, "Otherwise, you might get beaten up." Chen Jing'an. "I told you people with the surname Su are not good.
They are all the same."
Su Minghui couldn't stay out too long, so he quickly left the dilapidated temple and took the reins to leave. Seeing this, Chen Jing'an lazily said, "Second young master, I heard you have quite a reputation at the gambling house. Even the veterans there are impressed by you. This should be a good opportunity to show off, but with the situation changing, some might harbor ill intentions and plot against you. Having a good reputation is nice, but you need to stay alive. Otherwise, it's all for nothing, don't you think?" Chen Jing'an rambled on, filling the air with unnecessary words. But he is indeed quite capable. Otherwise, Su Yao wouldn't trust him with so many matters. Since he said it, he must mean it. Su Minghui narrowed his eyes at him. "Is it Uncle Gong? I've said it before, that guy named Gong is not a good person." Su Yao interjected with a strange expression, and after a moment's thought, he realized Su Minghui isn't exactly good either. He sighed and said, "Watch your father." When Su Minghui first entered the gambling den, Uncle Gong noticed the tension between him and his father. He helped Su Minghui suppress it, making Su Ursha's life very uncomfortable. But now, the situation has changed. Su Minghui is young but ruthless, showing no mercy to his father and being cold and heartless to outsiders. Uncle Gong's foundation, built over many years, is being shaken by him. As Su Minghui gains the boss's favor, Uncle Gong's initial admiration has turned into wariness. Those who once helped Su Minghui could now become tools to harm him. The future is uncertain. Su Minghui is not foolish. He is becoming more cautious. Su Yao tossed a small token into his hand and said calmly, "Your actions can't stay hidden from Uncle Gong. Those who follow you may not be trustworthy. I have a few reliable people in the city. If trouble arises, I can reach out to them." Su Minghui replied, holding a grudge and giving Su Yao a meaningful glance, tightening his lips as he said, "Understood." Chun Yanha is not easy to deal with. Be careful when working with him, Su Yao said, and did not continue the conversation. Chun Jing'an watched Su Minghui ride away, feeling a mix of emotions. What did I miss while I wasn't paying attention? Are you two actually caring for each other now? Chun Jing'an was shocked, saying, I thought you two would never reconcile. If I heard news of you both harming each other, I wouldn't be surprised. But what's going on now? Why is there brotherly affection? Su Yao, annoyed by the constant mention of brotherhood, replied, It's not what you think. Chun Jing'an persisted. So how did you start to get along? Chun Jing'an was eager to know. I'm really curious. When we were in the capital, weren't you two ready to fight? There was no fighting, nor was it as extreme as you imagine. We have had our disagreements over the years, but that was personal family business. Unified against outsiders, they could argue privately without anyone else interfering. Su Yao looked at Chun Jing'an with difficulty and said coldly, And what does this have to do with you? Are you a gossip? Chun Jing'an felt a sense of reluctance and wanted to ask more, but Su Yao interrupted coldly. At first, Chun Yanha probably thought he had control over the military power in the Northwest, but now he doesn't think that way anymore. He is sitting on a hot frying pan without realizing it, with a sharp knife hanging above him that could fall at any moment. This can't be a coincidence. Chun Yanha won't be satisfied with this limitation. He will investigate, but he won't share the results with me. Or even if Chun Yanha did share, it would definitely be a mix of truth and lies. This person is a real enemy of Su Yao. Chun Jing'an smiled softly. I understand. After all, he is a general in charge of military power, and he has more connections than we do right now. We can quietly follow Chun Yanha and uncover the truth. The bait has been thrown and the fish have bitten. They don't need to do much now. Just following Chun Yanha will surely lead to unexpected gains. They often do this kind of thing. Su Yao smiled encouragingly and brushed off the dust from his clothes, pretending to leave. Chun Jing'an crossed her arms and leaned against a pillar, asking, The people in the county are hard to arrange. You just told Su Minghui. Aren't you afraid he will cause trouble? Su Yao replied, He won't. It turns out Su Yao took advantage of Sang Jixia. Sang Jixia's life-saving grace to Su Ershun is something Su Minghui has to consider. With that life at stake, Su Minghui might scold him behind closed doors, but he would never want to harm Sang Jixia's husband. Su Yao didn't want to say more, and Chun Jing'an was too lazy to ask further. Chun Jing'an waved her hand and said, Then let's do it your way. I'm planning to open a grain shop in the county. Will you come to celebrate on the opening day? I won't. Chun Jing'an showed her dissatisfaction. Young master, you asked me to open the shop, and you won't take care of anything? If you have any uncertainties, you can go to Su Minghui. Su Yao thought about Su Minghui's business in the county over the past year and couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. Second aunt is the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Su Minghui probably inherited her talent for business. He might surprise you with his ability to make money. Chun Jing'an pouted. What about you? What are you busy with in the village?
Digging.
Su Yao answered confidently. If I don't clear the land, dig, and plant seeds, where will you get the grain to sell? I'm going home to check on the rice. Su Yao rode away, and Chun Jing'an stood there for a moment before jumping up in frustration. Are you kidding me? Can you really tell the difference between a and a sickle? Su Zhao heard the angry shout from behind and clicked his tongue dismissively, thinking of that petite figure in the fields, a smile slowly forming in his eyes. Who said he couldn't tell the difference? As Su Zhao walked home in the evening light, the sound of him pushing the door startled the elderly lady sitting in the yard, making her jump. When she saw it was Su Zhao, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had been greatly frightened. The past gloom seemed to have temporarily lifted, as if nothing had happened. But for the elderly lady, the torment stemming from fear was just beginning. The old man didn't need to do anything. Just seeing him safe every day was enough to fill her with dread. A dull knife cut slowly, and that is the most tormenting. Su Zhao lowered his gaze, hiding his sarcasm, and respectfully greeted, "Grandmother." The elderly lady's face turned pale, her lips moved a few times, and her tone was stiff. "You're back?"
Yes.
"If you have nothing else, I will go back inside." She nodded stiffly. Su Zhao put away the things he brought back, and after looking around the house and yard, he didn't see the person he was looking for. "Where is Sangji?" Su Zhao washed off the dust from his journey and changed his clothes, then returned to the yard, but the elderly lady had already gone back inside, looking anxious. Just then, Brother Hu passed by the door and smiled. "Oh, Su Zhao, you're back?" Su Zhao nodded in greeting. Brother Hu chuckled. "Are you going to the wine cellar?" "Let's go. I'll go with you to see where you're digging for the wine cellar." "A wine cellar?" Su Zhao didn't know what was happening at home and was a bit confused by the conversation. Brother Hu continued, "That's why your family is impressive. Ideas that others can't even think of. Your family just keeps coming up with them. I heard from your sister-in-law that your wife bought the family's house to turn it into a winery and has hired a lot of people to dig the wine cellar." Talking about the wine made by the Su family, Brother Hu smacked his lips, recalling the taste he had tried, and said, "The wine your family makes is better than what's sold outside. If you really start a winery, you'll definitely make a lot of money. You're really lucky." Su Zhao smiled faintly, following Brother Hu to the place, and from a distance, he saw someone talking to Uncle Su-san while holding a piece of paper. Sang Zixia wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Uncle Su, the earthen walls in the fermentation room must be thick, 3 to 5 times thicker than usual. They can be thick, but not thin. Otherwise, the indoor temperature won't rise. When the weather is hot, it's not a problem, but when the long winter comes to the northwest, the crucial temperature for fermentation won't be guaranteed, and the final product will definitely have issues." Uncle Su nodded seriously and noted this down. He then asked, "What about the room for making the wine starter? Come with me to take a look. I think this might work too." Sang Zixia quickly gathered the blueprints and followed Uncle Su, completely missing Su Yao, who remained silent. Su Yao was familiar with the family's house. Last year, he had come here with Sang Zixia and witnessed Sang Zixia's first anger when he slapped someone and punched a wall. After causing a scene several times without success, and with people related to Dachui facing continuous troubles and retaliation, the family, having lost their main support, was completely frightened. Since no one in the village wanted to associate with them, they decided to move away from Luobai village and never returned. Before leaving, the family's old house in the village was used to settle debts with the Bai family. Uncle Bai rubbed his chin and spat on the ground, annoyed. Who would want that broken house? I just want them to pay back the money. But the borrowed money can't be returned, and now I have to accept this rundown place's payment. I can't refuse it, otherwise I'll lose everything. Those who knew the situation rolled their eyes, isn't that right? This shabby house isn't worth 30 taels of silver. It's still a loss for Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai glared at him. You know that and still say it? Are you trying to make me look foolish? Of course not. The speaker laughed and explained, Uncle Bai, you haven't lost much, have you? The Su family bought this broken house, and the money will come back to you soon. After saying this, he noticed Su Yao and cheerfully waved. Hey, Su Yao, how much did your family spend to buy this broken house from Uncle Bai? He's been complaining about the family for days. How much did he really lose? Su Yao smiled wryly and replied, I really don't know. Oh, come on, it's your family's business and you don't know? In a couple's matters, if you don't agree, Would your wife dare to spend so much on this? Su Yao shrugged with a smile, and if you listen closely, there was a hint of pride in his words. I truly don't know. And by the way, you got it wrong. In our matters, my wife is in charge. She calls the shots, and I listen to her. Su Yao had a satisfied look, as if having a wife made everything perfect, which intrigued those around him. As laughter and teasing filled the air, Su Yao made his way through the crowd, rolling up his sleeves to help carry out various items with the hired hands. The debris was gradually cleared away, and the curious villagers slowly dispersed. Finally, Sang Jixia and Uncle Su Send emerged from the back. Sang Jixia's eyes lit up when she saw Su Yao, but noticing others around, she took a breath and held back her words. Su Yao noticed her excitement and smirked, picking up a half-full bucket of water and walking over. He took Sang Jixia's muddy hand and dipped it in the water, splashing sounds accompanying his light laughter as he said, Everyone says you made a bad deal buying this old house, but seeing you smile like this, maybe they were wrong? Sang Jixia, trying to contain her excitement, whispered, I definitely didn't lose out. When have you ever seen me make a bad deal? Sang Jixia squatted down, letting Su Yao wash the dirt from between her fingers, her voice bubbling with joy. The back of this house is right next to the mountain. Do you know what flows down from the mountain? Su Yao thought for a moment. Trees?
What are you talking about?
Sang Jixia laughed and splashed a bit of water at his face, leaning in to whisper, It's a mountain spring. I climbed up with Uncle San to check it out. The spring flows down from the rocks, and it has a strong current that never runs dry. If we widen the water channel along the spring's path and adjust the route a bit, the spring water can flow directly into the backyard. That's excellent water for brewing. Plus, with the spring's flow and the shade from the mountain, this place is cooler than others. The cellar we dig at the foot of the mountain will have the unique moisture from the rocks, while the front half gets plenty of sunlight, making it dry enough to avoid temperature imbalances. It's perfect. Sang Jixia, enjoying the cool water, didn't want to pull her arms out. She rested them on the edge of the wooden bucket, playfully splashing water and smiling at Su Yao. With such a great water source and a prime location, it's a shame to use this place just for living. It's perfect for brewing. What do you think? Not bad, right? Buying this place wasn't a sudden decision. Sang Jixia had been observing it for a long time. She brewed some wine every month and delivered it to the county's taverns on time. After covering her costs, it turned out to be a nice source of income. There was plenty of profit to be made here. She has always wanted to expand the scale of the brewing business. Who would refuse more money if there's a way to earn it? Sang Jixia was excited to say more, but Su Yao quickly pulled her hand out of the water. Hey, I haven't. All clean now. Su Yao turned over the dirty outer garment, pulled out the clean, soft inner shirt, and used it to wipe Sang Jixia's hand dry, speaking in a flat tone. I washed it myself. It's clean. Playing with water? Sang Jixia shook her hand and fell silent. Su Yao pinched her earlobe. So, you want to turn this place into a winery? Sell the wine we brew ourselves in the future?
Yes.
If we sell it ourselves, we can definitely make more money. Before starting, Sang Jixia made sure to gather all the details and covered her mouth with her hand, saying, Aunt said we've actually been losing money all along. As long as we can build a good reputation, we should ask Uncle San to create some interesting stories about our wine. We need to think of ways to promote it. There are plenty of people who would pay a lot of money for something fancy. If we sell a jar, we might get the price of a whole barrel. There are many ways to make money. Why not earn money if we can? Su Yao nodded in agreement. You're right. Once the reputation is established, following Aunt's advice will surely be beneficial. Seeing Sang Jixia's secret smile of satisfaction, Su Yao said with a grin, How about we open a tavern in the county? Once it's up and running, I can find some good storytellers to promote the tales Uncle San creates? Sang Jixia nodded but hesitated. Isn't opening a tavern quite complicated? I've never run a business or a shop. Do you know how? I haven't either. Su Yao took Sang Jixia's hand and said, But I know someone who does, and that person plans to open a shop in the city. In a few days I'll have him meet you, and we can learn together. Sang Jixia thought for a moment and replied firmly, I think that's a great idea. The initial idea of digging a wine cellar and opening a tavern excited Sang Jixia, who wished she could turn her thoughts into reality right away. However, the grand plan was abruptly halted by a bowl of dark, smelly herbal medicine. Su Zhao really brought back the medicine, and he made it himself. Sang Jixia was truly afraid of the bitter taste and desperately did not want to take the medicine. She looked at the small bowl in front of her, which had a strange smell, and said doubtfully, "Isn't it important for doctors to observe, listen, ask, and feel? I've never even met this doctor. Are you sure this medicine is for me? It wouldn't be for you, would it?" Su Zhao, holding a small plate of begonia cake, replied plainly, "First of all, I don't need any tonics. Secondly, the prescription was written by a doctor who is treating my grandfather." Sang Zixiao insisted, "Even if he is a doctor, he can't prescribe medicine without seeing me. That's just random. Doctor who said this prescription is mainly to boost energy and strengthen the stomach. Anyone can take it." Sang Zixiao replied, "That still doesn't work for me. I think it's not right to take medicine without a consultation. Also, if you drink the medicine, I'll show you something nice." When pressure didn't work, Su Zhao quickly changed tactics to use temptation. Sang Zixia still looked doubtful. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is the nice thing the begonia cake?" "Of course not. Just drink it without making me force you. I promise you'll be happy when you see it." Sang Zixia really didn't want to drink it, but Su Zhao might actually force her to. He usually was easy to talk to, but when it came to taking medicine, he was relentless. For the sake of their fragile trust and harmony as a couple, Sang Zixia pinched her nose and mentally prepared herself. Just before Su Zhao was about to take action, she picked up the bowl and, with a determined look, drank it all in one go. Su Zhao was finally satisfied, but his brow furrowed even more. Sang Zixia trembled at the bitter taste. "Is it really necessary for me to drink this? Why would I need to take tonics?" Su Zhao put down the begonia cake he had used as a bribe, wiped the medicine stains from her mouth with a handkerchief, and stuffed some candy into her mouth. He said helplessly, "Just drink it for now. Once you finish these 2 doses, I'll find a way to change the prescription." Sang Zixia felt like a wilted eggplant after drinking the bitter medicine, lacking any energy. Su Zhao went out to wash the bowl and returned to find her still sitting there, looking downcast. He softened his voice and asked, "Is your mouth still uncomfortable?" Sang Zixia lifted her eyelids to look at him. "You try drinking it 3 times a day." "Not 3 times a day." Su Zhao squatted down in front of her, holding her hand gently, and explained, "You only need to drink it once every 3 days. Once you finish these 2 months, I promise I'll find a way to change the prescription. Come on, whether it changes or not, it can't make this thing taste sweet." Sang Zixia really couldn't understand why the medicine had such a harsh flavor. Is it restoring energy or just causing resentment? Seeing her face filled with barely contained frustration, Su Zhao took her hand and pressed it against his chest. "What do you feel inside?" Her fingertips touched the fabric, and underneath was hard but warm skin. Sang Zixia watched as Su Zhao pushed her hand into his clothing, her ears turning red as she stammered, You don't have to sacrifice yourself like this. It's just medicine, right? Is this really necessary?" She wasn't some reckless person who forgot their troubles. Su Zhao chuckled at her suddenly evasive expression, ignoring her struggles as he pushed her hand further into his clothing, raising an eyebrow playfully. "This isn't self-sacrifice. If you touch a little longer, it would be a reward for me. The annoying part is that you're too shy and worried about your image, afraid to give me a bit more joy."
No, you.
"Did you feel it?" Sang Zixia curled her fingers and felt the unique texture of an envelope, looking a bit confused. "What is this? Want to take a look?" Su Zhao loosened his grip, and Sang Zixia successfully pulled out the envelope hidden in his clothing. The handwriting on the envelope was familiar to her. It was a letter from the capital. Seeing her raise her eyebrows and smile, Su Zhao quietly sighed in relief and ruffled her hair. "It's from your mother. I heard your brother is doing well at the Bai Family Academy, and the teacher thinks highly of him. This is probably good news. Are you happy to see this?" With Su Zhao's help, even though Sang Zixia was far in the northwest, She could receive letters from the capital every so often. At first, Sang Jixia didn't catch on, holding the envelope and suddenly looking up. According to the usual timing, this letter should have arrived a few days ago. Did you do this on purpose? Su Zhao neither confirmed nor denied it, just pinched her cheek gently and smiled. Take your time reading. I'll go help my uncle. As the door creaked shut, the room returned to silence. Sang Jixia looked down at the familiar handwriting on the envelope, clicking her tongue as the sweet taste of candy lingered in her mouth, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. This person really. In the yard, Su Er Ant watched Su Zhao pour out the medicine residue from the pot and sighed. It's not surprising that Xia is sensitive. The smell is strange. Even before tasting it, just the scent was enough to make one cough. Is this medicine really safe? Aunt Su said with some concern, I think we should take Xia to see a doctor. Is it really okay for her to take the medicine you brought back? Su Liao trusted Dr. Hu's medical skills. Since he said it was safe to take, it should not cause any harm. Su Liao had her own plans that she couldn't share openly, so she paused and replied, I will take her to see a doctor in a few days. Once Chun Jing'an's shop in the county town is set up, it won't be too noticeable for Dr. Hu to visit. It will also be convenient for her to go with Sang Jixia. Aunt Su sighed and went back to her tasks. Su Liao cleaned and put away the medicine jar when she heard Uncle Su call, Su Liao, come help me. When it came to running the winery besides Sang Jixia, Uncle Su was the busiest. The place they bought was good, but to create the effect Sang Jixia wanted, hard work was necessary. In the following days, Uncle Su focused on digging channels for the mountain spring and building the wine cellar, working tirelessly. Sang Jixia was even busier, running back and forth between the fields and the winery. Su Liao often forgot to go home for meals, and no amount of persuasion seemed to work. In the excitement of making money, all of Su Liao's complaints were ignored. They took the medicine every 3 days, but Sang Jixia disregarded Dr. Hu's advice to take it easy, and she was so exhausted that she could barely keep her eyes open when she got home. Her appetite at the dinner table didn't improve at all. It felt like all the medicine was for nothing. The scorching autumn sun created waves of heat in the fields, and Su Liao's face was getting darker, whether from the sun or something else. She didn't look very happy. Sang Jixia was too focused on her work to notice. She was delighted to see the golden rice growing in the fields and the winery taking shape day by day. After 2 months, the winery was finally completed. Su Liao picked up some firecrackers and quickly lit them from a distance, then rushed back to cover Sang Jixia's ears with her hand. Sang Jixia watched the red paper scraps fly everywhere and smiled brightly, turning to Su Liao amidst the loud bangs, saying, Uncle has already fixed all the tools I wanted. The wine steamer is much bigger now, and it's easier to use. I also picked out the wine jars, and they have been delivered. We can try brewing our first batch tonight. Su Liao took a small step back, lifted her hand slightly from her ears, leaned closer, and said through gritted teeth, You should be thinking about something else right now. Sang Jixia didn't hear clearly at first and tilted her head, blinking. Huh? Su Zhao, unable to hold back any longer, bit her earlobe, letting out a mix of frustration. Gigi, I've realized that I've been too lenient with you. If you don't listen to me tonight and stay up late causing trouble, I won't let you off the hook. A crowd gathered to watch and cheer, but Su Zhao's voice was very soft amidst the noise. Yet every word pierced deeply into Sang Jixia's ears. Each word felt hot and intense. Sang Jixia winced and tried to pull her bitten ear away, her face turning bright red as she awkwardly stepped aside. Su Sanshu, who could only see her big white teeth in the dim light, excitedly asked, Niece-in-law, what's wrong with you? Before Sang Jixia could respond, he seriously slapped his thigh. Could it be that the heat has gotten to you? Su Wenxiu, happily chatting with Wu Jia's sister, turned around, her expression serious. The heat has gotten to her? Sang Jixia was at a loss for words. I don't. Gigi isn't feeling well. I'll take her home to rest. Su Zhao interrupted Sang Jixia's defense, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and saying, Aunt, uncle, you all keep an eye on things here. Gigi and I will be back soon. Su Wenxiu quickly waved her hands, urging, hurry. Take her home to rest. You stay at home and take care of her. If anything seems off, come get me. Su Sanshu frowned and added, there's some mung bean soup on the stove to cool down. Remember to drink a bowl when you get back. Su Shu directly said, should I go back with you? Su Zhao, can you take care of her? Su Zhao appeared calm and reliable, saying, I'll manage just fine. Gigi, let's go. Sang Zixia protested. No, hey. Su Zhao, what are you doing? Suddenly lifted off the ground, Sang Zixia tried to hit Su Zhao's head, but he effortlessly carried her on his back, ignoring the laughter from the crowd as he walked forward. What are you doing? Of course, I'm taking you home to rest. Su Zhao quietly gritted his teeth. I've noticed you're becoming more disobedient. What did the doctor say? What did you promise me? Su Zhao had taken on all the work at the winery and in the fields, so as long as Sang Zixia could let go, he would handle the rest. But Sang Zixia felt uneasy, thinking that she needed to personally confirm everything to feel at ease. Su Zhao, rarely talkative, kept chattering every day, but Sang Zixia ignored it. Doctor, who was a grumpy old man. When he learned about Sang Zixia's condition after her treatment, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and wished he could pull Su Zhao's hair, demanding that Su Zhao take her to him for a scolding. Su Zhao had mentioned taking Sang Zixia to see Dr. Hu 2 months ago, but it was all for nothing. Sang Zixia wouldn't listen to him. When she got busy, she didn't even mind taking bitter medicine. As long as Su Zhao didn't nag, she would just drink it down without hesitation. The more Su Zhao thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't so bright outside, he would have flipped her over and given her a few playful taps to vent his frustration. Sang Zixia, knowing she was in the wrong, stopped struggling and rested on Su Zhao's shoulder, burying her face to avoid the curious looks from passing villagers. She mumbled, I just want to get better quickly, so I can feel at ease. Are you running a brewery or trying to stab my heart? Su Zhao's face darkened further, his voice unusually rough. You're so stubborn. Even when I pressed you to sleep, you weren't quiet. You wanted to go out and wander the fields. I almost had to set up a bed in the fields to keep an eye on you. Can't you just stay home and sleep well? Are you asking for a lesson? Have you loosened up and need me to tighten you up? If it were Su Mingyang's younger siblings, they would be trembling at Su Zhao's harsh tone, but the person on Su Zhao's back was Sang Zixia. Sang Zixia knew he was all bark and no bite, so she relaxed and draped herself over his neck, lazily saying, Who are you scolding so loudly? How do you plan to deal with me?
Tell me.
Su Zhao, holding back his frustration, replied stiffly, Want to know? If you don't tell me, how will I know? If you keep acting up, I'll lock you at home, feeding you bite by bite for every meal, and you'll have to sleep for 5 hours before getting up. If you don't sleep enough or eat enough, you won't be allowed outside. Let's see how you'll argue with me then. This didn't sound like punishment. It sounded more like a treat. Sang Zixia chuckled softly and whispered in Su Zhao's ear, Once we get through this busy time, everything will be fine. The rice in the fields would be ready for harvest in about half a month, and everything was prepared in the brewery, just waiting to start. There are too many things to handle, and relying solely on family won't work. She had already decided to hire workers, so she wouldn't have to do everything herself. Su Zhao's attitude remained firm as she said, Gigi, you said the same thing last time. Sang Zixia replied, With so many tasks left undone, I can't just sit idle, can I? Su Zhao supported her back with one hand and used the other to adjust her hat, saying seriously, no matter how many things you want to do, you need to take a step back for now. I've copied all the brewing recipes you thought of during this time into a book. With Uncle San and Aunt San at the brewery, they can manage with the recipes, along with the 2 workers we hired, so you don't need to worry about that. I've also arranged for the rice harvesting. The workers I hired are reliable, and when the time comes, we can get started. I will supervise personally to ensure everything goes smoothly. Tonight, there will definitely be a celebration at the brewery, and if you go, you will end up drinking. Let's skip it and go home to rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see Dr. Hu, so you need to sleep early tonight. Sang Zixia opened her mouth to speak, but realized everything had already been arranged by Su Zhao, leaving her unsure of what to add. Curiously, she asked, "How did you think to copy those recipes I wrote?" "I never told you." Su Zhao sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Gigi, I may not know as much as you, but I'm not foolish or blind." While he couldn't help with the technical aspects of the recipes, summarizing and organizing them wasn't difficult for him. He should have known that once Sang Jixia got busy, she would neglect everything else, and he shouldn't have agreed to let her take charge. Chun Jing'an had been busy under his arrangements and had also seen good results. To be honest, Su Zhao could fully cover all household expenses and support Sang Jixia. However, he knew that saying this wouldn't help. Sang Jixia would never simply follow his plans. He could only endure and watch her busy herself, feeling anxious. Sang Jixia, unaware of his inner turmoil, looked enlightened. As soon as they entered the house, Su Zhao pressed her down by the bed. "Sit here, I'll get you some mung bean soup." He told her not to move, and surprisingly, Sang Jixia obeyed. Although they moved from the room to sit under the grape trellis in the yard, she remained seated and still. Sang Jixia leaned against the shelf and took a sip of mung bean soup, watching Su Yao skillfully wash rice and prepare soup with a smile. "Su Yao, I've noticed you're becoming more and more capable, haven't you?" As the time she spent away from the kitchen increased, Su Yao's cooking skills became even more impressive. The meals he made suited Sang Jixia's taste better than those made by Su Wenxiu and others. Su Yao placed the carefully picked vegetable greens in water, turned around, leaned against the stove, and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "If you would just behave, I'll start learning embroidery from Aunt Air tomorrow. I could be even more capable than I am now." Sang Jixia imagined that scene and couldn't help but laugh softly. Su Yao clicked his tongue, preparing to wash the greens, when the tightly shut door of the main room creaked open and the old lady emerged. Sang Jixia had been so busy lately that she hadn't noticed the old lady's condition. Today, in the daylight, she took a closer look and felt a jolt in her heart. How could the old lady have become so thin in such a short time? The old lady was wearing clothes made by Su Wenxiu and her sisters-in-law. Although the effort put into them couldn't compare to those made at a tailor shop, they chose the best materials they could for the elderly and children. The design was elegant and the style proper. If displayed among the many older women in the village, it would certainly stand out. Yet, these decent clothes hung on the old lady's gaunt frame, giving off an eerie vibe, almost like a ghostly figure. She had lost a significant amount of weight, her skin clinging to her bones, with deep hollows under her eyes. Her loose skin sagged uncontrollably at the corners of her mouth, and the silver in her hair had increased dramatically, making her look at least 10 years older, revealing her age. What had happened? Sang Jixia hesitated for a moment and gently asked, "Grandmother, have you been feeling unwell lately? Should we ask Su Yao to call a doctor to take a look at you?" Upon hearing the word doctor, the old lady's eyes widened in alarm, and she stiffly replied, "No need." Sang Jixia felt increasingly confused and found it strange. The old lady usually avoided doing any work, preferring to stay out of it. If she absolutely had to, she would claim to be unwell and ask for a doctor to come for medicine or a checkup, doing everything she could to avoid standing up or moving. But the old lady's recent change was too drastic. Had she really come out to help with cooking after hearing someone return? Sang Jixia looked at Su Zhao with curiosity. Su Zhao walked over and gently ruffled her hair, speaking casually, "Grandmother, my uncle and my mother are at the winery and will probably be there until late. I made dinner and can bring it to your room." The old lady instinctively frowned at the thought of Su Zhao cooking, her deep-set brows furrowing. She replied sharply, "What about your grandfather? Is he there too?" "Grandfather went to the village school and hasn't returned yet, but he will probably go to check on them when he gets back."
Are you going? What do you mean by going?
The old lady interrupted Su Zhao's words with irritation, saying coldly, "I will just rest here."
And
the old lady's dark gaze swept over Su Zhao, her tones suddenly sharp. "Didn't I ask you to call your second uncle back? I've told you for a long time. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Did you ignore my instructions and not call him at all?" Su Zhao showed a hint of helplessness and replied with a wry smile, "Grandmother, you know my uncle's personality. Even if I delivered the message, I see that your uncle seems to not want to come back for now." Su Minghui tried to persuade him, but it seems he hasn't changed his mind. The old lady seemed unwilling to believe this and raised her voice, scolding, "Nonsense. If I called him, how could he say he won't come back? It's clear that you..."
Gigi.
Ignoring the old lady's sudden reprimand, Su Zhao turned to Sang Zixia, who had stood up without him noticing, and said, "I washed the clothes you changed out of this morning and hung them in the backyard.
Please check if they're dry.
If they are, while it's still light, could you help me bring them in and fold them?" Sang Zixia felt a bit uneasy, realizing he was trying to divert her to avoid being scolded alone. The old lady was being unreasonable. Feeling frustrated, Sang Zixia thought, why always take out her anger on Su Zhao, who never fights back? What has Su Zhao done to deserve this? Why does he always get the short end of the stick? Sang Zixia couldn't help but glance at the old lady, muttering in frustration, "When grandfather was sick, my uncle didn't even bother to check in. Now that everything is fine at home, he definitely doesn't want to come back. Su Zhao is just the messenger. Why is she taking it out on him?" Su Zhao shook his head with a faint smile in his eyes, while Sang Zixia pouted and walked away. So disrespectful. Always picking on the weak. It's no wonder she's so thin. Sang Zixiang was just casually speaking up for Su Yao, without any deep meaning. However, when she mentioned the old man's illness, it made the old lady break out in a cold sweat. Once the old man recovered, no one in the family brought it up again, as if everything had passed. After his recovery, he moved out of the main room and now lives in the inner room with Su Mingyang. Regarding the temporary change of rooms, the old man simply said it was to supervise a potential scholar in the Su family, fearing Su Mingyang might grow up to be a joke. The others didn't see anything wrong with this. They just laughed with Su Mingyang and reminded him to work hard, not to disappoint the old man's good intentions. But is that really the case? The old lady, who had lived with the old man for most of her life, could sense his thoughts well enough. After the old man fell seriously ill, she mistakenly thought there would be no more mistakes. In her eagerness to regain control over the family's discussions, she likely revealed her intentions. The old lady realized that the old man had begun to doubt her. Not living in the same room anymore was the first line of defense he had drawn. The old lady was tense, thinking of what to say if the old man asked her about it, rehearsing countless times in her mind how to answer to escape this exposed scheme, but the old man didn't ask a single question. No one asked anything. The house was quieter than ever, but this calm felt like a knife to the old lady. She even tried to secretly contact the person who had sent her something before, but her messages went unanswered. The next morning, she found the communication item she had sent, returned unchanged. At that moment, her heart sank into despair. Her actions had already been exposed, and there were people watching her every move. The items sent out were returned, and she couldn't even bear to think about whether the person she hoped would help her was still alive. The entire Su family felt like a carefully crafted prison. She looked at everyone smiling at her as if they were enemies seeking revenge, and behind every smiling face, she saw malicious intent. She was trapped here, with a sharp blade hanging over her head, unsure when it would fall. Each day was filled with unspoken fear. She couldn't help but doubt that everyone in the Su family was waiting to take her life. Every meal and sip of water made her anxious, leaving her unable to eat or sleep. The fears and inner demons that grew within her trapped her deeply. She couldn't escape. The old man would never let her live. But she didn't dare to speak to anyone except Su Ershu. Poisoning her husband was a serious crime. Whether she was the esteemed old lady of the Su family in the capital or the matriarch in the village, if this crime were discovered, there would be no way out. Sang Zixia said it that way. Was it intentional? The old lady suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide with rage, meeting Su Yi's calm and indifferent face. Su Yi spoke softly, each word sharp as a knife, piercing the old lady's heart. Ershu has always been like this, loud but timid. Now that something unexpected has happened, he is probably very scared and might not dare to step into the house again. Grandmother, what do you think? The old lady stared wide-eyed at Sue as if she had seen a monster. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Sue chuckled with interest and said softly, how could I have any hidden meaning? Grandmother, you worry too much. I just wanted to remind you that next time you want to send something out, you can ask me like today. Even though my father is not your biological son, I have called you grandmother for many years. I don't mind running small errands like delivering things, so there's no need to trouble others. It saves me from being sent out at midnight to deal with pests, adding to the trouble. Besides, who can be more reliable than family? Sue laid bare the old lady's greatest fears, clearly noticing the terror she couldn't hide in her eyes, replaced by a mocking gaze. Greed is insatiable. Ambition can lead to destruction. His good uncle, with his insatiable desires and cowardice, resembled the old lady perfectly. Grandmother, you really don't need to panic. As long as grandfather doesn't make a decision, you will remain the matriarch of the Sue family, and no one will dare to harm you. Sue recalled the way the old lady had looked at Sangxixia earlier, and the smile faded from his lips, replaced by a chilling coldness. Just don't look at those you shouldn't, and don't entertain thoughts you shouldn't. During summer, Sangxixia lost a hair. Next time, what I send to your pillow will be my uncle's head. Su Zhao spoke softly, her demeanor gentle, like a respectful younger relative. However, the old lady could no longer hold herself together under such pressure. With a look of fear, she stumbled back and fell to the ground, not daring to glance at Su Zhao. She scrambled to her feet and fled into the main room, as if a monster were chasing her, slamming the door behind her with a loud. Su Zhao heard the sound of the door being locked several times from inside. She narrowed her eyes. Sangxixia, hearing the door slam, came out holding her clothes, anger in her eyes. Why are you taking it out on her again? Is this ever going to end? Does she really think Su Zhao is an easy target to bully? Sangxixia was truly frustrated. Seeing the main room's door tightly shut, it didn't seem like anyone was coming out to confront them. She pulled Su Zhao aside and whispered angrily, "Are you silly? Why let her vent her anger on you, for no reason? You just stand there and let her spit her words at you?" The old lady wasn't Su Zhao's real grandmother, but she held a certain authority. The Su family had strict rules, and Su Zhao couldn't just argue back, or it would be a problem with the elder. But standing there doing nothing wasn't an option either.
Sangxixia, exasperated, glared at Su Zhao.
Can't you just avoid it? If you can't argue back, can't you just dodge and not get caught? Usually, you're so sharp and aware, but now you just stand there and take the insults? Why do you have to act so foolishly? The more Sangxixia thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed Su Zhao's face in frustration. Why do you just stand there? Can't you learn from Uncle San? Look at Uncle San. He knows how to avoid her. He's excellent at it. Ever since the old lady got upset, Uncle San had practically mastered the art of dodging her. She could never catch him easily. Su Zhao's face was pulled out of shape, and fearing Sangxixia's hand would hurt, she lowered her head to make it easier for her. After Sangxixia vented her frustration, Su Zhao smiled and said, "Okay, next time I'll learn from Uncle San and hide early." Sangxixia still wasn't reassured and rolled her eyes at him. "Good for you, big head. You can't even argue back, yet you want to send me away. Next time, I'll just stand by and listen. If she scolds you, I'll argue back." After all, the old lady had never liked her, and this wasn't the first time they had clashed. A few more times wouldn't make a difference. Seeing Sangxixia's angry expression, Su Zhao found it amusing and softly coaxed her to go inside and fold clothes while he rolled up his sleeves to continue cooking. It was hot, and Sangxixia didn't like greasy food, so the dishes on the table were light. There was rice porridge with minced meat and mushrooms, stir-fried greens, a plate of pickled radishes, and fluffy steamed buns. A few little ones, excited by the commotion, had gone to the winery early in the morning and hadn't returned. The adults were also over there. The old lady did not respond when called, and after Sangxixia lost her patience, She simply took a small stool and placed the leftover food at the entrance of the main room. Sang Zixia clapped her hands and said, "Su Zhao, it's time to eat." As for the old lady, if she wanted to eat, she could. If not, she could just skip it. Who would spoil her? Feeling full and sleepy, Sang Zixia lay on the bed, not quite ready to sleep, mumbling, "I don't want to go to the doctor tomorrow." Su Zhao replied calmly, "You're not sick. We're just going for a stroll." Sang Zixia complained, "I don't want to drink the tonic soup either." She slapped the edge of the bed and said, "Why do I have to drink it? Are you really as strong as you say? You're not just fooling me, are you?" Su Zhao gently held her head, leaned down, and kissed the corner of her lips, his voice low and slightly hoarse. "Gigi, I've been feeling quite overheated lately. If I drink a couple more bowls of tonic soup, I probably won't need to sleep tonight."
Why?
"Do you think sleeping well at night is boring and want me to help you find some fun?" He spoke playfully, but his hand was resting on Sang Zixia's waist, and his serious expression made it hard to tell if he was joking. Sang Zixia sniffed and quickly grabbed his wandering hand, pulling it out with a serious face. "I think you're right. I really haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. If this continues, it's not good. For me to defeat Su Mingyang at the dinner table, step on Su Mingshu, and overpower Su Yanran, I really do need to sleep now." Su Zhao smirked at her, and Sang Zixia, holding back laughter, wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a quick kiss on the nose, rolling over and mumbling, "Sleep." Su Zhao pulled the blanket over her, wrapping her up like a spring roll, and whispered in her ear, "If I don't tease you, don't provoke me. If you don't sleep, then no one will sleep." Sang Zixia shook her shoulders and fell silent. Soon, her breathing became steady and slow. She was indeed exhausted. Now that a major task was accomplished, she slept more soundly than usual. Su Zhao confirmed that she was deeply asleep and wouldn't wake up, so he quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Sang Zixia treated her experimental field like a treasure, and there could be no mistakes. With harvest time approaching, the separated fields were filled with golden waves of rice, and only Sang Zixia could tell them apart. The rice in those areas couldn't be entrusted to anyone else, so Su Zhao planned to harvest it himself. This way, he could sort it according to Sang Zixia's wishes and avoid her worrying and wanting to help. However, there were still other tasks to handle before the harvest. Using the silver moonlight, Su Zhao took out the messy notes Sang Zixia had written and began to organize them. He also brought out paper and a pen to categorize the details she had noted. Each experimental field marked with different signs needed to be harvested separately, weighed, and sampled. He would measure the height and size of the rice stalks and the weight of individual rice grains, then estimate the yield per acre and the amount suitable for seed. Additionally, the harvested rice seeds needed to be stored separately to avoid mixing, which meant they would need more storage barrels at home. Su Zhao recalled the number of experimental fields and noted down that they needed to buy 6 storage barrels, along with other miscellaneous items. After organizing the dense notes, Su Zhao labeled the pages and dates carefully. Looking at the thick stack he had compiled, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had never done such meticulous work before. Now, to reduce Sang Zixia's burden as much as possible, he had become quite skilled at these tasks. He teased himself for being so organized and put away the neatly arranged documents. The lively crowd at the distillery had not returned yet. He glanced back. The meal Sang Zixia had prepared was already cold, and the door remained tightly shut with no signs of being opened. The house was silent. If nothing unexpected happened, the old lady wouldn't touch any of that food. Su Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm as he remarked, "Of course. How could I trust her to eat it? Those with guilty consciences see shadows everywhere." At this point, even if others did it, the old lady probably wouldn't dare to eat it anymore. It's a shame to let good food go to waste. As dawn broke, the old man finished checking a few small assignments and glanced at Su Wenxiu, who was taking food to feed the chickens. He said, "Tell Xia and the others that if no one comes out at mealtime, there's no need to save food for anyone." The only person in the house who might do such a thing is the old lady, so it was clear who the old man's words were aimed at. Su Wenxiu hesitated for a moment, but nodded firmly. Yes, daughter-in-law understands. What about Xia? Is she out or still asleep? Before Su Wenxiu could answer, the old man said sternly, Yao has mentioned several times that this girl avoids taking medicine and drinking nourishing soup. She keeps trying to hide. How can that be good in the long run? Weren't we supposed to go to town today? Did she hide in the fields again? Grandfather, I didn't hide. Sang Zhixia, who had just come out from the west shed, looked a bit frustrated and quietly said, Aren't I here? Here? The old man raised an eyebrow, as if he could see through her. Is it because Yao is watching that you're still here, or did you plan to stay from the beginning? Sang Zhixia lowered her head deeply, looking at the ground, seemingly unwilling to speak. The old man didn't want to argue with her and turned to Su Yao, saying, Make sure to pay close attention today, and don't hesitate to spend money. Su Yao nodded in agreement. The old man continued, The farming families are starting their autumn harvest, and the children from the village school will be going home to help. From today until the end of the harvest in a month, I'll be at home. You all can focus on your own work. I'll be here to take care of things. With the old man at home, there was naturally less to worry about. Su Yao and Sang Zhixia left the village after breakfast. Sang Zhixia was about to mention that the mule cart for picking people hadn't arrived yet when she heard Su Yao whistle loudly by curling her finger into her mouth. As the whistle echoed, there was some movement in the nearby woods, as if horse hooves were stirring. Sang Zhixia raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw a black stallion galloping towards Su Yao, snorting as it approached. Looking at Su Yao, who was already holding the reins, she asked in astonishment, Do you two know each other? Su Yao laughed, stroking the horse's flowing mane. What do you mean we know each other? Sang Zhixia realized that what she said might not be right. She chuckled a few times while looking at the tall horse, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It wasn't her fault for being inexperienced. Children really don't have many chances to get close to such things. Su Zhao patiently waited without rushing her. When she tentatively reached out to poke the horse's head and quickly pulled her hand back, a smile appeared on his lips. Can you ride a horse? Sang Zhixia shook her head decisively. No, I can't. The original owner of her body only knew how to live like a timid little quail in the back courtyard of the Sang family. In her time, riding a horse was a luxury. It was hard enough just to survive, let alone learn how to ride. Su Zhao raised an eyebrow and smiled, letting go of the reins and walking over to hold her waist. Sang Zhixia was caught off guard as he suddenly lifted her up, letting out a surprised gasp as her vision spun. When she looked down, she found herself sitting on the saddle. Su Zhao jumped lightly to land behind her, noticing her tense hands. He pulled her into his embrace and gently patted her side, saying, Don't be afraid. I promise you won't fall. Sang Zhixia felt a bit nervous, but this indescribable tension quickly faded into calmness. She even found time to admire the golden rice and wildflowers by the roadside, tugging at Su Zhao's clothes and asking, Where did this horse come from? Aren't you worried someone will take it if you leave it hidden in the woods? Su Zhao controlled the reins and replied slowly, It was sent by Chen Jing'an. I didn't think of a good reason to bring it home, so I decided to leave it in the woods for now. The horse was trained, recognized its owner, and knew the way. Even if it was left untied in the woods, ordinary people would find it hard to approach, let alone take it away. Sang Zhixia pondered and asked, Who is Chen Jing'an? I don't remember you mentioning him before. Most of her life revolved around Luobei village, and she was quite familiar with the area. But thinking back, she realized that she and Su Zhao had very little overlap in their past lives. She didn't know any of the people or events he talked about. Su Zhao pinched her ear playfully and leaned down to rest his chin on her shoulder, saying, Chen Jing'an is my father's adopted son, a year younger than me. When we meet, he will call you sister-in-law. I told you before that someone does business, right? That's him. Su Zhao explained softly, omitting more details hidden in the shadows. The wine from the winery needs to be sold in the county, and the grains harvested from the fields also need to be sold if we can't eat them all. I've thought it over. Instead of going through the trouble of finding buyers ourselves or waiting for buyers who might come to pressure us into lowering the price, We might as well open a grain store and sell it ourselves. The only one in our family with experience in business is Aunt Air, and since no one else has done this before, let's have Chen Jing'an handle the details of buying and selling. This way, when the money comes in from sales, it will save you some hassle. How does that sound? Sang Zhixia didn't expect that even before the rice was harvested, this person had already thought this far. She paused for a moment and then laughed. You really thought this through? Just taking a small step, and you've already considered everything that follows? Su Qiao smiled. It's not fully planned, just some general ideas. Sang Zhixia's creative ideas were indeed surprising, but her naivety and lack of experience were clear to the old man. Su Qiao could see it too. Noble young ladies are usually carefully trained, learning everything from how to treat others to managing a household, gaining experience through challenges to develop decisiveness and skill. But Sang Zhixia had not gone through this. She grew up in the Sang family's inner courtyard, often overlooked and neglected. Her mother, who treated her well, came from a humble background and had limited knowledge, so there was little she could teach her. Sang Zhixia's experiences, hidden away in her ivory tower, left her completely unprepared in this area. She had blossomed into her current admirable self in a corner where no one noticed, relying entirely on her own efforts. However, imagining a future outside of Luobei village, she realized that this was not enough. Su Qiao didn't want to see Sang Zhixia struggle when she was forced to move forward. Before that happened, he would clear all the obstacles in her way. Thinking of the old man's subtle reminders to him, he softened his voice and said, Gigi. I don't know much about business either, but Chen Jing'an is indeed more skilled in this area. Today, let's first check out the shop he has set up. If you think it's suitable, we can temporarily secure it. Starting anything is tough. According to Doctor Who, you should avoid overexerting yourself right now, so at the beginning, let Chen Jing'an lend a hand. You can watch closely at first and then let him teach you step by step how to choose a location for the shop, negotiate prices for goods, establish supply channels, and keep accounts. These are all things he is good at. Over time, you'll learn everything, set up the necessary framework, and then he can step back while you take charge independently. Su Yao is quite similar to the old man in some ways, especially in their views on Sang Zhixia's future plans. Both young and old share the same thoughts. They will try to help Sang Zhixia turn her ideas into reality and will do their best to support her, but they will never take away her decision-making power. They both believe that Sang Zhixia should be independent and capable of making her own choices in front of others. On the contrary, they guide her daily and lay the groundwork, as if they are gently helping a child who knows nothing about business to take their first steps. Sang Zhixia might still think she is just farming and selling some crops, but both the old man and Su Yao see a future for her that she hasn't yet imagined. Sang Zhixia is not someone who lacks understanding. With a little thought, she quickly realizes what Su Yao means. She pauses, blinks, and asks, Am I the only one learning? Su Yao leans down and kisses her hair gently, saying, Of course not. I will learn with you. I don't know what I just told you either. If you learn it before me, I will definitely have to ask you for help. Will you teach me? Sang Zhixia squints her eyes in delight. That's hard to say. Grandfather charges a fee for teaching, and you just come here with your mouth open? Speaking of which, I didn't ask you for a fee when you learned to farm with me. Su Yao, why are you being so demanding? Su Yao chuckles while holding her, jokingly saying he would repay her with himself, but Sang Zhixia pinches his arm in annoyance, making him behave. When Su Yao entered the city, he first took Sang Zhixia to the place they had agreed upon with Doctor Who. What's meant to happen cannot be avoided. Compared to the picky attitude of Su Yao and Su Minghui, Doctor Who was much kinder to Sang Zhixia. The old man smiled broadly when he saw Sang Zhixia's little face. When she politely bowed to him, his satisfaction was evident. Oh, come, sit down. Poor thing, did Su Yao not feed you well? Why'd he look so thin? Sang Zhixia thought her figure was not particularly weak, but she found it hard to notice her own lack of color. Doctor Who casually criticized Su Yao, then asked Sang Zhixia to extend her hand for a pulse check. His brow furrowed as he murmured, You have some inherent deficiencies, and you haven't been cared for properly. Your pulse is too weak. Switch hands. Sang Zixia, feeling nervous, reached out her hand. The old man's expression grew serious. I heard you don't want to take your medicine? At such a young age, you're already ignoring the doctor? Sang Zixia forced a smile, trying to explain, it's not that I'm ignoring you. I just don't like being sick. I eat well and sleep well, so I think Su Zhao is overreacting. There's really nothing wrong. Why take medicine if you're not sick? I don't want to take it. Doctor Who raised his eyebrows and scolded. Nonsense. Who says you have to wait until you're sick to understand the seriousness? Once illness strikes, is it too late to remedy it? Look at yourself in the mirror. Your lips are pale, and your face is so white. That means you're lacking energy and blood. Do you think that's a good thing? The damage caused by being born with deficiencies is particularly severe. While you're young, you can manage, but if you're careless, you'll face constant minor illnesses or worse, it could affect your lifespan. Do you think I'm joking? Sang Zixia seemed to accept this, but in her heart, she still didn't take it seriously. Su Zhao frowned slightly. Is it that serious? The old man shot Su Zhao a glare. What do you think? I told you to bring her to me sooner. It's been over 2 months. No one took it seriously. If you don't come today, I'll have to come find you myself. Su Zhao pursed his lips and lowered his head, accepting the scolding. After Doctor Who finished his long lecture, he opened his small medicine box and took out paper and pen to start writing. With her condition, just drinking nourishing soup isn't enough. She still needs to take medicine, 3 doses every 3 days, without missing a single one. By the way, does she get cold hands and feet every winter? Su Zhao placed his hand on Sang Zixia's shoulder and nodded seriously.
Yes.
It's also common during seasonal changes. Even in hot weather, she feels chilly, but she doesn't seem to mind the cold too much. Doctor Who huffed irritably and said, according to your grandfather, she's busy all day, sweating constantly. How can she have the energy to feel cold? It's fortunate that she does a lot of physical work. While it tires her out, it also strengthens her body. Otherwise, how could she handle it? I don't have enough medicine with me. You'll need to get the prescription filled yourself. The ingredients aren't hard to find, but you must gather them all. The foot-soaking medicine should be used every 2 days, and for half a month, soak your feet for a quarter of an hour during baths. Don't soak for too long, or it might make you feel weak and dizzy, which would be counterproductive. Doctor Who was quickly writing and soon handed 2 large sheets of paper to Su Yao, saying, use this prescription for 3 months and come back to me for adjustments after winter. Sang Zixia smelled the familiar bitter scent from the small medicine box and hesitated. Is it really necessary? Why wouldn't it be? Doctor Who replied sternly. Your family is not in a good situation now, and you don't have the same conditions as before. Otherwise, with your condition, I would have sent Su Yao to take you to a villa for care during winter. He expressed regret and smiled wryly. You probably don't know, but the Su family has a villa in the outskirts of the capital, where they have built various pools fed by hot spring water. Using the medicine in the pools would be much more effective and beneficial for your health. What a pity. Even the best remedies can't be used now. We can only find alternatives. Doctor Who sighed and Su Yao pondered. So, you mean the hot springs would be helpful? Of course. In winter, it's good to nourish the body, and the hot springs are warm and not dry, which would be very beneficial for her. It's just hard to find. Doctor Who took out 2 small porcelain bottles and handed them to Su Yao, saying, these are health pills for your grandfather. Make sure he takes 1 a day and avoid alcohol while taking them. Su Yao accepted them with both hands, standing up with Sang Zixia to thank him repeatedly. Since Doctor Who declined to see them off too far, his expression still looked a bit troubled. Sang Zixia felt a bit guilty. Su Yao, I think. The elder served the late emperor and has a good reputation now. He has been the head of the clinic for 20 years. If he hadn't insisted on coming to the Northwest camp, the palace wouldn't have let him go easily. Su Yao straightforwardly explained Doctor Who's excellent medical skills, smiling slightly at the stunned Sang Zixia. Gigi, what were you going to say? Sang Zixia looked blank and awkwardly replied, nothing. I just wanted to ask if we could buy a chicken on our way back tonight. I want to drink chicken soup. Su Yao nodded lightly. Okay, I'll make it for you when we get back. Sang Zixia quietly allowed Su Yao to put the sun hat on her head, and they walked out of the tea house, where the temporary consultation was held. Chen Jing'an had been waiting at the counter early in the morning, occasionally stepping outside to look around, clearly waiting for someone. Su Minghui, who also came here, looked calm as he took a sip from his teacup and casually said, "Are you that eager?" Chen Jing'an raised his index finger and shook it side to side, saying, "It's not impatience, it's curiosity. Don't you find it strange? Su Yao is someone who looks down on everyone. He has seen many beautiful women, yet he is so devoted to his wife, going to great lengths and bowing down. Anyone would find that odd, right?" Su Minghui listened to his long-winded talk and chuckled softly. He turned the teacup in his fingers and said slowly, "Not strange." Chen Jing'an replied, "Huh? You'll understand when you meet my sister-in-law." Su Yao is not at all surprising when it comes to her. Now Chen Jing'an was truly curious. He leaned in and whispered, "I've heard the Sang family has many beauties. Is our sister-in-law exceptionally lovely and extraordinary?" Su Minghui looked at him impatiently and said, "In a place like Luobei village, no matter how beautiful someone is, it won't put food on the table." Chen Jing'an thought about it and agreed. After the Su family fell from grace, beauty could not only fail to provide for them, but could also bring trouble. But why is that? Su Minghui was too lazy to explain further. He scoffed and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Standing in the mud, with unyielding spirit. Such a woman. Anyone who received her attention would find it hard to resist. Su Yao fell for her, and it was too easy for him to get lost in that. "Hey, they're here." Eagerly waiting, Chen Jing'an finally spotted a familiar figure. Although he had been anxiously waiting for a long time, he now pretended to be nonchalant, even looking for a place to sit and put his feet up. However, Su Minghui, who had been sitting still, stood up on his own. Seeing this, Chen Jing'an narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. Su Minghui seemed warm and easygoing, but in reality, he was just as proud as Su Yao, looking down on ordinary people. If he could stand up like a well-behaved younger cousin to greet someone, just who was Su Yao's wife. Chen Jing'an lost interest in sitting down. He leaned on the counter, his gaze shifting, and saw Su Yao enter with a woman wearing a veil. He quickly composed himself and smiled, saying, "You're here." Su Yao responded, reaching up to remove the hat from Sang Zixia's head. Su Minghui formally called out, "Sister-in-law." Sang Zixia was a bit surprised to see him there. She smiled brightly and said, "If I had known you were here, I would have brought something for Aunt Air." Su Minghui had rushed home earlier, and Aunt Su hadn't finished preparing everything. Just a few days ago, she was still wondering when he would return. Su Minghui smiled and said, "No rush, I will be back in a few days." "Sit down and talk, sister-in-law," he added. After speaking, he went to get a cup and pour tea, even changing the teapot to boil water for a fresh brew. Su Yao was not surprised by this, but Chen Jing'an was amazed and, holding back a laugh, said, "I've met your sister-in-law. Ji, this is Chen Jing'an, you can call him Chen-san." Su Yao briefly introduced him and looked around the place, her expression displeased. "This is what you said was already?" The shop was small, located on the quieter side of the busiest street in the county. While it was peaceful, there were hardly any passers-by, making it seem unlikely for business to thrive. Inside, it was empty. There was a half-height counter near the door, 2 small tables, and a few stools that were old and had suspicious stains. The cleanest things were probably Chen Jing'an's face and the teapot in Su Minghui's hand. Chen Jing'an, seemingly unfazed by Su Yao's dissatisfaction, opened his folding fan and narrowed his eyes like a fox, saying, "What's wrong? Not satisfied?" Su Yao looked at him coldly. "You expect me to praise you for this?" Noticing the tension, Sang Zixia, unsure of the usual dynamic between Su Yao and Chen Jing'an, quietly tugged at Su Yao's sleeve.
Su Yao.
Su Yao turned to her, his tone unexpectedly softening. "What is it?" Sang Zixia said, "Don't be anxious. Didn't Aunt say that business starts small?" Being impatient isn't good. Besides, I think this place is alright. It may be a bit secluded, but the shop is street-facing, and it's easy for carts to come by. Carrying heavy goods like rice will be easier if we can park the transport right outside. Though her words aimed to ease the tension, Sang Zixia genuinely felt this way. If the shop weren't so narrow, it would indeed have a convenient location. Su Yao listened patiently, showing no change in expression, but somehow, it felt like his mood had improved significantly, like a gentle spring rain. Chun Jing'an listened quietly with a fan in hand, noticing Su Yao's change in mood, and unable to help but smile slightly. It was interesting. He cleared his throat and gave Su Yao a sideways glance, saying, "See? I told you, you don't understand anything. It's better to be like my sister-in-law, who sees things clearly. Sister-in-law, please sit down. I'll go get some snacks so we can eat and talk." Chun Jing'an was not very nice to Su Yao but spoke kindly to Sang Zixia. Sang Zixia genuinely felt that one shouldn't make others work too hard and even thought they could do more. After Chun Jing'an left, she quietly said to Su Yao, "Don't be so harsh. We didn't spend any money, so having this is already pretty good." She felt satisfied. Su Yao held back for a while but finally couldn't anymore, gently squeezing her hand and laughing softly. Su Minghui placed the tea by Sang Zixia and dropped the teapot in front of Su Yao, his attitude cold. "Pour it yourself if you want some." Su Yao turned the empty teacup, too lazy to speak, but Su Minghui had already started talking to the misunderstood Sang Zixia. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Chin-san was just joking. This place isn't for opening a shop." Sang Zixia was truly confused now. Su Minghui explained slowly. "The proper shop is in front, a large space with 3 entrances and exits. The main door is wide open and bright. I checked it out. It's quite suitable. This place connects to the shop in front, separated by a small courtyard and 2 side rooms. There's also a warehouse that can store thousands of pounds of grain, making it convenient for living or transporting goods, and it's relatively quiet." The shop had been ready 3 days ago and opened with firecrackers. Inside, they had prepared some rice and grains that Chun Jing'an had specifically collected from elsewhere for cover, just waiting for the harvest from Luobei village to be delivered. After thinking for a moment, Sang Zixia hesitantly asked, "The shop you're talking about is the one with the red silk on the front street?" Su Minghui nodded with a smile. "Yes." Sang Zixia was stunned. "That big place?" As far as she knew, shops in the bustling county town were not cheap to buy or rent. How much money would it take to cover such a large area on the front and back streets? Sang Zixia quickly calculated in her mind whether her savings were enough to help out, but Su Minghui glanced at Su Yao with a half-smile and said, "The place is indeed big, and the investment is substantial. Don't worry, sister-in-law, this money is all from my brother. No one is taking advantage of anyone." Sang Zixia was genuinely surprised now. Su Yao knows she has a little secret money, but it shouldn't be much. She always felt that this person was much poorer than her own savings. Where did Su Yao get her unexpected wealth? Noticing her confusion, Su Minghui, holding a grudge against Su Yao for silencing him with a coin, smiled and added, "Sister-in-law may not know, but my brother spent money like water in his early years, which helped him learn how to make money quickly now." "I forgot to tell you." Su Yao interrupted Su Minghui, gently patting Sang Zixia's hand. "Chun Jing'an has been doing some small business outside. I invested some money with him years ago, and now I receive a bit of profit. It's not much, just enough to get by." After he finished speaking, Chun Jing'an came out with prepared snacks. Chun Jing'an raised an eyebrow playfully, and Su Yao said calmly, "From now on, any profit should go to your sister-in-law. No need to send them to me." Understanding Su Yao's subtle warning, Chun Jing'an nodded in agreement, counting the gold and silver he took from enemies as part of the profits, but he found it amusing. "Su Yao, look at you now." Sighing, Chun Jing'an sat down seriously to discuss the current situation. In the grain store ahead, there is a manager and 3 reliable workers. "I will call them to greet you, sister-in-law. If you need anything, you can tell them directly, or you can ask me. But I have a question to clarify first. I heard from Su Yao that it has been very busy this past year. How much rice can the village produce this autumn? Do you have a rough idea? If the income is not much, then there is no need to make early plans. They can sell everything slowly in the shop here, treating it as a little trick by Su Yao to cheer up Sang Jixia, without worrying about losses. If the amount is large, then the possibilities would go beyond that. When it came to serious matters, Su Yao and Su Minghui stopped their silent rivalry and quietly listened to Sang Jixia. Sang Jixia, unaware of the tension in the air, thought for a moment and said, "I roughly estimated. We currently have 236 acres of farmland. After excluding the land for sorghum and soybeans, about 160 acres can yield around 200 pounds per acre, totaling approximately 30,000 to 32,000 pounds. Chun Jing'an abruptly paused while pouring tea, looking up in shock. Did sister-in-law say 30,000 pounds?
Yes.
Sang Jixia was not satisfied with the total yield per acre. She frowned and said, "The seeds from the warm greenhouse are too few. Most of the seeds used after clearing the land are still bought, resulting in low productivity. 200 pounds of rice per acre is really very low." The Su family spent a lot of money hiring people for the entire process of clearing and farming. The wages spent were significant, and with such a low yield, there was hardly any profit. Just thinking about it made Sang Jixia sigh. Chun Jing'an wanted to say that it was already quite a lot, but what Sang Jixia said next completely surprised him. There are also 30 acres planted with improved rice seeds, which can yield over 300 pounds per acre. The actual yield will be more than the estimate, never less. Chun Jing'an's heart raced uncontrollably, and he pressed his lips together, saying, "Sister-in-law, are you saying that those 30 acres could yield nearly 10,000 pounds? Is that true?" Sang Jixia didn't understand why he was so surprised and paused before saying, "Of course it's true. That number is still low. If everything goes smoothly next year at this time, we could aim for over 400 pounds per acre. If 1 acre could produce 400 pounds of pure rice, then 100 acres would yield 40,000 pounds. Just from the Su family's current farmland, the annual rice output could reach nearly 100,000 pounds. Chun Jing'an suddenly understood what Su Yao had mentioned to him a long time ago. He swallowed hard and tried to stay calm, saying, "Sister-in-law, as far as I know, ordinary farmers usually yield no more than 200 pounds per acre in a year. Even in the warm southern regions where 2 rice crops can be grown, such a large amount has never been seen. Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? Could such an astonishing number really come from a small village like Luobai?" Hearing this, Chun Jing'an knew he had indeed done some research and was somewhat knowledgeable. Sang Jixia rubbed her fingers together and said, "Different seeds can lead to significant differences in yield. Do you understand?" Chun Jing'an nodded seriously. To put it simply, the seeds we use are hybrid varieties developed by ourselves, which are not available elsewhere. That's one advantage. As you mentioned, places like Jiangnan have suitable climates for 2 rice crops a year, while the northwest is colder, but the northwest also has its own advantages. The soil here is very good. The fertility of the land is also an important factor affecting food production. While the northwest is limited by weather, its soil quality is unmatched by many other places. Moreover, the northwest has vast land with a sparse population. The conversation about the topic opened up, so I went straight to the point. In places like Jiangnan that you mentioned, the good farmland has mostly been taken, making it hard to rent or buy more land. Expanding and increasing production is nearly impossible, but the situation is different in the Northwest. There are too few people here, but there is so much uncultivated land. Due to long-standing regional beliefs, the people living in the Northwest have not realized the vast potential of the land beneath their feet. The Northwest is often known for its harsh and barren conditions, and many believe that this desolate land cannot yield hope. The truth is quite the opposite. In Sang Jixia's mind, this snow-covered land is an undiscovered treasure waiting to be explored. Su Zhao noticed her unconsciously rubbing her hands and quickly found some paper and a pen from the counter. Sang Jixia didn't think much of it and spread out a piece of paper on the table to calculate for everyone. The Northwest may not have much, but it has plenty of uncultivated land that no one cares about. According to government regulations, to cultivate 1 acre of land, you need to pay 1 tael of silver as a cultivation tax. Adding the costs of hiring people to clear the land, the total cost for cultivating 500 acres is at most 700 taels. However, in just 2 years, the amount of rice produced from those 500 acres will be at least this number. As she wrote down the shocking figures on the paper, Chen Jingen's fingers trembled silently around her teacup, and even Su Minghui's eyes showed surprise. Su Minghui hesitated and asked, "Sister-in-law, can 1 acre really yield 600 jin of grain?" Sang Zixia rubbed her wrist and replied, "Why not? If you don't believe it, when it's time to harvest rice this year, you can go home and see for yourself. If the amount from the 3 acres I set aside is less than this, then..." Sang Zixia thought it was unnecessary to dig a hole for herself, so she quickly threw Su Zhao under the bus. Just feed all the grain from that 1 acre to Su Zhao. If he eats even 1 bowl less, it doesn't count. Su Zhao had already been stirred by Sang Zixia's description of the promising scene, and now, compared to Chen Jingen and Su Minghui's visible shock, he appeared more composed. Hearing Sang Zixia's smooth joke at his expense, he couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Gigi.
"Hey, I'm just making an example." Sang Zixia winked at him, feeling amused herself. "I'm confident. I won't let you eat that much." Su Zhao smiled and didn't say more. Chen Jingen was so excited that she spilled tea from her cup without noticing. She wiped her fingers on her chest, took a deep breath, and said, "According to sister-in-law, with so much uncultivated land in the northwest, if we cultivate it properly, won't we be able to get as much rice as we want?" Sang Zixia laughed and said, "It's not that simple. There is indeed a lot of uncultivated land in the northwest, but there aren't many people. Even if we spend money to hire workers, the number we can find is limited. Without enough labor, having more farmland is just a dream that is hard to achieve. But there are ways around it." Sang Zixia paused. "I have thought about it. We can use the farmland we already have as a base to set up a farm." Su Liao narrowed his eyes. "A farm? Appoint someone to manage it and hire workers to do the fieldwork?"
No.
Sang Zixia picked up the brush again, lowering her head to write and draw. "The farm I'm talking about might be different from what you know. The farm will raise its own plowing oxen and continuously cultivate the land in a specific direction, which will allow us to expand the farmland over time. Besides hired workers, we can also attract nearby villagers to join through a profit-sharing system." Su Minghui asked suspiciously, "Profit sharing? What does that mean?" "It means gathering everyone who works in the fields together to cultivate our land." Realizing her idea might sound surprising, Sang Zixia thought for a moment before continuing. "Take Luobei village as an example. Villagers can harvest no more than 200 kilograms per mu in a year. But if they cultivate our land with the seeds we provide, we can share the harvest with them as a bonus based on a certain ratio. With the same amount of work and time, they would definitely earn more than if they worked on their own. After giving the villagers their share, the rest would belong to the Su family. Overall, this plan saves the cost of hiring workers while ensuring the land is cultivated, leading to a significantly impressive harvest." Chen Jingen stared at Sang Zixia's elegant writing, her heart racing, and her voice hoarse. "Do you think this profit-sharing system will attract many people?" Sang Zixia replied, "Of course. Think about it. How much can they earn from working hard all year? I'm willing to share double the rice for every mu of land. If the business at the grain store goes well, any surplus can be sold for money. It's a great deal to get both money and rice. So many people will definitely want to participate. As long as we can set up an attractive example, many people will surely follow, just like fish crossing a river. There will be no shortage of participants. Moreover, if we clearly define the responsibilities of each family and agree on the distribution of the harvest beforehand, every household involved will work harder to gain more benefits from the land. No one will want to miss out on the food and money they can earn." Sang Zixia thought about the golden waves of rice in the wind and smiled, saying, "With more land and people, we don't have to just grow rice. We can also plant soybeans, sorghum, millet, and wheat. Why not? Grains can be used to make wine, and the leftover mash can feed pigs and chickens. The manure from these animals can be slightly fermented and used as natural fertilizer for the fields. With richer soil, the crops will surely grow better." This is what I mean by a farm, one that is self-sufficient and has unlimited production capacity. 2 hours later, Chen Jing'an looked at Sang Jixia, who was standing up, with eager eyes filled with hope. Sister-in-law, when do you plan to move to the county town? Before Sang Jixia could answer, he continued, traveling back and forth from the village to the county takes too much time. You should just move to the county town. It would be more convenient for you to come to the shop. How about I call someone to help you move in the next few days? The sooner you come, the more at ease I will be. At first, Chen Jing'an didn't take Su Yao's words seriously, but after talking with Sang Zixia for an afternoon, he was greatly impressed. If what Sang Zixia envisioned could come true, this long-overlooked place in the northwest had great potential. With ambition ahead, the prospect of wealth was within reach. Chen Jing'an looked at Sang Zixia as if she were a deity, unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Sang Zixia chuckled. Move to the county town? Chen Jing'an nodded vigorously. That might not work, Sang Zixia explained. The key to everything I mentioned lies in the fields. There isn't much useful land in the county town. Living in the county town is convenient, but what about the farming? The cultivation and yield of rice seeds are crucial for the success of the farm, and no one else can do this but her. Moreover, she still has too little experience, and the rice seeds she has cultivated are currently very unstable. There are no shortcuts in this matter. The only thing to do is to spend time experimenting and trying until we can cultivate rice seeds that are relatively stable with both good disease resistance and high yield. Even if that day comes, it won't be possible to stay in the county town forever. There is still much for her to do. Sang Zixia explained the situation, and Chen Jing'an looked disappointed. So, does that mean you don't plan to leave the village for now? Sang Zixia chuckled softly. What would I go to the village for? I only have a basic understanding of business. It wouldn't be wise to jump in without knowing much. You and Su Minghui are managing the shop in the city, so I think I should focus on learning a bit before getting involved. Sang Zixia understood her situation. If it came to discussing the quality of the crops, she could speak confidently and was not afraid to get her hands dirty. However, jumping into running a grain store without fully understanding things could lead to more mistakes than success. It's not about underestimating herself. It's about letting professionals handle professional matters. Learning is fine, but being overconfident is not. After listening, Chen Jing'an smiled and suddenly said, I'm impressed. It's no wonder the Su family speaks so kindly of Sang Zixia. Her demeanor and speech are indeed admirable. Chen Jing'an didn't insist on keeping them longer, but handed over 2 account books she had prepared for Su Yao before they left. Sister-in-law, when it comes to running a shop, we must start with the accounts. This is the foundation of business. These 2 books are quite interesting. Take them home and look through them. If there are parts you don't understand, mark them. Come back to the shop in 2 weeks, and I'll explain them to you slowly. Su Minghui handed some snacks he brought for the family to Su Yao but spoke to Sang Zixia, saying, Sister-in-law, don't worry. If you encounter any difficulties at home, feel free to ask my mother. Aunt Su is the daughter of a serious merchant. Since childhood, she has dealt with various treasures and account books. If Sang Zixia asks, Aunt Su will surely share everything she knows. Sang Zixia nodded and instinctively looked at Su Yao. Shall we go? They had already delayed too long, and if they didn't leave soon, it would be very late to return home. Su Yao lightly touched her wrist and smiled. Let's go. They had achieved their goal for the day. Now, all they needed was time. Staying here any longer seemed pointless. Su Yao reached out to support Sang Zixia as they stepped over the threshold, walking side by side. Su Yao kept turning her head to say something to Sang Zixia, her profile showing a gentle curve of her brows and eyes. Chen Jing'an squinted as he watched until their figures disappeared, letting out a surprised click of his tongue, clearly amused. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed anyone who told me about such a scene. Su Minghui was too lazy to pay attention to his pointless musings and stood up, pushing aside a small table in front of him. I have things to take care of over there, so I won't be coming for now.
Oh.
Chen Jing'an lazily dug at his ear and said slowly, Don't you need help? No need. Su Minghui straightened his clothes, his tone laced with sarcasm. Just a mudfish rolling in the mud. If it mistakenly thinks it's a true dragon, then that mudfish is truly mistaken. The outcome will make it realize the truth. Chun Jing'an clicked his tongue a couple of times, but said no more. After Su Minghui left through the back door, he rubbed his chin and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought this kind of disdain for everything, this arrogance that makes one want to punch him in the face, is Su Minghui's true nature. As for the gentle patience Su Yao and Su Minghui showed when Zhang Zhixiao was around, it could only be explained as a touching bond between cousins. That's fine. Chun Jing'an picked up the now cold tea on the table and drank it all in one go, spinning the teacup in his fingers with a faint smile. A beast's sharp claws can hurt both others and itself. Neither Su Yao nor Su Minghui were kind-hearted. They were both ruthless, and since being exiled from the Su family, their hearts were constantly sharpened by the harsh realities, ready to lose control at any moment. With someone like Zhang Zhixiao around, perhaps the chaos he feared wouldn't happen. Zhang Zhixiao had no idea what he meant to Chun Jing'an. When he returned home, he was met with a collective outcry from the elders and younger ones alike. Feeling deeply saddened, Su Wenxiu, with her gentle nature, rarely argued with anyone, but after hearing Su Yao's word-for-word recount of the doctor's advice, she rarely showed true anger. What is going on here? I've said time and again not to be careless, to remember what the doctor said and take care of yourself. Why can't you listen? Aunt Su Air was already known for her strong personality. After she started managing the family's income with her sisters-in-law, her words became sharper. Besides those useless people who only play around, I've never heard of someone so young being weak enough to affect their health. What's wrong with you, Xia girl? Aunt Su San couldn't express herself as sharply, but her displeasure was clear in her eyes. You still insist you're fine? If it weren't for the old man insisting, Su Yao would probably refuse to see a doctor. Su Yao was not on the same page as Zhang Zhixiao this time. He repeated the doctor's words at home and sat nearby with a basket of vegetables, watching as Zhang Zhixiao was overwhelmed by the other's words. What he said didn't seem to help, and he felt that even the criticism from others was too mild. The younger ones didn't understand much, but they could sense the seriousness from the adults and stood neatly, their eyes showing disapproval towards Zhang Zhixiao. Su Mingyang spoke bluntly. Sister-in-law, how can you not listen at your age? The other children nodded in agreement. Su Yanran said earnestly, Sister-in-law, you need to listen. Su Jinsi, being younger and softer-hearted, saw Zhang Zhixiao with her head down and ran over to hug her arm, saying, Sister-in-law, don't be scared. Second brother bought us candy, and I saved some for you to eat when you take your medicine. Su Mingxiu also rushed over, holding his little bag of candy, followed closely by Su Yanran. Su Mingyang patted his pocket, which only had a little bit of candy left, looking regretful. It was his fault for bringing so many little ones along. With a bag of candy, he only got to eat one piece himself, and his eagerness was truly beyond his means. Zhang Zhixiao, feeling guilty and frustrated, couldn't help but smile when surrounded by the little ones, suddenly finding the courage to defend herself. Clearing her throat, she said, Actually, I didn't. Still trying to argue? The old man, who had been silent, looked at Zhang Zhixiao with an unreadable expression. She quickly lowered her gaze, feeling guilty. Grandfather, I won't argue anymore. I was wrong, truly wrong. The old man was quite satisfied and sternly stated, You must listen to the doctor. You need to take your medicine on time. As for the hot spring mentioned by Doctor, who it was indeed not possible for now, but there were alternatives. Uncle Su returned from the distillery and, feeling restless, started to chatter about the situation. After a moment, he clapped his hands and said, Oh, isn't it just making a bigger bathtub? How hard can that be? Why look for a carpenter?
Su Mingyang.
Go get my toolbox with the hammer and saw from the backyard. Su Yao, don't just sit by the stove watching. Come help move some boards to make a tub for your wife. Uncle Su was skilled in craftsmanship, so making a large wooden tub was easy for him. He had some leftover materials from building a water wheel, which the villagers had pooled money to buy. Uncle Su had suggested that the remaining wood should be divided among them. However, there wasn't much left. Dividing it among the families meant each got less than a cutting board, which was useless for making anything. It seemed a waste to burn it for fuel, so it felt pointless. The village chief decided to give the remaining wood to the Su family, which turned out to be useful now. But once the tub was made, there was also the issue of where to put it. During dinner, Aunt Su said, "What's the big deal? I think it's not suitable for them to stay in the West Shed for long. If they're going to move, they might as well build something big. They can extend out from the side of the West Shed and make it as spacious as they want." If this had been 6 months ago, such a bold statement about spending a lot of money would have been hard to say. After all, with so many people in the family, just being able to eat and stay warm was a blessing. Now, however, saying it felt easy. With real money in their pockets, they had the confidence to speak and act. Aunt Su was good with numbers and knew how to manage finances. She smiled and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just from the distillery, we can make 100 taels in 3 months, plus the grain from the fields. With that much grain, if we sell 10 acres, they could afford a much bigger place." Su Winshio thought it was a good idea. Feeling sorry for the young couple living in the West Shed, she agreed, "I also think it's not right for them to stay there. The West Shed used to be for livestock, and it's cold everywhere. Maybe that's why Xia Xia is so weak. The bad feng shui over there might be affecting her." Sang Zixia couldn't understand the connection and didn't interrupt, while the others at the dinner table continued discussing the house-building plans. Su Yao indeed bought a chicken that night to make soup and casually put a piece of boneless chicken in Sang Zixia's bowl, saying softly, "If we're going to build, why not make more than one place? Last winter was tough because we had no options, but this year is much better. It would be best to get everything moving now to avoid suffering again when winter comes." The elder nodded in agreement. "Since we have some extra money, that sounds reasonable. However, before the new house is built, we need a place for our large family to stay. If possible, it would be great to find somewhere comfortable. But we can't just tear down the old huts and leave everyone to sleep outside, right?" "That's not a problem," Uncle Su said confidently. "Dad, we have plenty of empty rooms at the distillery. Initially, we plan to use them for storage, but we can use them for living temporarily. As soon as we start construction here, we can move over there and come back once everything is ready." The distillery not only repaired the old buildings but also expanded and reinforced them to handle the increasing production of various types of alcohol. The new space is even more comfortable than the current huts, so accommodating everyone for a while will be no issue. Uncle Su excitedly talked about the empty rooms at the distillery, already assigning places for everyone and chuckling, "It'll be nice to move over. Even though we have the recipes and methods from Xia Girl and Su Yao, and we've practiced without Xia Girl watching, my aunt and I always feel uncertain. We're afraid of ruining the ingredients and can't replicate her taste. Once we move over, he will feel more confident and then you won't be able to rely on her. This is your responsibility. Don't shift everything onto others." When they expanded the distillery, it was agreed that Uncle Su would handle all the brewing. Most of Songji Xia's energy is spent in the fields, so she can't manage the small details there, only assisting when needed. The elder recalled what Doctor Hu said, his white brows furrowing as he said seriously, "Xia Girl knows a lot, but we can't expect everyone to rely solely on her. If she trusts you enough to share her methods and recipes, then as her uncle, you should take responsibility and not depend on her for everything. Just because she's not here, does that mean we can't brew? Nonsense." Uncle Su, used to the elder's scolding, chuckled and replied casually, "I was just saying that. With such detailed teaching, I am sure I can do well. Doing it right the first time is best, but if it doesn't go well at first, there's no need to feel scared. Isn't everything a bit bumpy at first? Experiencing setbacks isn't a bad thing. Stay calm and patient, and good things will come in time." Uncle Su nodded in understanding. The elder, feeling uneasy, turned to Su Yao and gave her a few reminders. "The main point is this. The general framework has been established under Sang Zixia's leadership, and the upcoming tasks, big and small, need to be shared among everyone. No one should avoid what they can handle. Sang Zixia has another important task, to stay nearby, take her medicine, and eat well. As for other matters, verbal suggestions are fine, but hands-on work is not suitable for her. Her small frame is indeed concerning. According to Doctor Who, the elder's health is actually better than hers, even at his age. The elder's words received unanimous agreement, and Sang Jixia's weak objections were ignored. As for the elder lady, Sang Jixia looked back at the tightly closed hall door with a strange expression, silently shaking her head without saying anything. Once they had discussed enough, Aunt Sue pulled Sang Jixia aside and whispered, "Xia, come here, I need to talk to you." Sang Jixia followed her into the west room, noticing the tension and unease on Aunt Sue's face. She paused for a moment and then smiled, saying, "What do you want to tell me, Aunt? What is with this expression?" Aunt Sue rubbed her hands and smiled nervously, then hesitated before saying, "Actually, I have something I'm unsure about, but I can't seem to agree with your mother-in-law and third aunt. Can you help me think it through?" Sang Jixia couldn't guess what she meant at first, but she held back her laughter and nodded. "Go ahead, Aunt." Aunt Sue took a deep breath and began to speak, trying to calm her nerves. After listening, Sang Jixia adjusted her sitting position thoughtfully and asked, "Are you saying that the owner of the embroidery shop in the county might not want to continue running it, and that it might be up for sale? How did you know?" "Oh, that's a long story." Aunt Sue shared her most troubling thoughts, and as she continued, she became much more fluent, analyzing point by point with Sang Jixia. "I previously visited the embroidery shop and heard the owner say that although they are from the Northwest, their family originally started in the South selling silk. They still have a large business down there and came here to open a shop to serve the elderly who are reluctant to leave their homeland." Aunt Sue lowered her voice and said softly, "Just 6 months ago, both of the elders who insisted on staying in their hometown in the Northwest passed away. With no ties left, and since the business in the South is hard to let go of, the couple is determined to bring the whole family back." The embroidery shop that Sang Jixia visited was not particularly large, but it was well-managed and exquisite, earning a good reputation in the county. After Aunt Sue joined with her skilled hands, the embroidered items became even more refined and appealing, attracting many customers who came to order various clothing and items. As long as effort is put into the business, there will be plenty of customers in the future. Sang Jixia understood Aunt Sue's intention and smiled. "Are you thinking of taking over the embroidery shop and becoming the owner?" Aunt Sue hesitated but finally said, "I do have this thought, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Taking over an embroidery shop is not as simple as buying a bun or an egg. Successfully buying it and becoming the owner comes with many complicated matters that can't be easily explained." Still, she couldn't help but feel excited about it. Sang Jixia listened attentively, without interrupting. Aunt Sue sighed and said quietly, "Your mother-in-law and your third aunt are different from me. They come from prominent families. While they can accept earning some money from their embroidery work, they would never want to go out and run a business. They wouldn't want to do something considered beneath them." She had tried discussing it with her sister-in-law and sister, but Su Wenxiu and Su San's opinions were surprisingly aligned. They all felt that working outside should be a man's responsibility. With Su San and Su Zhao out in the world, the women should focus on doing what they can at home, like embroidery or helping at the winery. However, Aunt Sue thought differently. "To me, your second uncle is as good as gone. I can't rely on him. If I manage to take over the embroidery shop, I can't afford to delay things with Minghui. This delicate work, which mostly involves female clients, can't be entrusted to him, so I have to manage it myself. I don't think it's a problem for me. I've seen capable women manage things when I was at my family's home, but there's no precedent for this in the Su family. This idea might be too unconventional. In the past 3 generations of the Su family, no woman had ever opened a shop and become the owner on the street." Aunt Sue's daring thoughts show she is quite bold, which is why she prefers to speak in secret. Sang Jixia chuckled softly, pulling her chair closer, and said mysteriously, "Aunt, do you know why I went into town with Su Yao today?" Aunt Sue blinked in confusion. "What for?" "Su Yao has a friend who plans to open a grain shop in the county and wants me to be an apprentice to learn how to do business." Aunt Sue raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Su Yao is okay with you doing this? Why wouldn't he be?"
Sans Jixia Loged.
"Making money isn't shameful. Who says men can do it but women can't? However, about the embroidery shop, we can't decide on our own. How about we discuss it with grandfather and see what he thinks? With hundreds of acres of farmland ready for harvest, there is no shortage of money. But if Aunt Sue wants to open an embroidery shop, she must communicate with someone who can make decisions. Otherwise, no one can take the money out. Sang Zixia had a strange feeling that grandfather wouldn't oppose it. Yet Aunt Sue hesitated. Xia, do you think grandfather will agree? What if he doesn't? If grandfather disagrees once, we can persuade him a second or a third time, Sang Zixia said confidently, knowing she was favored by grandfather. I'm not too worried. I don't know the details about the embroidery shop, so you'll need to figure that out. But I can first give Su Yao a heads up. Once you know how to talk to grandfather, Su Yao, and I can support you. What do you think? Aunt Sue didn't expect such pleasant news from Sang Zixia. After a moment of surprise, she said with red eyes, Xia, do you really think I can do it? Sang Zixia couldn't help but laugh. If you think you can't do business, then no one in the family would dare to say they can. If you're okay with it, shall we agree on this? I'll tell Su Yao when I get back, and he will definitely agree. Aunt Sue sniffled, and her voice trembled. All right. Then I'll think about how to say it. I'll make sure to be careful before I speak.
Good.
Sang Zixia left the West Room and took a moment to glance at Su Mingyang, who was practicing his punches and determined to defeat the boy from the Hor family tomorrow. She hummed a little tune and leisurely returned to her room. Su Yao was looking at the account book given by Chen Jing'an with a steaming bowl of black herbal medicine on the small table beside her. That was Sang Zixia's special after-meal drink. Sang Zixia wanted to ask Su Yao for help and drank the medicine with great flair. Su Yao glanced up from the account book, wiped the medicine residue from the corner of her mouth with her finger, and casually popped a piece of candy into her mouth. What do you want to tell me? Sang Zixia frowned and set down the empty bowl, unable to help but laugh. I haven't even started talking and you already know? Su Yao smiled gently, put down the account book, stretched out her long arm to wrap around Sang Zixia's waist, pulling her onto her lap before leaning in to whisper in her ear, I could tell as soon as you walked in. If you didn't have something to say, would you really drink the medicine so obediently? Sang Zixia tried to hold back her laughter, but before she could respond, Su Yao playfully nibbled on her small earlobe, speaking in a muffled tone. The annoying part is that you don't always have something to say, and it's rare for you to be this obedient every time. If it could always be like this, that would be wonderful. Sang Zixia felt the warm breath on her ear, making it hard to breathe. She pushed Su Yao a few times to free her ear and quickly leaned closer, whispering a few words. Su Yao's large hand paused at her waist, fingers tapping lightly, and she said softly, Your second aunt wants to open an embroidery shop. Do you think it's feasible? Sang Zixia nodded without giving a clear answer. Your second aunt is skilled, and the embroidery she creates is unique in the county and even within 100 miles. With such talent, doing something she's good at is definitely feasible. As for the initial investment, it wasn't too big of a problem. Sang Zixia hung her hands around Su Yao's neck and said lazily, Aren't Uncle San and Aunt Sin managing the winery now? I think it would be great for your second aunt to open an embroidery shop. Everyone can focus on what they want to do without bothering each other. What do you think, Su Yao? Instead of answering her question, Su Yao said, You want me to help your second aunt persuade your grandfather. After saying this, she gave a meaningful glance at the delicate white wrists still hanging around her neck, her tone soft. So you're quite aware. Usually it was her who pulled Sang Zixia close. Today, it was Sang Zixia who hung on to her. Sang Zixia pulled his face with a slight frown, stretching it playfully and said, Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me if I can pull this banner. Zixi. Su Yao sighed helplessly, grabbing Sang Zixia's mischievous hand and biting her fingertip. Hearing her exaggerated gasp, he said, You're raising a big flag, not my face. Don't mention this to Aunt Air yet. I'll talk to grandfather first. He held Sang Zixia's bitten hand to his lips and kissed it gently, saying softly, Don't worry, I have a plan. 3 days later, the old man squinted at Su Yao, half smiling, and asked, Is this your idea? Su Yao remained calm. Not exactly mine. I stopped Aunt Air and Gigi from bringing it up first. He thought for a moment and explained, Grandfather might not oppose it, but Aunt Air wants to run her own embroidery shop. If it reaches my mother and Aunt San, they might find it a bit too bold. If I bring it up first, they might accept it more easily. Of course, I have my own selfish reasons. His Gigi has great talent and shouldn't be confined to the household. However, with elders around, it's not easy to make a breakthrough. With Aunt Air setting a precedent, it would be much easier to change Su Wenxio's deep-seated beliefs. Su Yao openly showed his selfishness, laying it bare before the old man. The old man couldn't help but laugh in frustration. You little rascal, you're quite honest. You thought I would agree? Even your wife knows this is out of the ordinary. How could you not? I certainly know. Su Yao replied calmly, but since grandfather hasn't stopped Gigi from exploring new opportunities, he probably doesn't think this is too unconventional. Grandfather, I really believe this is good. What do you think? The smile on the old man's face faded, and his voice turned serious. Su Yao, the path of merchants is ultimately a lower path. Are you really willing to let your wife endure this hardship? Su Yao chuckled bitterly, lowering his gaze. Of course, I don't want her to. But grandfather, I can't offer her anything better right now. If she wants to try, then I'll pave the way for her. If one day she grows tired of it and doesn't want to deal with it anymore, I'll take over everything she doesn't want to manage. For now, he couldn't give Sang Jixia a carefree life, so he could only do his best to remove obstacles for her. Moreover, Su Yao rubbed his face and sighed heavily, saying in a low voice, Grandfather, what Gigi is doing now is very important to me and will also be a strong support for the Su family in the near future. I owe her a lot. Are you the only one who owes her? The old man frowned and interrupted him, closing his eyes and saying, Enough, if you've made up your mind, then go ahead. What does it matter if it seems unusual to the outside world? At this point, the Su family is least afraid of being unconventional. With the old man's approval, the following matters became much easier. Su Zhao didn't even let Sang Jixia worry at all. After about 10 days, when they discussed this matter again, it was nearly settled. Sang Jixia listened with surprise and said, Are you saying you have already figured out the price the embroidery shop owner wants for the store, and even discussed the supply channels for various materials? So, does that mean my aunt can just take the money and take over? Su Zhao smiled and pinched her fingertip, saying, It's not that simple. Chun Jing'an doesn't know much about materials and threads, so your aunt will need to oversee that personally. I originally wanted to wait until the harvest was done to bring it up, but it seems the embroidery shop can't wait. Tomorrow, I'll take people to check your precious experimental field, and I guarantee there won't be any mistakes. Su Minghui will come back to take you and your aunt to the county town. If you both think it's fine, we can finalize it early. Sang Jixia truly didn't expect Su Zhao to handle things so efficiently. She paused for a moment and couldn't help but laugh as she pinched Su Zhao's straight nose, saying, How are you so nice? No, you're just too thoughtful. Su Zhao chuckled at her words, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Sang Jixia, whose eyes sparkled with laughter, and murmured, You think I'm nice? I just feel like I'm not good enough to you. His voice was too soft, and Sang Jixia didn't hear him clearly. Sang Jixia tilted her head in confusion and asked, What did you just say, Su Zhao? Nothing. Su Zhao got up and took a box from the small cabinet by the bed, opened it, and took out a 500-tael silver note, placing it in Sang Jixia's hand. He then held her hand and put the box back in the cabinet, saying, All the private money I've saved is here. Take what you need. I'll keep adding to it in the future, so don't touch your little things. Living in the same room and sharing a bed, logically, such a small space shouldn't hide anything. If Sang Jixia had wanted to find something, she should have noticed when Su Zhao first put the box in the cabinet. But she had been completely unaware for such a long time. If Su Zhao hadn't mentioned it today, she probably would have never discovered it. Su Yao wondered if other couples were as careful with their belongings as they were, but he felt that Sang Jixia was being a bit too cautious. There was a thick stack of silver notes in the box, and after glancing at them, she didn't ask where they came from. Instead, She put the notes away and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say the money for buying the embroidery shop would come from the public funds? Why are you giving me money?" Su Yao playfully slid his thumb across her nose and said, "Who told you to forget to take it yourself? This is your allowance. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, just keep a record and bring the things back. I'll settle the bill." Sang Zixia rarely experienced such generosity and laughed joyfully while leaning on the chair. Su Yao smiled at her and didn't say more. When it was time for dinner, he naturally brought up the embroidery shop again, but in a different way. Su Wenxiu looked at him in disbelief. "Are you saying you plan to buy that embroidery shop?"
Su Yao nodded yes.
"Why would you want to buy an embroidery shop?" Su Wenxiu said, half amused and half annoyed. "Our family is already busy with grain sales and brewing. We have enough income for our expenses. Why would you think of buying an embroidery shop?" Aunt Su also looked surprised. "You can afford to buy the embroidery shop, but how will you manage it afterward? Are you planning to be the shopkeeper?" Su Yao was skilled with weapons, but did he know how to handle an embroidery needle? "I don't understand how to be the shopkeeper of an embroidery shop." Su Yao picked out the fish bones from the white fish meat in his bowl and placed it in Sang Zhixia's bowl, saying calmly, "This idea didn't come out of nowhere. I discussed it with my grandfather. Managing the embroidery shop will likely require Aunt Air's help." Aunt Su didn't expect that a difficult situation would be resolved so smoothly, leaving her speechless. At that moment, the elder spoke. Taking over an embroidery shop is sudden, but with Minghui's mother in charge, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Through their conversation, it was decided that Aunt Air would take over the embroidery shop. Su Wenxiu didn't dare to contradict the elder and couldn't help but shoot Su Yao a glare. "This is ridiculous. How can your aunt directly handle the embroidery shop's business?" Su Yao replied confidently, "If Aunt Air doesn't step in, neither Zixia nor I can manage the shop, and this money would be wasted." "You." Su Wenxiu thought of Sang Zixia, who was as clumsy with embroidery needles as she was with weapons, and then looked at Su Yao, who probably couldn't tell the difference between the needle's tip and tail, and sighed in resignation. "If your second aunt gets involved in these matters, it will cause gossip. How can you put her in such a difficult position? Even if Uncle Su seems absent now, taking this step could still lead to trouble." Su Wenxiu isn't envious of her sister-in-law wanting to run an embroidery shop. She simply thinks Su Yao is making things hard for her second aunt. It's really inappropriate. Sang Zixia had already received hints from Su Yao and the elder, so she quietly ate her meal without saying a word. After Su Wenxiu had scolded Su Yao for acting recklessly, she discreetly nudged her second aunt's arm. Su Air aunt came back to her senses and instinctively said while holding her bowl, "I don't feel troubled, nor am I afraid of gossip." Su Wenxiu thought she was just trying to defend Su Yao, and her gaze towards Su Yao showed more blame. "This is too much." Uncle Su-san could see some clues from the elder and Su Yao's words, but he always knew how to keep the peace. Even if he figured something out, he wouldn't openly confront it. Besides, he thought this situation wasn't so bad. His second brother is truly useless, and no one cares about that troublemaker's fate. But Su Minghui and Su Mingyang are good kids. Their father is completely incapable of supporting the second family. If their mother could stand up at this critical moment, it would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Uncle Su-san cheerfully added a piece of meat to Aunt Su-san's bowl and said, "Oh, why are you scolding Su Yao? If my second sister-in-law doesn't feel troubled, then she should help more at home. It won't cause too much trouble. Besides, this matter is already settled. There's no use in talking too much. It's better to save your energy to discuss how to make this embroidery shop work, so Su Yao's efforts aren't wasted." Aunt Su-san initially wanted to persuade Su Yao to give up, but upon hearing her husband's words, she was momentarily stunned. Does this mean only she and Su Wenxiu think it's inappropriate? So, does she agree or disagree? Although two people felt it was inappropriate, Uncle Su-san's words were to the point. The matter is settled, and talking more is useless. After dinner, Su Yao was assigned to wash the dishes, while Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su-san took the entrusted Su Air aunt to have a small meeting under the grape trellis. Hearing their concern for her, Aunt Su sincerely said, "Sister-in-law, I really don't feel troubled. I'm very willing to help. She was very willing. Su Winshio sighed. It's because of Raoer acting recklessly. If Uncle Su finds out, he might cause a scene with you. Uncle Su cared a lot about his reputation. He felt embarrassed even when Aunt Su did embroidery at home for money. If he knew about this, it would probably be even harder to handle. Aunt Su smiled at the teasing. What right does he have to cause a scene with me? I'm not afraid of him. They had fought many times before. If it came to a real fight, it would just be a matter of grabbing a chair and swinging it again. If they couldn't be beaten down, they could keep fighting. Su Winshio and Aunt Su exchanged glances and quietly laughed. You've really let go of things. What do I have to let go of? Aunt Su scoffed at herself. Sister-in-law. Younger sister, I've already died once. If it weren't for Xiaxia pulling me out of the frozen river that winter night, I'd be long gone. There's nothing to fear. I'm not afraid of rumors or criticism. I'm just afraid of living half my life without achieving anything. When Ming Hui and Ming Yang remember me, I don't want them to only recall the ugly arguments I had with their father. That would be truly pointless. The embroidery shop idea was actually mine. Su Rao and Xiaxia are just. Hey, why are you still thinking about defending Raoer at a time like this? Su Winshio didn't believe it at all and was focused on pulling Su Rao's ear. Aunt Su looked around, seeming to sense something, but after a moment of thought, she said nothing more. Well, since Aunt Su didn't care about the rumors, that was fine. If the embroidery shop lost money, they could always go home and farm or brew wine together. Besides, it might not even lose money. The decision to take over the embroidery shop was finalized at the cost of Su Rao being scolded by Su Winshio for half the night as the only victim. Sang Zixia tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to sleep. When Su Rao finally walked in, looking dazed from being scolded, she met Sang Zixia's bright eyes in the dark. Sang Zixia looked at her with sympathy and said gently, "Has your mother-in-law been scolding you all this time?" Su Rao rubbed her face and replied in a muffled voice, "Not really. It's just been a lot of talking." Su Winshio had become a bit stronger in character and didn't cry as easily as before. She had a lot more to say now, and when she caught Su Rao, she wouldn't stop lecturing her. If it weren't for worrying about Sang Zixia, she probably wouldn't have let Su Rao come back so soon. Su Yao felt a mix of excitement and exhaustion. He took off his outer coat and pounced like a tiger, landing on Sang Zixia through the blanket, pinning her down. He playfully bit her cheek and said with relief, "You really are my little lucky star. If it weren't for you, my mother would have scolded me all night." Sang Zixia tried to turn but couldn't move under his weight, so she just looked at Su Yao's frustrated face and quietly asked, "Do you regret stepping up?"
If you hadn't stepped up then
my mother and Aunt San would definitely disagree. They would voice all sorts of concerns, and Aunt Air's already shaky determination would waver. Gigi, my mother is soft-hearted, and Aunt San has Uncle San to rely on. They can't take that step. Aunt Air's decision, though unexpected, is actually a good thing in my eyes. If this matter goes well, then today's troubles will be worth it for him. Sang Zixia understood that Su Yao was using the situation to encourage Su Winshio, so she wouldn't feel too shocked when she tried to start her own business. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but push Su Yao's heavy head resting on her shoulder. "Don't you think being in business is beneath you? If the Su family's affairs become clear in the future, and people say your wife is doing this, won't you feel embarrassed?" Su Yao bit her restless hand and said with his eyes closed, "Why should I feel embarrassed? If anyone dares to speak ill, I'll knock their teeth out. Besides, what do those foolish people know? Don't worry, once the shop is open, you can just sit behind the counter, count money, serve tea, and call out to customers. I'll handle everything. If you're not ashamed of me, I'll be happy at home for half the night. There won't be so much gossip." He was extremely tired. After saying this, he turned to wrap Sang Zixia in his arms, holding her cold hand and tucking it under his warm clothing, whispering, "Sleep. When you wake up, I promise everything will be ready. I've promised you. It will definitely be fine." Sang Zixia quietly smiled at Su Yao's sleeping face and found a comfortable position to rest her head against him. Since he said so, she wouldn't worry anymore. With him around, everything felt secure. The next morning, Su Minghui, who received a message from Su Yao, hurried to the Su family's door with a horse-drawn carriage. Su Minghui was indeed pleased about this, wearing a faint smile on his face. Aunt Su felt her worries disappear the moment she saw him. She patted his wrinkled collar and said in a hoarse voice, "Minghui, do you think that when Mingyang grows up, he will feel ashamed of me as his mother because of what others say?" Su Minghui raised an eyebrow casually. That kid wouldn't dare. If he dares to say anything disrespectful to his mother, I'll break his legs with a stick. Aunt Su laughed at his rare straightforwardness and teased, "Who taught you that? Why do you sound like this?" Su Minghui glanced at Su Qiao, who had bloodshot eyes and was grabbing a sickle to go cut rice, and replied softly, "Big brother taught me well." Su Qiao looked at him coldly, called out to Aunt Su, and turned to leave without saying a word. Aunt Su pinched Su Minghui's arm and warned, "Don't make fun of your big brother. This time, it's thanks to your big brother and sister-in-law's help. Do you think it would have been so easy without them?" Su Minghui grinned and sighed, realizing he had to admit it. He noticed that Sang Jixia's smile was much more genuine now, at least without the sarcasm she had when facing Su Qiao. Sang Jixia did notice the tension in the air and continued to remind Su Qiao, "Make sure not to mix the harvest. You must mark everything clearly. I need to keep those experimental fields rice for seeds, and also remember to weigh the rice separately and keep track of the numbers. When you take it to the threshing ground, it must be organized. Mixing it is not allowed." Su Qiao placed a sun hat on Sang Jixia's head and pinched her ear, saying, "I've got it all memorized. I promise I won't mess up. All right, when you come back, I'll make sure you're satisfied, okay?" Sang Zixia touched her nose, unable to think of anything else to add, and held back the urge to wander around the experimental fields as she helped Aunt Su onto the cart. Su Qiao, carrying the prepared tools, glanced at Su Minghui, who nodded quietly while holding the reins. The cart rolled away, and Su Qiao turned back to the old man, who was watching Su Mingyang struggle with his reading, and said, "Grandfather, I'm going to the fields." The old man waved his hand, looking worried as he watched Su Mingyang stumble over his words. "Say it again. What do those sentences I taught you yesterday mean?"
Say it again.
Su Yanran and the others, who had already passed their assessments, looked at Su Mingyang with sympathy, their faces showing the sadness he couldn't express. Su Qiao chuckled and shook his head, grabbed a bun to eat, and stepped out into the morning light. 3 days ago, the Su family's farmland officially began harvesting. Following Sang Jixia's suggestion, Su Yao hired a total of 80 people from Luobei village and nearby villages to help with the rice cutting. The first area they worked on was the 30 acres of improved rice variety that Sang Jixia had specifically set aside, with a clear goal in mind. The harvested rice was immediately sent to the threshing ground, where a water-powered thresher made the process very efficient. The rice was weighed directly after threshing, and the results were indeed surprising, just as Sang Jixia had predicted. Within 3 days, news of the Su family's impressive harvest spread from Luobei village, attracting many curious onlookers. Su Yao squinted at the crowd gathered near her family's field and remembered what Sang Zixia had said to her earlier, smiling lightly. Gigi was right. With tangible results in front of them, it was hard for anyone to resist being intrigued. Once the rice was fully harvested, there would be no need to actively recruit anyone. People would naturally come forward with their tools, eager to help. It was clear that by next spring, Sang Jixia's envisioned farm would likely take shape. As the crowd discussed among themselves, they noticed Su Yao approaching, and a familiar face waved excitedly. "Su Yao, I heard your family harvested several thousand pounds of rice from those few acres yesterday. Is that true? Please tell us more." "Yeah, we all use the same planting method, and our rice looks similar. How did your family's yield turn out so much better? Do you have some secret technique? Come on. Since you're here, share your secrets with us. Let's all learn something new." The voices by the field grew louder, carried away by the golden waves of rice. Meanwhile, Sang Jixia and Su Ersheng successfully arrived at the county town's embroidery shop. Chen Jing'an, likely informed by Su Yao, was waiting at a nearby tea stall. Upon seeing them, he stood up with a smile and greeted them. Su Ersheng, unfamiliar with him, looked on with curiosity. Su Minghui briefly introduced him. Mother, this is Su Yao's new friend, who also runs a shop in the county. Most of the grain we harvested will go through his hands. Just call him Boss Chen. In front of the elders, Chen Jing'an was particularly respectful and smiled warmly. No need to be formal, madam. I am Chen Jing'an. You can just call me by my name. Aunt Su quietly wondered, without any bias, and couldn't help but whisper to Sang Jixia, Su Yao has such decent friends? When in the capital, Su Yao was surrounded by true fair-weather friends. Not one of them was good. Sang Jixia's lips twitched as she held back a laugh. Chen Jing'an suppressed the urge to speak ill of Su Yao and quickly shared what he knew about the embroidery shop with Aunt Su and Sang Jixia. He concluded with a smile, the situation is pretty much like this. Now that the second lady and sister-in-law have an understanding, they can discuss with Boss Lu without panicking. He exchanged a glance with Su Minghui. Su Minghui clenched his fists, struggling for a moment, but ultimately sat down. The person who would manage the embroidery shop in the future was his mother, and now that they were here, they had to let her handle it herself. Aunt Su felt nervous and, with determination, held Sang Jixia's hand, saying with a serious face, Xia, let's go. Sang Jixia cheerfully nodded and followed along. Su Minghui looked back anxiously. 800 taels. Can they really negotiate that? Why not? Chen Jing'an said with a sly smile, lazily waving his fan. Don't underestimate women, especially those who dare to do what others won't. I'm telling you, when it comes to negotiating prices, women are often more detailed and perceptive. They can handle this much better than ordinary men. 800 taels might even be too high. Maybe they'll come out with a pleasant surprise. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. In the embroidery shop, Boss Lu looked at Aunt Su with a troubled expression and sighed. It's not that I don't want to agree, but your price is just too low. 400 taels is. I really can't accept that. He was eager to sell the place, but he couldn't do it at such a significant loss. Aunt Su sat down and spoke, her earlier nervousness replaced by calm confidence. She said slowly, I know this price puts Boss Lu in a difficult position, but ultimately, it really isn't as bad as you say. Before Boss Lu could respond, Aunt Su continued, I know the base prices for raw silk, satin, cotton, and linen. They are at least 20% lower than what you quoted. Am I wrong? Boss Lu's expression stiffened. Aunt Su spoke softly. If we were to calculate everything at the base price you mentioned, then 400 taels would exceed the actual cost by quite a bit. This number isn't unreasonable. Facing someone knowledgeable is tough to deal with. Boss Lu forced a smile and said, this price really won't work. Then what price do you have in mind? Boss Lu boldly stated, 1,000 taels. Sang Jixia, who was drinking tea, nearly spat it out and coughed with a laugh. Boss Lu, we came here to buy sincerely, but you don't seem to want to sell sincerely. Sang Jixia pointed to the empty shelves in the store and subtly remarked, there used to be a lot of valuable materials here, but recently you sent all the expensive items away, right? All that's left are these rough fabrics with poor colors. 1,000 taels? Boss Lu didn't expect them to notice this detail, and his smile started to fade. Seeing his weakened spirit, Aunt Su pressed on, 1,000 taels is really not negotiable. With that much silver, you could easily open a bigger shop in the county. All right then. Aunt Su stood up with a look of regret. Xia, let's go.
Hey.
Boss Lu hurriedly stood up to stop them. It's a business deal. The buyer has given a price, and I need to negotiate slowly. This can't be settled in just a few words. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sang Jixia looked at Boss Lu with a teasing smile and said, but sitting down doesn't mean we can just raise the price randomly. With such a scary opening from Boss Lu, how can we dare to stay longer? Before Boss Lu could speak, Sang Jixia smiled and suggested, how about we be straightforward? We can have someone bring out the remaining materials and embroidery in the store and count them one by one. then price them based on that? That wouldn't work. If they counted carefully, there would be no profit at all. Boss Lu knew that he couldn't raise the price today, so he sighed helplessly. All right, since we are familiar with each other and you're sincere, I won't beat around the bush. There aren't many materials left in the store, and they aren't valuable, but just the lease of this shop is worth 300 taels. That's solid value. 400 taels really won't work. How about 600? Aunt Sue slowly shook her head. For 150 taels, any more won't work. Boss Lu nearly cried out, struggling to say, that's really too little. Can you add a bit more? I can't give any more. Aunt Sue insisted. This 450 taels is already from selling everything I could gather. I can't offer a single tael more. If Boss Lu really doesn't wanna, then let's just forget it. Boss Lu frowned and remained silent. Sang Jixia rolled her eyes and said slowly, actually, Boss Lu doesn't need to feel upset. Even though you sold the shop, the business connections are still there, right? This place is remote, and it's hard for trade caravans to reach here. Various silk materials are not easy to come by. Didn't you do this kind of business in the south? Today, you sold the shop to us, and in the future, all the materials we need will come from you. Over time, you'll benefit from it, won't you? Boss Lu, both amused and confused, replied, this embroidery shop is quite small. How much material can you possibly need? Well, that's hard to say. Sang Zixia glanced at Aunt Sue with a hint of pride and said, you know my aunt's skills. With someone like her managing the shop, we will surely attract many customers. The materials we need today might not be much, but who can say what the future holds? Maybe in 3 or 4 years, this embroidery shop will grow bigger. By then, will you still worry about not having enough goods to sell here? Sang Jixia's vision of the future was indeed tempting. Boss Lu showed signs of struggle and said through gritted teeth, you two wait here. I'll go inside and discuss this with my wife. Sang Jixia nodded eagerly and Boss Lu clenched his fists and went inside. Once he left, Aunt Sue wiped her sweaty palms on her clothes and leaned in to whisper to Sang Jixia, her voice filled with anxiety. Xia, how can you say we'll buy more materials in the future? What if we can't manage this properly? Sang Jixia, also nervous as it was her first time negotiating, took a deep breath to calm herself and whispered, what's the big deal? Chen Jing'an taught me that when negotiating, it doesn't cost anything to dream big. We can talk freely. After all, neither side is being completely honest. Just say whatever sounds good, and if someone believes it, that's enough. See, didn't Boss Lu believe it? Aunt Sue looked stunned and speechless. Half an hour later, Chen Jing'an and Su Minghui, who had been waiting anxiously outside, finally saw Sang Jixia come out of the embroidery shop. Sang Jixia couldn't wait to sit down and said, find a few quick-handed people to help count the inventory in the shop. Su Minghui couldn't help but laugh. Did you seal the deal? Yep. What's there to not seal? Sang Jixia relaxed, her initial tension gone, and a bright smile lit up her eyes as she proudly held up her hand. This amount. Su Minghui was genuinely surprised. 500? Sang Jixia shook her head mysteriously and lowered her pinky by 1 joint, for 160 taels. Aunt Air added an extra 10 taels, and Boss Lu also made a concession. However, Aunt Air said that before we finalize the payment, we need to count and list the agreed goods to avoid any discrepancies later. The price they agreed on included the remaining stock at the embroidery shop, but they only heard Boss Lu's word about how much there actually was, and they were not clear on the specifics. Sang Jixia hadn't considered this point. Aunt Air was upset about the extra 10 taels and insisted that even if they had to stay at the embroidery shop all day, they needed to count the goods before she would agree to pay. Otherwise, if they handed over the money and Boss Lu quietly took the stock away, what would they do? Thinking this way might seem a bit suspicious, but if something like that really happened, with Boss Lu and his family heading south, they would have paid without receiving anything. Who would they turn to for help? With no other choice, Sang Jixia hurried out to find someone to help. Chen Jing listened quietly, smiling, and once everything was settled, she expressed her admiration. Impressive. Indeed, The words of a capable woman are not to be underestimated. I'll send someone to help right away. Sister-in-law, why don't you sit and rest? Sang Jixia waved her hands. No rest. I was just telling Boss Lu that once the embroidery shop grows larger, we'll buy materials from him. He really believes we can succeed and is already dreaming of a prosperous future. I need to hurry and support Aunt Air's words, or else Boss Lu might have second thoughts, and then Aunt Air and I would have wasted our efforts. After saying this, Sang Zixia rushed off, leaving Qin Jing and Su Minghui exchanging glances and then bursting into laughter. With Qin Jing's help, everything in the embroidery shop was counted in less than 2 hours. Aunt Air was particularly thorough, listing everything from whole rolls of fabric to various needles and colorful threads, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Sang Jixia was still chatting with Boss Lu. Look, Boss Lu, this deal not only resolves a major concern for you and your wife, but also builds a good relationship with the Su family, paving the way for future business. Isn't that great? Under the bargaining pressure from Aunt Su Air and Sang Jixia, Boss Lu barely made a profit and just managed to break even. Hearing Sang Jixia's words, he smiled bitterly and said, I can't argue with you. Your aunt truly loves embroidery. After years of managing the embroidery shop, I trust she won't waste the hard work we've put in. I should be content with that. Sang Jixia was not satisfied. She looked at Boss Lu eagerly and said, By the way, Boss Lu, you've been running this embroidery shop for many years. You must have built up a loyal customer base, right? Boss Lu. Sang Jixia rubbed her hands and climbed higher in her argument. If you plan to continue selling embroidery in the county, I wouldn't push you for this. But aren't you leaving for the south soon? Since you won't be in the county anymore, your loyal customers will no longer be useful to you. Why not give them to us? Boss Lu. With a serious expression, Sang Jixia stated firmly, if we can secure the customers you have, the types and quantities of goods we buy from you will only increase. It's a win-win for everyone. You wouldn't want to lose out on this opportunity, would you? Boss Lu was completely at a loss for words. Mrs. Lu, after listening for a while, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed, pretending to be annoyed as she shot a glance at Sang Jixia, saying, You may be young, but you're quite clever and quick with your words. You and your aunt have come here and taken everything we've saved, and now you're even thinking about this? Sang Jixia, unfazed by the teasing, smiled innocently and said, I just want to make sure the reputation of this embroidery shop remains intact in your hands, so we can all prosper together in the future. Mrs. Lu couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Boss Lu, feeling both amused and helpless, said, All right, keeping it won't do me any good, so I might as well give it to you. But let me be clear. While it's good to have ongoing business, the situation today cannot happen again when you come to buy from me. When you come to me for supplies, nothing you say will matter. Sang Jixia, pleased with what she wanted, eagerly nodded and promised not to pressure prices. She only mentioned not pushing too hard, but she didn't say she wouldn't negotiate at all. Su Minghui and Qin Jing'an also entered the embroidery shop. Once they arrived, they realized that Sang Jixia and Aunt Su were busy in different areas, and they couldn't find a way to help. So, they leaned against the side and assisted with the accounts. After they sorted out the accounts, Aunt Su seriously took out the silver notes she brought from home and went with the Lu couple to the government office to finalize the contract. When signing the contract, Aunt Su insisted that it be in the name of the elder. She carefully folded and stored the contract and quietly said, Even though it was agreed that I would manage the embroidery shop, the money comes from the public funds, so it should belong to everyone in the Su family, not just me. Regardless of whether the embroidery shop does well or poorly, all earnings should go to the public funds, and how to distribute them should follow the elder's instructions. The brewing shop in the village is also managed by Uncle Su, and the contract was arranged in the same way. Neither Su Minghui nor Sang Jixia found anything wrong, but Qin Jing'an, who was accompanying them, showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that the changes in the Su family affected not only Su Yao and Su Minghui. Now, the Su family was indeed different from before. Once everything was settled, the group felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. The embroidery shop had a storefront in front and a small courtyard behind, along with 2 small side rooms. The Liu couple lived in the back with their child and agreed to move out in 5 days, at which point Aunt Sue could take over completely. After the important matters were settled, Aunt Sue showed no signs of relaxation. In fact, she seemed even more anxious. If it weren't for the need to ensure Sang Jixia took her medicine on time, she would have wanted to head home immediately. At the dinner table arranged by Qin Jing'an, Aunt Sue, distracted and not tasting her food, asked Sang Jixia, "Did you get the list of old customers you wanted?" Sang Jixia, holding her chopsticks, replied uncertainly, "Boss Liu gave me a thick booklet, but I'm not sure if it's complete." "It's fine. Having a base is better than having nothing at all." Aunt Sue smiled with relief and playfully pinched Sang Jixia's cheek, saying, "You really think ahead. If you had mentioned it, I would have been too focused to consider it." When discussing her expertise, Aunt Sue's tone became steadier. "We can't hide the fact that the embroidery shop has changed hands. We shouldn't try to. But we must find a way to keep the connections with our old customers. When I was young and still at home, there was a manager in charge of the cosmetics business. Whenever the shop had new and interesting items, he would order his staff to prepare a small gift for each loyal customer based on a list of names. This was to let people know about the new items in the store and to keep the old customers happy, so they wouldn't go elsewhere. I think we can use this idea too. Our embroidery shop doesn't sell cosmetics, and we can't afford to give each loyal customer a full outfit, but small items like handkerchiefs or pouches are easy to manage. With a little creativity, even simple items can be charming, and these small gifts might lead to bigger opportunities." Sang Jixia understood and nodded seriously. "To make the gifts look nicer, should we design some pretty stationery? It would be great to include drawings of 2 outfits on the stationery too." Aunt Sue was surprised. "Drawings on the stationery?" Sang Jixia thought of the various promotional brochures from her past life and explained, "Gifts should come with a list, right? We can make the list decorative. Aunt, please sketch out the styles of the outfits we want to attract customers. We can hire some skilled artists to illustrate those beautiful outfits on the stationery and send them along with the small gifts. When the recipients see the stationery, they might be tempted to visit the shop the next day." Nowadays, it's rare for women to go out, and they usually don't just stroll around shopping. They often hire familiar embroiderers to come to their homes for fittings, and then the finished items are delivered later. This means that the customers who come to the shop are not likely to be big spenders, and those willing to spend money may not want to hire unfamiliar embroiderers. But sending the stationery changes everything. With unique and exquisite designs, there will always be someone who is interested. Then, won't the business come to us? Aunt Sue's eyes gradually brightened. If she had paper and pen in hand, she would probably be sketching right now. Sang Jixia lowered her head and continued eating her rice. "I also asked Boss Liu for the addresses of some skilled embroiderers. We can't rely solely on Aunt Sue for the work at the shop. Once we have everything set up here, we can gather these available embroiderers. If we have more orders, we won't have to worry. We can manage to finish them." Chun Jing'an listened with a smile. "Did you come up with all this on your own?" Sang Jixia first nodded, then laughed. "Not entirely. Didn't you teach me that making big promises without action is pointless?" As for other things, she had never run a business herself, but in her past life, she had seen so many ads on phones and TVs. Even if she had never seen a pig, she knew how they ran. Sang Jixia tried to recall the marketing strategies she had seen in her previous life, and various surprising ideas kept popping up. By the end, even Qin Jing'an was eager to grab paper and pen to take notes. Sang Jixia could no longer eat. Under Aunt Sue's disapproving gaze, she put down her chopsticks, turned her teacup, and said, "When we first open, we can hold some promotions, like buy 2 pieces of clothing and get a small pouch free, or buy 3 pieces and get an extra handkerchief, and so on. If someone can't buy that many at once or doesn't see anything they like, they can make a deposit." Su Minghui looked puzzled. "Deposit? Deposit for clothing?"
Sang Jixia shook her finger.
"No, it's a deposit of money. For example, if a well-made garment is priced at 5 taels, it stays that price no matter how many pieces are bought. But if someone deposits money in the store, say 20 taels, the price per garment could be reduced to 4 taels and 8 coins. If they deposit 50 taels, the price drops to 4 taels and 5 coins. The more they deposit, the bigger the discount. When making a deposit, they can also receive small gifts based on the amount, like fans, pouches, handkerchiefs, scented bags, fan covers, and belts. The more they deposit, the better the gifts. The deposited money will be recorded in an account. When they make a purchase, it will be deducted from their balance. If they decide not to buy anything later, they can get a full refund of any unused money. Sang Jixia swallowed her thoughts about introducing a membership recharge system, which was unfamiliar to everyone present, and said, "It's like customers deposit money in the store and can spend it whenever they want." To attract more people to deposit, we might consider taking a small loss at first and play around with the deposit amounts. Chun Jing'an squinted. For example, we could tell customers that if they deposit 10 taels within the first 5 days of opening, it will count as 11 taels for their purchases. Sang Jixia took a sip of tea, leaned back in her chair, and smiled. If they deposit 50 taels, they get an extra 5 taels in benefits, which is like getting a high-quality outfit for free. The larger the deposit, the greater the benefits. It's okay to take a small loss at first, because those who deposit money are guaranteed customers. They won't switch to another shop until they spend their money. Once we have a steady customer base, won't everything be smooth sailing? As long as they can attract customers in the early stages, the key moment will be when the embroidery captures their hearts. After that, she won't be able to help much. It will be up to Aunt Sue. However, what she said today was already quite enough. Aunt Sue's eyes were filled with surprise, and thinking about what Sang Jixia just said, she felt reassured. Chun Jing'an and Su Minghui were also inspired, joking around while taking over the painter's task. Su Minghui said, "Once my mother decides on the clothing designs, just tell me what kind of flower paper you want, and I will draw it." Sang Jixia looked a bit surprised. "Are you good at painting ladies?"
Can you draw anything?
Su Yao was excellent at fine brushwork, but had clearly stated that he couldn't draw people. Was Su Minghui hiding this surprise? Su Minghui chuckled softly at her words, thinking about what Sang Jixia had casually said, and smiled slightly. "Are you saying that my brother can't draw?" Sang Jixia replied casually. "He said he can't, so why push him?" Su Minghui smiled knowingly and said, "Well, that's convenient, because I can. Just leave this to me." Sang Jixia was happy to solve another issue and turned to Aunt Sue to discuss the upcoming arrangements in detail, while also buying some items along the way. Su Minghui and Qin Jing'an accompanied them all the way. When they entered a nearby snack shop, Qin Jing'an remarked playfully, "I remember that Su Yao also painted well, right?" Not only could he paint, but he painted exceptionally well. In his youth, Su Yao was charming and had a reputation for being a bit of a rogue, often being entertained by many beautiful women. His portraits fetched astonishing prices, and everyone admired them. Had it really been so long since he picked up a brush? Su Minghui said lazily. He painted a lot, but he never drew faces. The people in his paintings are always unclear, and unless you read the captions, you can't tell who they are. Chun Jing'an suddenly realized, now that you mention it, it seems like Su Yao stopped drawing after he got engaged to a girl from the Sang family? Not that he stopped drawing, Su Minghui clarified. It's just that he only wants to paint one person's face now. He can't bear to include anyone else. To be precise, those people never truly caught Su Yao's eye. As for the fine brushwork of Sang Jixia, how could Su Yao bear to let others see it? Su Minghui squinted with a hint of sarcasm and said, although we both know that Su Zhao's past reputation isn't entirely true, it's said that many of his artworks are still carefully kept and cherished by several admirers. He continued, if one day we return to the capital and my sister-in-law hears those widely circulated stories, what do you think her reaction will be when she remembers what Su Zhao said today? Chun Jing'an stroked his chin, pondering, with a strong look of sympathy in his eyes. He smirked mischievously and remarked, oh, who could have guessed that? But it would definitely be very interesting. As for Su Zhao as a brother, he didn't need any reminders. The consequences of his own actions were something Su Zhao would have to face himself. In life, it's a shame not to enjoy the excitement while you can. I'm a bit curious. At this moment, Sang Jixia was unaware of the big trouble Su Zhao had dug for himself. When she returned home, she excitedly recounted her day in the city. Su Zhao listened quietly, occasionally asking questions until Sang Jixia finished, and then smiled. I underestimated your and Aunt Air's abilities. Sang Jixia felt a bit proud, replying, of course. You should have seen Lu's face when he was haggling. I swear it turned green. However, after counting the inventory, Aunt Air quietly told me that Lu actually made a profit. It's just a matter of mutual concessions. We didn't suffer too much. Once Lu and his family moved out, Aunt Air could officially take over the embroidery shop. During this time, there were many small tasks. Aunt Air returned home and gathered Su Wenxiu and Su San to help brainstorm ideas, but Sang Jixia's mind was more focused on the rice in the fields. She asked, how was the rice harvest today? How much did you manage to cut from the easternmost area, where I asked you to start? Where did you put the harvested rice? Never mind, you probably can't count it all. Sang Jixia stood up eagerly and said, I'll go check for myself. Wait a moment, Su Zhao said, surprised by her impatience. He chuckled and stopped her. After a whole day in the city, don't you feel tired? How can you be so energetic? Sang Jixia laughed. I just sat with Lu, chatting and haggling. The counting and moving were done by others. I'm not tired at all. Still, there's no need to rush. Su Yao made the person sit down again and said slowly, the rice we harvested was weighed right there, and I have all the details written down. You can check it yourself to see everything clearly. Don't go out now. It might cause trouble. Sang Jixia sensed something was wrong and narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What kind of trouble? When Aunt Air and I were not home, did something happen? Su Yao knew she couldn't hide it any longer, paused, and said quietly, not long after you left, the old lady also went out. The old lady? Sang Jixia instinctively looked outside, her expression strange. With how frail and weak she is, she can go out alone? Su Yao scoffed silently and replied calmly, true. Everyone thought she couldn't manage, but today she decided to take a little walk. The old lady had been too scared to eat or drink, fearing someone might plot against her, living in constant worry that the danger hanging over her would take her life. She viewed everyone as a potential threat, living in fear. No one did anything wrong or said anything, but she frightened herself into a state of paranoia, and in just a few months, she had become a shadow of her former self. Su Wenxiu and others, unaware of the situation, even tried to persuade the old lady to see a doctor to avoid any problems. But how did the old lady respond? She was so suspicious that she feared others would do the same to her, and in the end, she rejected everyone who came to help her. Over time, their good intentions turned into frustration, and no one dared to offer advice anymore. Su Yao lowered her gaze to hide her sarcasm and said slowly, isn't the old lady trying to call Uncle Air back? Since there has been no news from him, she probably thinks we haven't communicated well and wants to go to the city herself. The road to the city isn't too difficult, but that's only for ordinary people. The old lady had been hiding away for so long, and feeling weak and anxious, she became a burden. When she finally stepped out of the village, she fainted from fright when a mule cart approached, and the villagers had to bring her back. Sang Jixia and Aunt Air had just returned home before the doctor they called left. This couldn't be kept a secret any longer, so Su Yao decided to explain everything. She carefully chose her words and said, the old lady probably doesn't trust the doctor's skills and refuses to take the medicine. When she woke up, she seemed upset. Uncle San said to invite another doctor tomorrow to take a look. For now, you should avoid the main room to prevent angering the old lady. Sang Jixia had always found it hard to understand what the old lady was thinking. All her strange actions seemed very odd and unpredictable to her. Why was this person, at her age, causing such a fuss? Sang Jixia clicked her tongue and said, refusing to take medicine, not wanting to eat at home, and shutting herself in her room to sulk and act like she's on a hunger strike. How can the old lady's health get any better? Su Qiao stifled a laugh and pinched her nose gently, whispering, You can't say things like that outside. After all, the old lady was still her grandmother in name. If others heard those words and spread them, it wouldn't be good. Sang Zixia swatted his hand away and muttered, "I'm not foolish. But it is strange how the old lady acts, as if she doesn't trust anyone in the family. She looks at everyone with suspicion. Is there really someone in this house who would harm her? What is she thinking, shutting herself in all day?" Su Qiao smiled, but didn't respond. Sang Zixia grumbled a bit more, but decided not to dwell on it. She didn't want to visit the old lady's sickbed and risk feeling upset. The old lady had never liked her and always seemed displeased. Approaching her now wouldn't be to wish her a speedy recovery, but rather to wish her to leave this world sooner. Su Qiao managed to keep her from going out and, to distract Sang Zixia, took out the notebook he had prepared for today. At the same time, Su Wenxiu and others were discussing the same matter. Su Wenxiu couldn't help but sigh. You should have seen the scene today. The doctor brought the medicine to the old lady's bedside, but she just glared and refused to drink it, even knocking over 3 bowls in front of the Wu family. It was quite a spectacle. Aunt Su Air, who wasn't home and unaware of the situation, asked in surprise, why wouldn't she drink the medicine? Who knows what the problem is? Aunt Su San replied irritably, they say our family's doing well now, and we're not poor in the village, but look at the old lady's condition. If someone didn't know better, they might think we, as daughters-in-law, were being harsh with her. Otherwise, how could she look so ill? The family genuinely wanted to care for her and believed they were doing their best, but what was the result? The more Aunt Su Sen thought about it, the more bitter she felt, and she became frustrated. The Wu family's good fortune is that they often interact with our family, so they have a general idea of what kind of people we are. Otherwise, after seeing that scene today, they wouldn't know how many rumors would spread in the village. In the end, it was the old man who hurried back after receiving the news. He simply said that the old lady was unstable in her thoughts due to her illness, which could lead to emotional distress. He told us to leave the medicine and step outside to avoid upsetting her further, and that was how we managed to settle the matter. Everyone in the family is well-fed and well-dressed, yet the old lady looks weak and frail. How can people not think about this? Aunt Su furrowed her brow and hesitated. What did the doctor say? What is really wrong with her? What else could he say? Su Wenxiu replied with a bitter smile. He just said it's due to excessive worry and mental strain. But I thought about it carefully, and there hasn't been anything in the family to trouble the old lady. I don't know what she is actually worried about. You're missing the point, sister-in-law. Aunt Su thought of her husband, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, and scoffed. Aside from that useless one, what else could she be thinking about? It's a pity. He's like a useless piece of clay. No matter how much effort is spent, it's all in vain. The old lady's kind heart is likely to be completely wasted, and it's a shame she doesn't even realize it. Su Wenxiu gently tapped her hand to signal her to be less blunt, but Aunt Su huffed dismissively. Forget it. The old lady can stir up trouble however she likes. I don't want to get involved in such distressing matters. The muffled voices from the east and west rooms continued, while the main room was eerily silent. The doctor's words were not exaggerated. The old lady's health was indeed failing. After fainting and waking up, she didn't even have the strength to sit up and could only weakly lean against the headboard. But when she saw someone approaching her, she was startled and tightly grasped the edge of the blanket. She was afraid. The old man didn't close the door. He simply watched the old lady, who had been worn down to a shadow of her former self, and said in a calm tone, "The doctor said you are ill. Why won't you take your medicine?" The old lady looked uncertainly at the already cold medicine bowl, struggling to steady her thoughts as she managed to say, "I am not sick. No need to take medicine. Not sick." The old man let out a vague sound and followed the old lady's terrified gaze to the medicine bowl by the bed. "Are you really not sick?" The old lady replied sharply, "No.
I'm perfectly fine."
I just got a bit of a scare. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be okay."
"Yes.
I'll be okay, after a little rest." Hearing this, the old man seemed to find it amusing and chuckled softly. Well, sometimes what the doctor says isn't reliable. Whether it's a physical illness or a mental one, No one knows better than yourself. If you say you're not sick, then maybe you really aren't, right? The old lady nervously dug her nails into her palm, unable to look at the old man's expression. He looked down at her like a frightened ghost, his eyes filled with mockery. Even if you're not sick, fainting in public is not a respectable thing and can lead to trouble and ridicule. Just stay home and rest. This big living room is the best place in the house right now. You can recover in peace without being disturbed, and you should get better soon. Make sure to take care of yourself and don't make any more mistakes. Don't let down the children's concern for you. The old lady, panicked and terrified, repeatedly tried to speak but couldn't get the words out. The old man, however, had lost all patience to listen to her. Watching the old man's figure disappear from view, the old lady, with red eyes, nervously bit her wrist and muttered, "I'm not sick.
I'm really not sick.
I won't give you the chance to harm me. No one can harm me. The medicine you sent is poisonous. I won't drink it.
You all want to poison me. You all want to poison me."
With a loud crash, the old lady used her last bit of strength to smash the medicine bowl on the floor. Hearing the noise, Uncle Sue came out with a worried expression, peeking into the living room and sighing, "Father, Mother is. Let's get a doctor tomorrow. You should take some time each day to bring her the medicine. Whether she takes it or not is up to her. Don't worry about anything else." Uncle Sue scratched the back of his head in frustration and said, "My mother's behavior is getting stranger. Should I go into town tomorrow and bring my second brother back?" The old lady thought deep down that he was a useless, confused child who didn't know better. Since Uncle Sue came to the city to manage the accounts, the old lady has been looking at him with disapproval, always finding faults. His advice doesn't seem to help. What Uncle Sue says might not work either. The old man chuckled quietly and said, "You can invite the doctor to take a look. Just tell your second brother the truth. Whether he comes back is up to him." Uncle Sue frowned and nodded. The old man gazed into the endless night, his eyes growing heavier. A dull knife has been used too long. Someone's tightly wound string is about to snap. Once the busy matters at home are settled, it might be the right time. The next morning, Uncle Sue reluctantly set aside his work at the winery and hurried to the county town. To save time, he rode the horse that Su Yao brought back, rushing along the way. Villagers who got up early to work in the fields saw him and sighed. Is he rushing to get a doctor for the old lady at home? I heard there was quite a scene yesterday. Sister Wu said with a bitter smile. Oh, please don't remind me. Yesterday, the old lady from the Su family was startled by my husband's mule cart and fainted right there. The Su family is kind. They just took her home and hurried to call a doctor, not saying a harsh word to my husband. When the elders at home found out, they felt so guilty they couldn't sleep all night, just waiting to visit the Su family today. Someone nearby scoffed, "Why are you so eager to take the blame?" Yesterday, it was said she was startled, but in reality, your husband's mule cart was still far from the Su family's old lady. It wasn't like that at all. By the way, that old lady from the Su family is quite strange. All her children and grandchildren are hardworking and respectful, but when she fell ill, several daughters-in-law took turns serving her, afraid of missing anything. Yet, she seems ungrateful, often throwing tantrums at home and never showing a good face to anyone. Sister Wu couldn't help but lower her voice and mutter, "It's not just throwing things." Yesterday, when I went with my husband to apologize to the Su family, the old lady almost threw the medicine bowl at Su Yao's mother. If it weren't for the old man from the Su family, who knows how it would have ended. Someone listening shook their head in disbelief. Su Yao's mother is so gentle, and the Su family's daughters-in-law are all very kind. How did they end up with such a rude old lady? The old lady of the Su family has always kept to herself, looking down on everyone in the village. At home, she makes things difficult for others, which is hard for the kind-hearted Su family members who try to take care of her. Rumors about her strange behavior spread quietly in the village, and soon the doctors she hired confirmed what the villagers had said. One day, a hot-tempered doctor arrived. Before he even left the Su family's door, he angrily exclaimed, "This is ridiculous. Your son and grandson traveled 80 miles to bring me here, and I'm not going to put up with your suspicious attitude. I've been a doctor for half my life and have never been doubted until now. You are so close to death. Do you think you have much time left? Why should I argue with someone who doesn't appreciate my help? Doctor, Su Yao said apologetically, handing over the agreed payment. The old lady is unwell and may speak harshly. Please be understanding and not take offense. The doctor, frustrated and unable to vent his anger, saw the regretful faces of the Su family and sighed. Fine. Why should I argue with someone who is about to die? He pushed Su Yao's hand away and frowned. I can't accept this payment since I didn't treat her. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could help me find a ride back? Su Yao readily agreed, and Su Sanshu, with a forced smile, escorted the offended doctor to the village entrance. After sending the doctor off, the two looked at each other, both feeling helpless. Su Sanshu rubbed his face in frustration and said, I've already gone to call your second uncle 3 times. The first 2 times he was willing to see me, but as soon as I mentioned going home, he got angry and refused to consider it. The old man was seriously ill, and Su Shu didn't come back. Now that the old lady is bedridden, he still won't return. Su Sanshu was already unhappy with his half-brother, and after these 2 incidents, he felt like he wanted to confront him directly. That ungrateful person. He's been spoiled in the county and only cares about eating and drinking now. Su Sanshu could express his anger, but Su Yao could only listen. As Su Sanshu continued to grumble on his way to the distillery, Su Yao lowered her eyelashes, hiding her own thoughts. He knows a little about everything, but that's all. Whether it's the old lady or Uncle Su the old man would never allow him and Su Minghui to get involved at all. When the old man explained the situation to them, it was just to prevent anyone with bad intentions from taking advantage of it and to make them wary of each other. He didn't expect them to do anything else. Su Yao couldn't tell if the old lady's illness had any signs of being caused by someone. However, one thing is certain. The old lady is unlikely to see the first snow of the Northwest again. The old lady can no longer get out of bed. The Su family is well-liked in the village, and when the old man was ill, many people came to visit. Now that the old lady is sick, many have come to check on her as well. However, the stories shared by visitors after leaving the Su home are completely different. Having witnessed the old lady's difficult behavior and unreasonable temper during her illness, the villagers spread the word that she has become confused and is no longer capable of taking care of herself. The Su family has done their best, but the old lady truly seems unwell. She is rarely conscious, and when she is, she strongly resists taking medicine. She even uses her remaining strength to throw anything she can grab at those who enter the room. Today, she almost hit Aunt Su on the head. Seeing the large bruise on Aunt Su's forehead, the old man's expression was worse than ever. Are you hurt anywhere else? Should we call a doctor? Aunt Su smiled wryly and shook her head. I didn't dodge in time and got hit directly. It will heal in a few days, but... She hesitated, and with her growing frustration over the old lady's unreasonable behavior, she finally said, Old man, a lot of money was spent at the embroidery shop. Although we bought it, I haven't been able to go check on it in time because of the situation at home. I'm worried. I'm concerned that if we keep delaying things at home, it will affect important matters. I want to visit the embroidery shop tomorrow. Even with her dissatisfaction towards Uncle Su Aunt Su never thought she could avoid her responsibility to care for her mother-in-law. However, the old lady has gone too far. They say she is very ill, but when she wakes up, she seems quite strong. Just yesterday, she scolded Su Wenxiu, and the day before, she left bruises on Aunt Susan's arm. The day before that, she almost hurt Sang Jixia, which made Su Yanran cry and hiccup nonstop. The younger ones at home are also anxious, not daring to approach the main room. Given the current situation, the elderly lady may not pass away anytime soon, and the expected filial piety is truly lacking. Those who do not wish to live can be called away by the king of the underworld at any moment. Death brings an end to everything. Life for the living must continue. Aunt Su realized her words were a bit much, and though she felt uneasy, she spoke them anyway. To her surprise, the elder paused for a moment and nodded without hesitation. That is fine. But the embroidery shop has just taken over, and there are many matters to attend to. You can't handle it all alone. The elder paused and said, call your sister-in-law and younger sister to join you. Bring a few children along, and while you manage things, you might as well stay there for a few days and not return for now. Aunt Sue looked surprised.
But
I will handle everything at home. There won't be any problems. The elder closed his eyes and said calmly, if anything goes wrong, I will send Yaoer to call you back. It's not a big deal. If it weren't for the crucial harvest season at home, Su Yao and Sang Jixia would indeed be unable to leave. The elder even considered sending them all away at once. Aunt Sue thought of the elderly lady in the main room, who was always cursing and hesitated, saying elder. With several daughters-in-law out, outsiders might talk. People's words can be frightening, but as long as you have a clear conscience, there's no need to worry too much. The elder waved his hand, speaking calmly. After half a lifetime together, if it comes to that, it is only right for me to see her off. You have done all you can. The rest is not your concern. Now go about your business. With the elder's words, even though Su Wenxiao and the others felt anxious, they ultimately decided to leave for a while. The adults could endure, but the children could not. Su Jinxia and Su Mingxi were so frightened by the elderly lady's fierce demeanor that they cried in their dreams, pleading for their grandmother not to hit them. Su Yanran and Su Mingyang also looked wilted for a long time, and their parents couldn't bear to see it, feeling frustrated. Su Wenxiao tidied up a bit and, feeling uneasy, pulled Sang Jixia, who had been called back from the fields, aside and advised, Xia, listen to Su Yao. For now, stay in the room at the winery and don't come back here. If it's really difficult, you can just come to the city with me today. Sang Jixia had delicate skin that bruised easily, leaving frightening marks with even the slightest bump. That day, to protect Su Yanran, an old lady accidentally hit my arm with a stone she had hidden under the pillow. Days have passed, and the bruise is still there, making me feel worried just looking at it. Sang Jixia didn't feel much pain and didn't mind. Grandma, I can't leave. There are still over 60 acres of grain to harvest. If I leave now, Su Yao will really have to sleep in the fields and won't be able to move. Su Wenxiao couldn't help but sigh. Remember what I said, you must not get hurt again. Sang Jixia's arm had been bruised for several days, and Su Yao's mood had been gloomy for just as long. On the day Sang Jixia was hit, Su Yao immediately packed her things and took her to the winery that night, making it clear that she was not allowed to step into the main room again. Sang Jixia nodded seriously and turned to the person at the door. Su Yao, is everything ready in the cart? Did you take everything? A voice from outside, neutral in tone, replied, yes, we can leave soon.
Okay.
After dealing with the last-minute reminders from the people about to leave, Sang Jixia finally couldn't hold back her curiosity when she received a wooden shield from Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang, what is this? Su Mingyang, with a scrunched-up face, said, it's a shield. It can block stones. Big sister, this is something I made with Huijiandan over several days. It can block stones as big as a small bowl.
We tested it.
If Grandma throws. Su Mingyang. Su Erzhan shot Su Mingyang a look to silence him and patted Sang Jixia's hand. Be careful and listen to the old man and your third uncle. As for the rest, there was no need to worry too much. As long as her conscience was clear, that was enough. Sang Jixia nodded obediently. Once the cart carrying 3 adults and 4 children rumbled away, she turned with a cold expression and ground her teeth. Let's go to the fields and prepare to catch the thief tonight. Su Yao watched as she waved the wooden shield, filled with determination, and said, Gigi, I will catch the person, I promise. Sang Jixia thought about the rice that had been stolen in the fields, her anger making her temples throb, and she replied sharply, your promise doesn't count. You have to let me watch while you catch them. This time, we must catch that thief. We must catch them. I want that shameless thief to know that not just anything can be stolen, especially not from our family. The incident of the theft in the fields wasn't something that happened just today. To be precise, since the day the rice in the field signaled it was ripe for harvest, petty theft has never really stopped. Such stealing of rice has always been a problem in the village. Most families in the village have only a few acres of land, so the differences aren't significant. When the grain is ready to harvest, families can manage to put in some extra effort for a few days to protect their yield. If things go wrong, the loss won't be too great. The Su family is different. Thanks to Sang Jixia's hard work in clearing land, the Su family has over 200 acres of farmland, mostly planted with rice, aside from a small amount of soybeans and sorghum. With the autumn winds blowing, the scent of rice fills the air. The golden fields stretch endlessly, becoming a target for nighttime thieves, like gold lying in the open, tempting anyone to take a handful. If it were just a little bit taken, maybe 10 or 20 pounds, Sang Jixia would pretend not to notice. The land is too vast, and with the busy harvest season, she truly cannot spare much energy to keep watch.